for that one is great. Super simple. Like, well, if you don't think there would be a horizon on the flat Earth, then which would it be? All ground or all sky?
That's actually my argument, but okay.
Oh, did he take that from you? Did
I
he?
don't know.
I thought I heard him saying it. Maybe I
You
don't know.
might have.
Maybe
That's like yeah. I came up with it like I don't know 6 months ago, but after dealing with it for like a few years, like I didn't have like. Of course, I can show that it's not true, but like I never really thought of a super easy way to put it. Because what would like you got to think? What would the consequence? What does no horizon actually look like?
Uh,
Right? What does no horizon? What does a world with no horizon look like? You're floating in the sky, or you're freaking buried underground.
right. The horizon coincidence.
Yeah, did you hear the horizon coincidence? You might have heard it before, Lou.
um, let me guess. It has to do with the distance that 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Blah 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 blah. Just so happens that the horizon also matches up with the angle of view that your vision gets cut off um, across like a planar surface, right? That
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, I'm no,
yeah.
it's not. I mean, the first part, the 1.22. I mean, that's still the kind of same thing. But for a 6 foot observer, for a 6 foot person, the globe and the for a 6 foot person, the globe horizon distance and the flat Earth horizon distance are identical. Identical within, like what is it, like 100 and something feet?
That's pretty good. It's
Yeah,
amazing
the
how.
horizon coincidence.
I liked what Lou had to say, though. I just like anything that, goes along with the tag coincidence theorist.
There's so many coincidences.
You should come up with a top 10,
Sun
like
and the moon
David Letterman
coincidence.
style. Oh,
The
what?
sun and moon size coincidence, man. That's the ultimate coincidence.
Yeah. What are
And
the
always
odds
seeing the
of
same
that?
face of the moon, right? So the moon orbits perfectly so that we always see the same face. So it's coincidentally that the speed of the rotation of the moon is coincident with the rotation of the Earth and the orbit, so that the
And
face is
then
always facing us.
and then it's coincidentally the same apparent size as the sun.
Yeah, pure accident.
You think you could do a David Letterman's top 10 of FE coincidences?
I don't know. Yeah, probably. There's quite a few of them. Can't think of any off the top of my head right now. But there's a whole bunch of cosmic coincidences.
I don't know. Somebody had to
Sidereal
calculate the
day. This one's
odds.
kind of hard to explain though.
Hmm.
Sidereal day, like what do they say? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard this, right? Like, how come after 6 months we're not facing different stars if we're on the other side of the orbit? Right? We should be looking away from the sun. Right? Stay like at night, I'm looking away from the sun, right? So exactly 6 months from there, you're on the other side of the orbit. When you look away from the sun, you should be seeing a completely different set of stars.
There should be a 12-hour difference in the clock, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But they cured this with this thing called the sidereal day, that we don't exactly orbit 24 hours. And the leap year, they fixed with that too. So we don't exactly do like a full rotation. We do almost a full rotation.
So is that
So at the end of 6 months that we lost 180 degrees, right? So you take instead of you just, I don't know how you would put it. It's almost 360 degrees. It's 365 days. You gotta think, how many degrees are in a circle? 360. But we have 365 days in a year.
Well, wouldn't the amount of days, isn't it something fractional to 364 or something?
Well, yeah, there's this thing called the sidereal day. Like the Earth doesn't. Hey, here's the funny thing is, all right, so you got to think of it like this. If I was sitting on the face of the sun, right, and I was looking at the Earth. Now the Earth is orbiting around me, right, and it's rotating. Every time it does one rotation, it moves some distance. But that rotation after 24 hours is like think of it as like almost like a slippage, so that's a little bit short. So that like I'm not facing, like, say I was looking at North America, but the next rotation I'm not, and it's moved along in its orbit, and I'm looking at it. It hasn't done a full rotation. I'm looking at some other part of the Earth, and it just keeps doing this. You got to think of it as like a tire slipping on the ground, right? It doesn't do a full rotation. It does a partial rotation. But here's where it gets kind of weird. This leap year thing, when you start adding in the leap year, you think that like after 4 years, because of this sidereal, like you're losing like a quarter of a day, right? So after 4 years, we add a day. But it's not an accumulation of days as it's supposed to be. It isn't like, okay, year 1 goes by, we lost a quarter of a day. A year, or we gained a quarter of a day, and then a year 2 goes by, we half a day. Year 3, 3/4 of a day, and then year 4, oh, we got a full day, so we got to add a day to the calendar. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
And reality doesn't actually work like that. So, if you take a stick and you stick it in the ground on the equinox, right, and you count sunrises until the sun comes back to where sun rises right at that stick again. Right? So think about this. Sunrise on the equinox. I look at it, see where it is. I take a stick, I stick it in the ground, and line it up with where the sun rose. And then I count sunrises until it rises in that exact same location. Now, for 3 years, I'm going to count 365 days. On the 4th year, there's going to be 366 days.
What?
There's legitimately an extra day.
What?
That's what I was trying to tell you. It's not cumulative. That they try to lead you to believe that it is. That because this sidereal day, right, we're losing time, right, because the orbit doesn't mathematically match up with the rotation, so we're losing time. So you have the clock versus the calendar, right? So we count the hours on the clock and we count the days on the calendar. So they try to say, well, the clock and the calendar don't exactly match up, so we have to add a day to the calendar.
Whoa.
No, they're
So
not actually linked up at all, because if you actually count the sunrises and sunsets, instead of like going by the clock, right, you actually count how many times did the sun rise till it came back up at this stick. 3 times in a row, it could be 365 days, and then the 4th year, it'll be 365 days. 366 days, sorry. 366 days on the 4th year.
So
it's an entire extra day. A sunrise, solar, noon, and sunset.
So that's straight up disinformation, what you described, what they tell us is happening, or make us believe. They lead us to believe.
What they make you believe is that the orbit, it's not like, it does a little less than a full rotation, and that this adds up over time, and that this is why we have to add a day to the calendar.
Wow. I've heard you talk about
you gotta think of it as like 2 gears. Like you got to think of it as like there's 2 gears that are running against each other, and they have a mismatched number of teeth. So that after they do a certain number of rotations, it slips, and then you have to add this extra day. But no, that's not how it goes, man. There actually is an extra day.
Wow. Every 4 years.
Every 4 years, there's an extra day between you count between
Okay.
equinoxes.
Hmm.
That's how you're supposed to do. You count between equinoxes. That's how.
Man, I want to take this down an astrology route, but that's not why we're here. Just to kind of gain some understanding. Like, how could most people not know that? That's insane. Another blow my head off brought to you by Indio.
Yeah,
What
how could
about
people
Well, I
not
mean,
know
I didn't
that?
come up with this. This is
Cleverly
just
lied
other
about it.
people have like.
Right.
Yeah, so other people found it. I didn't find it.
Right, but you're shedding
Some
the
Russian
light.
flat earther found it. He went and he looked at every single, he counted, dude, we're talking about some work. This guy went and he looked at all the calendars going back to like 1888 or something. Serious. And he counted the days, man. He sat there and counted all the days like in a year between like, sunrises and sunsets to verify that this is what's happening.
Holy cow. Wait, what's this dude's name again?
Here, I'll post the video because Antonio Subrat's interviewed him.
Oh. So this is something that was observed and documented.
Yeah, a couple years ago. Yeah.
Oh. So this individual that did these observations or wait, okay, I'll just watch the video and then go
It's
from
fairly
there.
long. It's just him like really describing it, but like you should be able to, like in the first 10 minutes you'll figure out exactly what he's talking about. I guess like the first 10 minutes is him talking about it, and then the rest of it is kind of him going over like the actual evidence. Because you know how globalists are, right? You can say, yeah, this is what happens, and they'll just go, nuh-uh.
Right.
Unless you actually show the evidence, no matter how boring it is, like they'll just say nuh-uh.
Yeah, because they ain't got nothing.
so another coincidence? How about shooting stars never come from up the horizon? Come from up, you know what I mean?
I haven't thought about that in forever, Dave. That was always one of my favorites.
Oh, so Dave, you just remind me one. The magic speed, right? All the craters on the moon are perfect circles.
Yep, that's a good one.
The other magic coincidence, the magic speed. Neil deGrasse Tyson says if they come in at a magic speed. Those words actually came out of his face.
Wow.
There's a magic speed.
Wow.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
Wow.
Which there would have to be because it would be impossible to have a direct impact, seeing as how all those craters we're looking at. We only see that same face, so whatever would have hit for the impact would have had to come through the earth to hit it, or it's got to come from the side and have a magic speed.
Don't be a science denier, Lou. The magic speed is scientific.
I'm
you
working
should know
on it
because
now.
it has the word magic in it.
Do you guys think Neil ever gets handed a script and he's like, I'm not saying that?
I don't know. He was pretty enthusiastic about this one. And the way he was doing his circles around his like temple area as if it was crazy. I'll post it. I'll post the clip. But yeah,
Speaking of
his little...
posting,
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the more batshit crazy it is, the more he wants to say it.
Indio, were you gonna post a video and then we were talking about other stuff?
Yeah, I did. Right there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I'm going to go find that lineage thing.
Oh yeah, please. But yeah,
Second. So
if you want to take over.
If I show you a picture from the Chinese space station that shows a flat Earth, would you be a flat earther?
The Chinese space station.
Yeah, so there's a Chinese space station. It's 23 kilometers lower than the ISS, and it shows a flat Earth. Oh, okay, no problem.
All right, I would like to see that picture too. But not that it proves like too much. Even like if I have a ball and I'm looking directly at an angle.
Oh, that's way convenient, isn't it?
Okay.
Convenient. Now the pictures don't prove anything. See, this is the funny
Let me actually look at
is that when you have a double standard, brother, you have no standard.
Okay, yo,
pictures
Indio,
from.
I have a question.
Here you go. Look in the chat, brother. This is what it shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week of flat Earth.
Indio.
So is yours flat now?
Oh my days. Okay.
I can also post an astronaut that claims he's on the ISS say the Earth is flat and beautiful. So do you want to post that too? The quote. Set it on ABC News.
Put it in if you want to. I'll find NASA images of Earth, and then we can see if it's flat or not.
Okay, guys.
There's a mathematician. Can you tell him about the planetarium director?
Albert, I have a question. If you guys believe the Earth is flat, why is there time zones between the?
No, we don't believe.
Yeah, I asked that earlier, and then they took it back to the curvature and the math, but they never answered why there were seasons and why we have night and day.
Yeah.
Why can I not
put pictures? If you believe it or if you know it, why is it that there's time zones when the Earth is flat? If the Earth was flat, why doesn't everyone not have like the same time zones and stuff like that?
Because
I asked that. I didn't get an answer.
Your
Are you gonna let me answer?
Go ahead.
Are you gonna let me answer? I'll answer. Time zones are man-made. They're political constructs. For instance, China has one time zone. Okay, so check this out. There's 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south. Why is that?
Can we talk about something more? If that
no,
fair enough. I can go
we're not gish galloping.
No, I believe you. I believe you. Listen,
we're not gish galloping.
You know what?
This is called
No. You're right. You're right. Listen, you're absolutely right. Time zones are.
You're muted. Shut up. Okay.
Okay.
You're not the one who asked. This guy is. So answer why there's this variation of time zones.
Why there is? Because the Earth is.
Yeah, there's 19 in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south.
I cannot give you the scientific reasons. The reason.
The scientific reason?
Yeah. Whatever it is.
Oh, this would be funny.
Man. Yeah, it would be funny because you said time zones are man-made, bro. Okay?
They are.
So if you have never left America, let me explain for you, okay? Because
there's one time zone in China.
The Earth is circle. Let me explain. The Earth spins.
He's confusing time zones with day and night.
Jamesy, just let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
No.
The Earth spins.
I'm not confusing time zones, okay?
So 32. So there's 32 hours in a day, because there's 32 in the south.
32 hours in a day. There's when?
There's 32 hours in a day. Okay, you're muted, dude. You're just trolling. Fucking dude said 32 hours in a day. Okay, Sapphire, go ahead.
I think he just repeated what you.
Thank you so much. Okay. You know what? Time zones, man-made. Fair enough. I don't really care about that. Tell me about seasons.
How you just say? Hold on. You just say.
No, it's so funny that they ask a question and then answer their own question. I'm going to answer it, right? Ask a question, I'll answer it. If you answer it yourself, dude, I'm going to mute you, dude.
How did I answer? I don't know how I answered myself, but I said.
Because after you asked me the question, what are seasons, right? You kept talking.
No, I said I also elaborate. I said, how do we have summer one place and then Australia they have winter? For example.
Because day length varies depending on the position of the sun. Okay, so when the sun is in the sky longer, when the sun is in the sky longer, it's summer. When it's in the sky shorter, it's winter. Pretty simple. So there's something called. Let me explain to you because I don't think you even know your own paradigm. So there's meteorological and astronomical seasons. They're two different things. So the astronomical seasons are like. June 22nd and December 22nd and the equinoxes, right? So those are the astronomical seasons. Depends on where the sun is against the background stars. But there's meteorological seasons. That's what you're talking about. The hot, cold, right? The hot, cold stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So those meteorological seasons weekly correlate with the astronomical seasons. For instance, in San Francisco, It's hotter in the winter than the summer. And the reason is because
I don't
flows of
think you
water
answered
that come
what my
into San
question was.
Francisco. Because you have an idea of seasons and the way they work, and I'm trying to tell you how they actually work.
Okay.
Next.
Before
Here we go. Just out to something else. Here we go. Was it
when we
eclipses?
have,
Is it
I don't
the
know
edge? Is it fucking? Is it fucking?
No. It's the same. It's the same. I'm just elaborating on like what I wanted you to answer.
Okay.
I said I made the example Australia.
I'm answering factually.
I made this Australia. They have winter. In Europe, they have summer. Like the factual with the meteor. What do you call it? It doesn't matter.
That's a good example. That's a good example. So in Tasmania, which is south of Australia, it snows in their winter, or in the summer rather. Yeah, it snows in Tasmania in their summer. Tasmania is the same, is the equivalent latitude as Detroit, Michigan. It's never snowed in the summer there, ever. So it's like 42
and what
north
does that
and 42
conclude?
south.
What do you say?
You don't even understand your own model. Okay, so
no, I do understand. I'm just you're talking about one single place.
The temperature, the variation in temperature is only weakly correlated to the astronomical position of the sun. There's other factors like terrain, geography, upper level airflows, water currents, all these other things, which also affect the variation of temperature.
Okay, so oh my days! I'm trying to word it so that you can't twist my words because I feel like you keep twisting my words.
Do you know what weakly correlated means?
Oh my days! See, okay, I don't get. Why are you debating like that?
Do you know what weakly
correlated means? Why are you trying to undermine like what I'm saying?
I'm asking you a question. How do I undermine you by asking a question? Do you know what weakly correlated means?
I feel like you are. You have a condescending.
Okay, one more time I'm going to ask you. Do you know what weakly correlated means?
No, I don't know what it means, but I also don't think it's relevant to what I was asking you.
It is because what you think of the seasons you're confusing the astronomical and meteorological seasons and supposing they're the same thing. They're not the same thing.
No, it doesn't matter for me. That wasn't the question. That's what I was saying.
At the peak of summer, during the longest day of the year, is that the hottest day of the year?
It doesn't matter.
Oh my! You don't understand.
It wasn't what I was asking.
You're a stud, bro.
Oh my days!
It is. You're asking about the season. So I told you.
Do you say wait? Are you saying the sun stays in one position at all the time? I'm saying how can we in one place?
No, the sun moves. Listen, I told you.
While in the other place have winter.
What causes summer?
Okay, you're saying the sun moves around the flat Earth.
Yes, moves above the surface of the Earth. That's what we see.
Okay. You know what? This makes so much sense because if you think the sun moves around the Earth, see, that's when we have a fundamentally problem. That's why we're never gonna agree on this.
Okay.
Because you say the sun is moving around. So it makes sense in your flat Earth now.
Why do I say the sun moves? Why do you think I say that?
Oh my days! Because the Earth is flat, apparently. So
no, because I see the because I see the sun move.
It's us that are moving. It's not the sun.
Okay? How do you know that?
We are moving. That's why we have.
How do you know that? And I'm going to ask you again. How do you know that?
How do you know that?
I can see the sun move. That's how I know the sun's moving. How do you know that the Earth is moving and the sun is still? How do you know that?
Oh my day. How do you know gravity exists?
Oh God, dude.
Because we aren't dead. That's why.
Answer the question. If you're going to be a dishonest if you're going to be dishonest, I'll just, dude, I don't have to listen to you. I can just mute you. So answer the question. How do you know the Earth is moving?
You keep saying you can just
Last time, how do you know the Earth is moving? Stop talking.
Because we know as human beings the Earth are moving.
How?
We know as human beings the Earth are moving.
How?
Because of calculations, because of math, but you don't believe in math.
Calculations of
what? That's the problem.
Calculations of what?
Oh my! That the Earth moves around. The Earth's gravity.
The Earth's gravity moves around.
That's why. Gravity makes us all hold still. Gravity makes the water go back and forth. What do you mean?
Dude, this is getting worse and worse.
Can you, by the way, can you unmute Cooper first?
You hit rock bottom and you started digging, brother.
Yeah?
Well, hold on, Sapphire. Before we unmute Koi first.
Hold on, before we unmute him, I just have to point out. You said, we know. Then when asked, you gave no sufficient explanation, so you don't actually know.
I cannot put pictures in the chat. I tried to do it earlier.
Pictures.
But the thing is, I think even if
They'd
I
have
put
to measure the motion of Sapphire. They'd have to measure the motion.
I was answering Indy, with all due respect. He asked me a question. I was just answering his question.
Okay, and you said
if
pictures.
Yeah.
You got a picture of the Earth spinning.
No, I had a picture of like the Earth from above to show that it looked round as well, because you said it looked, square.
How do you know? Listen, how do you know that's a picture of the Earth?
What do you mean? Because it's taken from the same. You took one from.
How do you know any of that? I'm asking you how you know any of that.
How do you know the picture you sent in was real?
I never claimed it was real.
Okay, so you don't even know that you're claiming it's real. Like you can't even back it up.
No,
you just
listen. You missed the point of the exercise. The point of the exercise was that pictures don't prove anything. Because if I show you a picture of a flat Earth, you'll reject
what can
it.
Prove? No. Okay, no. You made a really good point. What can prove?
Measurements.
Yeah, math. Measurements of math, and we said everything.
Not measurements of math. Measurements of objects with devices.
Okay, I can ask you something. Okay, you said, how can I know that like the Earth is moving? Because you can see with your own eyes, you know.
You can. Okay, from where?
How does a blind person know that they're moving in a car? They can't feel it.
From where?
But then it's still moving.
From where do I go to see the Earth
what did you ask
moving?
From where?
Okay, I'm going to ask you again. You have a real problem answering questions. From where can I see the Earth moving?
No, from where?
So you just interrupt me again for like the 15th fucking time, bro. You're going to stop. I'm going to stop you because when you interrupt me, you're muting me. And I'm not going to be muted. I'm going to mute you. Okay? So I'm going to ask you. You said we can see the Earth moving. From where? Where do I go to see this?
Endo, you're having an ego.
No. You earlier said we can't see the Earth move, but you said you can see the sun move with your eyes. That was like your argument. You said I can see the sun move. You cannot see it.
Yeah, that's the evidence.
I said, how does a blind person know that they're moving in a car? They can't see it.
Well, they have a vestibular system in their ears.
It's still moving.
They have a vestibular system in their ears.
Oh my days! They're saying they're moving. A blind deaf person. How do they know they're moving? They are still moving.
Okay, the hearing is not the vestibular system.
The thing.
You can be deaf,
I know
but you still have balance, bro. In your ears,
you still have balance.
Gyroscope called the vestibular system. There's a fluid, and when it moves around, it moves it. Listen to him fucking flap, dude. You're muted, dude.
I know what it
is. Listen. You need to get control of yourself. Get control of yourself. Go find the evidence that the Earth is moving, and then come back after you get control of your mic and your emotions. Okay, moving on. Okay, Wham song.
You unmuted me.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back to the seasons and the time zones thingy. Okay.
So
the season thingy. How is it that there's like how Safi asked the question? How is it like there's 4 seasons? Yeah, Australia. There's winter right now. There's summer for us here in Europe and stuff like that. How is it like that for them? And the Earth is flat.
Okay. What does it mean to be winter? When you say it's winter, what does that mean?
Yeah, the sun is far away from us. Isn't it?
Okay, that's not the cause of seasons in your own paradigm. In your own paradigm, the cause of seasons is a 23.3 degree tilt of the Earth, not distance to the sun. So you might want to go check back and go read up on your own religious belief, and then come back when you know it. Okay.
Hey, we might have to put out an event, bro.
What's the cause of seasons? Okay, teach me.
I told you the 23 degree tilt of the Earth is the claimed cause of seasons.
Yeah.
Hey, let me put up an event banner. Teach you the globe.
Fuck, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's worth 0.0000001 Bitcoin. Okay. I don't know if you're listening when I was talking to the kid, right? I told you that there's two types of seasons: astronomical, which is the position of the sun and day length, and the meteorological seasons, what everybody, the laymen think is the seasons, right? Gets hot, gets cold, all that stuff. But that is not uniform throughout the earth. In some places, it's reversed. Okay? Because the local geography, topography, and flows of air and flows of water and different factors somehow invert what you would think would be the seasons. Okay? The astronomical seasons never change. Okay? It's the longest day of the year in the summer in the north, and it's the longest day of the year in the winter in the south, and it's supposed to be, half and half on the equinox, even though it actually isn't. So that's astronomical seasons. They're weakly correlated, so there's like a time delay, right? And sometimes there's an inversion with the meteorological seasons. So how do seasons happen on a flat Earth? Well, what causes the seasons, period? And how could anyone ever know that? All we know is that the sun is in the sky for more or less periods of time. And when it's in the sky for a longer period of time, then it gets to be summer. When it's in a shorter period of time and lower on the horizon, then it's winter. If you want to know the actual cause and effect. You reading your DMs, One Song? Is it Professor Phil? Or is it who's the other one?
Oh yeah.
Who's the crazy dude from the other server?
John Hawkins.
Oh, Cooper, I'll unmute you. I should have unmuted you before Warburg. Sorry about that. I only muted you because it was getting to be a shit show when we record this, and we don't want like 5 people talking at once.
That's okay. Okay. Am I talking to you, or like it's just you that I'm talking to?
I mean, whoever. Anybody
I want to talk to you. Talk to you.
Someone only. Special?
Okay. No, I want to talk. Yeah. Is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So, are you a flat earther or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm the last boss. I'm the final boss, bro.
You're the final boss. Amazing. Okay, cool. So there needs to be like a fundamental understanding first, yeah? We need to have some sort of groundwork before we start talking about stuff, yeah?
Okay.
So I asked this guy earlier before. Okay, I'm off. Let's just ask this, yeah? If you're in a car or whatever, you carry on going down, just down, straight, yeah?
Mm-hmm. A slope? Going down a hill?
No, just down. No, like you're going straight. You're just going north. You're just going north, and that's you're not moving. You're just going north. Yeah.
Okay.
If you reach in the exact same position, okay, that you did, like let's say I don't know, like 5 days ago, 5 days straight, you're driving, like theoretically, and you reach the same spot, would you still be a flat earther or not?
Obviously not. I mean, no one's ever done that, now have they?
Okay, cool. That's good. How long?
That's only because you specified north. If you specified east or west, it would have been different.
Listen, to do a proper circumnavigation to prove the globe, you have to do a north-south circumnavigation on a single meridian.
No, I mean
I can just answer your question. North-south circumnavigation on a single meridian. Okay, that's the only way to do it.
What? Okay.
To prove the globe.
You wouldn't even prove it because it could be wrapped around.
I'm not trying to prove the globe with that. Okay. How long is the Earth? Did you know, or you don't know?
No, indeterminate.
You don't know.
Maybe even indeterminable.
Okay.
We don't think the Earth is a disc in space, brother. If that's what you think,
you think it's infinite? You think it's infinite?
No.
Okay, so okay, is it infinite or not?
When you think of the universe, right? Do you think is it infinite?
No, the universe is not infinite. And let me ask you: is the Earth infinite?
So neither is the flat Earth. And what's outside the universe? Any idea?
I don't know.
Does that question have any meaning?
I think it's irrelevant to what I'm asking you.
No, it's the same thing because the flat Earth is not inside of a universe. The flat Earth
What?
is the universe, and everything is within it, right? So this is called an embedding space versus something that's embedded in an embedding space. The Earth is not embedded in an embedding space. It is the embedding space, right?
Okay.
So if you have a piece of paper and you have a circle in it, right? The paper is the embedding space. The circle is the embedded object. The Earth is the paper. It's not the circle.
Okay, but bro, all I asked you is the Earth in terms of distance infinite or not? I don't know why you're talking about this.
Nothing is infinite. I covered that. Nothing is infinite.
Nothing is infinite. Okay, cool. So if it's not infinite,
infinity is a concept that means that there's a number I can keep counting after. So in this reference, right, in this context, it means if I can always add some other distance, right? I can always go a little bit further if the Earth was infinite. Okay,
I agree.
That's what an infinite Earth would be. That idea is idiotic.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, cool. I was speaking to the other guy. He said it could be, but okay.
I mean, it could be, but I don't believe in infinities. I just think they're trash.
That's not what he said.
Look, brother.
That's not what he said.
Okay, well, whatever. It doesn't. We don't all think the same thing. I don't happen to believe infinities are real. I think you can talk about them. They're a nice concept, but you can't do them. You can just blab about them. It's like thinking about unicorns. It's like thinking about unicorns.
We're on the same page. I agree with you.
I think infinity is Allah.
bro.
I don't think Allah is a numeric value that you can always count beyond.
Okay, if you go to the edge now, yeah. So let's say if it's not infinite, the edge.
None of us think there's an edge.
Okay, so how can it?
No, the flat Earth. You don't believe. Okay, this is a known paradox that goes back to Zeno.
Okay.
Is the universe or reality or any object bounded or unbounded? Can you prove it one way or another with logic, reason, mathematics, geometry? No, you can't. Can't be proven. Because you don't prove this using this hypothetical. If you go halfway to the boundary, and then another half, and then another half, and another half, you'll never reach it. This means that logically, movement is impossible. Okay? So you're asking me, we're talking about the entirety of existence. The Earth is the entirety of existence. There's nothing outside of it. There is no outside the entirety of existence. It's the entirety.
So the Earth is the entirety, the entirety of existence, yeah?
Yes.
But isn't the sun outside of this existence of the Earth?
Well, it's above the Earth, but it's not like outside it. Like the sun in the Earth isn't in a big void.
What?
The sun is inside.
The outer space. No, don't interrupt.
Sorry, I'm talking to India.
Troll, dude.
Relax.
No, Manufactorium's a fucking troll.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so outer space vacuum, as described, is impossible. Okay, so the Earth can't be in an outer space vacuum because we're breathing right now. And you can't, and since we're breathing, that necessitates gas pressure. And gas pressure necessitates a container. Right? It can't be in a void.
Okay, I'm trying to explain it to you in your language in terms of flat Earth.
My language.
No, what I mean by that,
dude, I'm speaking the language of physics, namely the second law of thermodynamics.
No. When I say language, what I'm saying is obviously the reason why we can breathe is because of the atmosphere. That's obvious, yeah, from my view.
Okay, what holds the atmosphere away from the vacuum of space?
I mean that's irrelevant. What's that got to do with your point?
Because okay, so pressurized gas goes to the low pressure area, right? So if you have a pressurized tire, you punch a hole in it, the gas all escapes until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium with the air around it. Now, why isn't your atmosphere reaching thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum?
Okay, listen, let's go back to the main point.
Okay, repeat to me what I just said to you. Okay, because if you don't listen to me, I'll just mute you. What did I just say to you?
You just explained to me how the atmosphere is like contained, and you use an example of a tire.
That's not what I said.
Okay,
not what I said at all.
Go ahead, explain it.
What I said was, if you have gas pressure goes from high to low. Correct? Is that incorrect? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So the vacuum of space is low pressure, right?
Zero pressure, but yeah.
Okay, nearly zero pressure, right? So
yeah,
the air is 15 psi at sea level, right?
I don't know, but I'm assuming you're correct. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so why doesn't the 15 psi air pressure go up into the zero air pressure?
I don't know.
Okay, well, because the only way you can have air pressure is with a container, because the pressure is defined by the force exerted on the walls of a container.
Okay.
Okay, so outer space vacuum, as you've been told, can't exist. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. That shit that you've seen with spaceships and all, just like Star Wars, it's all Star Wars. It's all TV show.
Okay.
No one's going to space in rockets. None of that shit is actually happening. It's a TV show.
Okay.
I know it's hard to believe, but whatever.
No.
Look, you have a choice, okay? Just let me say one more thing. You have a choice. Believe that the second law of thermodynamics can't be violated, or the television is telling the truth. That's your choice.
Okay. Where is the sun exactly? Is it like outside?
I don't know. It's indeterminable. It's indeterminable because it can't be triangulated because there's no parallax to the sun, no matter how far apart you are on Earth.
Wait,
parallax means there'd be an angular shift. If there's two people viewing it from two different viewpoints, they would see it what's called an angular shift. Okay, just like when you alternate, hold your thumb out, extend your arm, stick up your thumb, and alternate opening your eyes, you'll see your thumb shift back and forth. If you know the distance between your eyes, you can calculate based upon the angle, but based upon how much it shifts, how far your thumb is away from your eyeballs. Okay. Now you could get the distance of the sun with this method, except for when we actually do this in real life, there is no angular shift, meaning it's either nearly infinitely far away, or there's different physics in the celestial spaces.
Okay, so the answer to the question is
because I should say this: no objects that in the sky exhibit any of the properties of what you would view in a terrestrial setting, right? So they don't show parallax. You can't get the distance. You can't get the size. You can't get any of this stuff from looking at it. You have to come up with theories and hypotheses and suppositions and assumptions to even begin to even address those things.
Okay, but you still haven't answered the question. I haven't got an answer.
What was the question? Where's the sun? I don't know. It doesn't. It's impossible. Nobody knows. It's not just me. It's nobody. You don't know. The people that claim they know don't know. They just they assumed something, right? So if they say we know the distance of the sun is 93 miles away because we watched Venus transit the sun and it took 2 minutes. Well, how far away is Venus? Well, we don't know. We'll just assume it's the size of Earth.
Okay.
This is exactly what was done. So the entire cosmic distance ladder is based upon assumption. Okay.
Fine. Okay.
The first assumption is that. But stop talking. So the first assumption is that Venus is the same size as Earth. Christian Huygens in the 16th century basically used numerology to get this. This is where this came. The distance of the sun comes from. Ain't that kind of strange? It's not me that says it, right? You can go on a website by a guy named Phil Platt. He's a NASA astronomer. He tells the history of the distance of the sun. This was the beginning of the quote-unquote distance measurements of the sun, was numerology. You think these things are figured out by science. There's a lot of not science in this shit.
Okay, that's fine, but again, bro, like as I told you, you're doing a lot of derailing. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, a lot of the stuff that you're saying, I haven't looked into with regards to like the size or like the distance of Venus. That's irrelevant. I'm not asking that. But if you want to talk about
Venus, because that's where they got the distance of the sun from.
It's my turn, right? So just one second.
Yeah, but you said it's irrelevant, but that's not true because that's where they got the distance of the sun from. I said nobody knows. You said somebody knows, and I said okay. This is how they calculated the distance of the sun using Venus.
No, forget about the distance, bro. What I'm telling
okay,
you.
now we don't care anymore. Okay.
No, I never
Say we
asked
won't
that.
know.
I never asked that though.
The distance to the sun, you said, where is it?
Yeah, not the distance. When I say where is it, I mean
How would I tell you where it is if I didn't know its distance?
No, you're saying the Earth has its own it has its own existence. Yeah. So in terms of this existence that you're talking about, I want to know where the sun is. You're saying you don't know. That's fine. No problem. So is it
Go
the same with
outside when it's
Venus?
daytime tomorrow and see where the sun is. That's where it is.
Okay. Is it the same with Venus? Is it the same with the other planets that you're saying?
No,
in the sky?
we can see all these celestial objects. That's where they are. If you want to know how
No.
far away they are from you, it's indeterminable because there's no parallax.
No.
You can make up a bunch of theories and hypotheses about why that is and come up with some ideas and some, like I said, if you had some assumptions, there's no starting point. You do understand this, that you can't look at something and know how far away it is, right? Or how big it is, right? By just looking at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I assume so. Yeah.
It's called the size distance problem. You can't know the distance without knowing the size, and you can't know the size without knowing the distance. Right? So since this has always been the problem with looking in the sky, they can't solve that, right? So, but if they come up with an assumption and guess the distance to one of the objects, from that, they can derive all the other ones.
Okay.
By calculation.
Okay, look, okay. When I say where it is exactly, I don't mean a distance. I mean if it is in this existence of the Earth or if it's outside. Because you're saying that there's no vacuum or anything like that. It's all BS. So I'm saying, is it within the existence of the Earth or?
I don't know.
Or yeah, you're saying you don't know. Fine, we end it there.
Nobody knows.
But my point.
And I'm telling you, nobody knows. Anyone that says they know, they're lying.
Okay, that's not my question. I don't care. I want to know. I said I want to talk to you. That's fine. Now, when you're talking to Sapphire, you said that the sun is moving around the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Yeah. Because we see it.
Okay, but how can you tell the difference between the Earth moving around the sun, or the Earth being still and the sun moving around the Earth, or both of them moving around each other? How can you tell?
Okay, because you can try to measure the Earth's motion against absolute space, and there isn't any, namely the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Bro, I asked a question. You said a whole lot.
I just answered you. I answered it. How can we tell? We do an experiment to detect the motion of the Earth through space. It's called the Michelson-Morley experiment.
But there's no space.
The whole reason general relativity exists is because the Michelson-Morley experiment failed to detect the motion of the Earth.
Okay,
and Einstein said there's no optical experiment that can detect the motion of the Earth.
Number one, the whole of Einstein's theory is based on assuming that there is a vacuum. So I don't know why you're using that theory. Number two,
it isn't. You don't know anything about Einstein's theory. Don't even try it.
Bro, you're talking about...
You don't know anything.
You're talking about... Like what?
You don't know anything about the theory of general relativity, dude. Nothing.
Okay, no, that's not the point. The point is that Einstein's theory is
your budget above your weight class, man.
It does not assume a vacuum, dude. A vacuum has nothing to do with it. Einstein's theory is a purely geometric about space-time, about the geometry of space. It has nothing to do with vacuum, not a vacuum, or anything like that.
Okay,
it is a mathematical formalism.
Okay, is space a vacuum? I want to know.
According to you, it is.
No. I'm asking you, is space a vacuum, yes or no?
What do you mean by space? Metrical space or outer space?
Okay, listen, okay. The reason why I said
there is no outer... Bro, there is no outer space. What don't you understand? There's no outer space. You're not taking a fucking rocket to outer space.
Okay,
You're not landing on the moon. There's no land in the sky to land on.
Hey, calm down.
No, you're not listening, dude, and you're asking the same question you've already asked 4 times. There's no outer space, brother.
No, I'm not. I asked you, how do you know if the sun is moving around the Earth or vice versa?
The Michelson-Morley experiment.
Yes, I know. I'm going through what you just said. I'm going through it again. Okay, relax. I'm going through it.
What was the result of the Michelson? What was the Michelson-Morley experiment? What were they doing? What did they measure? What did they? They failed to detect the motion of the Earth. That was the point of the experiment.
I think you guys are being maybe
Do you not understand that? You said, how do I know the Earth is not moving? I just told you, the Michelson-Morley experiment. We see the sun move. We go, okay, maybe the Earth's moving instead. So we do an experiment to measure it. Oh, shit, it's not moving. That's how we know it's not moving. Because we did the experiment.
You run me through the experiment and how they came to that conclusion, tell me.
Okay, they had two beams, north-south beams, right? So they interfered them, and if the Earth was moving, they would measure a phase shift, because one optical path would be longer than the other if the Earth was in motion, right? The north-south one is going perpendicular to the motion, and the east-west one is going with the motion. Okay? So it'll have a shorter optical path. Okay? Because the light doesn't have to travel as far, right? Because while the Earth is moving, the light is traveling, and they're all traveling together. Okay? So the north-south isn't doing that because the motion is lateral. So they interfere them, right? They interfere the phases and expected an interference pattern, a fringe shift. They did not observe a fringe shift. So what they say, Einstein had to say, well, the apparatus shrunk in the direction of the motion. The space-time compressed the device, squished it.
Okay, but you don't believe in space, though.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, my goodness.
I said space-time, dude. That's one word.
So space-time has nothing to do with space.
Space-time is a one word. It's a four-dimensional space-time in a pseudo-Riemannian geometry.
Okay.
Okay, you don't know what any of that is. It doesn't matter whether you know what it is or not, okay? The fact is, no one has ever measured the motion of the Earth. But we see the sun move. What should we do then? Should we keep believing that the Earth is in motion even though we see the sun move and all experiments fail to show the motion of the Earth? What should we do? You tell us. Do you keep believing the Earth's in motion? I don't care.
Okay, well, I mean, do you believe there are other planets? You do, right?
We see them, yeah.
Okay.
Whether they're terra firma, that's another question. Whether there's land in the sky you can shoot a rocket to and do backflips on, like, I don't know.
Okay, no problem. So, and we know that there are like these objects or like satellites that
we know
orbit around.
How do we know this? How do we know this?
Oh, you can see them, right?
We can.
You can or you can't?
I'm asking you. You're the one who thinks you can.
Yeah, you can see with a telescope. You can see Jupiter.
Oh, really?
With a telescope, of course you
really?
can. Yeah, you can.
You can see a full orbit of the moons of Jupiter.
No. You could see objects orbiting Jupiter.
Objects? You mean lights?
No, lights. Satellites mean moons. Moons.
Oh, it's satellites. I thought you meant like artificial satellites.
No. Moons.
So how do you know they're orbiting? How do you know they're orbiting Jupiter when all you see is them go across the face of Jupiter?
Because let's say, for example, day by day, if you see the position of the let's call it a moon, for example.
What about the other side? What about the other side? How come we never see them on the other side?
Because, I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if I'm standing in front of you and there is Annabella standing behind you and I don't see her,
like right before it goes behind Jupiter, right? We never see it there. Like when it's about to go behind Jupiter, we never see it. We only see it go across, left to right. But we don't see it turn around and spin in the other direction and go behind Jupiter and disappear and then come out the other side. We don't see that.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Like per day, like per night, for example, wherever when we see it, like during the time of the day, let's say 12 p.m. for example, every single day, we see Jupiter and its moon. If we see the moon, no. That's why I'm saying if we see the moon, if we see that position of the moon move per day, like moving. So say again.
And
yeah, so does that not mean that the moon is going around Jupiter?
No.
Why?
Because we don't see the moon going around Jupiter.
You're seeing the moon go around it.
You're seeing the moon transit Jupiter from left to right.
So this isn't even a moon.
You don't see it go back in the other direction.
Okay, so your point is it's going left and right, it's not going behind? What's your point? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Are you
that
saying
we
it's
don't
not?
observe in orbit. That's my point.
Okay, so to observe.
Do you
Okay,
know
how do
that
you
no human being has ever observed a full orbit of anything ever? Do you know that?
In what way?
Yeah,
What
because
do
it
you
takes a long time. It takes a long time. That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, but science is empirical, and you don't get to just make
Yeah.
shit up. Yeah,
They
and it's
don't make
based
shit up
upon
though.
empirical.
If they observed,
So
if
if
they're
it's not
observing the moon.
observed, you're
Wait,
making shit up.
Can I finish my? No, I'm not making shit up.
No.
If they're observed, yes, they observe Europa. They observe the other planets of Jupiter and Saturn, and they watch the moons go around those planets. They may not watch it the
that's a
entire
lie.
time. No, yes, it's not a lie
Yeah,
because
it
they're
is.
not watching.
Okay,
Can you let me
post a
finish?
video
You're not
right
allowing me
now.
to finish. And I'm not posting a video. There's a.
Okay, then you're muted. You're not gonna come in here and steamroll us, motherfucker. Think again, wench. Oh, is that your girlfriend?
No, that's why she got muted last time.
Oh, the same thing? So she's a repeat offender.
No, she's not. She's not.
No,
Listen,
brother, that's an excellent pun. She's a repeat offender. She just keeps saying the same thing incessantly.
no, no, she's not. It's just when you guys say you want a respectful conversation, and then if she's talking and then you cut her off, she's gonna carry on talking.
Shut the fuck up. Okay, I'm warning you.
No.
She came in here and she interrupted our conversation, and you're talking about respectful conversation.
Yeah,
you kidding me?
Shut
He's consensually for Miley Cyrus. She came in like a wrecking ball.
No, you're a fat bastard, bro. Like,
Bye.
you just sitting there down the mic.
Bye.
You shut the fuck up, man. Like, you talk about respectfulness. You're not respectful at all, bro. Like, you don't let people talk, and you derail so much.
Bye.
I get it.
No, like, you're an idiot, bro.
No, bye.
Don't preach respectfulness and then not do the same thing.
Bye.
I think you might have accidentally banned the wrong guy.
No, I banned the right person. I banned the girl.
Well, Mark got it too.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't ban percentage.
Oh shit.
Mayday.
No. Fucking white knight simp. Anyway, moving on to the next white knight simp. Hey, Sapphire.
Hi again.
Hey, Sapphire. How's it going?
What the heck?
Was that your girlfriend that came in here? She's awfully mad. You better give her a kiss.
Who's my girlfriend? Anyways, you talked a lot about Michelson's thingy and the experiment. Okay, let me search it up. And the first thing I found out, you search up this Michelson's thingy, and in correlation to Earth's motion, is what I wrote in the chat right there. So I think maybe we should look it up.
I don't need to look it up. I can look up what Michelson. What Michelson wrote himself is that they should have to conclude that the Earth is not in motion. He wrote that himself.
Yeah, and when did he write that?
The experimenter.
No, yeah, I know. But like, what year did he write that?
Who cares?
No, I'm saying he wrote it in the 19th century. And do you think that we have?
Who
No,
cares?
I'm gonna think.
Okay, so you're not going to believe in gravity because fucking Newton was in the 1600s, or the Archimedes principle because fucking Archimedes was in 300 BC? Stop it, dude. Make real arguments.
Show the subsequent experiment that makes Michelson wrong.
I'm saying
it was a long time ago, so it's wrong.
I'm trying to say it, but if you keep cutting me off, there's no reason. But I said there's no matter that he wrote in 1900. I'm saying that he was smart. Gravity, the truth was found way before the math has proven it, and it's still the same it is right now. I'm saying with this guy here, he has to keep on. His theory, his experiment was real, and you make it the same, you should get the same result. But it has been found that the result he got does not mean that the Earth is not in motion.
Brother, you need to fix your internet. You've been roboting the entire time.
Compared to the light of speed. Okay, compared to the light of speed, he said then. But this is not just the light of speed.
It's getting better
in general, and literally says right there.
Dude. You need it better than a future.
Yo, your dummy internet is failing.
The only thing I wanted.
You're roboting because you're about me internet.
That might explain why he just keeps yapping while you're talking and he talks over. I think maybe that might be the reason if I'm generous. Should I give another chance? I'll give you another chance if you can freaking control your emotions. If you can't, I'll just mute you again. You can control your emotions. Harry, whatever your name is.
Oh, you're speaking to me. Oh fuck, I'm
Yeah,
back again. Wait, who? No, I'm not emotional. You just keep interrupting me and you don't let people speak. So like, I don't know what else to tell you, bro. If I can't finish my point and you have to keep speaking over me, like I don't know how we're gonna get anywhere in a conversation. So what do you want to talk about?
I just counted 11 sentences.
Because I speak a lot. I speak fast though, so get over it. You'll be fine.
I thought you couldn't. I thought you weren't being allowed to speak though.
You just fucking unmuted me. You're not talking.
I just thought you weren't allowed to speak.
Mute me again. Mute me again, bitch. Do whatever you want.
I've said now
you want to have a conversation or not?
And you said 15.
Who cares? What does that matter? Why?
Because you're claiming that you're
have a conversation or not?
You're claiming that you're being fucking muted and you're not being allowed to speak when you're speaking more than everybody else.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I am serious right now. Your bullshit ain't gonna fly in here. Go to one of the other fucking VCs that don't know better. Okay?
She's so mad right now.
Nobody lets me speak while they're fucking saying 20 to 1 word count. Shut the fuck up.
I bet she's so mad right now.
Well,
to be honest,
all she did earlier was just chant like the status quo. Like, we know it's a globe, we know it's a globe, we know it's curved, we know it's curved, we know the distance to the sun, we know the distance to the sun. It's like if you wanted to know her opinion, just Google any mainstream opinion and you'd have it.
And I told her to calm down. I can't see what the issue is.
Well, she wasn't. She came in freaking hot, dude. She interrupted a conversation that I was having, and that caused that simp to fucking spiral out of here because he has to white knight for some freaking wench.
Hey, Indio, you remember that scene in the Zohan where they're negotiating with the bad guy to get, and they're like, could we get that one pee-pee touch? And he's like, oh, maybe I let one of my wives give you the one pee-pee touch. That's what these guys are like.
Okay. So, Sapphire, we're going to try this again. Hopefully your internet's better. Okay. Act 3. Take 1.
Yup. Is it bad?
Okay.
Or is it okay?
Okay.
Is it all right?
So Einstein
is my internet
said,
okay? I'm asking you guys.
Yeah, so Einstein said it in a conference in Kyoto, Japan in 1947 that there's no optical experiment that can detect the motion of the Earth. Okay? That's how I know the Earth is not moving, because there's no experiment that can detect the Earth moving. And the burden of proof isn't on us. We see the sun move. That's the default position. If someone say the sun's actually not doing that and that is some sort of optical illusion, they need the evidence to prove it, namely measurements that the Earth is moving or something from outside the Earth showing it moving. That doesn't exist.
You're saying satellite images and satellite videos of the Earth rotating and moving is not proof?
No, they do not exist.
But it's okay. Indio.
Yeah.
I only wanted to say, like, before my internet cut out and stuff. Before my internet cut out and stuff, it was just you kept mentioning the Michelson-Morris experiment as being. Yes, you kept saying Morris guy. You know, he is the real shit. He proved it. boom, that's the done deal. And I just put it in chat that he did not with one Google search. I just want to say, guys, get a freaking life, okay?
Bro.
Run away.
You're just parroting something you don't understand. Okay? There was another guy that repeated Michelson. His name was Dayton. He did the same experiment 100,000 trials. 100,000 times. Okay? You're not, like, you don't know what you're talking about, Sapphire.
What's the name of that guy?
He bounced anyway.
What's the name of the experiment that they did 100,000?
Dayton? I can't remember. Dayton Miller, I think.
Dayton Miller, we have a winner.
I'm not senile yet. Hooray!
I like how the one guy said, "Oh, I know about relativity," and then you're like, "Space time," and he's like, "What the heck? That's weird. I never heard of that."
Oh my God.
And you called him out. He's like, "You don't know a single thing about general relativity."
No, he don't, man. Bro, like, I would never say that usually, but him, he don't know nothing, dude. He hasn't even watched a documentary on general relativity. He knows there's some Einstein and there's a word out there and that's called general relativity. That's the extent of his knowledge right there. There's a guy, there's a word, that's it.
He thought space-time was time that existed in space. He said space-time. He's like, but you don't believe in space.
Is that relativity speaking?
For measurement of Earth curvature, Sapphire comes back with formula. The most basic formula for Earth's curvature is h equals d squared divided by 2 times r. No, Claude, it's a formula.
T-dub. T-dub. Paging T-dub.
Yo.
T-dub to the service desk. T-dub.
Yeah.
We have a lost child. Oh, yeah. So earlier what were you talking about? Were you saying Perplexity was complaining about the beam divergence?
Yeah.
What was it saying? It overlaps or something?
So I think the confusion was with the predictions, not the postdictions that you mentioned.
Oh.
So apparently their predictions were lesser than the results they got, like the divergence or the. I don't know if it's talking about.
I don't remember in the original paper any predictions.
Right.
So I'll post the original one. They didn't even do anything like that. They just did the experiment. They never even talked about what they thought it would do.
Right.
So let me see. They don't go over any modeling as far as the beam path. I mean, they do. This is kind of funny. I didn't notice this. Huh, fucking funny, bro. Hold on, let me post this. Let me post this screenshot. It's funny. This is from the paper, the screenshot. Apparently the laser's going straight, man. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But they didn't really predict. They didn't actually like model the ray and what it would do. They just did like the elevation profile, right? Just says propagation path over 149.2 kilometers between laser beacon platform through the Earth's curvature. The minimum height along the propagation path is 275 meter, corresponds to a distance of 60 kilometers from the receiver site. Yosemite Mauna Lea was his corresponding lasers. See, that's all they talk about. Like, how close is it to the ground? That's it. Basically saying we have a line of sight because, you know, we have a line of sight because we're elevated. That's all it says. Whereas Bricker, let me pull up Brickers. Analysis of joint effects of refraction and turbulence. So he was trying to come up with a characterization of both phenomenon simultaneously and like model it. And it says in his paper, for the 150 kilometer path simulated, the rays are misaligned by about 4 meters with respect to the 0.532 ohm ray. That's like 532 nanometer. This beam separation distance is significant because it is on the order of the diffraction limited beam footprint.
In other words, unaffected by assumed variables.
It just means that when he plugged it into the model, right? The beams, like their trajectory, like how they would get there, when they get to the other end, they're separated. Like this, I just posted a graphic in here. This is their beam separation. Distance between rays in meters. This separation is greater than the width of the telescope. So how did they pick them all up at once? This is because of dispersion, right? So each different wavelengths take different optical paths, right? Refraction is wavelength dependent. So one wavelength beam takes one path, one wavelength beam takes another spatial path, another wavelength beam takes another spatial path, and when they arrive 150 kilometers away, they're separated just like a prism. Just like a prism separates colors, the red's at one end, and 2 inches away is blue, right? That's an actual spatial separation.
Right, and that diagram there is his post-diction, right?
Yeah.
But that's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
They were closer together than what his after his
than what the
his
U.S.
retro.
standard at. Yeah, it's close. The beams are farther apart than possible to pick up in the 1976 U.S. standard atmosphere model, i.e., standard refraction. Now, you could say, I guess you could say there was less refraction than normal, subrefraction or something. So the more refraction, the more quote unquote refraction there's, the more they'll be separated, right? That's the thing. Refraction and dispersion are intrinsically related. They're married to each other. So is absorption, quite honestly. Refraction, the way that this is why I get so irritated with the globers, because what they say is so simplistic and simplified from the way like light actually behaves that it's silly. So let me show you. Let me see. Oh, check out this diagram. So this is known to happen. Okay, it's a known phenomenon, and they make something called a dispersion corrector to fix it. Okay. So this is called this is a chromatic aberration. See how you see blue on top, red on the bottom? The more refraction there is, the greater this hazing thing. So there's actually like a blue image here and a red image here. So what they do is with a dispersion corrector, there's a little mirror that combines the images. So it takes two images and you kind of like turn this thing and then it'll merge them together to make them clear. So I got an example of that too. Yeah, hold on. Well, that's not a good one. This good? No, that's sucky too.
Bro, in that game I've been playing, there's a boss called Chromatic Aberration.
See what happened? Sapphire says, "I love Jupiter. Wow!" And over the fences is like, "That's Saturn."
The most appropriate giving of a wheelchair emoji ever. So look at Sirius, man, like totally like crazy dispersion, right? So I've asked Clovers, why don't we see this terrestrially? If there's this crazy refraction going on that's making horizons appear 30 miles farther and lifting, mountains up miles, why don't we ever see this effect, this blue-red effect, this dispersion? They have no answer. So this what should have been happening at the telescope. You like take notice, right? Is that when they merge the image, Sirius is a dot. But when there's dispersion, the image of the stars looks bigger because you're basically getting a rainbow. You're turning the dot into a rainbow, and so it's spatially separated. Literally, the blue light is taking an optical path that's different from the red light, and it's arriving at the camera. The blue is higher than the red, and the green's like in the middle. So this should be observed. Anytime they say refraction, we should be seeing this. Especially when they say strong refraction. If they say strong refraction, you should be seeing this. But we don't see this ever. So here's a great one. Even if they saw this, right, they could say, well, it was the lens. Because you do have chromatic aberration that can be caused by a lens, depending on the lens thickness. And it actually is observed in lenses normally. But you know what they make? They make apochromatic lenses. So inside the camera, it's dispersion corrected. So anything, whatever the colors are outside the camera accurately represents whatever way it's hitting the camera. The camera isn't doing it. Okay? So one of the long distance Canigou photos was taken with an apochromatic telescope. Right? So there's no way there can ever be any chromatic aberration from the camera itself. If there is any, it has to be out there in the scene, right? Whatever mountains are 275 miles away, has to be happening there. But we don't see any happening there. Okay, so there's no strong refraction or whatever they want to characterize it as. There's none of it happening out there in the world because you would see this chromatic aberration. This is the death knell for the refraction claim. And I've talked about this before, but you know how we got to teach the goal where's the globe? This is like a nuance that to teach like a normie, it's actually not even that complicated because it's like when you first learn about light in school, they use a prism. And they teach you about a prism, how a prism makes a rainbow, and all that crap. But then when you show them this, they're suddenly they go brain dead and they don't understand how a rainbow works anymore.
Who was it that accidentally, like, discovered the different temperatures of the refracted
I
light
don't know his
sitting on his
name.
desk?
I don't know his name. What a lucky guy though.
Yeah.
He just happened to put the prism next to a thermometer. Fucking like crazy, dude. I think that's the story. That he had a prism on his desk and was casting a rainbow on the desk. And like part of the rainbow that wasn't in the rainbow light that was right outside where the infrared would be, it made the freaking thermometer go up and he noticed. And then he started doing experiments. Like, what a lucky guy, bro. I mean, most people would have never even noticed.
So basically, like, so with the combat test, so they shouldn't have seen the three lights at all.
Yeah,
Like the aperture shouldn't have been able to pick it up.
Well, they could not all three at the same time. You should have maybe able to see two at the same time.
Right. And that's according to like the modeling that he ran the data through after the experiment.
Yeah, standard refraction. Yes, yeah. He did it all after. He wasn't trying to prove any of that crap. This is just one of those things where hey, he modeled it out and then it just didn't happen to match. I doubt they ever noticed. I mean, he did notice because he said it was beyond it. Like, it's significant because it's beyond the diffraction limitation of the telescope. So he did notice something, but he never like concluded, well, that refraction model, that's wrong. He never concluded that. Though some of the ray trace simulations, see that. Hold on a second. Yeah, though some of the ray trace simulations in that paper are pretty. That he has more involved ones, and that's why he actually abandons. He ends up trying 3 different ways to characterize it, and he abandons the refraction one because it was so wrong.
Right. He couldn't justify altering it to the degree needed to explain it.
Yeah. It was nowhere close. So he was like, okay, I'll try this other thing. I'll try like I'm actually looking at it right now. He does go into mirages a little bit. Let me see. So he does a split-step method free-space propagation. So it's called like a phase screen simulation of turbulence, meaning like it's hard to describe. Where basically you alter the wavefront to get a direction and like peaks and valleys and interference patterns. It's like kind of like measuring. Like you ever seen a lake when it's raining, and like if you took one drop and dropped it in water, you see a wave. You know the waves propagate out from that raindrop. If it was a single drop, when it's lots of raindrops, right? If you look at the waves on the surface of the water, right, it's like a big freaking shimmering, bunch of constructive and destructive interference. So he tried to like a phase screen is kind of like that, like a 2D version of that the light passes through and then it gets altered. So he does like the ray tracing and then corrected by this phase screen randomness. Actually, there's a screenshot of it. I've got a screenshot.
And all this to just try and explain why the light just seemed to go straight.
They're trying to, no, they're trying to figure out turbulence, right? So they need to figure out turbulence because this is an Air Force study, right? They're trying to figure out how to create a laser beam to burn something out of the sky, right? And the turbulence fucks everything up. It actually dissipates the power so that it dissipates the focus. It's almost like you're trying to shoot the laser through frosted glass, right? That's probably like analogous over a long distance, right? You get so much turbulence in the in the wave model, the wavefront becomes so freaking nonsense because of turbulence. When I say turbulence, so there's pockets of air, some colder, some hotter, some denser, some moving, some not moving. So if you think of the wave model, right? So you have the wavefront that initially is spherically symmetrical, but as it propagates out and gets further and further away, it becomes like a potato of freaking a wavy mess, right? And then it doesn't focus because they're trying to burn shit out of the air. And you need a focused beam.
Need a collimated.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They need a collimated beam. So if you look at this one, this kind of shows it, right? So if you look at so you have the wavefront, right? And that little green thing, that center line, that's the centroid of the beam. That's where like most of the power is. It's focused in that center. And as you move along through the turbulence, right, that centroid gets distorted and wider and wider and wider. And now you have the power spread over a larger area. So now it's not intense. Now it's not as intense. It's all spread out, right? And they're trying to solve this problem that maybe they could use some adaptive optics or shoot a control beam to measure what the turbulence is, and then shoot the actual energy beam after it, right? Adjusted with adaptive optics.
Right, sort of like to clear the way.
Yeah, well, no. So the first beam is to measure what the turbulence is, right? So you shoot the beam, and then it bounces off the object, and then it reflects back, and you go, okay, there's that much turbulence in the optical path. We're going to shape the beam using what's called a spatial light modulator, and we're going to create a wavefront that, as it goes through the turbulence itself shapes the beam into a focused beam.
Right. Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, it's clever, but it don't work because the air doesn't not want to cooperate, man.
Right.
It's like trying to predict the weather, brother. You're not doing it. Like, you're gonna need freaking AI supercomputers or something. Maybe AI can do it someday, but like, because they would also have to do it so fast. You know what I mean? Because they got to do they got to acquire a firing solution to acquire the target, and then shoot the control beam, and hopefully there's no countermeasures and like that the other side is using. It's like not an easy task, or they're just fucking around to try and get money, which is probably most likely the case.
So they probably figured out that they can blow shit up like that, or damage material over shorter distances, and they've like thought, oh, what if we could do this over longer distances?
Yeah, that's the idea. Is like, I mean, their goal is to shoot down ballistic missiles or something, but that ain't never gonna happen.
Right. Unless they're.
So Turkey said, I think they announced
Space
today
Wars.
that they. I think Turkey announced today that they tested a laser that shot down a missile or something. But they didn't show any footage of it or whatever. They just claimed they did it. So this was his secondary model, this one right here, and then he did something called ray tracing and WART. WART is based on computation of laser beam wavefront tip and tilt, which is like a whole nother. it's like the phase stream attempt, but it's like uses a different underlying model. But like you have like there's all sorts of freaking problems with that. So this is master's thesis or whatever, right? So he's basically like experimenting on. I want to show you some of the other stuff he has in here.
But did you
some
post
of the ray
something?
tracing stuff. Yeah, I posted something in the chat. You didn't see that with the green arrows?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I got that.
No, I'm looking for what I'm gonna post. Hold on.
Oh, right. Yep.
Okay, hold on. It's in here somewhere.
Dude, he ought to do the Mysterio trick. Pretends he has a laser that works, but really it's just a drone deployment system, and the drone is taking out the aircraft. But you sell the laser for $1 bajillion.
Ooh.
So this is like he takes like the UN standard atmosphere model on the left, which is like idealized, and then he does a ray trace with a the US standard atmosphere model and adds like a let me see, where is it? He adds optical ray propagation to stratified layers. It's like how I vertically layered trajectories. Of course. He added some. Basically says it. So he added like a stratified layer, so like a layer, and like you can see like one of these graphics I didn't post it, but the light gets trapped in a duct, like a fiber optic cable almost. These are all just models and shit. I wouldn't put too much stock in them. I mean, the model, whatever you see what Bisman does. So you end up with this weird shit, right? The one on the left is pretty fucking weird. It ends up in this duct like a fiber optic cable. It's just like trapped in there. And then it says the rays launch from beneath the waveguide layer. Some of it goes up and it partially gets stuck. Some of the rays get stuck inside. Some just freaking do a right hook and fucking. That's why when they're like, it just like when they say things like, it just curves around the earth to make it look flat. Like it's so fucking silly, bro. So simplified and so silly.
And idealized, yeah.
Yeah, like yeah, the ideal is Earth's a globe and that looks flat. That's the ideal.
kind of reminds me like Apollo program to say, oh yeah, it was no problem. We just went through the Van Allen radiation belts. And meanwhile, like Orion project is like, we have to work out this problem before we can send people safely through this dangerous area, right? And they got all this sophisticated math on the board and shit. It's very complicated.
Yeah, there's a legend that if every flat Earth retard shuts up forever, the Earth will turn back into a ball.
You were waiting for. What makes you think that the Earth's a ball?
What makes you think it's not? Besides your stupid fucking nearsighted vision, that seems to be the only thing you rely on.
Really? I mean,
Judging the state of things.
Besides the fact that water rests flat and level, I mean, besides the fact that liquids require a container and take whatever shape their container is, besides the fact that gas pressure requires a container, besides the fact that you can see well
everything's
beyond
an illusion.
where
Jupiter's
your ballpark horizon
Saturn's
is.
an illusion.
The flat and motionless Earth you experience is an illusion.
Yep.
If water always lays flat, how do you explain water droplets, you fucking idiot?
Yeah, you go ahead and put like 1 million of those water droplets in a big basin and see what happens.
Okay, now put 1 million of those basins in a giant planet and see what happens.
Yeah, water doesn't do that, but make the basin as big as you think the ball-tard Earth is.
You just said it was flat.
Still not gonna curve.
You just said it was flat.
Water doesn't curve. Large bodies of water do not curve.
It literally curves. Oh no, on your scale. No, so you see, on the scale that
large bodies of water. Look, here you go. Here's a large body of water. There you go. Look at that. Check that out. Salt flats, about 3 inches of water. Mirror flat, bud.
Hey, why aren't rocks flat? Shouldn't rocks be discs by your logic?
What the fuck?
Huh? Why are rocks?
That's a retarded question. That's a retarded question.
You think meteors hit the Earth?
Hey, what shape is a rock, bro? What shape is a rock? 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 Yeah, exactly.
Like every other flat Earth retard. There you go.
What shape is a rock, dummy?
I don't know. They're all types of shapes, right?
Okay, there you go. All right, good, cool, awesome. Then that was, like I said, you had a retarded question.
Right. Yeah, but planets aren't all types of shapes, though, right? Like they tend to.
So you're looking up at the sky and you see what look like balls in the sky, and you assume you're standing on a ball. That's no different than looking up in the sky and seeing birds in the sky and assuming you're standing on a bird.
I'll let that speak for itself.
You don't have a response. The logic follows.
How do you respond to that? Your logic is retarded, right? That's why flat earthers are so mercilessly ridiculed. Because if you actually get down to it, you
measures the curvature? There you go. So my question is, who measured Earth curve?
Right. So there's no flat Earth scientists, right?
Wow. Okay. So who measured Earth curve?
What is a flat earther engineered ever?
So who? You can't do it. Oh, buddy, you can't answer questions. Who measured Earth curve?
Cooked by a woman.
You can't make, and you want to answer questions? Come on.
Did you?
You're so
Did
powerful.
you answer?
You know.
Did you
I'll
measure
answer your question.
the Earth to
Will
be
you
curved?
answer my question? Will you answer my
You
question?
didn't. You no. You haven't
asked
answered.
what flat earth engineer Archimedes.
Yeah.
Checkmate. So shut up.
You have to go back 3,000 years. Nice job, dude.
So
come on, you guys aren't serious. Yeah, I don't. You see, that's the thing. Like, people would take you more seriously.
Oh my God, it's 3,000 years. Does the Archimedes principle still hold, or was he wrong?
No, Archimedes still holds up.
Some things he was wrong about, and some things he was right about. Right? He probably
whatever. You don't.
A single thing Archimedes was wrong about. A single thing.
Well, he didn't know the nature of atoms. He didn't know like the true nature of gravity, or
Tell us about the nature of atoms. What is the nature of atoms? Atoms don't exist.
Okay, here we go. Here's another fucking.
Okay, so I'm going to prove it because atom means something that's indivisible. Are atoms indivisible in the modern conception?
You guys are on the cutting edge.
Are atoms not indivisible?
You should have.
Are atoms indivisible?
Like, space companies.
Are atoms indivisible? Are atoms indivisible?
Calm down, dude. You don't have to repeat yourself. Calm down.
Okay, well, answer the question. Are atoms indivisible?
What do you mean? I mean, they're made up of other,
Atom means something that's indivisible. That's how they thought of them back then. That's where the word comes from. It comes from the ideas of Epicurus. If you knew anything, you would know that.
Right.
Atoms don't exist as conceived by Epicurus, and everybody. You're just blabbing, bro. You're blabbing nonsense. You don't know anything.
No, our knowledge of science evolves over time, and you're just too retarded to understand it. So you talk.
But atoms don't exist.
As if it's some sort of like hot new topic that you're educated on and no one else understands.
Yeah, but they don't exist, brother.
Yeah, Epicurean atoms don't exist, but we have a modern conception of an atom. Yes, we do. Right?
Is it indivisible?
Yeah, but you see what you're doing. You're doing like a semantic thing.
It's indivisible. It's not semantics.
The definition of atom has changed from 3,000 years ago.
What's the modern definition?
Our conception of what an atom is has changed.
Ours. He says ours. There's no ours, bro. There's no ours. You have no conception of an atom. You were told some bullshit, and you're just like, okay, sir.
Yeah.
What is the modern?
You weren't told bullshit.
What is the modern definition of an atom then? What is the modern definition of an atom then?
Well, the more basic.
Educate us.
The more basic one is you have like the electron cloud model, where you have like you have protons, neutrons, and then
like the Bohr model.
Neutron. It's like even an evolution of the Bohr model, right? The Bohr model is not an electron cloud probabilistic model, right?
So it's not correct.
It's not. It's less rigorous. It's less. It approximates the atom worse than our like more updated models.
Pretty wishy-washy, brother.
No, it's not wishy-washy.
And you just said 5 seconds ago as if it was on high, some sacred cow that atoms exist, bro, and you don't even have a fucking conception of what an atom even is.
I just told you what it is.
Well, you told me that was an approximation. So what is it?
Right,
what's the ontology of an atom?
I mean, if you're asking what the smallest particles in the known universe are, I don't know that, right? That's a question that people are trying to answer, right? I don't know.
So
I don't know.
When we get the smallest particle, that will
your arrogance. Why are you so arrogant?
That will be because you're a dipshit.
Oh, okay. So
you're a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown. You're a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown.
Yeah.
Pretender.
Is that how you? Is that what makes you feel big?
No, it has nothing to do with feelings. It's called expose.
On the internet? Yeah.
Expose, dude.
Since you're so smart, explain to us your best understanding of what science is.
Science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it.
Boom.
Yeah. Okay. Great. What's an atom?
It's an indivisible fucking unit of matter.
Right, but how do we conceptualize atoms today in the modern day?
Well, it depends. There's a bunch of models.
Right,
that are used for different purposes.
One?
So you're going to answer the question you asked me.
What do I have
So
to
you're going to
ask
answer the
you
question you asked
that
me
you
and not
asked?
let me answer the question you asked me again, dude.
You asked the question. You asked the question. I provided you with a a workable answer, and then you called me.
No, I was answering the question. I was answering the question. I'm going to continue to answer the question because I'm going to mute you the way you're muting me by talking over me. Okay?
You're a clown.
So you asked me a question. What is an atom? Okay, I'm going to tell you.
You're an asshole and a clown.
Is an individual unit of matter. And then you said there's models. Yeah, great. There's a bunch of models, and they're used pragmatically for different purposes. So in one application we use one model, in another application we use another model, in another application we use another type of model. Okay?
That's not how that works. No, that's not.
That is how that works.
He wants to talk about science.
Okay, in chemistry, we use a model of the atom that's different than physics, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
there's no
talking about
science
engineering.
needed.
And then we also use a different that would be general physics, right? So like fundamental
those are not
physics.
different models. Those are different.
Yes, they are. There's no crossover.
It's an abstraction.
There's no. It's an abstraction.
It's an abstraction.
So it exists. Do abstractions exist then?
Yes, conceptually.
You destroyed yourself, dude. This is why I say you're a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown. You started this with atoms as if they are some fucking fundamental thing that everyone knows about, and now you're saying they're abstractions.
No. I'm saying our understanding of them, right? Our model. It's not our modeling. It's that our. Dude, you see, this is what it's like talking. You see,
what nuance?
This is obfuscation from the ground anyway.
People go through the actual effort of education.
This is why, you're doing meta because you have nothing.
Yeah, this is an obfuscation from the ground. Now there's no science needed. Hold on, Dan.
Now you're gonna meta the meta.
Courtroom.
There is
now
no
you're metaing the meta. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
Y'all
don't
are clowns, man. You try to come in here and shit on us, dude. Flat earthers this and flat earthers that. You're the dumbest person in this chat.
Yeah. That's why I like that it's like only like two of you, right? Like the rest of these people are just muted, right? They're probably who knows where they are.
Well, do you want 30 people to talk at once?
It's just funny that you're so rude, right? I didn't insult you until
Why you gotta be so rude?
He came in saying retard flat earthers, so yeah, you kind of like came in being insulting, so don't even play that shit. And the whole thing about it is you want to try and lean over here. Hold on,
he said that water always lies flat.
Yeah, listen.
And
you
I
want
showed
to
him
talk
water
about
drops.
science. You want to talk about science. You want to talk about science. You want to talk about science.
That's a red herring. We're not talking about water drops.
You're not understanding that there's no science required for measuring to see if something is a shape.
Of course there is.
No, there's not. You're doing geometry. You're making a category error if you want to say that a globe Earth is proven by science.
Yeah, but how do you figure out the shape of something that's too far away for you to see with your naked eye?
You mean you can't measure? You can't measure the surface? You can't do tests to measure the surface?
I don't know. Can you? I mean, you're telling you're the one who's denying. You're the one who's denying the.
No. We can and we do.
Back to the fucking person.
We can and we do measure.
No, you can't respond.
I can't respond. You're right.
You're damn right. You're not responding with that. Okay, you're not going to respond about you do this and you do that. You're going to address what she said.
He said, "I don't know. Can you measure it?" And I said, "Yes, we can, and we do all the time."
And then he started talking about you.
It's not measuring to be curved. Oh, he's
and then he started talking about you. You guys say everything is fake.
Yeah, super meta. If it starts with you guys, like it's already a flop. It's already lost.
Or you flat earthers or anything like that.
Yeah, he came in saying something about you retard flat earthers, and then wanted to be like, "I never insulted you." Okay.
It was like the guy earlier saying I was rude to that girl that came in and freaking interrupted a conversation and fucking spazzed out. But I was rude.
You actually were pretty rude, but yeah.
She interrupted the conversation and spazzed out.
Yeah, but it's because you kept interrupting her before that.
It doesn't
Sapphire.
matter. What do you mean I was interrupting her? She interrupted our conversation. I can't interrupt
No,
her.
but the thing is, she was supplying to me, like she was
She's not
interrupting
gonna
me.
fuck you, dude. No matter how much you white knight for her.
See, I was being nice. I've always been nice to you guys because I don't see any reason in like being completely rude for no reason. But yeah, all I want to say is like she literally said something in compliance to what I said,
Can
and
we move
then
on
your
from that? It
favorite
was like
thing
a
to say
fucking
is just
hour
mute.
ago.
Hi, Jenna.
Please. Hi, can we please move on from that? It was like an hour ago. We're
Yeah, but
trying
he just
to.
brought it up again. That's why.
It's okay. It's fine. Forgive it. Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, but I'm over
Let
it.
it
Just
go.
he brought it up, so I had to say
Okay, then
something.
be over it. Be over it.
All right,
Get back to the
great.
topic at hand.
Now, Sapphire, hold on, Jenna. Now, Sapphire, you can apologize for insinuating that we don't have lives on your way out, Mister. I've never been rude.
Oh no, I won't do that because you literally were so rude to my friends. I heard what you said about her. You said this slag and stuff like that. So that was really rude. So that's why I said something
say
about
that.
the live thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Indio said something. I don't think you know I was here or something, but you started talking about her, said something about that's lag of a girl. So that's why I said something rude back.
All right, can we move on from it? Are we over it yet? Have we gotten over our feelings? Okay. So, who measured Earth curve? I saw you said Eratosthenes from the chat, but actually he didn't measure anything. He took an elevation angle to the sun, and in order to get an angle, you need a flat baseline. Period. He assumed that the light from the sun was parallel hitting the Earth, and from that he then assumed that Earth is a globe. And then from his shadow lengths, right? That's where it all came apart. So it's all assumptions. That's all it comes down to. But in reality, light spreads out in all directions, which would mean that his elevation angles, his shadow lengths, would work just fine on a flat Earth. So yeah, the more you know. Also, I can't really trust it, right? Like, did this guy even exist? Was he made up? I don't know. There's like 3 different stories. There's
Yeah, that
something
is
about
true.
like there was a building here in Alexandria and a building here in Syene, and then it sticks in shadows, and then it's shadows in a well. So when the story changes that many times, I have a tendency to reject it.
That's fair. Fair enough. Like the Earth curvature already. What's it called? The thing rolling my putting in the chat about the experiment. I think we should also talk about that because no, you weren't here earlier, but we were talking about the Morris experiment, and it was basically being like, oh, this is like a keystone in it, but no one has addressed what Rowling wrote about how it was basically debunked by the same guy a few years later because he got more clever. Yeah.
What was debunked by what?
Let me
So like, has anybody measured curvature then? So
no,
in
I'm
any
not
of this,
speaking
has
about
anybody
curvature
measured
anymore. Now
curvature?
I'm speaking about what's it called? The
So
movement
anything but
of Earth.
curvature. Yeah, that's what Boulder does. Actually, Boulder claims that air against airplane wings is his proof of gas pressure without a container. That's absolutely ridiculous. So nobody's measured a curve yet.
Can I ask something? But just like really quickly. Why is it that every time I go over to something a little bit different, you always go back to the curvature? What if I say that
Because
is true?
I'll tell you why. It is the let me tell you why. Because a ball, a sphere, a globe has curvature. That is the number one and only qualifier needed to prove that Earth is a globe.
All right.
Right?
Because I did put stuff in the chat, but I think we will never agree on that. So I'm just going on by other things that we might be able to like.
On that. What do you mean? Wait. So you don't agree?
I did put a lot of stuff. I feel like we keep going into
That's
too bad.
Would
what do you say?
require curvature. A sphere would require curvature. If you don't
Yeah.
If you're not measuring, you're not able to measure any curvature. You can't detect any curvature. You don't experience curvature.
What if you can observe
Then
curvature
you
from
don't
outer
have
space?
then you don't have the one and only. You don't have the one and only
You can't.
qualifier necessary for proving that
But
Earth is a
NASA can.
globe.
Oh, that's just the story you
That
believe.
is true.
That's
No, they
just the
cannot.
story,
That's a
bro.
story that you
Okay,
believe
okay.
in.
Okay, following. You're right because what I learned before earlier was that you guys like to see what you can observe yourself, and I said curvature. If we cannot agree on like a mathematical formula for it, I said NASA. If you go to outer space, you can observe curvature from outer space, and then you
Nope.
said I can't do that
No, you cannot.
exactly, and that's why I'm saying that we will never agree on it because what I'm saying this
No,
is my
not
proof.
even
You say this is
NASA. Not
proof.
even
Yeah.
NASA. The people that are able to go up 60, 70, 80 miles above the Earth, they're not seeing curve with their own eyes either. The curve that you see is coming through a wide angle and a fisheye lens. That's it.
So you're saying it's the lens that makes the curvature. That's
Yes.
that's what I'm saying. That's
Yes.
the thing. I agree on it because where I'm saying this is clear cut evidence, you guys are saying no, it's not. And that's why I'm saying curvature we cannot agree on. But the other stuff, because I remember I talked a lot with Indio about, for example, seasons, and then he said, "Oh yeah, it's because Earth is flat, and then the sun is like stays above it, but we don't know exactly where it is, and then seasons are created because of that." And I said, "All right, fair enough, but what about?" He said, "There's no motion."
You need to turn around
Yeah.
and explain to us how in the hell seasons are possible on a globe.
But the thing
How
is,
come
it comes
Antarctica
back
never
to
thaws out?
I say, Earth is round, Earth is there, and then we go back to square one again. But the thing
Yeah,
is,
we go to square one if there's no measurable curvature. It's the only thing. Nothing else matters. Nothing freaking
I'm
else
saying
matters in proving that Earth is a globe
I'm saying it
except
was
for
measured.
measuring curve.
I'm saying it was measured. You was like, by who? And then I put it in the chat again, and then it wasn't. Like we will
But I
never
told
agree
you.
on that.
You said it was. I saw what you posted. It was Aristophanes, and I already explained
And
how
then you
you're wrong.
debunked that.
I explained how
Yeah.
Aristophanes is wrong. How there's like 3 different stories surrounding that guy, and how he assumed that the light from the sun is parallel when it spreads out in all directions. I
And
already
then you
went
also
over
said,
this.
true. But then you also said you weren't even sure the guy existed, and then I said, all right. See, again, then we come down to a whole other different topic because how do you know a person existed? And then it comes through mass transmission, and then we go to another topic again. So I'm saying we can never agree on that sense. But
Look,
what we
it's
can talk
irrelevant.
about
Look,
was
you want
It on a flat line, which is how it works in reality.
Exactly.
Yeah, how it works in reality. You give it to
Why are you interrupting him? Just a moment. Why are you interrupting him? You got pissed off at somebody. Excuse me. You got pissed off at somebody earlier for interrupting. Now you're doing the same fucking thing.
You know the thing that he hasn't realized yet? That he's been using the terms up and down, and there is no up and down.
Yeah.
On the globe.
Correct.
So just by saying up or down, and then you combine that and say up and down, you debunk the globe right there.
It's over. 100%.
Debunk the globe.
There is no up and down on a globe, dude.
So I stopped. I'm not going to do the diagram because apparently you guys are not patient and you want to discuss instead, right?
You can. That's an excuse.
No. It's
Just
either we
put yourself
discuss or you
on
wait
mute,
for me
finish
to
the
do the diagram. What is it?
Excuse me. We can discuss whatever the hell we want to while you're making your little diagram. I'm sorry. Are your fifis hurt?
I wasn't being rude to you. Why are you being rude to me?
Nobody's being rude.
We can talk about whatever we want to. This is an open forum. Why don't you just go ahead and grow up and make your diagram?
In that case, why do you constantly mute your opponents whenever they have something to
Have you been muted? Have you been muted this entire time?
3 times.
This enjoyer guy is really disingenuous, by the way. I've dealt with him on multiple times.
This is him just trying not to do the diagram and just running away.
Yeah, make the diagram, dude. Or concede. I think you're going to concede, right? You're going to concede that you are incorrect because you're not going to make your diagram, are you?
He's known for
no. What I will do is not go into much length because this is quite This is ridiculous.
Okay. Bye.
And I will
Bye.
agree with what's his name.
Bye. Bye.
Oh, what's up? What?
Bye.
What's wrong? What?
Bye.
What?
You said you can't
Just
do
remember
it.
something. Remember
You got
something.
no
If
answer
in your
for why missiles
diagram,
go through your flat Earth? They don't.
remember something though. In your diagram,
They do.
make sure that you don't use up and down on
They
your
do,
diagram.
sir. This is how
you
cruise
don't-
missiles work.
I don't go
On a
through
flat
Earth
Earth.
until
us.
they impact the
You
Earth.
sh-
You're talking about
He showed us a
through
flat
the
Earth diagram. You showed us
This
a
is
flat
not a
Earth
flat Earth
diagram.
diagram. This is simply a basic diagram explaining how parabolic trajectory works.
Right, which is
It's
a
not a flat
reference.
Earth. It's really
The
not a flat
calculations-
Earth diagram.
The calculations on a horizontal surface. You gave us the fucking math.
I gave you how parabolic trajectory works, which you completely dismiss when I explain to you that a missile falls downwards. It goes through your horizon. You're supposed.
Why are you dismissing the fact?
Or is it optical? And is it going to change depending on the optic that you use?
I could say the same thing and say that the world is round, and you think that your
Does the
optics are flat.
horizon change with distance depending on the optic that you use?
If it's the optic, then I can say that the world is round and you're completely delulu and you think that the world is flat because of your
Don't think
optics.
perspective exists when you're making observations
and I
of
think-
stuff.
Yeah, absolutely I do. And I
That's
think the
what we're
world
going
is
to be
round
taking
and you
account
think
of
it's
then,
flat because
aren't
of your
we?
perspective.
Sorry, dickhead. That's what we're going to be taking account of then, aren't we?
Now it's
Perspective when we
insults,
make
is it?
observations.
I don't think he knows what perspective is, bro. He said your perspective as if you have
Oh
some
no,
kind of
not my
special perspective.
not my perspective. Angular perspective. How we see the world due to the angle of adduction of objects with distance. Things above your eye line appear to go downwards, like the surface appears to ramp upwards. They're not actually doing this. It's just perspective.
Hey, I'd like to learn more about flat Earth. Can you guys recommend me a university for flat
You're
earthers?
just an idiot at this point.
Can you recommend me a university? I'd like to go study flat
An idiot at this point.
Yeah, you're in it, dude.
You're gonna.
Why am I an idiot? I'm asking, can you recommend me a university? I'd like to study
Why
flat
don't
Earth.
you address what's just been said to you?
But because I want to go to your
listen,
school and I want to
he's
learn
not
more
ready.
about
He's
your,
not ready for
your
university because he
disingenuous
said
science.
round
No,
or flat.
you don't,
He thinks that
Jamesy.
round and flat are mutually exclusive. So you're
So
gonna
can
have
you
to
recommend
stick with
me a flat
ABCs.
Earth university? I'd like to go study some
Yeah,
flat Earth.
the one you got your diagram from.
ABCs because round and flat are not mutually exclusive, dude. And you think you can go to university when you don't know what round is?
Yes. Have you even gone to any schooling at all?
See, here we go. Just ad hominems now, not addressing what's actually been said
Bro,
to
you
you.
deserve an ad hominem, bro. You're a redneck with a sub 30 IQ. Come on.
True.
You deserve the ad hom.
True. And you did actually do ad homs at him, so it's like you're.
Hey, Six. I know you're buttered over Ukraine. Can you go somewhere else?
Understanding
Be buttered.
issues. It's just
Look,
brain
gentlemen,
cognitive malfunction.
Look,
Doesn't seem to
gentlemen,
understand what's being said.
Gentlemen, I love talking to you. Okay, it's interesting, right?
Just fuck off.
I'm not here to.
Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Hey, listen, nobody gives a fuck.
I do this for entertainment. Okay, I know the.
I don't care. I don't care. Who cares? Nobody cares about your stupid excuses. This is where you've already conceded. This is where you conceded. Oh, I like talking to you guys. I like talking to you guys. That's your concession. I'm taking that as your concession.
Okay, I'll wait for your proof for the container.
All right. So, in conclusion, our friend here has conceded, because usually about the time they say, I like talking to you guys, is I don't have any globe proof to present.
Exactly.
So you're done.
Okay, Six. I'll unmute you in exchange for some.
I did not concede anything ever.
No one cares.
And you're not going to put the.
No one cares anymore.
We already know. Six. I'll unmute you for some globe proof. Go ahead.
Yeah, Six, pussy boy, you're up. You're up, pussy boy.
Where did the enjoyer go? Who you calling pussy? I'm not
you. Oh, come on now. You can't do that. You're too weak.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Hey, look, this wasn't what you were needed for. I said I'll take globe proof in exchange for that.
I didn't ask. I didn't really ask. I'm not really worried about you.
Okay, all right. You're useless to me. Bye.
Our internet tough guy. He's gonna beat you up over the internet.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's weak sauce, man. That's like not saying anything till the cops get there, then be like, "You're lucky they showed up. I'm gonna beat your ass."
Hide in the bathroom, then the cops show up and you come out. Fucker, yeah, I'll kick your ass right now.
He says, you deny how rockets work. Dude, the rockets don't work on a globe. Rockets require reality to work. The only thing you have about rockets is cartoons. The only thing you have about rockets on a globe is cartoon rockets on a cartoon globe.
Bro, shut up, Mexican. You're literally a lunatic.
You talking to your daddy?
As well.
This is the guy who was whining about insults a minute ago, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then I got muted, and now I speak different. This is a different language I speak now.
Yeah, you weren't fooling anybody to begin with anyway. We knew you were an asshole.
Yeah, we're gonna deny how rockets work, how basic science works, because
we don't
the
know anything.
firmament
Hold
exists.
on, no, let's give this guy the floor, and he's going to tell us exactly how they work. Let's hear it.
Yeah, the gentleman, what's his name? Globe, what's your name? Globe Earther?
Globe Enthusiast.
I'm glad he mentioned. I'm glad he mentioned tangents. I'm glad he mentioned angles. I'm glad he mentioned.
Okay, dude. Okay, we don't need this song and dance. Just get to the point.
That's all great, and he knows how rockets work.
No, you're going to tell us. We don't know.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you how missiles work and cruise missiles work as well. You see, on your stupid flat Earth theory, missiles would not work because they would go straight. But hey, missiles don't go straight; they go parabolically, and missiles that are
you
launched,
mean like you showed?
Yeah, missiles that are launched, at least the unguided ones, the basic rockets, they go parabolically because they go up and down.
You mean
right?
like
they're unguided.
I just need clarification. Like I just posted your.
Let's interrupt this guy because you have to.
No, just for clarification.
He's addressing what you said.
Just for clarification, bro. So just for clarification, just like you posted in the side chat, which I just reposted in the diagrams, just like that.
Nope.
You cooked
not
yourself.
Like that.
No,
false.
Not like that. Well, I'm wondering why you posted them then. Well, not
like that. Not like that. That's a basic rundown. That's a basic rundown explanation how parabolic trajectory looks like, because you apparently seem not to understand how it works.
That's your evidence that you posted to prove your point. So you posted the wrong.
That's not evidence I posted to prove any point.
That you posted the wrong thing. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. The gentleman I was arguing with did not understand how parabolic trajectory works because
we understand just fine.
Oh, you do?
Sorry.
Then if you do,
yeah, anyone that can throw a ball understands a parabolic trajectory.
Wonderful. Okay, so if you do,
you
would understand.
Mathematics attached to the
Can I only throw a ball on a ball?
Hang on.
Throw a ball on a flat circle? No, listen. Can I only throw a ball on a ball?
Hang on.
Throw a ball on a ball, bro.
The further you throw your ball, what happens?
Hey, just answer the question.
What happens? It goes farther.
What happens? The further your ball goes, the further you throw it, what happens?
It goes farther.
Wonderful. And let's say you threw your ball really far away, 1,000 kilometers away. What happens?
It goes farther. Like, what are you talking about?
Wonderful. In your view, when you look at this projectile, what happens? What can you explain to me, define to me what happens?
It'll take a parabolic arc. So
awesome.
there was this cool video game called Track and Field, and you ran and you had to get the angle just right so that when you jumped, your parabolic arc would throw you the farthest. And part of the game was adjusting the angle for the optimal parabolic arc.
Awesome.
That was on a flat
surface.
Right. Flat surface, right?
You
So
said
if you throw the ball really
no,
far,
shut up, dude. You said
why
parabolic
should I
arcs
shut up?
can't exist because you said parabolic arcs can't exist on a flat surface.
I said no such thing.
Yeah, you did. You said it has to be a globe. On your
I
flat
was
Earth.
interrupted
Yeah, on
so
a
many
flat
times.
Earth,
I wasn't.
You said on a flat Earth, parabolic arcs wouldn't work.
Okay, so let me just continue. Let me slow down. Stop interrupting. Wait, hold up, relax. Right. So if you threw the ball,
Is that what you said?
I don't remember saying any such thing. What I remember saying is asking you to define what would happen if that ball was launched at, let's say, 1,000 kilometers, really far away, right? And what would happen in your perspective when you look at this ball? It will fall in a parabolic arc, correct?
Yes. Yeah. And?
Okay, awesome. Would it fall behind the horizon or into the horizon?
No, it would be well beyond the horizon.
Beyond the horizon, wonderful.
Yeah.
And if you place the tracker on this ball to follow this ball and its arc, and you discover that it takes, let's say, an hour to travel while it's gone through the horizon, how do you explain that?
What does that even mean?
All right, so if the
I
ball
put a
goes
tracker
through the
on the
horizon,
ball, hold on, I'm going to repeat what you said. I put a tracker on the ball and shoot it in a parabolic arc, and it takes an hour beyond the horizon. What is that? How do you explain that?
Exactly. Yeah, how do you explain it?
What am I explaining exactly?
Yeah, why does the ball, let's say, when it goes beyond the horizon, it takes an hour to continue traveling? How is it possible that it travels for an entire hour?
Hold on a second. Do you think like the horizon is like the edge of a flat Earth or something?
No. What people here are claiming, the flat Earth, what the flat earthers are claiming is that the world is flat. Then therefore, it shouldn't be able to fly for, let's say, an hour beyond the horizon, right?
Why?
Because apparently, if the world is flat, it should just hit the flat Earth and should hit the surface.
What's the horizon?
Oh, he's lying again.
Hold on a second. What's the horizon? No, let's just get him to define what the horizon is. What's the horizon?
It's what you can see, the maximum distance of your supposed flat Earth.
No. Well, yeah, it's the maximum distance you can see that. Hold on. Yeah, it's the maximum distance that you can see the surface of the Earth from your vantage point.
Yeah.
But that's not the end of the Earth.
I didn't say it's the end of the Earth.
Then why, if it's not the end of the Earth, then why are you mystified by something can travel past the horizon for 1,000 miles on a flat Earth? If it's not the end of the Earth, why is that mysterious?
Because assuming if this is a flat Earth, then this projectile should hit the surface.
Why? Because it's flat. You're not going to shoot it straight, right? You're going to shoot it at some angle, like 45 degrees into the air, right?
This doesn't matter. What matters is when it hits the surface, supposedly, of your flat Earth at the horizon. Well, here's the issue. The ball continues going for an hour beyond the horizon. How's that explained? How do you explain that?
So?
That means the world is not flat. That means the world is round.
No, listen, dude. You admitted that the horizon's at the end of the Earth, right?
I did not admit or agree or disagree.
Is the horizon the end of the? Do you think the horizon's the end of the Earth?
No.
On a flat Earth.
No, but what he thinks is when.
So say the horizon. Hold on, no, I want to walk through this step by step, TW. Sorry. So, say we shoot the rocket from 10 feet, then the horizon's 6 miles away. When the rocket hits, or let's make it rocket's fine. So when it hits the 6 mile point, it keeps going right past the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
How would that not work on a flat Earth that it travels past the 6 miles? What do you think? It just
because if your world is flat,
there's nothing past the horizon.
No. If your world is flat and the horizon is, you're looking straight towards the horizon. So assuming the world is flat, it would be flat even at the horizon and beyond, correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. Then your projectile would have to stop at the horizon. It would crash and
that's
hit
saying that the horizon's the end of the Earth.
He's an idiot.
Unfortunately, the projectile does not crash at the horizon. It continues
because the horizon's not the end of the Earth.
No, but what he's saying, he's not saying it's
I don't
the
know
end of the earth.
what you mean by end of the earth. Why does this even? How is this a factor?
Hey, relax,
in any?
relax, bro. Hey, relax.
Yeah,
So
man,
I
I don't
think what he's
understand
saying.
translate to you.
Okay, what I think he's saying is that visually it appears to meet the surface at that point, right? So when it appears to touch the ground, it should explode, but it doesn't.
Because it's orbiting what he's trying to tell you. It's orbiting around the globe in a parabolic curve, right, kid?
I did not say that.
Okay.
Because we're not talking about orbits. We're not talking about orbits. We're not there just yet.
Stop, relax. I already went over this with you and with him. That when
What do you mean you went over this?
When the rocket appears to be at the horizon visually, it's not touching the ground. And the elevation data from that rocket does not read that it's touching the ground. Do you understand that?
How do you know that? Did you do it yourself? Did you try it?
Because we can calculate angles.
Did you do it? No, I'm talking to that guy. Did you try it? Did you prove it?
What it looks like. We can calculate.
Do you have any
angle,
data to prove what you said?
Yeah, it's called trigonometry.
Yeah, how about
you
you
know why I
provide
know
your
the
data to
elevation
prove
data
what you
was
said?
not telling you that the rocket was hitting the ground, because otherwise the rocket would be hitting the ground.
Drace, did you fire any rockets in your life?
Oh, bro.
So irrelevant.
So
You're a clown, dude.
I think he thinks that streetlights are actually...
You have invincible ignorance. You have invincible ignorance.
Yeah, I'm the clown here. Yeah, you can't explain why the fuck your rocket continues.
So check this out. Say I have a 6-foot pole with a light on the top and light on the bottom, and I send it away from me 3 miles. Am I going to see 2 distinguished lights? Or am I going to see 1 light?
How does this follow anything you said?
You'll find out when you answer the question.
Just 3 miles? A pole?
Yeah, 3 miles.
And another pole?
Yeah, like think of separated headlights. But you
That's
took
not.
them,
That's not even barely enough to prove anything. That's
okay.
a very short.
If you look at it with your eye, due to the angle resolution limit of your eye, it would appear as 1 light because you wouldn't be able to resolve the space between the lights.
Is too short.
Okay. So when you have your rocket and you shoot it 1,000 miles away, even though it's still, like, say, a mile above the ground, the angle of separation between the ground and the rocket will make it appear as if it's at the horizon. Got it?
Angle of separation? What does that mean? What is that?
Because when you look at things visually, we see in angles. We don't see in sizes, right?
Telling him.
What?
You didn't know that. So when you look at the sun, what's the angular size of the sun?
No, wait.
You think you look up and see 800,000?
Wait.
You think you look up and see 800,000 mile diameters?
Hold up. Wait, you mean as the further away an object travels, it becomes smaller, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the apparent separation between 2 objects, as they get farther away, you won't be able to resolve that they're even separated.
What do you mean separation between 2 objects? What are you on about?
A rocket in the ground, dude.
The apparent distance between them. Apparent distance. Angular distance.
Okay, awesome. In a parabolic, you know how parabolic trajectory works? The
parabolic trajectory is irrelevant. This is what it looks like, dude. It's irrelevant.
How is this irrelevant? The object falls.
Because we're talking about what it looks like. You're saying, hey, how can it go past that? It would smash into the ground. How would we tell
because
it
it's a parabolic trajectory. It goes down.
Well, how would you tell it smashing into the... Yeah, it goes down. That's right. How do you know when it would smash into the ground? How would you know when it smashes into the ground? You have to see it, right?
Because you have a tracker on it. I told you have a tracker. The missile's fucking flying. It's falling. It parabolically.
Okay.
It goes down into the horizon, touches the horizon, continues flying beyond the horizon.
Okay, there we go. There's the point. You can
track that
touches
stuff,
the horizon. Touches the horizon is the point. Looks like it touches the horizon. There is still separation. There is still a separation between the rocket and the ground. You just can't visually resolve the separation. Okay?
What do you mean there's a separation?
A physical separation, meaning that there's a mile between the rocket and the ground. But from your vantage point, because you're 1,000 miles away, the angular separation between the rocket and the ground is too small to resolve. I'll give you another example because you seem a little slow on this. So if you had 2 headlights on a car, right?
So
the headlights are 6 feet apart. Listen. The headlights are 6 feet apart, right? But if the car's far enough away, it looks like just like one light, right?
All right, hold up a second. You're saying there's a separation between the ground and the missile.
Separation.
Visual separation. Yeah. So what you're claiming is this. So wait a minute. Slow down. So what you're claiming is that this rocket is now flying horizontally and it's not falling parabolically. And you're completely dismissing parabolic trajectory.
I'm telling you, you can't strawman me. Don't try it, dude.
I'm not even strawmanning you. I'm talking about parabolic trajectory.
Why are you continuing when I say no? That's not my argument, but you're continuing.
Because your separation assumes.
Very slow.
That's not my argument. Okay, there's no visual separation between the ground and the rocket, but there is a physical separation 1,000 miles away. The rocket's still in the air. You just can't see that it's still in the air.
That's not how parabolic trajectory works.
Dude, you're bona fide retard. We're talking about what it looks like versus where it is above the ground, right? Physically. How many miles? See, it's a mile above the ground. But from 1,000 miles away, a mile above the ground, subtends like 0.001 degree. You're never going to be able to distinguish it from the horizon visually.
Okay. Does the missile hit the surface or not? Yes or no?
Jesus Christ, dude. Steal me my argument what I just said to you. Steal me my argument. Steal me my argument what I just said to you. Repeat it back to me.
Why are you getting mad?
Repeat back my argument.
Because you're an idiot.
I want to make sure you're listening. Repeat back my argument. I want to make sure you're listening.
You said that there's a physical separation between the ground and the missile at a distance. I don't know, some other cope.
Yeah, okay.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my god. This guy actually thinks that street lights are getting closer to the ground with distance. He's a fucking idiot.
Perspective denier.
Yeah, literally, if I would put him in a tunnel, he would be like, I can't escape. It's all coming together into a point.
I'm never going to be able to get out the other end of this tunnel. Look, the hole's too small.
He's going to have to lose weight to squeeze through that black hole.
Yep. Oh, shit. Watch out, the stars are falling closer to the horizon. Watch out.
So this is exactly why I told him
loser.
So the APCs
DJ just posted
like 30 minutes ago.
So DJ just posted the perfect image. So those street lights are all the same height, right? There's all 50 feet above the road, yet they appear to converge into the surface. Their angular separation, meaning the separation between the light and the ground, that angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller with distance. Now, the rocket will be 1,000 miles away, but the angular separation from the horizon will be too small where you cannot distinguish the rocket from the horizon, even though it's still a mile in the fucking air.
Okay, wonderful. But these are static objects, and I'm talking about a parabolic trajectory of an object that's constantly falling.
Because we're just taking a moment in time.
Yeah, it is relevant because it's a rocket falling.
So at T minus fucking 5 minutes or whatever it is, did you make up the number that we take a static moment of time where the rocket's at some height, and then we go, hey, dude, what is the angle at that 1 mile?
With respect, your point is a non-point.
Talking. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure it isn't. You have no reputation. You don't even understand it. You can't even repeat it back to me.
Respectfully, sir, your argument does not make any logical sense at all.
Yeah, it's called linear perspective.
Yes, but we're talking about an object.
Of study in mathematics.
Wonderful. Good for you. Proud and glad for you.
You can't even play a video game without it, dude.
Thank you, sir. You're definitely, I respect you for it, but you see, we're talking about a projectile.
Okay, so at T minus 1 minute, how high is the rocket? Okay, so at T, let's do this whole scenario. We launched the rocket. At T minus 30 minutes, where's the rocket? What's its elevation above the surface and how far downrange is it? Because I'm going to calculate the angle.
Let's assume it's 50 meters above ground.
Okay. Oh, God, dude, you just really fucked yourself. How far away is it? Do it in kilometers.
Very far away.
Very far? I want you to quantify.
Yeah, let's say it's 1,000 kilometers away, which you can barely see. Right.
Barely see at 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah, because it's beyond the horizon at this point.
You wouldn't see it at all, dude.
Yeah, because it's beyond the horizon.
No, because air is opaque, dude. Look up your local visibility. It's like 10 miles.
No, because the world is round and it's beyond the horizon.
No,
because the
so
world's round.
Google retard, Google meteorological visibility. Go Google your local weather report, and there's a thing that says visibility 10 miles. Has nothing to do with the curve of the
trackers
earth.
that you can track missiles.
That's fantastic. Well, why are you the one saying look at it then?
Because missiles fall. See, that's the point of missiles. They don't concept. You know, when you shoot something up for the purpose of
India's argument.
Excuse me. When you shoot a projectile up with the purpose of it falling, it falls eventually. And when it goes beyond the horizon, it falls. It doesn't stay there, separated physically to your perspective or whatever nonsense. It falls constantly.
What a dumb
bro.
It's falling. Is on fucking like
I already went over this with him. It's falling when it's at the horizon, and it's still falling because its elevation is higher than the ground. So even though it appears to be touching the ground, it's not actually touching the ground. The elevation is still above sea level. I don't understand how anybody could be this dull. I can make another example for you. We can have a warehouse, and we can put the lights in the top of the warehouse so they appear to take a parabolic curve towards the vanishing point. What does that prove? Nothing. And no one said rockets don't fall.
The sad thing is that he doesn't want to understand. He's not trying to understand. He couldn't repeat back what Indio said. He just heard, all he heard was blah 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 cope. To him, it's just Indio coping. He didn't attempt to try and acknowledge and understand the information. He's just an idiot. He just wants it to be about the globe. That's all he wants.
Yeah, he does. Well, Nebuchadnezzar, look in the chat. So I just posted what the separation between the horizon would be and the rocket in the angular separation. That's well beyond the resolution limit of the eye. The eye can resolve angles as small as 0.02 degrees. This is 0.001. So you wouldn't be able to distinguish the rocket from the horizon from 1,000 miles away, being 50 meters above the surface.
Okay, look. If the object is a static object,
it has nothing to do with being static. We're taking a point in time. We're taking just a point in time. Yeah.
Assuming the rocket is frozen in that position, but it's not. It's moving constantly.
If you take a picture,
that's fantastic. How does that change anything?
Here, it changes because.
How does that change anything? Say why that's important.
Yeah, let me answer. It changes because parabolic trajectory means it constantly falls to a certain point where you want it to fall, and if your target is 1,000 kilometers away beyond the horizon and it constantly falls, and you follow and track it on the goddamn computer, and you can see that the hour how much time it takes to travel, it eventually hits something.
We're saying
doesn't matter about your perspective cope or whatever nonsense, bro. This is undeniable evidence that the world is round.
Okay, so your argument is, hold on, you haven't presented any evidence. You've made a bunch of claims. So show us data showing the parabolic arc that only works on a globe. Actually post the data.
No, show me data.
No, it's your claim. You're saying X happens that because now I understand your argument. Your argument's a time argument. That if on a flat Earth, it wouldn't be in the air as long as a round Earth, right?
Listen, man.
Is that your argument, yes or no?
Seed, bro, seed.
Is that your argument, yes or no? Is that your argument, yes or no? Is that your argument, yes or no?
The world is round, sir.
Is that your right now? He goes to chanting. You sound like a religious nut right now. So, is that your argument? Is your argument, hey, on a flat Earth, the parabolic arc would be shorter than on the globe, so it wouldn't be in the air as long?
No, my argument is if it was on the flat Earth, the missile wouldn't even go through the horizon because it just, hits the surface.
Because the horizon is like a brick wall? Because the horizon's a brick wall? You're a retard.
Okay, I'm the retard. Okay,
disown you for being this the fucking dumb dude. Like, honestly,
I'm the retard, and you're the guy. Okay, if I'm okay, I accept I'm retarded. All right, I accept I'm retarded. Please recommend me a university for flat Earth so I can go study your enlightening.
Hey, let me ask you: as whether it's at university, is that the arbiter of truth? Because we got some women's studies courses for you.
Do you have a school I can go to? I'd like to study.
We got some women's studies courses for you, since universities are the arbiters of truth.
But sir,
you want some lesbian dance theory courses from the university?
No, I'm looking for a flat Earth school. Please, can you please provide me one?
You're in it.
Go study your mind-blowingly interesting flat Earth.
You're in it.
Denialism.
You're in flat Earth denialism. You can't even
a globe Earth denialism.
How about
sentences? You're done.
How about the one where you got your diagram from? That'll do for me. Thanks.
Yeah, and the maths associated with it that you posted as well. Sorry.
Incoherent gibberish, bro.
The funny part is he's sitting over here denying that perspective exists, yet that's how he perceives the world. Like, I'm doubting that he even has.
Does he perceive the world? Like, I mean, that's actually a question, dude. He might just be a jar.
Yeah, he might just be an AI bot and like a really convincing voice clone. That's how the level of what we're getting.
It's a freaking dumbass. Who's next up on the chopping block? I mean the stage. We got any new people in the chat? Anybody got any questions? Or should we just sit around to talk about that idiot for a while? I still can't believe that he thinks the end of the tunnel is actually smaller. Oh dear, that'll be on the floor for a while, that one did. These people say some stupid fucking shit.
There was a voice that never asked for fame. Only hearts willing to hear. Night after night you gave your time, turning questions into something clear. You lit a candle in the darkest room when others could not find the way. With kindness, patience, open hands, you help so many every day. The world feels quieter tonight, but your light has not grown dim. Every life you gently touched still carries a piece of him. Though you've gone beyond our sight, you're still with us every day, watching over those you loved, guiding us along the way. Every lesson, every smile, every truth you helped us find lives forever in our hearts. No one leaves that light behind. One day we'll meet again, my friend, where no goodbyes remain. Until that day We'll carry on, speaking your name again. You build more than a place to talk. You built a family of souls. Strangers became lifelong friends, united by a common goal. You gave your knowledge freely, never asking for reward. The greatest gifts are often those that cannot be bought or stored. They live inside the hearts you've changed, in every life you've reached. Your kindness was the greatest lesson, greater than the words you preached. The stars still shine above tonight. The morning sun will rise. Love is stronger than goodbye. It never truly dies. So when the silence feels too loud and tears begin to fall, we'll hear your laughter in the wind and know you're with us all. You're still with us every day, in every friend you've brought together, the love you gave, the hope you shared. We'll echo on forever, we'll keep the fire burning bright. We'll never let it fade, your legacy will carry on. In every life you changed, and though our hearts are filled with tears, they're also filled with grace, because we know beyond this life we'll see your smiling face. Until that day, we'll stand as one, just as you taught us to do. Forever our brother, forever our friend, Indio. We'll always remember you.
Yeah, no, Dandelion, you were fine. I think it was the rest of you that were like bad faith.
Oh, it's just Heretic you don't like. Okay.
Whoever Clown Shoe is, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, my only issue last time, Happy, was that you kept asking us questions, saying you were making an internal critique, and then you made a final claim and ran, even though your claim like went against everything that had come before, where you claimed that the globe Earth had better explanations for phenomena than the flat Earth. Do you recall saying that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's where you left off, and then you just left. So what explanations does the globe give you that you think are superior?
Well, for example, before, I believe I recall asking about the specifics of like how the sun actually functions, like in a flat Earth model. Like what's the reason for it orbiting the way that it does? What's the reason why it doesn't just drop down? Like all of this, and you couldn't give me an explanation. And then I recall other models being able to do that with like explanatory power, like orbital mechanics, for example. They're able to.
Okay. I can't take this.
Okay, good.
Models
I know you
don't.
do. I
Hold
really
on,
want
hold
you.
on.
This is the
Happy,
guy I
happy,
told you about. I really
happy,
want you to talk
happy,
to this
happy.
guy.
Models don't explain things; they describe things. Okay. Orbital mechanics don't even have forces in them; they're kinematic models. So they certainly don't explain things.
Orbital mechanics don't have forces in them?
No.
Really?
No. They're a kinematic model.
They don't.
Do you know what a
They don't
kinematic
have,
model
like...
versus a dynamic model? What those are?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, so a dynamic model would have forces where you compute the forces in totality of the forces to figure out the projectile of an object, right? So orbital mechanics have things like period, acceleration, and distance, and that's it.
Okay.
Okay, there's
Yeah,
no
I mean...
forces in there, right? It's just plotting the motion based upon geometric principles and how like the acceleration changes over time, right? The period, right? So how does acceleration over time, and how does that acceleration correlate to the distance from the foci of the ellipse? That's it. There's no forces or anything like that.
Well, what I was referencing there was how you have planets that orbit each other, right? So you have...
No one's observed planets orbit. No one's observed anything that you're saying.
Really?
No one's observed an orbit of anything ever, Happy. Do you realize
Galileo
that?
get his old telescope and he predicted the orbits of the planets and things like that? Didn't he do that?
Yeah, no, you're woefully misinformed, bro.
Didn't you learn about that in school as well?
Yeah, but I learned the actual history of what happened. It wasn't Galileo. Galileo used circular orbits, which would be impossible. He actually wrote something called Dialogues on the Chief Dialogues about the two chief world systems, where he did a mock debate between himself, and there was a layman arguing against him. You know, this is how they did things back then. They had like these mock debates with themselves. But he used circular orbits, so he certainly wasn't the guy. The guy would be Kepler, who came up with elliptical orbits, and that's what modern orbital mechanics is based on. But there's no forces, and obviously, because Kepler comes before Newton, he couldn't have used forces because the whole force idea didn't even exist yet.
Okay, well, I guess that makes sense.
So the whole point is that these models, right? We can model kinematically nearly anything because we have lots of mathematical techniques. That doesn't make the models physically real, or that there's some ultimate reality there, because someone else can walk along and make up their own model, and this has happened. It's not like this is a theoretical thing. This actually happened. Epicycles were how planets, the position of planets as we see them, were predicted, and it makes better predictions than Kepler's model, but Kepler's model is preferable because the idea is that it's often said that it was simpler, but it's actually only simpler conceptually, but it's not simpler mathematically. They didn't like the idea of having like these freaking little circles, that the planets were doing spirals. People back then didn't like those ideas. Because from a third-person point of view, if you look down on the planets in the epicycle model, the planets would do little freaking spirals around the Earth, and the Earth would be in the center. And they didn't like that idea, so they philosophically changed to the heliocentric idea. But that didn't really work. So then because they wanted the circles, so then they changed to the ellipses. So the point of all that is that these models don't explain anything. They just make predictions of what you see at some other point in time, and it doesn't necessarily mean there's an ultimate reality there.
Do you think a good model should have like mathematical predictions that back it?
Models should make predictions, obviously, and then those models should be tested against the reality to see if they're accurate. But that's purely pragmatic. When you jump in and say the model is physically real, you're making a logical leap.
Huh?
Right.
Kingsley, you're hot with Mike.
Oh, you buff, you fucking oh.
Okay, you're muted. Jesus fuck, dude. Okay, so I'll give you an example. The entire model of electricity and magnetism is based upon the ether. Now, nobody in modern physics, well, the majority, think ether exists. But the model itself can't operate unless you do think it exists. Right? Electricity and magnetism, like you're using a computer, there's electricity going through it. The entire model of that is based upon there's an ether. And your computer works. And you can type on it. And you can talk to me and all these things.
Can you help me understand what ether is?
Ether is supposed to be like the substrate of reality, like an incompressible gas or incompressible fluid that in James Clerk Maxwell's formulation was a bunch of incompressible spheres, like beads, rolling against each other. And when they rolled in a certain way, that would be a current. And if they rolled in another way, that would be like a magnetic field. And he made this mechanical model of the ether back in the 1870s that gave us the modern theory of electricity and magnetism. Now, Michelson Morley did an experiment where they tried to prove that the ether existed because the Earth would be moving through it. They detected no significant phase shift in where they interfered light, and they concluded that there's no ether that exists. Because the only other conclusion they could reach is the Earth's not in motion. And because they didn't like that, they invented general relativity on how the frickin' arms of the interferometer and the clocks and everything somehow magically change size in the direction of the motion of the Earth. So the motion of the Earth became undetectable by an optical experiment. So with all that being said, the point is that philosophically, just because a model makes predictions doesn't, just as a matter of logic as well, is that just because it makes accurate predictions doesn't mean the model is physically real. This is well known in engineering. I can even give you a citation of a whole treatment on this. Is the reasonable ineffectiveness of mathematics, written by an electrical engineer. So that in engineering they use all sorts of bullshit models to make things happen, but none of it is like, they use things like negative time. Negative time don't exist, man.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, in all sorts of fields, there's interesting manipulations of reality by which things are done to make things make sense or to make things simpler. Like a common example that you guys have is where you post papers where, like, for aerodynamic purposes, they just make sure that the Earth is flat so that they reduce the Coriolis effect and stuff like that, so that it's simpler to look at. And that's one example.
No.
What?
There's no Coriolis simplified, dude. No.
So what? Where did you get the idea that the NASA document of a flat, non-rotating, a linear aircraft model of a flat, non-rotating Earth was done to get rid of the Coriolis effect?
Well, when I read the paper, I mean, I could be completely misreading and misremembering, but when I read the paper, that's what I remember reading. I could be wrong.
Well, they did say they're not using any Coriolis effect, but that wouldn't matter because they couldn't model it with Coriolis effect anyway. You'd never be able to land an airplane.
Well, anyway,
if you're flying north-south, then
piggyback off of what you were saying regarding like what I've seen. Like, I'm not trying to like get you or anything. Like, I'm just
all I'm saying is that he said like they twist reality. They're not twisting reality. They're twisting mathematics, which are abstractions. They don't exist in any reality.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
They're transcendental quantities. They don't exist anywhere. But we can use these abstractions to like draw correlations between them and things in the world. That doesn't make whatever the mathematics say anything other than a description of an outcome. And that's it. It's not even a description of what happens. It's just a description of the outcome. Prediction. But the thing is, they don't explain things. So when you say, hey, there's all these explanations, we have models. And then there's explanations of the models. Oftentimes, they don't actually go together. So for instance, we've just been talking about a 24-hour sun. Now, the model to predict when this happened is not a globe Earth model, but there's a globe Earth explanation. So if you look into the mathematics of how this is predicted, there's no globe Earth. You're not on a globe. There's no globe in the math anywhere. Like, it has nothing to do with the globe. But the explanation that the Globers give, they don't know that this is the case, and they just think in their head because there's a globe explanation that says it happens, that the Earth is tilted at 23 degrees, and then the sun's over there, so this part of the Earth is illuminated. You know, that explanation, which is a cool story, has a mathematical backing or a model backing. It doesn't. I'm not saying it couldn't, but it doesn't. That's not how it's done currently.
I understand. I correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this would be probably done in conjunction with other observations, like seasonal cycles, for example.
What does that even mean? Dude, you sound like you're just saying like buzzwords. What's a season?
A season is where it's like, for example, in winter it's colder, in summer it's hotter due to the.
Okay.
Well, I mean in
When do those happen?
Every few months.
Okay, when does spring start?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go. No, let's do this. Summer. When does summer start?
But that's the first season, so January.
Yeah, let's just say when does summer start? Let's just go there.
January.
January? You in Australia?
I don't know. When does summer start?
Okay.
Gosh, are you a person?
You kidding me? I'm sorry. It should June 22nd or 23rd is usually the official start of summer, but that's the astronomical summer. You said hot, cold. That's not the same time.
Right.
Hot, cold starts about August. So peak temperature, at least where I live, is about August.
Do you have a belly button? I'm sorry. I'll try to shut up.
And there's places on Earth where the summer and winter temperature are the opposite of what you'd expect, because the temperature is guided by other reasons other than the quote unquote seasons. So in San Francisco, it's colder in the summer than the winter. But that's because of water currents, right? It chills freaking San Francisco in the summer, and the temperature is like a couple degrees lower. So there's other factors, geographical and wind currents, water currents, all that stuff, which determine the temperature. Okay,
Right.
these are called meteorological seasons, and then there's the astronomical seasons. So you're conflating I mean, I'm not blaming it on you. This is how it's presented in school in other places. Hey, there's these things called seasons. It's based upon the tilt of the Earth. It's when it gets hot and cold, but those two aren't actually correlated the way they make it out like it is. There's no causal link
between the Earth's tilt and the temperature.
Right. You have a correlation, but not, well, first of all, the Earth isn't tilting. It would be when the sun is low in the sky, which also correlates to the length of day.
Right.
So the day, like summer, the days are longer, right? So you have a 16-hour day. It's probably no surprise that it's warmer.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But their tilt theory is that the surface area of a tilted globe is you get more sunlight spread over a larger surface, more direct sunlight on a particular part of the ball because the angle that it's tilted at the Earth. Right. So that's like the explanation. But the mathematics are based completely on a celestial sphere, and you're a point at the origin of coordinates. Right? See the celestial sphere. Where's the sun's path in it? That's it. They don't see no orbit. They don't see no tilt. They don't see no spinning Earth. They don't see nobody's ever seen any of this stuff. It's just a model.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Like, I think that what they teach in school is that part of it is based on the tilt, and then throughout like various time periods, like throughout different time periods of the year, then different parts of the Earth receive the sun's more direct rays.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Listen. We all know. Listen, everybody in here, we used to be Globe Earthers, man. We all heard the same stuff you heard, right? The difference is between us and you is we went and checked, okay? and is a key component to the Earth being a globe, and that means the surface of the water of the Earth, which is mostly water, has to be curving at a prescribed rate, and if it's not a ball. That's the only dichotomy that you have. Look, because we could listen.
That's fine.
There's an infinite amount of models for any. There's an infinite amount of arbitrary models for any data set. Meaning, you could, if you had the time and energy, you could make an infinite amount of models that would make predictions of any phenomenon observed. Period. So, how do you tell the difference using not models, but like measurements of the thing in question? So, the thing in question is that would solve it, which is not ambiguous. Things like Eratosthenes, which depending on your presuppositions, Earth or flat, you get the same result. So, what can we do to get something that's a true dichotomy? Well, a ball can't have a flat surface, and a flat surface can't have a curving. A flat Earth can't have a curving surface, and we can just test if the surface of the Earth is curving or not curving, and know for certain one way or another, without speculation and assumptions or any of that stuff. We can know just by direct measurement.
So how about this? I will go out. I will do a test. I will say like, Happy here doing a flat Earth test. Is there a specific test that you want me to do?
I mean, is there that I want you to do? I mean,
did you recommend?
Where are you? Yeah, where are you?
I'm in
Australia. You near any large body of water? Where are you at? Like generally, you don't need to tell me your freaking house number.
Yeah. So I can go out to like the beach or something. That's fine.
Are you near Dover?
Like Dover? No, I'm near like I can go out to like Darling Harbor, or I can go out to like any large body of water.
You're in Australia?
Okay. Yeah, that's correct.
We hook you up with people. As a matter of fact, where's frickin' Stacy?
Yeah, we got to get her in here.
There are other Australians here, right? I think Des is Australian. He's got a picture of Australia.
Yeah, Des is here. You're right. Maybe he has a suggestion for you. I could show you Stacy. Have you seen Salt Lake Stacy's YouTube channel? I feel like you might like that.
I can have a look.
She's from Australia. I'll find it for you.
All right, cheers.
Look, I mean, it depends on what level of, like, you could just go out and look, right? You could just go out and look, and hey, do I see that boat? Is it far away? Do I not? That's not really, that's good, but it's not the best. The best way to do it would be to take a laser and shine it a significant distance so you can actually measure it.
Right.
So what you would do is you would measure it off the surface of the water, see its height, then go to the other end of the laser, say 10 miles away, and measure its height above the water again. So in 10 miles, it should be 66 feet above the water. Right? So if you go 10 miles away at the other end of the laser and it's hitting you in your eye, obviously it's not a ball. Unless you're 66 feet tall. I mean, maybe you're the Jolly Green Giant. I don't know.
Right. Okay.
Did you think that the Earth was curving that much?
Not that we can observe. I don't think the Earth is curving to the point where we can observe and say, "Oh, hey, look, it's curving."
No, I don't mean the left or right. I mean the far away, right? So as things go into distance, they should be dropping down. Did you realize that the global prediction is that 10 miles away, the Earth should be dropped down 66 feet?
What's the formula they use for that?
Well, I mean, there's a couple you can use. Pythagorean theorem. There's one you could use. I'll give you something.
Because I don't think the Pythagorean theorem accounts for curvature, but I could be wrong.
You're only calculating the drop, the Pythagorean theorem.
Okay.
It's actually a very easy formula.
Yeah, like a squared plus.
So the drop would be drop equals square root of r squared plus object distance, that's o squared minus r. But I'll post in the chat. I'll post a calculator. This is a Goldberg's freaking curve calculator, not mine. So all the formulas are in this calculator, so you can see them besides the values, right? How each variable is calculated. So But generally, you can just use the 8 inches per mile squared, which is accurate for nearly 1,000 miles within like 1%. So, given that value, the drop, the surveyor drop, is 66 feet from eye level. Well, it could be actually any level. It would just be like, from my eye level, how much, or foot level, or frickin' 10 feet above my foot, we draw a straight line straight out into space. How far does the surface of the Earth drop down? And at 10 miles, that's 66 feet.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I guess I'll go out. I'll buy a laser. I'll do some observations, and you have to promise me, like, cause if my experiment goes and I realize that the Earth is flat, then yeah, I will for the moment become a flat earther until I can do.
We're not trying to turn you into a flat earther, dude. Like, if you go out, you do an experiment, whatever the results are, they are. And if you want to stick your head back in the sand, I don't care. We are not trying to turn you into a flat earther. I don't know where you people get that idea.
Okay, no. Like, I think what I'm trying to say is I'm not gonna be like, I'm gonna be intellectually honest, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're trying to turn me into a flat earther.
Okay, so what it's like, we're here, we give information that people didn't previously know. So I gave you some I'm sure that you didn't previously know. You, like, a lot of people, they believe in the globe, but they don't know anything about it. They don't know any details and any particularities, and they think, like right now, you probably didn't think the Earth dropped down 66 feet in 10 miles. It gets even worse. In 30 miles, it's 420 feet. Now you probably use like the metric system, right? So if you're 1.92 meters off the surface of the Earth, okay, and you shine to a spot 40 kilometers away from you, that laser should be 127 meters off the surface of the Earth. Yeah, that's like a 47-story building. Okay?
Pretty tall.
42-story building, rather. That's how high the laser should be 40 kilometers away. You should have to look up to see the laser. And it ain't going to be close even when you look up. It's going to be way the hell up there. So, a lot of people don't realize that this is what the globe mathematics predicts. And we're telling them. They say it's a globe, they say all this stuff, but if you go out and check, you're going to find out there's no globe out there. It only exists on TV and books or magazines, or by word of mouth in people's imaginations. But it doesn't exist out there in the natural world.
I have a random question that I thought of. So, like, if you go to like the edge of Australia and you go to a beach and you point a telescope in the direction of, like, I don't know, New Zealand, for example, and you get a telescope and you zoom it in really, really far.
Telescopes don't zoom, bro. Telescopes have fixed. Don't have.
You're right.
Telescopes don't have variable to zoom. Can't zoom it in real far.
You're right. Okay, so let's say that you have a fixed telescope, right, or like a device that you can would be able to see New Zealand from, and you point it to New Zealand. Would you be able to see New Zealand?
How far away is it?
I'm not sure, but it's pretty far away.
More than 200, more than 300 kilometers?
The answer is no.
Yeah, the answer is no, dude. Open up a weather app and look at your visibility. That's not a globe Earth calculation. Just open up a weather app and look at the visibility.
Yeah, okay, I understand where you're coming from. I kind of expected that. And that's fine. Like, I agree.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you expect it? Like, literally,
right, yeah.
Sailors use it to know how to figure out how far they can see it.
Point it to New Zealand. Would you be able to see New Zealand?
How far away is it?
I'm not sure, but it's pretty far away.
More than 200, more than 300 kilometers?
The answer is no.
Yeah, the answer is no, dude. Open up a weather app and look at your visibility. That's not a globe Earth calculation. Just open up a weather app and look at the visibility.
Yeah, okay, I understand where you're coming from. I kind of expected that. And that's fine. Like, I agree.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you expect it? Like, literally,
right, yeah.
Sailors use it to know how to figure out how far they can see it at sea. Pilots use it to know how far away they can be till they see the runway. And there's no globe involved in that calculation. It's just the opacity of the air. And it doesn't matter how big of a telescope you get, because light comes to the telescope, you don't see out, right? So having a bigger telescope don't fix the problem.
Right. Okay.
The problem is that the average thing you're looking at has very poor reflectivity, so you won't be able to see it
that
after a
too.
distance, regardless.
Yeah, you got to remember this. You're trying to look at reflected New Zealand, like reflecting off of New Zealand, whatever that would be.
Right.
I'm sure there's other things near your darling harbor that you could see. Some kind of you don't really have to buy a laser like you said you were going to buy a laser. I mean, you could. That'd be cool, but probably be some kind of lighthouse or island that you could measure the distance to and determine whether it should be visible from your location.
Yeah, probably. All right. Well, I'll do the experiments and I will come back to you guys with the result. I might put it on YouTube or something. Who knows?
Okay, yeah, before you go, I just want to make sure, based on what we talked about last time, that you understand the concept that India was explaining to you, because when you, last time we talked and you still believed that the globe had better explanations for things. So the point here is that what you think are good explanation for things, when you actually look at them, they are not actually backed by science. They don't use the scientific method. They're not based on making natural observation and rigorous testing with an independent and dependent variable. So what he was explaining to you is that for any phenomenon, you can make up a bunch of stories. Like we could have made up a story for you when you were here earlier. The other day we were talking with Daz and Neil and other people were here, and we weren't giving you stories about the different things you were asking about, what causes, the sun motion, or, different things you were asking us. So, because we're not willing to make up an unsubstantiated story for you, you were willing to go with the globe fairy tale. So the point here is that whatever phenomenon you're looking at, such as the motion of the sun, which mechanism can't be determined since we are not able to visit it, and many other reasons you can't do an actual scientific test on it. So, but you could come up with, as Indio said, infinite models or explanations. I mean, you could even find, if you went elsewhere, you could even find flat earthers that would come up with models and explanations for you. But then what you shouldn't do is sit there and try to decide which unsubstantiated, unproven model you like better, because none of those would be verifiable, testable, or repeatable when you're talking about objects in the sky, such as the sun, moon, and stars, which you are not capable of visiting. So, did you understand what he was telling you about why explanations in and of themselves are not sufficient unless they can be tested using the scientific method? Did you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that. Like, for example, if you have like an entire, like for example, a book, like a fantasy book, can be cohesive. It can work together. It can have lots of like explanatory power, but that doesn't mean that it's coherent or that it maps to reality. So I can understand that that type of model doesn't necessarily always mean that it's accurate.
Good. Wow, we've actually made progress, Happy. Gosh, like you're way more able to, I don't know, progress in your thinking than I thought after our first conversation. It's very exciting. This is a great thing. So, yeah, well, you go do your test, see if you can find something off your darling harbor there and determine the distance. Then you can use the Earth curve calculator there that Indio gave you. Did you save that? Did you open that up?
Yeah, I bookmarked that.
Yeah, good. So you can determine if that thing should be hidden by a curve according to the predictions of the globe model, and then see whether you can actually see it. And if you can see it, and the Earth curve calculator says you shouldn't, then that is a piece of evidence against the globe model.
All right. See you guys.
All right. See you.
Well, Mr. BS doesn't really argue. He just gets mad and then talks over you.
You don't need to have a meta heretic. Let's keep the meta out of it.
Yeah, it's already happening.
Yeah, I know you're doing it. You're starting it like you always do. You always just try to rage bait, and it doesn't work, and then you get mad when I prove you wrong.
You're gonna meta the meta. That's
This
crazy.
is it not working.
Wait, so chat, You guys are about to. Are you guys about to mute Larry?
No, we're gonna mute Bugger Smugger.
Yeah, you gotta track
Like,
better. You gotta track better,
seconds,
Boom
2
Dog.
seconds in.
Yeah, because when you started complaining about meta, you're doing meta. So.
Okay, so you guys can do meta, but nobody else can. Got it.
No, not you guys, and not nobody else. Just you.
Heretics.
Oh shit! It worked.
Man, he's easy to trigger, eh? See that?
I saw it. I saw it in real time. You just
How about the bird lawyer? How about the bird lawyer? Is there hope for the bird lawyer?
Are you talking about Harvey Birdman?
I do not know. I have never met a lawyer for
You've
birds.
never heard of Harvey Birdman? It's funny.
Welcome to the Flat Earth channel, bird lawyer.
Oh, how's it going?
Oh, everything's going well here. Do you have any
Except
thoughts
one guy
about?
got muted. One guy got muted.
Yeah, we're gonna get over that, Boom Dag. We're moving on. Do you have any thoughts about the Flat Earth, bird lawyer, or the globe?
I mean, it's pretty stupid, the idea that the Earth is flat. I was just here for the memes, though. I'm in the middle of eating, so.
Oh, look
So you think that you live on a globe? Then is what you're telling us.
Yeah, sure.
And what makes you think that?
I mean, we have like pictures of it. That's pretty good evidence.
Pictures from space, yeah. So you're sure that these pictures are accurate?
Yeah, sure.
Have you ever investigated their authenticity?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard arguments against them. I've found them unconvincing.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you believe that we went to the moon in '69?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'm lost now. You lost me now.
This is like troll central.
How did I lose you?
No one have gone to the moon.
Well, I can tell you how you lost me. You're a lawyer. You're supposed to have like really high conscientiousness, and you're supposed to be low in agreeableness. And then you're saying that like, yeah, we totally went to the moon because we saw pictures, and the Earth is a globe because pictures. I saw it on TV.
Maybe
No,
change the name of the chat.
You just asked me for evidence of like how we know the Earth is a globe, and I just gave you evidence of how we know the Earth is a globe. We've taken pictures of it. We know that it's a globe.
There's pictures. Well, there's pictures of Bigfoot. Do you believe in Bigfoot?
There's not pictures of Bigfoot. I mean,
yeah, there is.
Those aren't. Yeah, those aren't real pictures of Bigfoot, though.
Okay, so we got a double standard here. So pictures of Bigfoot, not cool. Pictures of globe, you're okay with it?
I'm not saying they're not cool. You could have like pictures of Bigfoot, and they can be like cool pictures of. I think all those pictures of Bigfoot, the ones that make the news cycle, or well, not the news cycle, but like make the rounds. Those are pretty interesting pictures. I don't think that they're legitimate pictures of Bigfoot.
Well, I don't think there's legitimate pictures of the globe because you don't experience the Earth as a globe when you go outside and you leave your phone, laptop, and TV and all the books and magazines. You just go outside with your clothes. No one's ever experienced the Earth as a globe. So you believe it because you saw it on TV.
What do you mean you don't experience the Earth as a globe?
Have you ever, through your senses, experienced the Earth as a globe without a television, magazine, book, or any kind of media?
I don't know what that means. Experienced it as a globe.
You ever experienced a woman's touch? You know the difference between that and pornography?
I don't. Well, okay, but the Earth being a globe isn't like an experience, right? Excuse me. I wouldn't say that me holding a playing card is me experiencing the playing card as being a square or whatever, or a rectangle, right? It's just that's the property of the thing that I'm holding. It's not an experience.
Have you experienced the Earth as a globe outside with just your clothes?
That question doesn't make any sense.
Okay, moving on. Somebody.
That's like it being a globe isn't an experience. It's a property.
So why do you think we went to the moon? Let's just start with something simpler, right? Why do you think we went to the moon? What's the evidence?
We have a video of us going to the moon.
Let me.
Okay,
show
I
you
guess
something.
you don't want that.
No, hold on. We'll get to that.
What do you ask for?
So anything you have is like either experience it, you remember it, or you imagine it. Your playing card, you can experience a playing card. You can remember a playing card, and you can imagine one. Right now, you're imagining one. And you have a reference, right?
What the fuck are you talking about?
The mind, dude. The mind. You experience the Earth as a globe. You don't remember it to be that way, right?
No, I don't know why he used the word experience in that particular like phrase.
Perceived with the senses. That's what experience is. Perception with the senses.
So, but that's just the property of the thing that we're talking about. It's not experience. It's not an experience. You don't experience a playing card being rectangle. It's just rectangles.
No, okay, but how do you know it's a rectangle?
Because it's a rectangle. That's like the properties of the rectangle.
What do you do to determine it's a rectangle?
You look at it and say, "Hey, that's a
an
rectangle."
experience of looking, right? Looking and determining.
Why would you use that term? That's so like unwieldy.
Okay, well, I mean, is that like an aesthetic choice? Like you don't like those words or something because they're accurate?
I mean, no, they're not. Again, it's an experience. Like looking.
How can you be a
at
lawyer when you
something
don't
is
look
an
at evidence? How are you a lawyer?
How am I a lawyer? I'm not a lawyer. That's just my name.
Oh, that explains things.
That's just my screen name.
When we say experience the Earth is flat, we mean how it is perceived by the senses.
Huh?
When we say experience the Earth is flat, means perception with the senses. So if you were a lawyer, you would know that to testify in anything in court to any event, you have to have experienced it with your senses.
Okay, but I'm not in a court of law right now.
So
I don't really care.
We know that, but we're using that terminology because it's appropriate, because we're trying to determine what the fact of the matter is, right? So we experience the world a certain way, and how we perceive it visually is flat, not a globe.
No.
When we say
no, you don't experience it as a flat surface.
Oh, really?
Yes, you do.
This sounds like
No, you
Kevin
don't.
Bullock's.
Yeah, as if nuh-uh would be a refutation.
I mean, where do you want me to start? There's a lot of problems with viewing the Earth as a flat surface, even if you're just standing on it.
How about
Nice
swimming in a
soundboard, I guess.
flat
I don't know.
ocean? Oh, he's gonna be crying.
Flat ocean?
Yeah, 100%. It's not a big hill, so there's that.
Okay. I mean, okay.
How do you define flat?
Answer this, burglar. Why did people in the past think the Earth was flat before the globe concept came into being?
I don't know. I don't really care.
You have no clue.
Yeah, I don't really care. I don't.
Yeah, you're a disingenuous snake, dude. What's going on?
Whoa. There's no need for that language.
Are you the guest mod? Do we have another guest mod? Dude, we get a lot of guest mods in here. I don't know how they became guest mods, but...
What's the guest mod?
Someone pretending to be a mod, but they're not, and trying to moderate the moderator.
Gosh.
Honestly, I thought a lot of people thought the Earth was round back in the day, like the Greeks and the Aristotle niggas,
First of all, it wasn't all the Greeks, but before those people, and even into the 20th century, the Chinese thought the Earth was flat. So the only people that thought the Earth was the ball was a subset of Western civilization.
Really? Well, what about the Egyptians?
He did not think the Earth was a ball.
Oh. Did they think it was like a different shape, or like what?
I think they thought that they were standing on the body of, I can't remember which god it was, but that he held up the sky with his arms and his feet, and the sky was like a dome that was above everything.
I see. So, like when that one Greek guy did the thing with the shadows, was that total bullocks?
Well, probably, but that's neither here nor there because he's one Greek guy.
I mean, we could probably
There's
recreate the
other Greeks
experiment, right?
that lived at the same time as him in the same city that were flat earthers.
Huh. I guess that is
Thales
true.
of Miletus is the first known. He made the first known prediction of an eclipse of when it would happen. He was a flat earther. He lived in the same city.
So I guess you're right. It's not like a sphere. It's more kind of like a squarish kind of thing.
Why do you guys' brain always break? You guys just like can't handle the information. You just go into absurdity.
I know, it's crazy. People got to start understanding that the Earth is more like a square.
Yep. Is that the most complex shape you could think of?
A square? Probably the most complex is like a hexagon, maybe an octagon. I don't know.
Next.
Exactly.
I know. I'm
I'm
tired
gonna
of
bring
these
up
paper spam and
atrocities. I'm
chat.
gonna get cooked, and so because I get cooked, I'm gonna just go into absurdities and say the Earth is a square like a 10-year-old.
Hey, get a
Well,
load
I
of
thought
this.
that's what you were saying, right? Squares are flat.
Get a load of this guy, huh? Get this guy out of my shop, huh? Hey, Guido. Hey, handle this Vinny guy.
Well, why do you think it's not a square? I
Do a
thought you
thing,
just said it
boss. I'll
was.
take care of the light work for
There's
you.
no
No problem.
corner.
Yeah, get this guy out of my shop here.
Bro's cooked.
Sick of
That's
this
why you
guy.
gotta follow
shit.
DGG on Destiny,
We base
bro.
what we think
Destiny.com.
on empirical evidence. There's no empirical evidence the Earth is a square. Okay.
Well, may I ask you, what's the empirical evidence that the Earth is flat? Like, if it is flat, then
Look at it.
what shape is it?
Look at it.
Well, I
Flat
look
isn't
at it,
a
I see
shape.
like hills and trees and stuff like, you know what I mean? Like, you ever
So
look at like the
trees
Grand
aren't the Earth.
Canyon, for
First of all,
example,
trees
right?
aren't the Earth, and you're making a fallacy of composition where the parts are the same as the whole. Okay, so
I
it's a
guess that does
fallacy of
make sense.
composition. That's a fallacy of composition. On the scale of the Earth, it's flat. The horizontal versus the
Scale of
the horizontal versus the vertical distortion is insignificant. In fact, the Earth would be smoother than a billiard ball. Yeah, that's right.
It'd
If you
be
looked in,
smoother
if
than a
you
what
zoomed in
ball?
on the surface of a billiard ball, it would be rougher than the surface of the Earth.
Oh, you're talking about like it's deeper than the Grand Canyon type stuff?
Yes, that's what
Huh.
hills and valleys are, right?
I guess you can say that if you want to be like that. But I was
You're
more
the one
kind
who
of
brought up
concerned on
hills,
the
dude.
shape of the Earth, right? Because we can both agree it's flat, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
with what you're saying. But is it kind of like a square, a triangle? Like,
It's
what
Earth
are we
shape.
getting at?
It's Earth
It's
shape.
Well,
Doesn't
what's
have an
Earth shape?
idealized. It doesn't have an idealized form.
What would like the rough estimate be?
Earth shaped.
Well, Earth isn't a shape, right?
Neither is a rock, right? What shape is a rock?
Well, it depends on the rock, but the Earth is a specific thing.
No. What do you mean depends on the rock? I'm gonna go to a gravel pit. I'm gonna grab 20 rocks.
They could be
What is there?
square.
No, I'm gonna
There
go to a
could be some
gravel
rocks
pit.
that are
No, I'm gonna go.
triangles.
They're triangle rocks. Are you serious?
No, there could be triangle rocks. Let me give you an example.
Yeah, go find one. Go outside right now and go find a triangle rock.
Well, I don't really live in an area where there's like triangle rocks, but
Nobody does. You're
well,
talking out your ass.
here's
A
an image
triangle.
of a triangle rock. Here's an example.
And listen. You're conflating.
So I send the group chat of a triangle
No,
rock.
you can just go on fucking mute if you're gonna ignore me. It's really simple. You're not gonna mute me by talking over me and ignoring me. It's really simple. Squares, circles, triangles, hexagons. Those are all idealized shapes. They don't exist in reality. They don't exist in nature.
Y'all are fucking retarded.
That's an awesome argument. Anyway. Okay, these things don't exist in reality. They're idealized. They don't exist as such. Okay? So when I say Earth is Earth shape, it doesn't form an idealized. It's not a platonic solid. It's not a non-platonic solid. It's not that. Like most things, nothing in nature are these idealized forms. So stop.
But I think it's settled. It's
Also,
fucking.
in the
It's
VC, I
that
sent a
noise.
triangle rock.
It's not a triangle, dude.
No, I sent in the VC here. I can.
Triangle's 3 lines ending at vertexes where the internal angles equal 180 degrees.
There you
Those
go.
are not
Well,
triangles.
this is 180 degrees if you measured it.
You don't even have a vertex, dude. A vertex is a
vertex?
point. A vertex. A point where the lines meet. You don't even have lines.
Oh,
You
no,
don't even
they
have
do have a
straight
line.
lines.
It's right there on the rocks. It doesn't have to be a straight line.
Those are not even straight lines, bro.
Oh, no, I think the one on the left is a straight line.
No, they're not straight lines. Not even remotely
think it is.
close to straight.
Bro,
I
stop
can see
trolling,
that they're
bro.
not, dude.
I'm not trying to troll.
You're being
You guys are
No,
retarded
you're
fat
just being
niggers.
disingenuous fucktard. You know you are. We know you are. I'm done playing the game.
Oh, I guess that guy went away.
This
You did
guy
run away,
rocked.
right? Everyone runs away. I don't know. Right?
That appears to be the case, Dylan.
Yeah.
Sorry, people.
It's alright. It's alright.
I didn't want you guys to lose any more freaking brain cells.
Much further than what would be predicted by this sphere.
Sure. So there's a lot to start with there. First thing I would say is that the image that you originally posted about the guy doing the blue marble thing, yes, that is a touched up image. They use computer generations to kind of like make it look better. The Apollo 17 one, there is an original version of
Oh
the
boy, the
non-touched up
shithouse lawyering is
version.
so funny.
Can we please?
There's no clue what they did. That's not what he said he did. Not what he
Yeah,
did
I
at
mean,
all.
you really, you can't go on. Yeah, no, hold on. Yeah, hold on. No, Heretic is addressing your first claim. You
literally
can't
the
go on to
Jews.
another claim. You can't go on to another claim. I'm going to mute Dark V. You can't go on to another claim until Heretic wanted to address your first claim.
Why can't he go?
I'm trying to address you. You said a bunch of things, and I'm just trying to address a number
You're
of
wrong
them.
in the first thing you said.
Okay, so we can go point by point.
You're obviously just making shit up as you go along.
Okay,
Clearly.
so
You haven't listened to Robert Simmons. It's not what he said he did. He didn't take a photograph of the Earth and touch it up and make it look nicer. Try again.
Okay, so do you want to have like an actual discussion, or do you just want to talk over me every single time I try to make a point?
Well, no, it's a complete It's a complete misrepresentation. I just
But I
read
got
you what it.
I got 5 seconds into what I was trying to say before he interrupted.
You were trying to move on to Apollo 17, so you can't just pretend to debunk something which completely misrepresents the exact quote that I just read to you. But what he did was just wrap 4 months worth of satellite data around a ball. He didn't just say I touched it up a little bit. Yeah, he did say it was photoshopped. He said it was photoshopped because it has to be. That's a different interview. Okay. But when he said Photoshop, he didn't mean touch up. So we can also get you if you're actually interested in the information, we can show you the 4 months of satellite data, the actual flat maps that he used, took it, to make the image for you to match your expectations of what the ball looks like from space. He did not say he just touched it up. That is a complete misrepresentation of the exact quote that I just read to you.
Did he leave like the lens? Did he leave the aperture open for 4 months or something, and then touch up what's left? I mean, you're making a silly argument.
I just really quick. The reason I was going on is because you made multiple points, and I was trying to address all of those points in my response to you. If you want to go point by point, that's fine. But if you guys are going to do point by point, please don't bring up a bunch of points. let's just go point by point.
Yeah, well, it
So
was my
this,
mistake. I got distracted by Matthew Learns throwing Apollo 17 because that annoys me greatly. So it's my fault. We went to Apollo 17. Let's put Apollo 17 on the shelf. Are you going to
As an
concede?
example, it's not a composite. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So-
Are you going to concede? Yeah, it's just a complete fraud. Are you going to concede that that you misrepresented Robert Simmons' own words?
I didn't misrepresent Robert Simmons' own words. He used
That's another misrepresentation of your own words now.
Can you let me finish? So
Well, it's kind of
again,
hard when you
this
just keep
was a
like lying, dude.
Dude, like you cannot stop yourself. You're like a
Can't
child.
stop yourself lying.
So anyway,
Shithouse lawyer.
I'm not a lawyer. I've already said that multiple times. It's just a screen name. So like I said, and like I was trying to say, he did use an actual reference model, right? He used a picture that somebody took.
For 4 months?
He took a picture.
It was a 4 months exposure?
Can you let me finish?
Dude, what you're saying is so ridiculous.
Can you let me
it beggars
finish?
the finish
You don't let
ridiculous
anybody
claim, dude.
finish.
Yeah,
I'm
he took
halfway
a
through
4-month
sentence,
exposure,
man.
dude. What did 4 months mean?
Halfway through a sentence.
We're not going to let you spout absurdities, okay? This
I'm
is
not
absurd.
spouting absurdities. You're not letting me finish.
He didn't touch up an image. It's 4 months of data. He didn't do a 4-month exposure of a fucking camera.
You're not letting me finish. You've like literally not let me finish a single sentence.
Not letting you finish making up a lie on the spot. Oh no, boo-hoo.
Why are you so scared of letting me finish a sentence?
We're not. We're just correcting your lies.
Are you wasting our fucking time with garbage?
If you're not scared of letting me finish a sentence, can I finish an entire sentence before you respond?
Well, yeah, like you just said, we are scared of you wasting our time with lies.
Okay. It doesn't have to be that way. You could just respond to the entire point that I'm making.
You have no point. You're starting with a false fucking premise, dumb fuck.
Can you let me finish? You don't even know if it's a false premise.
Okay, so
How would
build
you
on
know
your
if it's a
false premise, and then I'll
premise?
just go back to, okay, listen, we're going to let you talk, right? And then we're going to go back to your false premise
that'd be
and rip
great.
out everything you said. We don't even have to debunk anything after the false premise. We only have to show that the premise is false, and then all of it's garbage. So continue to talk.
Okay, so the original blue marble image, right, was an actual image that existed.
You're trying to change the subject. Go back to Rob
No,
Simmons.
I'm not. I'm talking about the Rob Simmons image. If you let me finish, Rob Simmons took that picture from the original picture, that individual, I forget who it was exactly, and then used data to fix it up. You are correct. That is a composite image. That is not.
Show us he used the original blue marble image. Go for it. Post in the chat.
I gotta find it. Hold on.
He used the 1961 or 69 blue marble image, the photograph, alleged photograph, and that he used that as some reference for what he did.
No, that's not what I said.
And what do you use it for? What did he use it for then?
I'm trying to find the. Give me a second. I agree that is a touched up image, right? That's not what that
nobody said
Earth
touched
actually
up.
looks
You're
like.
the one who said touched up.
There is no agree touched up. He doesn't say touched up. We didn't say touched up. You're saying touched up. You're pulling that straight out of your ass.
Yeah, I know. It's not the actual image.
There's no image. It is purely a fucking creation.
Hold on. I can't find the original. Is this it? No, that's the.
Maybe we just need to read what Rob says himself.
I mean,
well, if you read what Rob says, hold on, bro. If you read what Rob says himself, then you're going to come away knowing that the whole damn thing was photoshopped and made out of thin air and has nothing to do with reality. That's why he's reaching and saying that, oh, he touched it up and he got the original. Would you say the original from the Apollo missions? How did that connect with Robert Simmons? I'd like you to elaborate on that, please.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but when I brought up the images of the Earth, I wasn't even talking about the Robert Simmons ones. I was talking mainly about the Apollo 17 ones.
Okay,
so I think those are better
it's
ones.
Apollo 11. It's not Apollo 17.
It is Apollo 17. The blue marble
which
image
one?
is from Apollo 17.
That blue marble image is Apollo 11.
No, it's Apollo 17.
One Matt posted.
There's like a unedited here. I could post the unedited version of the Apollo 17.
How do you know if it's unedited? You're just saying that
in chat.
Well, the color's touched out, but yeah, the one I posted at 55 past the hours on the Apollo 17 website.
That's an Apollo 11 image. It's not Apollo 15 or 17.
That is Apollo 17. That's.
So you're saying they got it wrong? I think they did several.
Blue marble, the original blue marble.
The original one is from Apollo 10 or something, but this one is from the 17.
No, it's from Apollo 11. This is the one he just posted. It's just upside down. They flip it when they display it.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we've established
that's Apollo 17.
No one based upon the transcript, they have no idea when this was taken. Okay. How do you know this is a picture of the Earth?
Because there's Africa right there. It's
yeah,
the
but
Earth.
How do you know that's what the Earth looks like, dude?
Because we know the shape of Africa, and that's what Africa looks like.
How do we know that? How do we know that?
Because we've taken cartography.
Because we've taken cartography. Really? Because we've taken
I'm sure some people have, but we've measured Africa. We know what it looks like. We know the shape of Africa.
Oh, we know what it looks like. By how? By sailing around it with a boat. We know what it looks like.
That's like the simplest way to do it, yes, but there are more complicated measures of doing it.
Okay. You have no way of telling that this is a picture of the Earth. Period. End of story. You could even have the negative, but you have no idea if they photographed the Earth. This could just be a photograph of a painting.
Why do you think it's photographed? Or why do you think it's photoshopped? First of all,
I didn't say Photoshop. I said this could be a photograph of a painting.
Why do you think it's a painting?
Listen really closely. This could be a photograph of a painting. I don't have to think it's anything because I don't have to believe their story at all.
So it just seems like you're not believing any sort of evidence that I bring forward, no matter what.
The evidence is their claim. There's the evidence. Just like if they showed, here's Santa Claus going around the Earth, I could either believe it or not believe it. It's impossible to evaluate the image.
But there's a bunch of reasons. You won't accept anything that I bring forward.
Don't talk about what I will and won't accept. It's just rhetorical garbage. It's just rhetorical garbage.
Rhetorical garbage?
How did you evaluate this? Let me ask you, rhetorical garbage. So this image, how did you evaluate whether that was a picture of the Earth?
I looked at it and said,
I looked at it. And you referred it to what? And you referred it to what?
Maps of Africa.
Maps. What, Mercator maps?
Yeah, Mercator.
Does Mercator map accurately represent the size of Africa?
No.
Okay, then what did you compare it to? So you compared it to something it's not?
What?
You just said that the Mercator map is actually not Africa.
Yeah.
And that's what you compared it to. So you compared it to something that it's not.
So the size of Africa gets distorted by
well, how would you even know? Yeah, and that's funny. How would you even know that?
Because we know that having
who's we, dude?
It's general knowledge, right? That
it's not general knowledge, dude.
Can you let anything finish, dude? Every time I try to speak,
Because
it's
you're
every
full
time.
of shit, massive shit, dude.
No, it's just because you're scared of letting me finish. If I actually finished a sentence, you wouldn't.
Okay, has everybody
I
in
would
here heard his
answer the
claims?
questions.
Yeah, he starts every sentence with a lie. He makes everything up as he goes along.
No, I've heard all your claims. You've said lots of claims. You've stacked them higher than the frickin' moon. Okay, we've heard them all. I asked you what you compared this to. You said maps. I said like the Mercator map. You said yeah. I said is that accurate? You said no. So you compared it to something you know isn't accurate to evaluate this is accurate. That doesn't make sense, and you know it doesn't make sense. You're trying to run away from it. The fact of the matter is, you have nothing to compare this to. You've never seen the Earth from this point of view. You have no reference from which to even know if this is what the Earth looks like at all.
Are you
Nothing.
done?
You have no reference.
Okay,
No, I'm not done. And then even if you did have a reference, there's no way you could tell that this is a photograph of the Earth and not just a photograph of a painting or a model or fucking any other thing. The fact of the matter is, you either have to just believe the claims of the people that claim they said, I took a photograph of the Earth, or you don't. There's no way you can analyze this with any objective method.
Dude, you could do this with anything. It's like literally if you
Santa
just want
Claus?
to be a hyper.
Can we do it with Santa Claus?
I mean, if you want to be a hyper skeptic about literally
I'm not being a
everything in
hyper
yes,
skeptic.
yes, you are.
So it's
You
hyper
are. You're
skeptic.
not accepting any sort of like material
Bird's lawyer,
evidence
can
being
I ask you a
provided to
question?
you. You're
You
just
think it's
you're just being a hyper skeptic.
Yeah, stop
You're
with the
not.
meta,
You're
dude.
not even
Stop with the
doing.
meta.
You're
Stop
not
with the
even
meta.
doing it to
Stop
like
with the
in a
meta, dude.
general. You're not
Stop with
even
the
letting
meta.
me finish. It's crazy.
Yeah,
You're so
stop with the
scared
meta
of it.
because no one
You're
cares
so
about.
scared. You're
No, no one
so
cares
terrified
about.
of letting
Dude,
anybody
no one
finish.
cares about your
Because
meta
every single
bullshit
time,
about
every
what I
single
think or
time,
what I feel.
Bro.
Simple as that, all right? We got your
Bird
vote.
lawyer.
It's our
Nobody
podcast.
cares about your
every single time,
pop
every
sociological
single time.
analysis of how I think or how I feel. Nobody cares. I'm asking you about objective evidence. You're saying it's hyper skeptical to believe that people didn't fly to land in the fucking sky. That's not hyper fucking skeptical.
I don't know why you're so scared, man. Like,
Yeah,
I guess it
look,
makes
your
sense
meta is
because
not
you know
working. No
you're
one's
like
buying it, Bird.
completely
You can
bullshit.
try and try and try, dude. It's not going to work.
It is.
It's definitely going to work. If I keep talking about him, then I can continuously deflect from the fact that my evidence sucks.
Well, you literally have interrupted me every single time I've tried to speak. So, like,
No, you made a
at some
claim and I
point,
responded
you
to
don't
it,
care
but you
about
want to
my
keep
evidence.
bro. You made claims and I respond to your first sentence, and then you keep trying to talk. But I'm not letting you make
because you've interrupted me every single time I've tried to finish.
Because you're not going into narrative, dude. You're
Okay, but do you
saying
think-
things.
Wait. So
Let
I
me
want
ask you.
you to make
This is
an
a simple
argument.
question. If
and
you have a
only-
false premise in a proposition,
No,
can
so, okay,
anything
so
be
hold on,
true
stop
after your
there.
false?
Stop,
No,
stop
Bird
right
lawyer,
there.
shut
because
your
you
pie
only get
hole.
one sentence to make.
Shut your pie hole, brother. If you have a false premise in a proposition, can anything after that be true? Yes or no? Can anything part of your conclusion be true? Nope. If you start with a false premise, yes or no?
Well, I haven't even finished my premise.
You don't need to finish. You start with a false premise, dude. Are you retarded?
Yeah, you not only do that, like you keep floating from claim to claim, starting with a false premise that we can't just let stand because then whatever you say after it is irrelevant. But you also just keep repeating yourself, filibustering, so on and so forth. So you don't have any evidence of your globe. You have nothing but faith in your globe. You refuse to acknowledge that. You don't seem interested when I mentioned to you that the expected drop over distance predicted by the geometry over the sphere is never actually measured in reality. I mean, that's the most interesting part of the whole argument, but you didn't even ask anything about that. You just go back to your fantasy pictures, which Indio asked you several times.
The most important part, Danny, that's how we know this image is fake. Is because the water that's in this image is supposed to drop at 8 inches per mile squared. When we go out in reality, the water doesn't do that. So if you're claiming this is the Earth we're measuring directly, and it shows curved water, and there's not actually no curved water on Earth, then we know this image is fake. Period. Doesn't matter what they say about it.
Stop the cap.
Yep. We know all your globe images are fake. I mean, it's not really our problem if you are not willing to accept reality, bird lawyer. I don't know. I mean, we can unmute him, but you're dishonest in your arguments. So if you don't see why that is and why you have to get muted and why we have to stop you after you're spewing lies when we know for sure that your fantasy globe image is fake, then I don't know what to do for you. Is there anybody else? There's Carmelo. Oh yeah, Carmelo had number two. Number two. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Oh, I got beef for Carmelo. Let's go.
Well,
Do it.
I'm going to say one more thing about this burglar. Burglar is very simple. If you start a proposition with a false premise, no words after it matter unless those words are, oh shit, my premise was false. Let me fix that. Okay, you can't reach any conclusion that's true with a false premise.
You don't even let them get there, but like you just interrupt them as usual.
Bro, are you serious? Did you just hear what I said? Tell me what I just said. Tell me what I just said. Repeat it back to me.
Yeah. You said that like you can't like have a conversation based off a false premise, but he was never.
No, that's not what I said.
It's
no, that's not
pretty
what I
much
said.
verbatim.
That's not what I said. It's not verbatim.
repeat
It's not even
yourself on
close.
me.
I
Okay.
said you can't reach a conclusion that's true if your proposition has a false premise.
But he never got to his proposition.
His premise is part of the proposition. You fucking baboon.
You never even got to his proposition.
The premise is part of the proposition. You baboon.
He never even got to his premise.
A proposition is premise one, premise two, conclusion.
He never even got to his premise. He spoke one sentence and you overtalk him like a baboon.
The one sentence is the premise.
No, it's not.
Oh, no, it's not. What was his one sentence? I love crayons. And then he started talking, right?
Wait, let me ask him a question, yo.
What's up?
Dude, you're a dishonest slime ball, dude.
When did you stop beating your wife?
Y'all need, I don't even know what, dude. I can't even say what y'all need.
About the time we got a divorce.
Yeah, so that's you see, there's a false premise there. You can't just lead and continue on with a false premise. Anyway, I got a question for you. I got smoke for you there, Carmelo.
What's up? Oh, hold on. Before you do that, I gotta show this thing real quick because that one woman said something really retarded earlier, and it was that
So you're just gonna.
No. I'm here to talk to the woman. I'm not here to talk to the three of y'all at once.
Do that.
The woman has a name. It's Mary Mom or Daniel.
I'm a flat earther and I'm retarded.
Yeah,
you're not a flat earther. You're just retarded.
Dandelion. What I'm going to put in the side chat is the exact time and day backtracked on a solar map for the Earth. Can you explain for the class like the really dumb thing you said earlier about how it doesn't match up with this image here?
He's running away.
No, I'm actually like with the premise here.
How what doesn't match up? What's not
So she
matching up?
made the really dumb claim earlier that like the lighting on the Earth here doesn't match up with what should be expected at that time in day. She said it wasn't even close.
Okay, what day do you have here? What date
I
is
have
this from time and
December,
date?
yeah, December 7th, 1972 at 10:40 UTC.
Okay, nobody knows when that photograph was taken, brother.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, no, they don't. There's a whole website dedicated to figuring out when that photograph was taken. So don't just say, yeah, they do.
It's
You're
pretty
full of
easy to
shit.
figure out. I did it in like 10 seconds.
No, bro. How do you know when the photograph was taken? What time?
By taking a look at the light that is shown on that map, on that image, and then
Brother.
tracking it across
No,
here.
you would need
Here, I
a
can stream it
priori
for you.
knowledge of when the photo was taken to input into the light on the map, dude. How do you know when the photo was taken?
Dog, look. Here, I'll show
Bro,
it. It's so
how
easy.
far away were they from the Earth when they took this photograph?
It's so easy to do. Here you go.
How far away were they from the Earth when they took the photograph?
Not a clue. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay.
You guys realize like most of the satellite data is public, right?
What? What now?
Most of the satellite data is public.
That's nonsense.
That makes like
No,
whoever
you're
is
just making
true.
shit up. No, it's not.
It is though.
No, it's not though. You guys just come in here and just say shit you've never actually researched and looked into. Don't you think we checked? So Himawari, let's take Himawari for instance.
I'm
Not
in
even
a flat
academic.
Earth
Not
stream,
even
and you're complaining
academics.
about me not
Okay,
showing
so you're just gonna talk over me. No, you're not. So Kamala, we want to know where the camera was when it took the photograph. What time it was?
Yeah, I don't even know what he's trying to claim here because he said it was December, but it says right on this little thing, partial solar eclipse, either April 1st or January 4th, depending on if it's a European or American date. So I don't even know why you said it was
he screwed
December.
up,
It's
dude.
weird. Yeah.
As usual, they always screw up.
Yeah.
Wait, why did he say December? What the fuck? $1970. Bro wasn't even alive then.
Liar, lawyer, what's the difference?
Exactly. Did he leave the call?
1972 Blue Marble was taken on December 7th, 1972. But they don't know when it was taken. There's a whole website dedicated to trying to figure it out from the transcript and the order in which the photographs are taken. They've never actually come to any conclusion.
Yeah, and the only reason I posted that was because we were talking about Bill Simmons, and my point was that some of the NASA photographs on the NASA website aren't claimed to be mosaics like that one.
Yeah, but like Indio just said, since water doesn't bend and the 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance has never been measured in reality, then all of these images can immediately be thrown out.
Right. So it depends on your preconceived notion about the shape of the Earth, about whether you're going to accept this picture or not. And that's exactly why I do, because I think the water does bend. So it perfectly matches what I would expect. That's why I have no problem with the image.
It doesn't match reality, though.
Well, I think it does.
I mean, if you imagine reality to be a certain way, but if you go outside, it doesn't match what's outside.
What's outside perfectly matches the heliocentric model, in my opinion.
That is cap, bro.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know if I've outright heard you claim bendy water before, Matthew learns maybe years ago. But how are you claiming this? How are you claiming this water's bending?
Yeah, I'm saying the surface of the ocean bends at about 8 inches per mile squared.
Do you have any evidence of this?
It's just a natural consequence of the Earth being a globe, and there's other reasons for thinking the Earth is a globe.
So water bends because the Earth is a globe, and the Earth is a globe because the water bends. So
No, the Earth
where
is a
is it
globe
actually?
because it matches the our observations better than any other.
So what is it about the sky that makes you think the floor is in the shape of a sphere?
The position and location of the sun and the moon and the stars and the seasons and the success of GPS, which is in the sky, the success of satellite TV transmitters, which is in the sky. I mean, I could gish gallop a whole bunch.
Okay, so what is it about the Earth, the surface of the Earth, that makes you think the surface of the Earth is in the shape
The
of a sphere?
surface looks flat.
Oh. So, like, if someone is like asking you, "Are your shoes tied?" Do you look at the ceiling fan?
If somebody's asking me if radio waves exist, I look at the radio and the phone. I don't look at my eyeballs.
Pretty hard to look at your eyeballs, but please continue.
Right. I'm just saying that it's okay to use information outside of your senses to determine what is real.
Well, I've seen a photograph of 3 beer cans on a pool table, or a regular table, I think it was. So that means that table's a sphere, right?
No.
Well, why not, Matthew?
Because it's possible to get that kind of shadows with a closer light source.
Then why does Google tell people this is how you prove the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. I mean, you're talking about Eratosthenes. It doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. He just was calculating the size.
Calculating. There's that word again. What about measurements, like actually measuring the curvature from the Earth, since we're on the Earth, instead of making shady inferences? Instead of making shady inferences that I looked at the sun, the moon, the stars, and the eclipses and the seasons, and I'm going to infer that that means the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I don't think you can directly measure the curvature of the Earth. I think you can infer it from other observations, but I don't think it's so slight that I don't think you can ever directly measure it.
So all you have is shady inferences and no proof whatsoever.
But not shady inferences, logical inferences based on common sense.
Common sense. Okay, what about my common senses? 1 through 5. None of them detect any kind of curvature whatsoever.
Right.
Or what about my sense of motion and balance, the vestibular apparatus in the inner ear? What about that sense? It doesn't sense anything either.
Yeah,
So none of my senses. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, none of your senses can directly determine that the Earth is a sphere.
But you believe it because you saw it on TV, or what?
I believe it based on logic and reason and other inference. You know, it's the scientific method of or scientific endeavor of inference to the best explanation. I think the best explanation is the globe model.
Well, if I saw your mom on Harry Hines Boulevard in Dallas, and I noticed that she did not have a hospital band on her wrist, I could make some pretty shady inferences about your mom, but I know better to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you should use all the information possible to come to the best conclusion. That's why we're looking for the inference to the best explanation.
Right. Well, the best explanation is your mom is tricking on the corner, where all the other tricks are tricking. But I mean, she doesn't have a Parkland Hospital wristband on, so what is she doing there?
Yeah. Given that information, that would probably be the best explanation.
But see, I wouldn't jump to that explanation about your mom. I would say the best explanation is she's probably an honorable woman and visiting someone at the hospital. That's what I would probably say, even though it's not the best explanation.
Oh yeah, if there's a hospital there, then that's probably a better explanation, given what you know of her character, what you know of women her age. Yeah, like I said, you have to take into account all the different things you know.
Well, don't let age fool you, because there was a gray-haired woman stuck in the shit out of her thumb at me at a stop sign the other day. Oof. Ugh. Nasty. Anyway, yeah, I think that all these shady inferences kind of leave you in a completely unscientific endeavor whatsoever. I think that they just it's confirmation bias.
My balls are spherical.
I got confirmation bias. That Hank guy is pretty funny.
Most logical explanation we've heard all evening. You just love balls, we know.
Yeah, you Globers love balls, and you love like phallics too, right? It's all about the Aristosthenes sticking well, right? But yeah, if your balls are spherical, I'm no doctor. You might need to go see a doctor. I don't think they're supposed to be spherical at all. But yeah, I would look into the whole "how do you know what you know" thing when it comes to the shape of the Earth, because the only time you experience the Earth as a globe is in your imagination when you look at the sky and wonder, like Jeremiah 10 tells you not to do. So I would check that out, Matthew.
Why would I listen to Jeremiah 10?
But that I wasn't talking to you. Did you think I was talking to you?
Well, I thought you were just making a statement.
No, I said Matthew.
Why would
Yeah, so,
Jeremiah 10?
but I'd like to ask, Carmelo, Now who are we talking to? The ball guy?
Yes, I launched my amateur stage 2 rocket into the air and saw the curvature of the Earth.
Stop the cap.
Show us. You launched a rocket and saw the curvature.
Yes.
Show us.
Oh my god, okay, fine, I'll get out of bed.
This is too fun.
So how high did it go?
68,000 feet.
Oh, you know the problem with that
Flat
is
Earth
Felix
niggas in the big
Baumgartner.
225.
Yeah, Felix Baumgartner went 128,000 feet and there was no curvature. So
Are
are
you
you
high?
lying?
You could see the curvature in the
If the
video.
Earth was flat, why haven't we reached the end?
Oh, you're tricked by the fisheye lens. Oh, I see.
Oh
That's cute.
no,
You're like a child.
lens thing. Oh god, did you
Wait,
guys
does the fisheye lens distort things? Is that true? Does the fisheye lens distort things, or does it
Why was it
show?
that when he was at the edge of the screen, he wasn't distorted?
You know, lenses in general just have a tendency to distort straight lines. Continue.
Yeah, they make my balls look less spherical.
Stop being fake and gay, bro. Address the arguments.
What?
Got another.
I mean, just some basic math. Is 60,000 more or less than 128,000?
60,000 is more than 120,000.
How long did it take him to brick? 30 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're cooked. So we just move on to. There was somebody chiming in there. I think they left. Was it Dylan? Somebody was yapping.
Oh yeah, Dylan's still here. I don't know, Creation Bear. If you could ever get Dylan to actually have a conversation about the flat Earth, I'd give you a gold star.
I do like me a gold star. Since Potato is just absolutely air fried already, within 5 seconds of joining, we might as well just move on.
You just say about me, boy.
You are absolutely air fried, my friend.
Oh, I'm a little air fried right now. I'll give you that much. No, I'm just kidding. I just think you guys are kind of retarded.
You just said 60,000 was more.
Why would you think that?
Because you believe in something where there is way more evidence for it than against it.
I guarantee
What's
you
evidence?
1,000% you don't.
So, how much more evidence is there for the globe Earth that we believe in? Because I'm addressing what you just said, than against
The fact
the
that
globe
flat
Earth.
earthers themselves say that there are flat earthers all around the globe.
No, we don't say that.
That's
So
your
what
best
you just
evidence.
said is we believe in something that there's far more evidence for it than against it. You realize that's what you said, right?
No, I'm saying you guys believe in something, the flat Earth, where there's basically no concrete evidence, versus
None.
the globular Earth, where there is tons and tons and tons of evidence.
Except for when we see too far and they say, oh, well, the reason we see too far and it looks flat is because of refraction. Why do they have to make up bullshit like that if there's no evidence? Why do they have to cope so hard to say, well, the light's refracted down around the curvature of the Earth? It bounces off the object and then is refracted back down around the curvature of the Earth at the same curvature rate as the Earth. That's how the Navy guy the other night explained the over the horizon radar, which you shouldn't be able to see over the horizon with line of sight if it's obstructed by curve.
That's too advanced for him, Hank.
So let me get this right though. You're saying it's retarded to think the Earth is flat because it looks flat, and we go, yeah, because it is flat. That's retarded.
Yes,
but it makes sense to go. It looks flat because it's actually curving. That's not retarded.
That's a little retarded.
So the flatter it looks, the more that's evidence of curve. Is that it?
Yes. So basically, because the Earth looks flat, that means it's curved. Yes.
That
I'm
took
just
another 30 seconds.
on right now,
You
gang.
got the 30-second brick time going
Give
on.
up so early. And Potato, you 1,000% don't know what we believe. You're basically imagining something on your own and then calling your own imagination retarded and thinking that we believe it. I mean, you're calling your own ideas retarded. Guarantee you don't know what we think, and the whole like there are flat earthers all around the globe. That is,
dude. You made him bounce, bro.
Oh, he left. Wow.
As soon as you said you're calling your own ideas retarded, he bounced.
I'm telling you, these people got TikTok brain. The reason that they're sparking after 30 seconds is because they're trying to scroll past you, bro.
It's fine.
Doom scrolling to the 1972 Blue Marble. You scroll long enough, you'll find it.
You guys are dumb for believing something that I came up with. All right, Dylan, you're up. Dylan, and Dylan.
Hey, Dylan, wake up. You might be a bad influence on Dylan, though. He doesn't need any more encouragement in the direction that he's going right now, Creation Bear. Do you haven't encountered Dylan before?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. You guys, actually, you might get along well, but I don't know, maybe a little bit too well. I don't know. But he might have fallen asleep. He had a rough night last night, Creation Bear.
Oh, baby, you fall asleep early. We have who else do we have in here? Yeah, they're just bouncing in and out. We have Ghost.
Did Matthew Runs learn?
Oh shit.
Matthew never learns. God bless him, though.
I learn.
That's cat, bro.
Oh, you believe. You're a believer.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the best explanation. Thank you very much.
Best explanation.
Yeah, lots of explanations, but no demonstrations.
Yeah, let me translate the Globanese
To these
here.
people, explanation replaces experimentation.
I'll just translate the Globanese. It sounds
like
good to me, and I like
it. 120 people watching on X-Men.
Damn.
Watching what?
This.
Oh, I didn't even know it was Onyx.
Yeah.
Shout out to the peeps on X.
Yeah, man. It's freaking cool as shit. I mean, these clowns that came in here probably made like 20 flat earthers right off the rip.
Oh, I know. You wouldn't want to be associated with the globe believers we've had tonight. They've been very low quality. I'm sorry. Rocky's here. Cute little doggy.
I would love to talk to a globe.
Hello. Good. Have you ever been in the Flat Earth channel before?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Have you ever heard anything about Flat Earth?
A little bit, just like surface level.
What did you hear?
Honestly, it's like meme videos, like made to make fun of flat earthers.
The usual, yeah, we know about those.
Is that weird?
So you might think that did these meme videos and little joke propaganda items show the flat Earth as being a disc flying through space?
Like, no, I don't know your arguments.
Well, that's not our argument. That's why I'm trying to tell you that that's not it. 'Cause that's usually the misconception. So I'm just telling you that is not what we think.
I don't know any of your positions.
Oh, great. He's a blank slate. We love those. Yeah. So the main idea is that there's no globe because the globe has never been demonstrated in reality. You, Rocky, have never experienced a globe. You've only experienced the Earth as flat and stationary. And I mean, there's a whole bunch of main arguments. I mean, we could start with water being flat, right? We could start with that. Do you like that one? Water's flat and it covers over 70% of the Earth. What do you think about that?
What do you think water's flat? Water is flat.
Yeah, well, when you go to the ocean, have you been to the ocean lately?
Yeah, I love the beaches.
Super. And when you look out there, does the horizon look flat to you?
Actually, no. So I don't know if this is something you can view with your eyes, but theoretically and also in practice, if something is a certain distance away from you, even if it's over the ocean, at some point you won't see it, right? Because theoretically it's supposed to go under the curvature of the Earth.
That's what they say, but they're wrong. They who say that it does not go over the curvature.
Okay.
Yeah, because well, one, there is no curvature; it's never been measured. But two, a lot of times, if you think this item, maybe it's a boat, is going outside your field of view, if you had a zoom camera or even binoculars, you could bring it back into your view because it's only appearing to disappear from, it's only appearing to disappear. I mean, it is disappearing from your vision, but it's not disappearing from the Earth. It's not disappearing behind any curve. It's just going outside of your range of vision, which is limited due to the nature of your eyeball.
So hang on, why is your... So hang on, can you go into more detail on that explanation of why you can't see it?
Yeah.
I can, if you don't
Okay,
want
go
to.
ahead, Larry. Yeah, take it over because I'm pretty tired and you sound very
Yeah, I have some
perky.
papers on it too.
I'm on keto,
I think
so get used to that. So the whole aperture
I
thing,
knew it. I
it
knew I was on
limits
keto.
the resolvability of the object that you're trying to look at in the distance. So imagine you have two bricks at 100 yards away. With your naked eye, you'll be able to determine there's two bricks there. But at a mile away, if you can see the bricks at all, it's going to appear to be one brick. Does that make sense?
I get that, yeah.
So if you
You
pull out a
still
really
physically
big...
see an object, you just can't make it out, right?
Right. So they converge, right? So if you look at the two bricks like converging into one brick stacked on top of the other, what would happen if a boat is converging with the ocean that it's on? It's going to appear to converge into one object in a way, and you're only going to see the top of the boat because the sky's the limit, whereas the bottom of the boat, the ocean is the limit.
What does that mean? Like just the water is covering the... Oh, okay, it blended
This
in
is
with the
called the
background.
Rayleigh criterion. Rayleigh criterion.
Okay. So now, let's assume you're right about that. Going based on that assumption, that would mean that there's a situation possible where with your naked eye, you cannot see anything. It looks like there's nothing there. But if you had the aid of anything ocular, like a telescope or something, now you can make it out, right?
Right, but there's also limits to how big the telescope could be. So let's say you got like a 24-inch telescope, you're not going to be able to bring in the Eiffel Tower from New York City, right? It's
Right.
just impossible.
Okay, I agree with you, but there should be a case where you see nothing with your eye, and then you bring a tool out, and now you can't see it, right?
Yeah, telescope. Yeah.
Right. But I don't know if that experiment has been performed where you see nothing with your naked eye, and then all of a sudden you bring your telescope out and you do see something.
How do you think they find stars? How do you think they find new stars?
With telescopes.
Right. So they don't see anything there. They pull out the telescope, and then now they can resolve the star, which they couldn't see before, and they get to name it. So this kind of thing happens all the time, right? People use binoculars and they use all sorts of things to help their vision. But the Rayleigh criterion is a real thing. I would encourage you to look into it. And if the increase of the aperture increases your ability to resolve things, then if you decrease the aperture, it would decrease your ability to resolve things. So if things are converging, then is it possible the boat is a thing and it could converge into the ocean because the limitation of your eyes? Please continue.
I have a
I was
paper
just
on
going to
this too.
mention before, it goes away that what I was talking about before, I put an example for you at 45 minutes after the hour, Rocky, and I tagged you, where you see how this is what we're talking about. They're zooming in on the ship that's at the horizon, but then when they zoom back out, like if you were at the shore, you don't see it, and then you zoom in on it. So, like, if you had seen, like, if this ship were, going toward the horizon, you would have seen it possibly go outside of your field of view. But when you use something to help your vision, like a zoom camera, which is used in this particular instance, then you can see it again. So it didn't disappear. It never disappeared. I mean, how would the water have even curved at all? I mean, you don't observe water to curve in a container, right? Water is level and flat in a container. That's the nature of water. So that's what we're talking about. I've observed it myself on the shore of Lake Michigan. Platter gave you another example there. There's many, 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 many examples. So, yep, that's
Can I
not
give
proof
one?
of your globe.
Can I
Okay.
give an example? I've done
So I
experiments
just
on
want
this
to
for a
go ahead and
while.
say what you're describing about this is absolutely a reality. Like obviously I don't reject that notion where, if an object is far enough, your naked eye can't see it, but then a tool can help you see it, right? But I want to separate a difference between if you can't see it just based on pure distance, or if you can't see it based on an obstruction, right? If it was an obstruction, then there's no tool, no matter how good, that could help you see it, right? We agree on that?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we totally agree. Yeah, that's why the other part of the flat earth argument, I started out with water, and then Larry gave you some more details about the limitations of human vision
We
and
can,
so on.
Taylor. It's a
So,
recording.
yeah, the next argument I would
Okay,
make
I have
would have
something
to
you
do
might
with
be
the
interested.
alleged obstruction that there would have to be if you lived on a
I'm not a
sphere
mod,
with the
so I
radius
can't
of
stop things, but
3,959
we'll
miles
keep
as
the people
claimed.
here.
If you did live on said sphere, then you would observe a drop over distance, which would increase at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which would result in a vertical drop of 66 feet at 10 miles and 266 feet at 20 miles, so on and so forth. And we don't actually observe this in reality. I mean, in fact, I'll show you, I'll put one in the side chat here. We have a laser test done in British Columbia at 28 miles, where the laser hit the target, and the target should have been obscured behind hundreds of feet of obstruction, as you call it. So this obstruction that would be expected if we lived on a sphere is not actually observed in reality.
So I think both could be the case. I think it could be a matter of mere distance, and whatever lens you're looking through isn't weak enough, right? Because your eyes are also a lens. But there's this separate case where it's an obstruction, and the way we can separate whether the boat or whatever is obstructed and not just that it's out of our field of whatever our camera can comprehend should be elevation, right? Can we agree with that? If, for example, you're looking at something with your eyes and you see nothing, like over the horizon, over the sea, whatever, but now if you were to elevate this object and all of a sudden you see it, even with your same equipment, whether it's your eyes or whatever, and you see it just based on the difference of elevation, shouldn't that technically prove that it was being obstructed and not
Why would you say a zoom? Well, one, why would you say a zoom camera is changing elevation? I don't understand that part. But yeah, I
No, it could
apologize.
change.
I thought you already conceded the point that things don't disappear over the horizon. That's why I thought when you mentioned obstruction, you were moving on.
No, I think they
to the
do.
geometric argument. But what I don't even understand why you would say that zooming in on this boat would have any effect at all on elevation. What are you talking about?
So the elevation argument is that, okay, if you're looking at something, so let's just say with your naked eye, no camera, nothing. But if you're looking at something that's supposed to be far enough to go over the curvature of the Earth, right? Technically, if that object now gets elevated, you should be able to see it, right?
How are you elevating these objects? Are you levitating them? Did you levitate the target hundreds of feet in British Columbia to make the laser meet it? I mean, I'm sorry, this just makes zero sense to me at all. These things are not being elevated. They're being leveled and measured and observed at a across a level surface. That's why water is used for this purpose.
No, but can you agree with the theory I'm proposing? The theory aspect of
No,
it.
because you're randomly saying something's elevated, and I don't know what you have like a magic
I'm not
force
saying
elevating it.
it's
I have no
elevated.
idea what
I
you're
have a
talking
paper
about.
on
You just said
ghosts
the word
being
elevated
obscured
many
bottom up not
times.
being due to
If it
curvature
were
by
to
the
be
Royal
elevated,
Society. But just let me
Why
know.
would I even talk about that when we've already done many tests with no elevation at all, completely level, that demonstrate there's no sphere anyway? And
because
Indio,
the
do you
elevation
understand
would
what he's
help
saying?
go over the obstruction. I could draw it out for you if
But
you
you're
guys want.
presupposing that an obstruction is the only reason you wouldn't see the bottom of something in the first place.
Say again?
Yeah, are
You're
you familiar with
presupposing
sinking
that some
refraction?
sort of thing must be blocking it, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to show you an image where it can't possibly be obstructed by the curvature of the Earth, okay? But it is. You can only see half this boat. Okay. So this was taken on a lake that's 1,000 feet long. Now, according to the globe, you should be able to see all the way across this lake to the other side. The horizon should be 2,600 feet away, which is more than double the size of the lake itself. So why can't we see this boat?
What is that piece in the middle? Is that part of the boat or is it
That's
water?
the top of the. It's a little RC boat. That's the top of it. Yes.
Okay. And you said, can you repeat what you said about
The
there
lake is
shouldn't be?
1,000 feet long. This boat's about 700 feet from the camera. But if you punch in from this camera height, which is 1.5 inches, the horizon should be on a globe 2,400 feet from the camera.
Okay. But
Okay,
this to me is what I was saying about elevation. Why is it you can see the top of the boat but not the bottom?
Okay.
Because of
That's the
sinking
problem.
refraction. There was a study
This
done on
can't
this
possibly be
particular
Earth curve
problem.
causing this.
It's a recording, Taylor.
Explain.
They had a.
Because the
I'm
lake
sorry,
is
who are you
1,000
asking?
feet long and the horizon's supposed to be 2,600 feet away.
Meaning it's too small.
2,400 rather. Meaning it can't reach the horizon that should be blocking it.
Okay.
Because the lake ain't big enough. But regardless, we see this, right? There should be no horizon at all.
But hang on. Do we
You
agree that
understand
this is an obstruction?
it's disappearing before the Earth curve. No, I don't agree it's an obstruction.
Okay.
At all.
If it's not an obstruction, why is it that you can see the top but nothing else?
Well, who cares?
Are you familiar with
Doesn't
the
that mean
Fata
the rest of the
Morgana?
boat is obstructed from our
Mirage?
vision?
No, it doesn't mean that.
Why?
Are you familiar with the Mirage
Well,
where the
it doesn't
boat's
even matter
floating?
why, because we know this can't be Earth curve causing it.
It's the opposite.
Yeah, I think it does matter.
We know it can't. Rocky, do you understand? We did this experiment to eliminate Earth curve as a variable.
Yes, I've done it too.
So this variable, this test, Earth curve can't possibly be the cause, no matter what.
Well, hang on. The earlier explanation that Dandelion brought up is that it's physically too far for you to see it, right?
Yeah. No, not as physical. That wasn't her argument.
Hang on, she's arguing
not that it was physically too far.
When you stop seeing things, it's just a matter of distance. It's because they're too far from
some things, but when they appear to be cut off, it isn't Earth curve that's cutting them off.
So then what is it?
It's sinking refraction based on the
I could
temperature
tell you, but
gradients
you're
at
not
the
even going to
surface.
understand the explanation.
I can give you papers on it.
You don't want to try?
Yeah,
Do
leave
this
Taylor.
all the time, and it always sucks, because you guys just never understand.
Well, maybe somebody's out there that will understand, Indio. I'll listen for the 17th time, and maybe I'll understand it better
I
too.
don't really want to, because it's pointless to even tell you, because we know what it's not. You know how you do
Wait,
a
is that
scientific
Indio?
experiment, and you have confounding variables, and then you eliminate the confounding variables so that you can test the thing you actually want to test? So what we're trying to test is this qualitative observation. Hey, this looks like I can't see the bottom. Is that Earth curve or not? Well, we can say, hey, we'll take a known flat surface. We'll see if we can get the same qualitative description, and we do. We don't even need to know the reason because we know what it's not the reason. We know the reason we can't see the bottom of the boat is not Earth curve.
So, okay.
I'll give you a
But the
paper.
reason is something called total internal reflection, meaning the light that's reflecting off the bottom of the boat doesn't have a path to the camera.
It's a
And it gets
recording
reflected
tail.
down under the camera.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, so
okay,
you have no
so
idea
then
what that
that
is, do you?
India passed
Say again?
today.
You have no idea what that is, do you? Like
Doing
total
a
internal
vigil
reflection. It's
No,
an optical
absolutely no.
phenomenon.
I'm an engineering for building, and I've studied daylighting, lighting, and illuminance for a long time.
Okay, so if you have a camera, right, and there's so we have the critical angle, and this boat is from this height. The critical angle is very shallow, right? So you have a gradient, and instead, like light within that denser gradient will reflect off the less dense gradient if that light hits that boundary at a angle shallower than the critical angle, and it will get reflected down under the level of the camera. There's been demonstrated experimentally, peer-reviewed papers on it. Can give you a diagram, right? So the light that is reflecting off the bottom of this boat, it has no optical path to the camera because it's just being reflected down under the camera.
Dude, it's not
And if you
fucking
notice any
flat.
of these ships over the horizon videos, if you look close, you'll almost always, invariably, see an inferior mirage. Right? So right at the boundary of the horizon, you'll see a double image. Right? It'll be a thin layer, a thin double image layer. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it goes into this duct and it never escapes to even reach the camera. But the light that enters that duct is the bottom of the boat. Is the light that is reflecting off the bottom of the boat. It just can't reach the camera. So obviously you won't be able to see the bottom of the boat.
I get what you're saying, but I don't know how you can be confident that that explains what you're showing.
Because we know this is a flat surface, and I don't need to know the reason. And because it's been demonstrated
I got a
experimentally, where they actually
mechanism.
took
If you,
vertical temperature measurements, profiles, observed the mirror from 1.5 kilometers away, and filmed the mirror, and it would just disappear from sight where they couldn't see it no more. We're talking about a big mirror, like a 1 foot by 1 foot square mirror, and it would just disappear. And they were wondering, why does this thing just keep disappearing? So they went out and they measured the temperature gradient at the mirror, the humidity, the temperature, the pressure. They noticed that when there was a strong gradient, that's when the mirror would vanish. And then when they modeled it all out, it turned out to be consistent with total internal reflection. And I'll post the published paper in the chat.
And the horizon is not geometric place anyway.
But the point is, we don't even need to know why, because we're showing it happens.
I can explain a mechanism. I'm trying to find the chat.
Well,
because we know.
Oh, here it is.
You can't
Listen, in
explain
this
the
image, there
mechanism.
should be no horizon at
Lobby.
all.
Here's the paper from the Royal
At all. It
Society.
shouldn't even exist. You should be able to see all the way to the other shore, no problem.
Tyler, you are listening to a
And a bunch of
recording.
these observations have been made on this
Oh
lake.
my goodness,
There's
I'm
one where
sorry.
you can't see the boat at all, right? But you can see, because it's a RC boat, right? And the water will spray up in the air. You can't see the boat, but you can see the water spraying up in the air that the boat is sending up into the air, right? So we've done lots of these observations. Other ones that are super completely calm lake where there's a light way off in the distance, and they just lower the camera, and as they lower the camera, the light just vanishes.
Okay.
And it
There's still a paper if y'all are interested.
These are distances too short to be Earth curve. You understand that part? These are before the horizon. So the horizon's supposed to be where the Earth curve starts and blocks things. These tests are happening in front of the horizon.
Okay, I get what you're saying. But scientifically, that doesn't necessarily prove that that cannot happen at higher distances. And I'll give you an example.
Typically, you can't prove
Yes,
that it doesn't happen.
you
What
understand.
does that even mean, bro?
If you go 100
Okay,
kilometers
so
away from
just
the
at this
globe
distance, you've
and you
ruled
take
out
a picture,
going
it
over
shows the globe.
the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
That
So if you
doesn't
scale this
doesn't
up,
mean
like
that
I can give you the further
Every
distance
part
scale.
of our
Okay, if you
knowledge
scale this
is
up, this boat would be 50 feet tall. The horizon,
Are
the boat would
depending
be
on the globe.
12.7 kilometers away, and the camera would be.
You have
2
your
meters
own
out.
physics.
I get it. But just because curvature isn't a factor here, and we still can see the boat, doesn't mean that curvature is
just
never
keep
a
speaking.
factor.
Yeah, but how is it going to be evidence?
Okay, I'll show you. So there is an experiment that was done, and this is what I was alluding to
love you,
earlier with
Indio.
elevation, where someone, and he was a flat earther.
Yeah, Jeranism bullshit, dude.
Huh?
Just stop.
What?
Just stop,
What?
dude.
What
Really?
is?
Really? This is what you came with Jeranism. Netflix.
What?
I know what you're gonna say, dude. 2 holes in a board, Jeranism picked up the
Yes,
light, and then you
100%.
could see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're an engineer, so you know
Can
what
I ask a
diffraction.
question?
So hold on, Migo. So you know what diffraction is.
Mhm.
Tell me what it is.
What did you say? Diffraction?
Yes, diffraction.
No, I can tell you refraction. I don't know what
No,
diffraction is.
diffraction. So when light
Diffraction,
passes
that-
through a hole, it spreads out.
When light
Diffraction.
passes through a hole.
Yeah, when light passes through a narrow aperture, it spreads out.
Yes, okay.
It's diffracted, okay? So you got two boards with holes, and every time the light goes through the hole, it spreads out. Now, the possibility of you aligning 2 boards with 6-inch freaking diameter holes across 1.6 kilometers so that you can shine a flashlight through them, it's near impossible. You couldn't do it. And the reason he could see the light when he lifted it over the boards is because the boards weren't in the way.
Wasn't it? My understanding of that experiment was it was 2 holes. One was lower, one was higher. There wasn't just nothing on the
They're
height.
supposed to be aligned. The holes are supposed to be aligned at the same height, right? And they're supposed to shine a laser at a laser at the same height, but they fried the laser, so they tried it with a flashlight.
So he was
Right?
always a.
So they had 2 observations where they saw the light and 2 where they didn't. There's emails between Jeranism and the freaking producers saying as much, but they selectively edited it so that he says that's interesting, even though he didn't say that at the time he did the experiment. He said it freaking 4 hours before. Okay, so they made that clip look like bullshit. But the part where they lift the light over the boards, of course you're gonna see it because the boards are blocking the light.
So he
Well,
was
hang on.
always.
How can the
Not the
boards be
curvature of
blocking
the
the
Earth.
light?
It's not the curvature of the Earth blocking the light. It's the boards that he cut holes in.
But how come
Because of
if he
diffraction.
has the light held
Because of
straight up to the
diffraction, he
hole?
doesn't have a culminated light source. That's what he needed. That's what they set out to do. Use a laser. They couldn't use a laser because they burnt out the culminator. So they used flashlight, which is dumb because of diffraction. Diffraction.
They
Well,
only
hang on.
didn't even
The
use the
science
flashlight.
behind
They didn't even think it would work. The only reason they did it because there was like 100 people there, and it's like,
hang on.
do we tell everybody we burnt out the flashlight, or we just burnt out the laser, or we just try it with a flashlight? They're like, okay, fuck it, we'll just try it with a flashlight. We're already here.
The science behind what?
The science behind it being blocked
You
by
didn't know what diffraction was. Don't talk about science.
The science behind the
So
science behind
well, I know
is
science
diffraction.
better than you. I'm
Yeah,
an
it's
No,
engineer.
you don't. If you
Oh,
don't know what diffraction is, you don't know shit, bro.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
I laced on my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that the how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuk's ones, right? The frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those.
Oh, hello.
I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all over. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Right.
And then there's the precision of the optic of doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision, right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something, they've known this since the 1400s, they have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
So are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
Well, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, you know, when we're trying to get...
There's two things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're two different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have one data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve. And if my uncertainty had been of a random,
what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Literally circular logic.
Right. Well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah. So
why'd you leave all those out?
I didn't.
Did you?
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
Look, I doubt you took one measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You know you didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry picked your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in some at one of the shots, I took several and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you'd have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
Density gradient.
So, okay, there is something. It's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, the so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements are looking up and some of them are looking down, right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you, I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example, is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down. You're going to get a difference, right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match one.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7.6 star, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. But it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7.6 R is for horizontal measurements.
Hey, hold on just a second. A customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh, I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Random, like the information is scattered, like jigsaw, like scattered. It's like you took the jigsaw puzzle and just smashed it on the ground, right? And you're trying to put it back together. And it was only like fit together in his mind. right? And unless you watched every freaking minute of everything he did, you couldn't actually like get the big picture that he had. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He had a really big picture view of all the maps and the shipping and shipping times and a lot of stuff. I've gotten a lot of stuff from him, namely like the circumnavigation of Antarctica being way too slow for what they say is how big they say it is. A lot of stuff. What's the other one? Now there's a whole bunch of shit he's done.
I mean, I have questions, right? I mean, he's not going to be around to answer these, but whether or not they discuss this on their video, I'm yet to see. But if you're going, there's a station in Antarctica, there would be a travel discrepancy from Australia to Antarctica, wouldn't there be? Look at how it looks here.
Oh yeah.
You have issues all over the place.
I don't know what that map is of. I don't think he's saying that's not the map where he says what the Earth quote unquote looks like. I'll give you that. It's the same thing.
I don't know. Maybe like I
that
think
was like a preliminary thing. That wasn't like the actual.
You know what? I think it was. I don't know if it was Yoder that said that he maybe we had like more Antarcticas than just one. There was more Antarcticas.
I mean, that's possible.
Well, you know, because that other place would be considered in Antarctica, and then the other one would be too. But then, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how this works because it'd have to work. Our concept of where things are in our mind is based on a map. You know that, right? Like that's how we perceive the Earth as a world map. We're trying to place things in our mind where they should be, and I think that's why we're getting this wrong. Even now,
yeah, but
even
should
now.
be. It's like, but that's where it comes into the coordinate system. Should be relative to what?
Yeah, exactly that, man. That's what I'm like. That's where I'm hung up. It's like, what are we basing it off of? Like the path of the sun, like the stars. Like
well, that's the thing. Like I know you've heard me say there's 3 different coordinate systems that are in use now. There's the magnetic coordinate system. There's the stars, and there's the sun. And you can create different maps using each one of those as your origin of coordinates, right? I can say, okay, I'm going to use where the sun rises and how the sun moves across the sky. That's going to be my reference. And I can make a whole map based upon that. Go around the world, look at the sun, see where it is, and make a whole map based upon that. Where the sun is my reference. Or I can use the stars. And then we got the latitude and longitude. Or we can use the compass.
One thing real quick.
Hold on, let me finish. Or we can use the compass. And I don't know if you've seen the map Yoder has shown with the magnetic north-south lines and magnetic meridians, and then you get a map that looks like that.
Yeah.
So as far as what does it look like, they're really like I don't freaking know.
What I was trying to tell you is, I remember, but I had to go back and look at when he put out his final map of what he's saying it all looks like. He didn't claim anything about Antarctica. Now, I could be wrong. Somebody correct me.
Yeah,
I might be able to help.
Sorry, go ahead.
What's up? Hey, I might be able to help. What's going on?
What's your position? Okay, so did you follow Subratz's content? First of all,
I did.
Right.
Yeah, I was watching him ever since he was on. But let me say something about what you were just talking about, which might help even more than what Subratz had to say. You said relative to what? Like, how are we keeping it all, what's everything relative to?
Yeah, cohesive.
And the prime meridian is kind of a thing that you can go by as far as what's relative, everything relative to the prime meridian. But I just sent like 3 short clips of a video I'm putting together to anybody I knew in here. And if I forgot anybody, DM me. But I sent some DMs of unlisted cuts of my sessions with E1. I know Dave Hinkle remembers E1. And he's been figuring shit out for a long time. And what he seems to have figured out is they actually But you can say they moved the prime meridian, but actually what they did is they moved the continents. They shifted the continents by 33 degrees, no less. And the prime meridian should actually be right over Egypt instead of over Greenwich.
Yeah, there's a question coming up. Hold on.
When did they do this? Dave, when did they do this?
When the Admiralty took over, and it was all about creating the graticule, and they put out their, royal decree about nobody can make maps or you'd be fined and all that kind of shit.
Yeah,
so are you aware of the hold on, I just want to bring this up. A lot of people aren't aware of this. So when they did the North American datum 1927, they started from a central point, meaning they did use that one point, the astronomical coordinates to get its latitude and longitude, but then that's all they did, right? They surveyed out from there using that as the reference point. Now when they switched from the NAD 83, which is the WGS 84 ellipsoid, they compared the two, okay? And all the benchmark markers, the markers that the USGS has stamped everywhere, stamped into the ground, they were all off systemically. So there's like a systemic error that started like in the Ohio River Valley. And then the benchmarks were too far apart or were too close together going east and getting closer together, right? So it isn't just like, oh, they're 10 meters too close together. It was like 10 meters too close together, but after 100 miles or 20 meters, and then 200 miles or 30 meters too close. And going out west, it was the opposite, right? So it isn't just like, hey, there's like a slight deviation. It's the deviation increases as you get further away from this, wherever, Ohio River Valley. The point is that instead of moving the markers to the correct coordinate, they just changed the number.
Of course.
They just changed where it said latitude and longitude. They stamped a different number in the top of it.
Yep.
And that's kind of like reminds me what you just described of them moving the meridian. All they just got to do is stamp a different number. They don't even have to move anything.
Yep. And if it's just 33 degrees off, I think that's where the 33 comes from, actually, as well as for other reasons. But if it's just 30 degrees or 33 degrees off, you're not going to notice that much difference as far as like just the circling of the stars, but you're going to notice a difference with the sun's timing with the stars. It doesn't rise in the right constellation. So you're getting a 90-degree thing for a flat Earth that doesn't seem right, or just in general, it should be 90 degrees when it's globe or flat. It should be 60 degrees. And when you move the prime meridian back over the Great Pyramid in Egypt, the reason the Great Pyramid was built there was probably because of this, because they're starting the time there. And the sun then, the position of the sun then times up with everything the way it always did or should. And that's probably where Antonio's getting his weird readings from people from too.
Yeah, I mean that's possible. I mean, if you look at the graphic, like his longitudes, they're twisted. You see what I'm saying? Like that twisting could happen for all sorts of reasons.
Was he using an AE map? Or
no,
something
he
like
constructed this from scratch. This isn't an AE map.
Did he have one pole or two poles?
I don't know how he constructed this exactly. I haven't read the book. It looks. Clatter posted it in the chat. So Antonio, like when he was writing the book, he wouldn't tell anybody how he was doing it because he didn't want. I mean, you know what's happening right now. He didn't want the thing to happen that's happening with other people in their books. So he didn't want that to happen to him way back then. So he didn't tell anybody how he created the map other than very vague generalities. Is what I'm saying. I think in the book, it tells how he created the map, but the book that was posted is in Spanish, so you're gonna have to convert it to English somehow.
Okay.
That all being said, I haven't had a chance to look at what you sent me, but AB just posted something about that a little while ago.
Yeah.
Here, I'll scroll.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I don't. Are you busy?
Yeah.
Like I don't mean to take your time.
No, I'm trying to post an image. And I can't in here. So if I get perms for that, I can post some things.
I don't know how to do that. If we can even do that.
New perspective. There was a question that Yoder was asking in the text chat. I don't know if you can see it or not. Like in the text.
Let's see. I'm looking on the side chat here.
So
you can DM me. Just DM me and fucking
Yeah, I'll
Josh is
DM it
in
to
my
you.
goddamn DMs
What
whining.
was the question you ordered? Can you just say it to me and so I don't
yeah. So he's asking, how do you measure distances off the prime meridian? I'm just reading that because that's what he was.
Yeah. Well, it's just 15 degrees for every latitude or longitude. You could go by that. Because I mean, I'll put the map. I'll send the map to you right now that E1 came up with, and he uses 2 poles. The magnetic declination only works for 2 poles, and it's a transform. It's a transform of the graticule or the
Who sent me
coordinate
that, dude? I
system,
think
so everything works.
Root sent me that as well, but it wasn't. Do you have that, by the way? Did you send it to me? Is that what you sent?
I just sent you all the videos. I'll send you the map too if you want, but I'll send it to I'll send it to Indio right now, and you can.
But you know what's weird, bro? It's like it's getting kind of strange now that who's ever collecting information, it seems like they pass and then the information gets like lost. You know what I mean?
No, what do you mean? What information?
Well, like there's certain information, like speaking to Antonio Subrats, like he gets,
Oh, kind of
whatever happened.
hold.
I don't want to say
Memory hold or whatever.
Yeah,
deleted.
Exactly that. Yeah, it gets removed, deleted, whatever.
No, the people get deleted. A few people have been deleted, man. I don't know if you
Yeah.
have been paying attention.
Then this is the scary part, right? Because like
You mean like dead? You mean like because he died, he got deleted?
No, okay,
He's
so
one. He's just one of them. What, right?
Yeah.
Like there's Skiba, there's fucking.
I know. Jimmy Jedi.
Jimmy Jedi. Yeah.
Dude, we could go down the list.
What
bro.
about
There's a
Martin
list.
Lanke? Didn't he pass away?
Yep. I don't think so. I didn't hear
he was
did.
about to. I know he was really sick.
Nodell.
Really?
I mean.
Who was the other guy? The guy. He made the space videos. He made. Oh my god, I can't remember the name. He did a bunch of videos about He made the Faking Space series.
Faking Space.
But he's dead too.
Archer or something, maybe.
It just like
his channel
weird
just
because...
died instantly. Like there was no more videos. He's gone. I don't know if anybody knew him. He did an interview, I think, with Paul on the Plane and Mike Helmet, but then like it just like vanished. Just like after that, just gone. And he was coming up with like a lot of like the NASA bloopers bullshit that like.
Oh, dude, yes.
The Faking Space series, dude.
Bro, that's what I was talking about. I missed those videos. That's the exact video. Dude, I didn't even know the name of it, but I remember it was like a collaboration of bloopers, like ISS bloopers and that.
Can you share it in the chat?
Dude, it was everything. It was everything, not just bloopers, but camera, digital files, pre-render, shit they used to make fucking globes, all sorts of shit, dude.
I know that's true. But that's weird, right? So you mentioned that, bro. That's so crazy.
Yeah, I sent you the map, Indio, and I sent you his map layout. I'm redoing that. It's going to look a little different. It's the same
That's
thing.
funny. This is just what AB was showing, man. Yeah, I'll post them both.
And I also sent you the GIF with how the light works, with the light spread for the sun.
Now, there's people that might disagree with that because they're still kind of like, yeah, dude.
Sure, of course.
No map is objectively true.
No map is objectively true. We can say that for sure, right? All of us can agree on that. And so,
some maps are better than others.
I'm partial to this one, though. New perspective. Who came up with this? That's fine.
This is E1. E1. He's in the videos that I sent you. I'm doing sessions of interviews with him about what he came up with. And yeah, what he's figured out is that it's all electromagnetic. And see, the light gets spread by the electromagnetic field, right? That's how you have. That's how you have. enough light everywhere. So I made this GIF, and it just goes 2 times around each place. But it'd be 182 days, 182 days in the north, 182 days in the south. I'll post the explanation for this so people can actually get exactly what this is supposed to be.
Does that correct for the missing day, like in the Gregorian calendar?
If there's one missing day, well, that's interesting because there's 1 day of transition. Half a day to transition to the north, to the south, and half a day to transition to the north. So it's 182 days in each hemisphere, and then there's 1 day split apart when it goes exactly on the same day, exactly at the same time. It goes to the south, and it's a toroidal field in each area that it rides on, and it's perfect. And it charges up in the south, and then discharges in the north. It's an electromagnetic circuit.
Okay, I'm because I'm partial to that. Like, there's a lot of people that might disagree with that one, but because we were talking about, like, there was a video by who was it that was talking about like what the sun charges up the the air, and it excites noble gases, and there was that explanation, but then it gets shot down by like that can't be the case, so I don't know, like it being electromagnetic.
What's the reason for it getting shut down? Like, does somebody know?
Dude, I'm not and because like these are speculations, right? When we talk about like we need to follow whether or not, because we don't know what the sun is, right? But based on the excitation of noble gases, you can see different colors when it's charged up, whatever type of noble gas, like neon signs. So you get what I'm saying? Different types of noble gases.
That's exactly what he says. That's what he says. He says that the stars themselves, he thinks, are made of like some kind of material close to what do you call it? Mercury, and that they actually they may dissipate when the sun's out, and that there may not even be stars, because it's like a fluorescent light when it has the little mercury tube, and the mercury's in there. Well, it coalesces again after you turn it off, right? Back to where it was. And then when you turn it on, it dissipates, kind of like that for the stars, maybe. But that's where all the colors come from the sun exciting everything.
And dude, like, it's just like I think about it because, like I said, nobody really we don't know what the sun is, so there's no way to tell like for sure. But it just like if we're gonna lean in a direction, for me that's where I would lean. And
you can look at the GPs and have a model. I mean, he's done like that's the thing about the 33-degree correction. It wasn't like they moved the prime meridian, because you can't do that really, because it continues on to be the international date line after it hits the pole. And then the international date line goes halfway north of north and halfway south of south. And it's just on a flat map, and it's halfway broken apart. And then what they did is they took the top and flipped it back, and the bottom and flipped it up, and then the sides and flipped them back, and gave you the illusion that it's a ball. But never the twain shall meet. You have like Point Nemo in the middle of that blue side of the ball. When you see the globe, it's like ocean, all ocean on one side, right? Well, that's just the outside ocean of the flat Earth. And they just pinned everything back, but all the coordinates are exactly the same. So Point Nemo is going to have like a very far southwest coordinate. And that's where it is, but you would never know that, because who's going to Point Nemo, right? And he said if you look on the Navy Navy tracking vessels, you can see like there's a whole armada of ships like way out west and way out east, and they just sit there 24/7, and then they move to the south during the winter solstice when it's warmer down there. And whether they're just sitting there like guarding something or trading with outer ponders or whatever it is they're doing, you can look on the naval tracker and see all those ships out there. So it's just a matter of pinning the top to the bottom, and the international date line goes up north of the North Pole and down south of the South Pole. So if you go around south, around the bend around south, it's just like you're on the blue side of the ball, but you're just on a flat Earth going around one way or the other. And your compass reading is always going to take you one direction or another anyway, right? And the compass only points north, which is where the magnetic declination runs south to north, charges up in the south and goes to north, right? Well, that's where the latitude lines come from, and then the longitude lines come from that magnetic field, And the latitude lines come from the electromagnetic field that the stars and the sun and the moon and the planets all run on. And then the analemma is from the sun going over the toroidal field to switch to the south, and then it circles around that 182 days, and then it comes back up, and when it gets enough charge, it goes over the top of the toroidal field down to the other one, and that's where the figure eight analemma pattern comes from going between the toroidal fields that work as one unit as well. They're attached, but they're separate. It's like a perfect machine. And then the sun also does a figure eight, just because it circles both areas, but it doesn't do a figure eight every time it goes anywhere, But that's not where the analemma comes from.
I mean, does he have like content on YouTube that people talk
He
about?
does, but well, right now the sessions of us, I sent the short clips that are just straight cuts of me screen recording stuff, and I'm sending them out to all the cool peeps first before I put the final piece out as an unlisted thing, so everybody gets familiar with it, and it's not just like, okay, one and done, like, here's the one video that you should see, and then it gets like, dumped, or I get my channel taken down or something. I just want everyone to have the information and start to figure out if he's right, because he made a custom star chart wheels, right? He took the Weems and Plath. Anybody can get the Weems and Plath, which is like the most official star chart company that supplies all the professionals and the people doing nautical navigation and stuff. And those are two wheels, and you have a south and a north side, but they put it on the back side, so you would never be able to put them together to see exactly what's happening. But even just going by that, there's stars that deviate from each other. They run parallel through the celestial equator, and then they spread out from each other and go 360 degrees the opposite direction. So we have converging and diverging star trails, which debunks the globe better than anything right there. Even Stellarium shows you converging and diverging star trails. I mean, they have to say, oh, they don't, they stay equidistant. That's just a claim. But they have to show you what actually happens, which is diverging and start. There's two star trails next to each other, not on the globe. The globe doesn't even work with the star trails. And people have been bringing up the southern star trails as a globe positive, but it's always been a debunk.
Interesting. And a lot of people over the years have put out information to like solidify some sort of like idea of what people can put out there as far as like how things are above in the sky, like how do they work. And it just, I don't know, people can say whatever they want. It's just like, when we have conversations in this channel, we're trying to ground people in truth and such, but you guys are doing work in another type of conversation with people looking into like, how the heavens move and how they could, if the earth is a horizontal plane with the stars moving around, and you're trying to attach kind of like a model with this, which is what I'm saying that you guys, how big is your group, by the way? New Perspective, you and Ewan?
Well, yeah, for this stuff, it's just me and E1. He left the conversation early, like 2016, because he kept talking about the southern star trails. And, all the flat earthers would say is stars move east to west, stars move east to west, which is true. I mean, through the celestial equator, but it wasn't enough because there's a whole lot of people that are, attached to the AE map or thinking that the stars are a parabolic reflection or just a part of your personal dome. And even a lot of ancient maps seem to show that it looks like it's one circle. But that could be because they didn't go to the south. They didn't need the south. They didn't travel there. They were, geocentric, and they wanted everything to revolve around them for whatever reasons. There's a lot of different depictions because even on the Weems and Plath wheels, you're going to have southern stars on your northern wheel, right? And they don't go 360 degrees around like the northern stars do, but you have to put them on that wheel because you can see them from the north. So if you're plotting, you're going to see some of those southern stars, and they're going to look like they're running parallel with the stars you're looking at. But once they get out far enough west, they're going to diverge from the stars that are actually in the north and go around and then sync up again, right, and converge again with the stars in the north through the celestial equator. So, yeah, I'll put the, I don't know if I can't post it in You know, I'll put his website and his YouTube on here for people to check out. Which you know they don't include like the video that I'm putting together of our interviews, but I sent you the unlisted links to check out. In the meantime,
do you welcome people that disagree with the perspective that you and Iwan have been talking about? Like, I think in this particular matter, there should be a lot of there should be a lot of disagreement.
On the reason. It would depend on the reason, because all he's doing is looking at data. He went to the nautical almanac and did all the equations and knows how to plot the stars. And there's a whole like you have to use the scientific calculator to figure out this stuff and get your amplitude. And like, he did the work to figure out how the stars work and how you figure out your plotting positions. So if someone has a disagreement, they could go and do the work themselves and then tell him why he's wrong. But he just wanted to know how it works, and he seems to have figured out the way that the sun and the moon and the stars all coordinate with the right amount of time for direct sunlight in each area. Oh, what I was getting to was that they didn't move the prime meridian; they moved the continents, shifted the continents. So that's what brings up the two-pole graticule transform that people have problems with, because the sun wouldn't get enough direct sunlight on New Zealand and Australia and some of these other areas. So even with the electromagnetic pull of the light, it wouldn't work out quite right until you do that 33-degree correction. And then there's a lot of other things that come into play with the Great Pyramid and then the alignment to other ancient monuments that seem to be also built there for the exact reason that we're talking about. Kind of the sacred geometry all lines up and everything.
Interesting.
All right, so if people have technical, he'd like to know anything. He would like people to take his information and build on it, or be better than him, or even find things that are wrong, because he doesn't want to be wrong. It's not like I just want to make it work for my theory. It's not just his theory. He's just trying to figure out how it works, technically. Here's his YouTube page. Put that in the chat, and I'll also put his website.
I mean, people can look at it if they want.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? It's just, I feel like just taking.
Yeah, you'll have to watch the videos. You'll have to just watch the videos. That would be the best way to go, is watch those and talk about it. I'll come back, or DM me back and give me any inputs or suggestions or questions. And it's not complete from what I've sent. It's just snippets so you get the idea, and there's a lot more to it.
Yeah, I mean,
but people have problems with like the travel times from like Hawaii to New Zealand. It's just a coordinate system. It's the exact same thing. So there's no real way to debunk it if it's a coordinate system transform and it's got two poles. It's just like the globe but flat Earth, which is what they don't want. They don't want this at all. The ballers hate it. In fact, when I post this shit, they start talking the AE map up and giving it props and saying, "Oh, the AE map's the only way it could work." Like, okay, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Well, you're fighting against people who have been like told that this is the only way that it can happen. So for a long time, because I think back in 2015, when this actually got legs, Flat Earth really got going on social media, that seemed to be the most dominant look for Flat Earth. For the one that actually took over from, I think there was like the Pac-Man model and that sort of thing. So we have like a lot of people that were like bandwagon with this idea with the AE map. So you have people that have been trying to figure out what map, model or whatever. So
yeah. Well, it seems like this is like too in your face, like obvious when you look at it. You're like, oh, it looks like a globe. You're like, oh shit, no wonder they looked at that and saw that it's an electromagnetic field. And that's why the lines curve like a globe, because that's the way the electromagnetic field lines work, right? So those are real lines for the latitude and longitude. It's based on the electromagnetic or magnetic fields. That's why the lines look like that.
New perspective. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Just to challenge you. How did they figure out what the magnetic field lines in relation to, like, how anybody can figure them out? Like, how do they know what direction they are and how they bend, and like what was the research behind that? Do you know?
compass is the magnetic field lines, right? It goes north to south.
Yeah.
You could follow
Yeah.
along the way the compass makes it go.
I get that much, but what I'm saying is like, who figured it out and how do they know that's the exact way that they look? Like in an overall kind of like a worldview perspective, because there's this kind of idea that we have these magnetic field lines in the ways that they are. So the deeper question, right? Because I don't know if you know what I mean.
The
Like
magnetic field lines. Okay, so for on here on Earth, you have the North and the South Pole with the magnetic field lines that are the longitude lines that go straight from pole to pole. Now, those aren't real lines in quotes, right? They're not real, but you just divide up the magnetic field into 15-degree increments. You know, it's not like there's a real line that's on the ground that you can like mark and say this is 15 degrees from this line. It's just that's the way the field works, right? It bows out and then converges back in at the poles. So it's just that one kind of imaginary, but for the latitude lines, those are the star lines, or those are the star circles. And those are, you could call them real because we see the circles in the sky, right? We see the stars circling in two different circles in the south, counterclockwise in the south and clockwise in the north. Those are things you can actually just observe. So that's where those lines come from. But they break them up into convenient little increments. You know what I'm saying? It's not like every star is represented by a line. They use like 56 stars for their navigation, and that's what they use for the look of the latitude lines. But those aren't like real lines either. It's just a way of conveniently marking so that when you look at the stars, you can figure out where you are on the Earth, in relation to your latitude and the star that you're looking at and plotting for. So it's like a very useful way of using the stars.
how would you go about figuring out whether or not that would be the correct path of the sun?
Earth is not flat.
Like, I mean, that's a great way to.
One of the things. If you look at the GPs, right? The GPs aren't hard to figure out. It's something like Antonio was doing, where you have all the people that are looking at their solar noon, and this is what they see. They say they've figured out. You can look up the almanac and the GPS of the sun and all that. And he was cross-checking his stuff with the GPs and with GPS and stuff. And he's like, well, unless GPS is off, it seems to be about where it should be, So he's not claiming it's 100% accurate and would like to be able to make sure that it is. But it's accurate enough that we have a model, in quotes. A model is just a model. It's not the territory. But at least we know this. If I was in America looking at a star, and you use his custom star chart, then somebody in Australia could be looking up at the star they're looking at, and we could see if it syncs up with the way he's got the stars plotted. That would be a way to falsify it.
What was the map that he was using underneath the that GIF that you proposed? The one with the dual hole.
That's like that's it's like a two. He came up like what they show pole gratitude transform that anyone can see. It's there's a lot of different names for them. But in the clip, one of the clips I sent you, he talks about that. I forget exactly the name of the one that looks similar to the one without the prime meridian correction, but that's just his layout with the 33-degree correction, so that the prime meridian runs over Egypt instead of over Greenwich.
So
I sent you some other things you could post to India.
Okay. I mean, I'm just listening to that, man. I can't put a stake in the ground for any of this stuff.
Nobody should. Everybody should just put it as like, oh, you know what's great about this is it kills TFE, and it's gonna come out right before the documentary that they totally cut Whitsitt out of and make it seem like, oh, debunk flat Earth and the flat Earther is now a glober, and but this is like, yeah, the southern stars actually debunk the globe, people, and the sun does move around goes counterclockwise around the south. And you're going to still see it rise east to west because all the land areas that you can see the sun at, you're still going to see it come around and go through the middle, no matter which way it goes. If it's in the north or the south, it's still going to come up through the middle from east to west. But it sets south of west in the wintertime. And that right there, if it's setting south of west in the wintertime and north of west in the summertime, that means it can't be going around in a circle. It's going 2 different directions when it sets. You don't have to go to Antarctica to see that.
I don't know, there's still a lot of stuff if we're going to actually do something seriously that people have to like consider a lot more information, and especially go under heavy scrutiny by people who can internally critique them from a position where we've been looking at people proposing ideas such as this, which is what I'm saying. New perspective is just like you should be open to the fact that people will look into this and kind of think about it and maybe ask questions and not.
Absolutely.
I guess
That's
not
why
come
I'm
from
doing all the graphics. I'm making a better graphic with all the latitude and longitude lines marked, and make it, so that there's all the information available when the video, comes out for the public. It'll all be there, and all those kind of questions can be answered without it being, bombarding and then chasing around people's questions afterwards. I'm trying to get a full package first.
Okay.
You said they cut Winston out of the final experiment?
They're going to cut him out of the documentary, it seems like, yeah.
Oh, because he doesn't want to be like he has it in the.
Yeah, I remember they worked it out so that they had like final cut, and he thought like with Jaron on his side and everything, it would work out that they could like have more say in how the whole thing turns out. But since Jaron is pretending to be a baller or whatever he's doing, now it's like you can just cut Whitsett out and act like Jaron's the only thing that matters, because Whitsett didn't turn.
Yeah, that's some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, but they're gonna be pulling some stuff this, dude. Like,
yeah, they're gonna do something, and this is gonna be the thing. It's like, hey, the final experiment had 3 flat earthers. What were the 3? There's only one that was shown in the documentary. So their little tactics and shitty things will always backfire on them, because like no weapon forged against you shall prosper. They don't give a fuck about the globe. They're just trying to shit on flat Earth.
And if it is a 2-pole flat Earth, like it seems to be, it's just the sun, like if it goes around the south and goes around Earth, that's another data point that now has forced people. And E1 came up with, he knew there was a 24-hour sun way before TFE. It wasn't a reaction to that. But for anyone else, if it wasn't him, they have to then work that into the fact that we know we're not on a spinning ball, and it forced the hand. So it backfired already, because we're going to figure out the true model. We can call it true flat Earth. That's what it was all about. True flat Earth, not the final experiment.
it's funny because people on the globe side, like, you have Bev. I don't know if you know who Bev is. Try thinking.
I do.
He's pretty well in this realm. He's pretty relevant, but he was saying that he's a real globe knower. I don't know why he said
a real globe. I hate him. Yeah.
So,
I've got a bunch of clips. You check out my channel. I've got a bunch of you on there, AV. If you watch my channel, AV, there's a bunch of clips of you on there schooling people. You don't know. Yeah. I provide like a flat Earth TV with like clips of you guys and whoever else seems to be entertaining during the day.
Yeah, dude. Now I'm laughing because he's always coming in. Well, he used to anyway. Come in here and just like, well, we know what the globe really looks like, and it's like, dude. I mean, he says that flat equals the visual surface condition. That's what flat means. Visual surface condition.
The word flat.
It's like that.
The word flat.
That's the
definition of the word flat.
Yeah, it's like that. That could mean anything. What happened?
Hello. Yeah, because as far as I know, that the oldest civilization the first people to act.
Pineapple one, man.
Why is everyone just muted, dude?
I mean, just like this is like out. You ever seen like hyenas? We're waiting for a freaking wounded fucking zebra to go walking across the
Oh, okay. Are you that guy? Well, I don't know. Do you guys believe in flat Earth? Can I debate you?
Yeah.
You do or you don't?
I take umbrage with the word believe.
Okay, so you're flat earthers.
Yes.
Okay.
Whole chat.
The whole chat? Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
There
6,
might be a couple Glovers in here. Hold on, let me look real quick. No.
Dude, if you look, this room is number 1 in this server, man.
Holy shit.
So, what do you know about this topic?
So I actually don't know much about the flat earther argument, so I'm a little curious there. What's
well, hold on before you start all this. Are you aware of like the memes or like silly videos or like articles on the internet?
I mean, I'm aware of them, but I haven't really like watched many or anything. I'm aware they exist.
Okay. Let's start off here. We don't think Earth is a disk in space and that it's the third disk from the sun in a solar system. So let's start there.
Okay, that's a good place to start.
That's it, because that's the typical place how it's portrayed, right? They'll show Earth in outer space, floating in space with the water falling off the edges of the Earth.
Yeah.
We don't think that. Okay, so it's a different cosmological worldview, you could put it.
What is it? What is it that you do think?
Okay, that we don't think that the Earth is the universe or reality is a giant fucking space vacuum with all the planets thousands of trillions of miles away from each other, right? Spinning around each other, all that crap. We don't believe in any of that crap. And the reason being is because, like, typically if you see that, it's portrayed, right? So you've seen pictures of the solar system, right? They're all portrayed from like this third person point of view. Obviously, you've never had that point of view.
No, I have not.
Okay, neither does anybody else.
I sure hope no one has. That'd be a little concerning.
Yeah, no one's actually had that third person point of view.
Yeah.
All we have is from like our point of view, our first person point of view.
Can I ask a question?
I guess I feel like third person points of view makes sense for map or depictions, though.
Can I ask what he means by third person point of view? Like,
I think he means like that top down sort of
external. Technically, it's called an orthographic view.
If I put a Bandicam above my head, is that not considered third person? And I watch that camera. Is that?
We don't need this kind of commentary.
Is that not what he's referencing? Or
if you can't figure it out, just shut yourself up, man, and listen.
Okay, fuck you, dude.
Holy shit!
Are you guys insane for the road?
He went straight for the kill.
Well, that escalated quickly.
I feel like the sort of top-down view makes sense, though, from a map-wise perspective, because it's sort of like it's a map. You can't really fit in a depiction of a large region unless you have like a third-person point of view. Like if you have a map of just the United States, for example, it's that same top-down. I mean, not at the same scale, but
yeah. I understand why they exist, man. I'm not like fucking him. I know why we have orthographic points of view.
Okay.
Engineering drawings, blueprints, things like that. But this is a different issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to. You can actually theoretically take a third-person point of view of North America, right?
Yes.
Or your house, or your state, or Lake Titicaca. Like we can take third-person points of view of that and verify that whatever we drew on the map is actually correct. We can't verify whether the Earth is orbiting the sun in a solar system because nobody's ever actually observed an orbit, and this might come as a shock, and it often is that in reality, no one's actually ever observed an orbit in nature. From an external third-person point of view. People have constructed a model in which, from where they're looking, like from their first-person point of view, they say, hey, from this third-person point of view, we can construct a model in which, from our viewpoint, it'll look like this.
Yes.
Right? So it's all constructed from a first-person point of view. So astronomy assumes that you're a point at the origin of coordinates looking outward into a sphere of infinite radius. So this idea, so there's more ideas that go along with it, that the Earth has no unique, is not unique, right? Has no preferred place in the universe.
It's just like everything else. This is called the Copernican principle. So this is philosophical. It has nothing to do with science or anything like that, right? So you have these philosophical presuppositions from which the entire idea of a globe is created from, right? So that's what most people don't realize, that they have these things built in, like these assumptions, like, hey, I've had hundreds of times said to me, well, if the Earth is round, why are the other planets round? I go, hey, the Earth isn't a planet. And they'll go, well, then what is it? Right? Because in their mind, it has to be like everything else.
Are you being for real right now? Or are you fucking joking?
It can't be.
But why does the Earth have to be?
Okay, hold on. Let me finish my sentence. It can't be unique in the Copernican principle. So their presupposition of how the reality works is that Earth is not unique. So that's because it's the logical fallacy. If you go, hey, planets are round, why isn't the Earth round? They don't even realize that that's a logical fallacy because they have a presupposition that everything is the same.
I just want to put, so if everything else is round, it's a logical fallacy to assume that the thing we are on is round?
No, the evidence, right? You look out, you see a whole bunch of shit that's round. Let me use an analogy. You looked out the peephole of your door, right, your front door, and you saw a bunch of cars. Would it be okay for you to say, I'm a car?
Okay, what if I said that about humans, though? If I saw everyone...
Address what I said. Address what I said.
Well, no, because I'm smart enough to know that I'm not
address
a car.
what I said, dude.
What he said.
What did he just say? Say it again.
He said if you look out your window and you see a car, is it logical?
I said a peephole.
Okay, a peephole. My bad.
Because I don't want him to be able to look around him, right? So the idea is all you can see is outside. And then you see a whole bunch of things outside that are all the same. Would you think you're one of those things?
Well, in this case, I don't think this matters because I know how a car works, and you're looking at things.
Okay, but how do you know you're not a car?
Because I have metacognition. I understand how to think.
Okay, so how do we know we're not a planet?
Are you being for real? Are you joking? Are you being for real?
What about, like, if I stand?
I mean, I sure hope I don't have a huge gravitational.
Wait a minute, hold on. You kind of not like answering the question. You saying because you know how a car works. You don't know that.
Dude, he's giving philosophical questions that we impossibly
can't answer it philosophically. You don't know how. The point of the matter is that you don't know how a car works. So you not knowing how a car works, and all you see is cars outside of your peephole. Will you assume that you a car?
But you're saying stuff that we can obviously tell. You need to say something that, like, for example,
it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical. Hold on a second. Okay, so the concept of gravity, concept of gravity is large.
Answer the question, bro.
Answer what question? Something that's stupid and something that we shouldn't answer.
It's not stupid.
It's so dumb.
It's a point.
No, you challenged. Hold on a second. You challenged whether it's a logical fallacy or not. It is. If I say I see the planet around,
if I observe something,
stop interrupting
I can. Oh my
Do you know what a logical fallacy is, dude?
Do you know how to make an argument that makes sense?
Yes, it's based upon a logical fallacy.
I'm giving you your argument. I'm giving you your argument. Your argument is I see the planets are round, therefore the Earth is round, and you're saying that is not a non sequitur. It does not logically follow the premise that seeing round planets indicates a round Earth. That doesn't mean it doesn't logically follow from that.
Let me say something.
Hold on. What would logically follow? You dumb cunt.
Oh, shit.
Hold on. I just want to.
I fucking hate.
I just
dumb cunt.
If you guys aren't here to listen, man, just leave. Like, fuck. It's real simple.
My input is the argument at hand is Earth a planet? Yes or no?
That's not the argument. It's
planet is a category.
Logical fallacy. That's all.
Yeah. So if you thought Earth was a planet, you would say, "Hey, what is a planet? It's a category, right? It's a category. You look up in the sky.
A planet is a category. A planet is just something you label something as.
Okay, is the tree outside your house in the category planet?
It could be. Based on our Newtonian physics, it could be based on our Newtonian physics. You could have satellites.
A tree could be a planet, dude. What would make a tree a planet?
If life was growing on it, if we had satellites orbiting around it, that tree would eventually
other
shape
planets
itself
have
into
life?
a globe. Eventually,
Is there life on Mars or the satellites orbiting Mars?
that's something. What? What are you talking about?
You just gave me a whole bunch of qualifications to be a planet, and then I just gave you Mars, and it doesn't have any of those.
Okay.
Does that mean Mars is not
I
a
did
planet?
make a mistake. I did make a mistake and say that a tree. No, it doesn't have to grow life on it, but stuff could orbit around it. I don't know the exact definition of a planet. That's just semantics.
Okay, no, it's not semantics.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Jesus fucking.
You guys just say words and stuff. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about.
Oh my God, I know that.
You don't know how to follow a logical fallacy.
I know Earth is a planet. I don't know what a planet is. I know Earth was.
So you don't know you don't know what a planet is, but you're gonna look in the sky and say Earth must be a planet because those things that I see in the sky that I don't know is actually a planet is a planet.
I'm looking at these things in the sky. These things that are so-called orbiting because our moon orbits according to what we can.
You don't see an orbit though.
We can take time. We can take pictures constantly. Look at it at separate times, and we can see the positioning.
Okay, and so you say you look. Okay, so you say you looking up in the sky. You see the moon orbiting, and you see these other things that you perceive to be planets, and therefore, Earth must be.
And therefore, I would say Earth, it probably acts like the things we're looking at.
So Earth must be the same. That's the logical fallacy that he was talking about. So
and
Earth
we
must
have
be the same.
have gone up in the International Space Station.
Right.
And
so when he gave you the analogy, which is basically still going by your worldview, is basically testing your logic. When he gave you the analogy, I'm in the house, right, and I'm looking outside, and I see nothing but cars. Therefore, I must be a car. That's the same logic that you just gave him. So he's only pointing out that it's a logical fallacy because it may not be a car.
Okay, obviously, if I look outside and see only cars, and cars are the only things that exist, which cars aren't the only thing that exists, I would see everything else that exists.
The planets
as well.
is not the only thing that exists neither. So what are you talking about?
Okay.
Right?
Name the other things that exist. Okay, so what else is it? Galaxies.
There's galaxies, there's stars, there's meteors.
Hold on. This is funny. Hold on. So if you did look out there and cars were only thing that exists that you could see, you'd be a car?
Right.
Is that what you're trying to convince us of?
Think about it like this. Okay, if I observed only... Okay, no. Let's understand basic scientific principles, okay? If I observe something... Be quiet. Science and logic intertwine. Science is not something that... No, I'm not. You are interrupting me. Please listen, okay? If I observe something and I observe nothing else, there is nothing else for me to base my observations off of. So therefore, I can only make hypotheses and observations of something that I can observe. And so if I don't observe anything but cars, then I can be like, okay, I don't know what a mirror is. I'm probably, of course, probably. Philosophically, you can't prove anything philosophically. It's all.
Why wouldn't you know what mirrors are? Mirrors are on par.
You're trying to argue that you'd be a car.
Glad you talked about me. That was besides the point. That was besides the hold on. I'm just gonna say, do you think you're unique and special because you just want to be different and you want to think that you're different than everybody else because I don't want to follow this? This sounds like what you're saying. You're saying,
don't quit your day job.
Other people are telling me this. Other people are telling me this. This is so. This can't be true because everyone else is saying it. I must be correct.
Yeah, this is going
spiraling.
Dude, I know you guys are conspiracy theorists. This is what this is.
We haven't. The only thing we've talked about is whether you made a logical fallacy, and you now somehow because we talked about it.
It's not a logical fallacy.
You know our motives.
Yeah, it
you know
is,
what
dude.
we think. You know what our fucking background is.
I do. Hold on, listen to this.
The hamster's still running. The hamster's running.
Okay, you're spiraling, bro. Okay, I'm muting you because you're spiraling. I don't know where you got all that idea about us that we're conspiracy theorists and we want to be different and feel special because we pointed out a logical fallacy. I don't know what fucking, are you can you read my fortune? Can you tell the future? You got any other party tricks you got?
Yeah, you've caught him out and that's all you can come up with now.
Like he asked us, and now he wants to tell us, right? Like fuck me.
Yeah, can you reset with the guy and try to bring him to a logical conclusion about this? Because
so I was wondering, do you guys have a set belief on what you think?
The middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours or something.
Well, I started talking and then you started talking. I didn't mean to interrupt you if I did. You can.
Okay, let's just move on from that. Okay, let's start over. Did the other dude got everyone riled up?
Basically, what I was wondering is, do you guys have a belief on what you think, whatever we want to categorize what we're on Earth, or if we don't believe it's a planet, do you guys have a category that you think it falls under other than a planet?
It's flat.
Yeah, Earth. It's not in a category.
Okay,
so it's unique.
Is it like a
right?
landmass?
If it's unique, it can't have a category. It's unique.
Okay.
There's nothing like that, right?
So it's like the only. Well,
yes, Earth has
the only
land
thing that
and
exists in that sense.
Yeah.
You guys feel that? Okay. What are your thoughts on satellite imagery? Like, how does that come into play here? Do you think it is real and it doesn't portray a big enough image? Do you think it's like fake? Like, what's the belief on satellite imagery?
Well, they display. I mean, it depends on the particular image. But satellite imagery itself, fundamentally, it's untestable and can only be believed, right? And the only possible way to test it is, hey, this image is showing me something of the Earth. I can go on Earth to that place it took a picture of and see if the Earth is actually like that.
Yes.
Okay, that's all we can do. So if a satellite takes a picture of a curving ocean and the ocean's not curving, we can say that all of the satellite photos that show that can't be real, right?
Yeah.
So just like if someone took a picture of like the Empire State Building on top of, 3 Mile Island in Pennsylvania, and then I go there and there's no Empire State Building there, I could say all those images are fake. I don't need to prove how they were fake, who faked them, what they did, or any conspiracy. There's no fucking building there, right? I don't need to do anything.
Yeah. Exactly.
So this is the same thing. Like all these pictures that they show us, there's no way we can test them. We have no reference from which even to compare them to. I've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So how can I even evaluate the image? Is this a real picture of the Earth? How the hell am I going to know? I've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So it's like some other object, like say a picnic table. I've seen a picnic table. I can tell if it's a fake picnic table picture because I can compare it to something I've seen before. But I've never seen the Earth. All I can do is compare it to other images people said were of the Earth that I can't evaluate, right? So that's kind of like the position we are with space pictures. They're in the realm of Bigfoot pictures.
Not to mention, there's supposed to be 19,000 satellites or something, and wait, none of them ever fall out of orbit or
lots of satellites,
become defective and fall crashing down and stuff like that. Like, how come we don't ever see them crashing into each other? No, anything like that. There's nothing. There's no satellites ever falling down to Earth or what.
Dude, you want to make your computer crash? Go to the website called Stuff in Space. It just shows you all the satellites that are supposed to be in orbit. It'll make your computer frickin' just like bog to like 1 frame a second. That's how many there's supposed to be. Like something like 40,000 or some ridiculous number.
So is it sort of the unknown of that is the basis of not believing that Earth is round? Like the inability, it's the inability.
No, it's not really that it's unknown. It's that type of evidence is useless.
Okay.
Okay. So even if you went, like, say you said, "Hey, I want to go to court and I'm going to sue somebody because of satellite image," and they bring in the satellite image, say, "Hey, look, here's the satellite image, Earth them all." That wouldn't be admissible evidence because you would need to bring in the person that took the picture.
Yes.
Okay, so that person could testify that they took that picture, and that would be evidence. But just like anybody can put anything on the internet, right? Like,
I would say that is true now, but I feel like that was a lot less true originally. Like right now, at the stage of the internet we're in, you can pretty much fake anything. But years ago, it was a lot harder to do things like that. For example,
That's why the moon landing looks so fake.
We're not getting into the moon landing, are we? Oh boy.
No, we're not. So, do you know when the first fake image was ever made?
I'm guessing 19. I have no idea. Random guess.
Wrong century, dude. 18.
18. Oh, 18, I didn't know that.
1841.
Dun, dun,
so they've been faking photographs since they invented photography.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Abraham. There's even a fake photo of Abraham Lincoln that they printed in newspapers.
I have a question.
Hold on. Before we move on, it's easy to fake imagery. It's nothing. It's super easy. And so here's a trick. If you ever look up hyper-realistic painting.
Yeah.
So people can paint so good that it is photorealistic. So you could take a painting.
That's a good point. I like that.
And take a photograph of it, and it will be a real photo. It just won't be a real photo of what they're saying they're taking a photo of, right? It's a painting of that, right? So there's one of Morgan Freeman, right? So they painted Morgan Freeman, and then they took a photo of the picture of the painting.
Of the painting that's hyper-realistic.
But the photo looks like a photograph of Morgan Freeman, but it's not a photograph. So this is the way they used to do it, because we actually know, bring up the moon landing, that they made like a freaking like a 20-foot fucking moon that artists painted, and they made simulations of little cameras flying by it.
Every detail.
I don't want to get into the moon landing because that's a whole rabbit hole. That's too easy to prove. That's a whole nother topic.
Do you think?
I'm just saying, as evidence, it's too inferential. We have to rely on, to trust people and do all sorts of other things, right?
So there'd have to be
why go through all that
evidence.
But we don't. Yeah, why even go through that when we can just test the Earth itself? It's right here. I'm right here on the Earth, right? I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to trust anybody.
So, do you believe there is? There's been tests that prove there is a curvature on the Earth. Do you believe it's a curved land? Let me find it. Hold on. Yeah. I do not have it off the top of my head. Give me a moment.
So it's okay, dude. We've done this a couple times, man.
All right.
You're probably like maybe the 20,000th person I've talked to.
Yeah. If, theoretically speaking, you could go up in a spaceship, orbit the Earth, if that happened, would you believe it since you saw it personally with your eyes?
There'd be nothing to believe.
There'd be nothing to believe?
I would know it, right?
Yes. You'd know. Okay.
Like that's fair. Not even a question, quite honestly. So we've actually, like, we don't just like, hey, we looked at the Earth and it looks flat, therefore the Earth is flat. It's not like that, right? Looking flat is, hey, that's like your first impression. That doesn't mean it is flat. The thing is, if someone says, hey, your first impression is wrong, it's actually a giant ball too big to see, the burden of proof is on them to demonstrate that that's an optical illusion. It's not on me.
That's a fair statement,
But we've gone farther than that, and we've actually tested and measured it using lasers and infrared and mirrors and all sorts of shit, right? So we know from tests that it's not just an optical illusion.
Yeah.
So I actually seen one that someone did. So some guy, he took his rifle, his scope.
Yeah.
Okay. He put it on a transit, which is basically like it goes to a theodolite, but he attached his rifle scope to it instead of the theodolite, because the rifle scope, he's got like 30 times zoom on it.
Yeah.
So he's got a crosshair.
Mm-hmm.
And he took it, he's at the beach and he spins it. He knows how high the scope is. It's 5 feet. He rotates it, right? 5 miles away. Boom, hits the person right dead in the chest. 5 feet off the water. Spins it somewhere, hits another person that's even farther away. Boom, 5 feet on the chest, 5 feet in the chest, 5 feet in the chest. All these people, all along this long ass beach. I think it was Vanderbilt Beach or some shit like this. The point is, at 5 miles away, there's supposed to be like 14 feet of drop.
Yeah.
Did you know that those are like the dimensions they claim?
Well, I mean, I didn't know the numbers, but I get what you're referencing there.
So it's way more than what people think. So people think the Earth is really big and there wouldn't be that much drop. No, it's actually a lot of drop. So in 6 miles, it's supposed to be 6 feet. or no, in 3 miles it's supposed to be 6 feet. My mistake.
Okay.
In 10 miles it's supposed to be 66 feet. So that's a 6-story building.
Yeah.
Right. So if you understand, so so it gets worse because it's exponential.
Yeah.
At 20 miles, it's 420 feet. Or at 30 miles, it's 420. That's right. I've actually personally myself watched the boat 30 miles away. And I know because they have this thing called marinetracking.com where you can track the boat. Mm-hmm. So I knew where the boat was. And I watched it sail to where it was. It's not like it's just some random boat out in the ocean. I watched it sail for 3.5 hours from out of Boston Harbor out into the ocean, waiting for it to like disappear over the curve of the earth. And it never did.
And it never did? Okay.
And it never did. And then I went, after watching it for 3.5 hours, I went on top of a 100-foot parking garage to make sure it was the same boat. And I could still see the boat, and it was still the same boat out there. So, and the first observation was from 15 feet above sea level. So the point is that ship should have been
under the horizon,
feet under the curve.
From your perspective.
Under the horizon. Yeah, 400 feet. Not like a little bit, like a 42-story building under the curve. Like, see, these observations we made, they're not like, it's not like, oh, it could be, and it's close. Mm-hmm. Some of these are way off, like 10 times off, 2 orders of magnitude off. And obviously, 100 times off is crazy, right?
Yeah,
so your prediction
it's a pretty big difference.
5. Yeah, it's a huge difference. Like, you thought you had $1 in your bank account, and there's a penny, right? You're like, fuck, dude. You're like, shit, oh, it's way off.
Shit, I'm dead broke.
So it's like, and then we have to take these observations that people made themselves, and then someone comes in like you, no offense, but and you're like, yeah, what about these pictures some stranger said they took from space? Oh yeah, just all my experience for these strangers, fucking, you know,
random guy in the ISS,
those pictures and all that shit.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's another thing, right? So ISS, for instance, ISS would only see 3% of the Earth if you do the math. Okay, they're barely relatively to how big they say the Earth is. So 3% of the Earth, they shouldn't see any curvature of the horizon. All the images that they show from ISS show curvature of the horizon. But if you go to the Chinese website and with their space station, which is something like 23 kilometers lower than the ISS, all their imagery shows a flat Earth. So it's like, what are the probability that like the Chinese can just do math and the NASA people can't do math? And like, you know, and like so they did the math and they said no curve from here. So when they made their freaking CGI bullshit or whatever they're using, they actually depicted it correctly, and NASA's been depicting it wrong the whole time because NASA, unlike the Chinese space programs, they rely on public funding. The Chinese government is just like, the money's going here, whether you like it or not. But here, they have to convince people. And what's better to convince people is show ball Earth. Just show, like, every image, you got to show a ball Earth. But then when you, like, the interviews with the astronauts, they're like, yeah, Chris Hadfield said, the Earth looks flat and beautiful. Yeah, that's what he said. He went on Good Morning America, and they were interviewing. He says, the Earth looks flat and beautiful.
Oh.
Okay,
you guys know what the video say? You can draw a circle in like Blender and just zoom into 3% of it and compare that with the ISS.
Oh.
Well, I mean, when I say 3% of the Earth, like the entire circle, the horizon, that would be 3% of the surface area of the Earth. This whole circle, not the 3%. The 3% would be like, fuck, dude, that would be, who knows, dude, 100 miles, 200 miles.
Couple trees, some bushes. Some trails.
Yeah, so like, hopefully that gave you a rundown of kind of like, you know,
that sort of helped me understand how you see it.
Like we're trying to stick with what do we know, not with like not what might be true. Yeah, maybe the Earth's a globe, maybe, but I don't know the Earth's a globe, and we've asked lots of people, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And at first they think they know, but when they actually start thinking about it, they don't actually know it, right? They believe it, which is fine, but they don't actually know it. right? And
That's a fair statement.
Yeah, and they'll say something like, well, the astronauts, they seen it from space. Well, that would be them knowing it, not you knowing it, right? That would be their knowledge, not your knowledge, right? So how do you know? Like that's the big question. And like we're trying to figure out what do we actually know, like as human beings, because we think at least me personally, I think we've got like very far away from settling, trying to figure out what can we say that's through 100% for sure. And we've gotten lost in maybes. And now we have so many maybes that nobody's like, and people are trying to turn the maybes into we know, right? So it's not maybe, it's we know, right? It's not like, because if you took all the maybes, if you said, oh shit, everything's a maybe, that means you don't know anything.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. 5 maybes don't make a I know. No matter how many sums, you can sum all the maybes you want. Like, you're never going to get to I know with maybes. But we have lots of maybes, and what that people think are science and shit like that, dude. It's like science, the idea of science is a cult at this point. It's way beyond fucking what's reasonable.
I would say I feel like people would probably see it that way because they see astronauts as profession, which it is, I guess you can say being an astronaut's a profession in the same way that being a doctor is a profession. So a doctor can tell someone you have blank. I'm not saying this is solid evidence. I'm saying this is why someone might.
Hold on, that's actually not a very good analogy because being an astronaut is so rare that it's more like being in the Hall of Fame in the NBA.
That's true, I guess. Yeah.
Only 600 people claim to have been to space over 80 years. Think about that. Over a period of 80 years.
Very few people.
Yeah, very few. And like all humanity, 9 billion people are going to go. These 600 people are going to tell us what the Earth is, dude. That's crazy to me. To me, that's just crazy. Maybe it's just me. We're just like everybody else is going to see these 600 people. Yeah, what they said. Fuck that shit. I'm not doing that, dude.
Fuck that shit.
Well, you said you had tests that measured the Earth, right? Like scientific tests. Do you know any?
I can find one. So I was referencing the lasers. You brought that up. The use of lasers is probably, to my knowledge, I can't say I personally, I can say I believe the Earth is round. I can't say I know the Earth is round because I've been to space. That's a reasonable argument that you made, where people believe that the Earth is round, but they don't personally. They can't know for sure based on personal observation. I get that. I can't say I've been up in space and looked down and seen around Earth, but I believe the Earth is round. But
so think about this. People go, why would they lie? Now, given what you just said, and the amount of people, how small the amount of people is that would know the Earth is round.
Yeah.
It's very small people. Very small. Who the fuck's lying? Nobody knows anything. Right? You got a bunch of believers saying the Earth is round. They're not lying. They're telling the absolute truth. They believe that shit. So, like, you know what I mean? It's like that whole idea that it would take some gigantic fucking conspiracy of like millions of people all lying on, like, they don't know anything, dude. They never been on like outer space. You think to prove it, you'd have to go to outer space and look at the Earth. Yeah, maybe that'll prove it, but like that's a very small group of people.
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate the talk. My friend just called me and wants to play a game with me, so I shall be going. But it was nice to hear about the
I appreciate your honesty. We usually don't get that. We usually get people that are very emotional about this topic. Obviously, you heard the other dude, right? He was spazzing out, right? So
he was not happy. He was not happy.
Yeah, it really, because there's a lot of eggs in that basket. Let's put it that way. And like, hearing the opposite, it rubs them the wrong way, to say the least.
All right, I shall see you around. Yeah, have a good one.
All right, peace.
Gang, you're up, man. Get on the mic, buddy. Or are you just a troll?
He's one of the people I was just talking about.
Oh, he's the muted one. Can you be civil, Jang?
Yeah, he's muted.
So, if I recall, last time you had an issue with the refraction coefficient K, right?
I didn't have an issue with it. I was just pointing out what the calculator stated. All right, so I'll put the thing back up in the chat.
Yeah, when you go to a refraction coefficient of what was it? Was it near 1 or something?
Very much so.
There was like a division by 0. Yeah.
No,
you know why?
What do you mean why? That's what the equation. That's how the equation works.
Do you know what a refraction coefficient of 1 means?
Yeah, it's planar. You're basically it forms a planar surface, sir. That's the whole point.
I believe
right?
that's
Because because the equation adjusts. So it takes a certain radius, an initial radius, and then it factors in something, right, to adjust it, right? And the quotient works with the value, the r value minus k, or some value minus k, and then multiplies that by the radius.
Hold on. What do you mean by it's planar? What's planar? I know what a plane is.
What happens in the calculator, dude, is basically you have the radius, and then you're multiplying that radius by some fraction of sorts. That fraction is formed. Mm-hmm. If you go on the calculator site, it shows the math in it. Okay.
Right. No, well, it's very simple. Stop.
Do you want me? Do you ask me a question?
I'm interrupting you because you already said something that's not necessarily wrong. It's just it demonstrates that you don't know what K is. K is simply the ratio between the radius of the Earth and the radius of curvature of the light rays.
Okay.
So if it's 1, it means that the light ray is curving just as fast as the Earth curves.
Right. Effectively mapping out to being planar. Creates parallel.
Mapping what out to be planar?
Do you want to look at the equation? I'll show you what I'm talking about.
I'm
just going by the equation.
Do you want to share screen or something? And I'll look at you.
I'll take a snapshot there. Give me a second.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Charlie, if you actually knew something, what they do is they take the radius of the ray and then model it as a straight line.
Yeah. So check this out. I'm gonna take a quick snappy snap over here. I got to get the page load. Where are we now? Here we go. All right. Oh, 1 sec. Dang.
For example, 76R is 0.166 K value, right?
Exactly. Right. That's exactly
what they do. They follow up the Earth to 76
Am I supposed to be looking at an image anywhere?
Yeah.
And then do a straight ray calculation.
Yeah. So that's what India said.
Definitely.
Oh, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, I just want to know if Charlie has me muted.
Oh. Do you hear me, Charlie? Charlie, do you
hear me, Charlie?
Yes, I hear you, Indio. I don't have him muted.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You're about to be hammered.
Right. So what Indio was saying, Charlie, that's why in this calculator, like in the snapshot I just posted at 8 minutes past the hour, you see that they have a standard. They suggest to the user of the calculator at the bottom there, K equals refraction coefficient standard at sea level, K equals 0.17.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's basically the 7/6R minus 1. So you take out the 1, you're left with 1/6, and that's about 0.6667 that they round up to 0.7. Okay. So in this calculator there, right there, where it says R prime equals R over 1 minus K, when you take that slider and you map it up all the way to 1, you're getting a 1 minus 1, you get a division by 0, it's undefined. So in the calculator interprets that as whatever, however it's handling that error, and it just basically maps.
It's an infinite radius. Yeah.
There you go. So it's just planar. That's all I was saying.
Well, yeah. I mean, my question was, what is it?
What do you mean?
When you say it's planar, you're referring to the surface of the Earth.
That was my answer to your question.
A flat Earth is being modeled as an infinite, as having infinite radius of curvature.
Exactly.
In the limited approach is flat. Sure.
There you go. That's all I'm saying. Right. So when we have what I modeled using that calculator, okay, if you scroll it back to 5 minutes past the hour, using the black swan scenario, you have the Habitat or Hill House, whichever one was further, 9.41 miles.
Which image am I looking at?
Okay, the two images I posted at 5 minutes past the hour, both of them. It's the same it's the same quote unquote object at the same distance. Just when you take the slider and you put it at 0, it gives you an idealized line of sight shot to the to the rig
with no refraction. With no refraction on the left, sure.
Right, and then on the right, in order to actually get it flush with the line of sight, basically lifting it up by 44.64 feet, you have to have a refraction index of almost 1, which in this calculator they qualify that as extreme. So it's just it's not your everyday phenomena that you would view. So what I like to pose to people is, under what conditions do we actually get this type of extreme phenomena? Like what set of humidity indexes, temperatures, et cetera, actually yield this?
Did you read the article that I posted?
Well, that's what we're going to talk about.
Sure. Okay. So how would you like to do this? It's a very short article. Do you want me to just read it out loud? How do you want to do this?
Go ahead.
Sure. So,
sorry, I just wanted to point out, like, what I'm curious about is whether or not in that article they point something out that either goes contradicts what we're breaking up here, or if they have some extra information that we're not aware of. Go ahead.
Sure. So I think the main piece that you're probably going to be interested in, I'll screenshot it and I'll post it because you probably want that. Let's see. On the left, the blue curve was entered in the refraction simulator to produce a strong refraction image. The red curve shows the refraction coefficient depending on the altitude. This curve is directly calculated from the temperature profile, blue curve, using the accepted formulas to calculate the radius of curvature of light rays from atmospheric conditions as described as deriving equations for atmospheric refraction. And that's like a link. Right image shows a vertically magnified view of the bending of the light rays under this condition. Oh wait, do I not have the simulated images? Okay, so and here are the simulated images with those conditions. Right?
It's not a simulator.
The image on the left. What?
His shit is not a simulator.
It's not a simulation.
No.
Would you like to explain?
It doesn't simulate anything. It doesn't simulate anything.
Okay, but would you like to expand on that idea?
Charlie, yeah, let's check this out, Charlie. Well, you see the ray trace you posted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you see that those lines cross over. That would mean it's an inverted image.
Not all of them cross over. Some of them do. So it would be a small section. There would be a small section in which, there would be a small section in which the image would be inverted or more likely just blurred. But yes.
No, it would be inverted. So the rays underneath would appear on top. It would be inverted.
Right, but we're talking about like a single pixel, right? That it would have to be the case for every pixel. Yes, that's what a single ray is. I've written ray tracers myself. Oh God. Oh my God.
You can change.
I can't. Can I continue talking to Mac, please?
In his calculator, you can change the number of rays. Okay, so the ray is not a single pixel. But let me show you something else. So Bisman did a little trick. Not only did he tilt the camera, if you look at it, you'll see that the camera has a tilt to it, which he doesn't do in any of his other quote-unquote simulations. But he also did a trick where he blurred out, he used fog to blur out behind the oil rigs. So check this out. This is hilarious.
Okay, Mick.
Look in the chat. So why is there a tidal wave behind oil rigs? Why is there a tidal wave behind the oil rigs?
Mick, have I answered your question to your satisfaction?
Why is there a tidal wave?
You need to talk to the person who's actually addressing you. You don't get to just pick and choose who you talk to. Indio's asking a question.
Address me, and then Indio inserted himself.
Yeah, continue with Indio.
One by one.
We'll get back on track.
I think you're wasting your time using that for this, okay? Because if you analyze this particular simulation, whatever you want to call it, for the oil rigs, it's bricked, bro.
So your issue is that he added
oil rigs. What is that?
Your issue is that he added fog to hide the waves behind the rig. Is that your issue?
That's the ocean behind the rig. It is a rig. That's the ocean.
That's your problem? Okay.
Yeah, that's my problem.
I
think you're missing the crux of the point, right? But that doesn't surprise me that you would deliberately try to miss the point. The point is clearly that there are atmospheric conditions that would reproduce a refractive index of close to 1 and even greater than that.
It would look like this. You'd see a big ass tidal wave behind the oil rigs.
All right. I'm not interested.
Is that what you see in the background? Do you see like a big ass tidal wave?
I'm not interested in you. You're right. You're right, Indo. You're correct. You got me. BTF.
I am correct. This is old ass shit, dude. I can't even believe you're bringing this shit up. Quite honestly, this is my evidence. I can show you a bunch of shit on Bisman's calculator that's fucked up. But tons of shit. Yeah, it's trash, dude. It's real trash.
I can't hear Nick talking.
In India, I just want to point out. By the way, I don't know if it's just me there, but your mic is very low and kind of fuzzy. I don't know if it's just me, but
sometimes I got reconnected.
All right. I'll wait till it comes back there.
So is he your ringer, or are we going to continue the conversation?
Well, yeah, I just want I want him to hear I want him to hear this. Yeah.
So is he your ringer or not?
What the hell does that even mean?
It means that he's subbing in for you in the discussion rather than me having a discussion with you.
No, we're not done there. I just want him to chime in there, get his input.
So, like, does the screenshot that I show you at the very least convince you that there are atmospheric conditions at which a refractive index of 1 can be created?
No, because number one, one thing I'm confused on in the screenshot that you posted, right? You see the graph of the refraction coefficient?
Yes.
See, on the x-axis goes from -2 all the way to 6.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it so high? Number one, and then number two, if that's actually a thing,
I missed the first question. What was the first question?
Why is it go so high up to 6 when this is supposed to be like a ratio thing, right? Anything between 0 and 1 or -1 and 1, because that's what that calculator uses.
-2 and 6. I don't understand your question.
My question is,
why can the refraction coefficient go all the way up to 6? Is that your question?
My question is, in this screenshot, the refraction coefficient does go down from -2 all the way up to 6, but in the calculator, it only lets you go from -1 to 1. So is this like a different type of thing, or like what is this supposed to represent in relation to what we're talking about?
I don't understand how the fact that the slider doesn't go up past the numbers that you'd like mean that this is somehow different.
Well, because what this is indicating to me that what's indicating to me that these are not the same things. I know it says coefficient K, but why? Like, is this scaled up differently, or is the other thing normalized? Like, it's not exactly represented.
In the other calculator, I believe you can only set a K for the entire path of the ray. I don't think you can set. Actually, that's not true. I actually think you could set different temperatures at different altitudes. Not in that calculator. I think there's another calculator actually.
Okay. So it's not exactly representative of what we're talking about. So, and that's fine. So
it's not created from the same calculator. That's your question. I can tell you that's for sure.
Okay.
The case.
Well, there you go.
I believe that there is. What? What didn't really make sense?
You said because you're saying now it was created from a different calculator. That part makes sense, because otherwise.
Well, yeah, no. So I think the calculator, and I believe this is true. I could be wrong about this, but I believe the calculator only allows you to set a refraction coefficient for the entire path at all altitudes. And what do you mean meaning? Like, meaning that the refraction coefficient is constant with respect to altitude. But to create the black swan effect, the article claims, and I agree, that you need a refractive coefficient which is different depending on altitude.
Well, that's
You can't do that in the calculator.
Okay. Well, there you go. So here we have. Well, you can set the altitude. Yeah, the height of eye, I put it as being 1 foot.
No, but you can't set a different index of refraction for different altitudes. You either have to pick one altitude and then one index of refraction.
Oh yeah, you just do one at a time, of course. But in the calculator,
that's my point.
Right. But in that scenario, you could only pick being that you could only pick one at a time. You could still never set a refractive index higher than 1 or lower than -1. Whereas in this thing that you're pointing out here, it kind of would require something as high as 6.
Right. Do you think the limitation in the calculator means it's not physically possible? Is that where the confusion is coming from?
Well, I'm just trying to parse out how
my calculator can't take. My calculator, for example, can't take powers of like 100 to the power of like 99 to the power of 99, right? Do you think that number just doesn't exist?
No, that's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to map out whether or not this is actually representative of what you can do on the calculator or not, or this is something different.
You cannot. I don't think you can do that on this calculator. But I actually do think this website has a different calculator where you can do that.
But okay, well then we can look at that. But it's just because at the moment, right now, if we were to use that same formula that he provides, if you plug in like this coefficient K of even like 3, right? You're getting a negative value in the denominator. What the hell would that even represent on the
a refraction coefficient of 3 means
like a concave like
no,
scenario?
it means that the curvature of the light ray three times the curvature of Earth. So a straight light ray would bend it into the ground very quickly.
Right, yielding some sort of concave-like phenomena. right? Like if you're at 1, check this out, right? For values less than 1.
The Earth. Yes, the Earth would look concave.
Very good. Very good. Yes. Very good. Okay, so then that means that in order to actually get the effect that we see in reality, we would need a coefficient of at least almost 1 or greater. So the question that I like to pose is, what scenarios?
Only at certain points.
Yep. Right. So what scenarios actually yield this? Like real values, not just modeling, but real combinations of temperature, humidity, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, this table provides.
Otherwise, it's just a model. It's just a mathematical.
Right. But like to say that the model is ridiculous, you actually have to tell me what about the model is not accurate.
I didn't say
you can't
just
say. Right.
I didn't say it's ridiculous. I'm asking for some real world examples.
Listen. What about the model do you disagree with?
I'm asking for real world confirmation of what we're actually modeling.
He's asking you to verify the model with real world observations. What are you
okay, sure, excellent. So if I produce a paper where I don't know,
not a paper, observations, experimental data.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I trust research papers and you don't. Therefore, we're never going to have an agreement.
That has nothing to do with it. Don't straw me what I said.
It absolutely has everything to do with this.
Listen,
India reset his microphone so we can't continue the conversation, I guess.
Charlie, it's science empirical.
I don't want to do this with you, India. I just don't.
Yeah, science empirical.
I don't want you to like grab this conversation by the horns and like destroy it in this way. Not again. Come on.
Well, I have to translate because you don't understand what he's asking for. He's asking for, do we know that the real world meteorological conditions can even exist that would allow this to be possible?
Okay.
That's what he's asking.
Mick, do you accept the concept of refraction existing?
Why are you doing a red herring?
When you have light bends between two different media, yeah.
Excellent. Do you agree that light bends in a continuum of different media?
That I don't know. That's what's being claimed.
Okay, excellent. So, I mean, you understand that it's just a differential case of the...
It's being labeled as refraction so as to kind of like equivocate the two. And that's what I'm not sure.
Okay, sure. Okay. So let me ask you... Okay. Okay. So between two media, you have no issue, right? Like, you accept it.
But instead of delving into theoretics and shit, can you just say that you don't have real-world experimental data to validate the model? Or that you say... Or,
it's just nothing that you'll accept. But I mean, I don't need it because you already said that you've done refraction between two media, right?
He asked you for it explicitly.
Yeah, if you have it, then
if you keep doing rhetorical gimmicks, I'm going to kick you the fuck out of here. So I'm about that.
Just do it already and quit your bitching, you racist.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Just do it.
Your narrative shit don't work. Okay.
If you're not going to let me have a conversation with this guy, just fucking do it.
No, you know what he's asking for.
You waterboard me this entire time.
Look, you know what he's asking for.
Come on, no. You're going to get too frustrated and then you're going to drop another hard R here. Come on.
Charlie.
Oh, hold on. That reminds me. You're banned on site. I just remembered. Unless you want to continue, Nick, because I'll suffer for you.
I mean, if he's got if he's got the thing I'm asking for, sure. But if they're all, of course not. Well, then otherwise,
that's why he deflected to what you believe and wants to talk about models, etc. Listen, I'll give him another chance. Charlie, you have one job: experimental evidence that validates the model. Right? He wants to know.
Just to start.
Do the meteorological. You win. That's easy money, man. That's not good. That's just free money, man. That's just free money. Like, what are you talking about? So,
where's my gun?
Yeah, I know. You should get it fined this week. So it's really simple. Want the experimental evidence? Like, yes, refraction exists. That doesn't mean it exists in all possible ways. So we want to know: can the meteorological conditions exist? Right. So here's a meteorological condition we know that exists: -70 degrees at ground level and 150 degrees 5 inches above it. We know that doesn't exist in nature. So if there's a refractive condition would be created by that, we know that doesn't exist. So we want the meteorological condition, I don't know how I understand it, but you don't, that would cause this specifically.
I'm working up to it. You guys have to develop the patience in order to hear me.
Go for it.
Excellent. So you said that you don't know if refraction in across two different mediums you accept, but not necessarily in a continuum of mediums, right?
Right.
So why don't we first work on real experimental empirical evidence that exists? Yeah?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm sure you've already seen this.
Go ahead.
I'm sure all of you have already seen this. This is a video of a laser beam bending in short order.
Yeah.
Have you seen this before, right?
Well, here you have two distinct media, right? And as the density of the water increases with more sugar, it changes the path. That's fine.
Right. But the point is
that you can model with Snell's law and shit. That's fine.
Listen. The point is that you don't have the light beam the laser beam going from one line angle into another line. Here you have a continuously bending line. Do you accept that? That's what I mean when I say a continuous medium.
Very interesting. So in a single medium, it's continuously bending.
Yes, that's what I wanted you to accept, right?
Very
accept that.
Let me check that out. I've never seen this before.
Okay, sure.
So and they will dub this refraction in the sense that we're all familiar with, right? Because in this room, it's talked about, Snell's laws, refraction, everything else is kind of like being colloquially, if you will, attributed as being refraction, but it's not because it doesn't adhere to Snell's law.
Mm-hmm. So
that's the
if you're interested in it, so Snell's law is actually an idealization of some more fundamental physics where it's only applied to the transition between two mediums.
Exactly, one instance.
Yeah, but in general, right, you could have the differential continuous case, right, which is demonstrated in the video that I showed you. And the point that I make is that
how is that model? Like, is there a equation similar to whatever the sine theta times sine theta 2, whatever, all that shit?
Yeah, so you can derive all. It's not as it's more abstract, but yes. So there are a number of different theories which have increasing accuracy, which I can talk to you about if you'd like. I actually have one of them tattooed on my ribs, literally.
Okay.
Is that the path you would like to go down, or do you accept that this is a thing?
I'm just gonna check the video out there.
Sure.
I don't want to hold up the room there while I'm checking it out there, but
I mean, it's not a super interesting video. It's just a laser continuously bending in like a fish tank of like sugar water, right? So now I'm gonna make another claim. I don't know if you're gonna accept it. It might sound outrageous. That same effect exists in all fluids, including gases.
Okay.
Do you accept that, or do I also need to demonstrate that to you?
I would like to see that, of course.
Yeah,
but then again, right? So in these specific
sugar water, the sugar water in the air.
No.
Right, like again, this is just like a tabletop experiment, right?
Right. So sugar is a dichiral molecule that changes.
Right. So what we could do.
The laser. So sugar is a dichiral molecule that changes the phase of the laser.
Very interesting.
Okay, so what we could do is try to understand. So what we could do, so I will straight up tell you, I am not aware of any tabletop experiment that you can run that involves continuous diffraction with gases. I'm not aware of it.
Very good.
So if that kills the conversation for you, right?
Well, we kind of require
if that's what you need. Right? Well, no, actually, because what you could do instead, right, is try to understand what the heck is going on. Like, oh my god, the light is bending.
I understand that. I understand the concept, dude. That's fine. Mm-hmm. But it all boils back to what I was asking before. Right? Once you have a model, you need to go out and experiment, and gather data, and then see if the model fits it. Period.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing here. That's exactly. You're not hearing me out. That's exactly what we're doing here, right? We see this.
No, but you just said hold on.
Let me connect the dots.
Hang on. Don't cut me off. You just said that you don't have the data to fit. So that's fine.
No, that's not what I said. That is not what I said. That is not what I said.
You're inferring. You don't have a tabletop example of it.
I said I don't have a tabletop example that demonstrates at a tabletop scale, right? A gas providing visible amount of refraction, at least not to the amount that you could just record and put up on YouTube, right? However, just following the same requirements that you gave, right? What you could do is instead look at what you do have, form a model around it, make a prediction about the things that must happen at larger scales, and then go out and observe if those predictions match the model. And that I can.
No, but that's not. That's not my job,
absolutely.
Right? The thing is, we got to this conversation after I asked you initially for the data, and we basically got here after you said like you agreed to continue with the conversation, assuming you actually had something, and then here you are providing the sugar water thing, and then finally saying, "Oh, I don't have anything else for you."
No, I'm working on steps. I'm doing steps, right? Because you said you didn't believe that refraction in a continuum existed, so then I stopped.
I didn't say that. I said I'd never seen it. I'd never seen it.
Okay, well, right. Well, I think that's a prerequisite for you to believe it, but okay.
Well, I understand it now. Yeah, I see it happening in sugar water. That's fine. So now let's take that out to the real world in the sort of context that we have at hand. And does this actually map to that? Yes or no?
So do you think that observing it in sugar water opens the door to maybe there is something that would explain it to all fluids?
And it might. I don't know, but you supposedly have.
Excellent. Let's find out.
Okay, so go ahead and bring that forward, please. That'd be
great. So our better theories of physics in the field of electromagnetics are Maxwell's equations, right? which predict things like Snell's law. You can actually get more sophisticated refraction behaviors from just studying those laws, based on those laws, right? You have this number called the refractive index, which you can measure from different materials, based on whatever certain experiments, right? The refractive index of the composition of air is very close to 1, but not quite 1. And so in order to measure any significant deviation from a straight line, you sort of have to do it over long enough distances, right? But you could do this with any material in theory. And so we develop a table of like the index of refraction of all sorts of materials, glass, water. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay. So you've seen it. Excellent. Right. Yeah. So using those numbers, right? Using that data, you can also develop relationships between what that number is for that material under different conditions like temperature, pressure, density, yada yada yada. And so you build up this huge empirically defined table, right, of values of refractions for different materials at different conditions.
Okay. Do we have that?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it modeled and how is it verified?
What do you mean how is it modeled? It's empirically measured. It's a value that's empirically measured.
No, I understand that, but then you build a model off of that, supposedly. Just
no, you don't. You're not hearing me. The model.
You have the data.
The model is already had, right? Like the data just tell you the values of what the parameters are that fit into the model. In this case, the index of refraction of both materials, right? That's just empirically determined.
Yeah, but then what do you do with those values? Right, because in Snell's law, you have index of refraction 1, index of refraction, you use some multiplication against angles and shit. But that formula, that's basically a model. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. You asked me, under what conditions can you get an index of refraction that's close to 1, for example? That's one of the questions you asked me, right? Well, we can pick any. No, am I misremembering or did I mishear?
Oh, excuse me. I thought you were talking about for a material. Yeah, excuse me. In the context of what we're talking about, with the black swan thing. Yeah, that's right.
No. You asked me what conditions could possibly happen such that we have an index of refraction, or a coefficient of refraction.
Meteorological conditions.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, you're jumping 3 steps. Please, just hear me out.
No.
One of the things that you could do. I'm working towards it. Jesus. One of the things that you could do.
I don't need you to lecture me or the room on how.
Apparently, I do.
I don't.
No, you don't, because you didn't have that wrong, dude.
Notice we're getting closer and closer there. Baby steps. Is why
dude. The only thing you said correct is that air. We know the refractive index of air empirically. Everything else is bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah, because Charlie, you're tying in things and you're walking through. You're creating like this massive narrative, and then supposedly we're all kind of anticipating that you got the fucking goods at the end of the line. Yes. You haven't even shown that you have the goods initially, and then explain how it got there.
Got it. So you're afraid of following the train of thought. Is that where we're stopping? Is that why we're stopping?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then follow me. I'm not stopping. I'm continuing to talk. The question now is, so first of all, are there any 2 combination of materials or any continuum of a material that would produce a refractive coefficient close to 1? And if that is the case, are there any meteorological conditions which can produce that combination of indices of refraction? Like those are the steps that the 2 high-level steps that I still have, by the way, within those 2, several others. And if you're going to interrupt me every single time I go through one, we're never going to end this conversation. So
why don't you just produce the meteorological conditions that caused it?
Oh God!
Why don't you just produce that? Don't interrupt him. What's so hard about that? Just produce.
Charlie,
so hold on,
Charlie. Charlie, check this out.
Everybody sees you fucking shucking and jiving, dude.
We're not asking for hypotheticals that may lead one to that it's possible that this exists. We're asking for it to actually exist. Okay, then, drop the data.
This is how it works because you keep saying it doesn't apply. Listen to me.
Look, here's how you start. You drop the data table showing that it's true, that it's possible, whatever, in the chat, and we talk about it.
Showing that what's true.
Period. The question that we asked.
What was the question you asked?
You're kidding me.
Whether or not there are meteorological conditions, whether that can cause that.
In that environment.
The issue here is that I'm trying to illustrate you a process.
I don't need an illustration. I don't need a process.
You do.
I do not need no, don't tell me what I need.
You don't understand it.
The data. I don't need the data, dude. I need the data. Excuse me. I don't need the process. Drop the data table in the chat, cite it, and then afterwards explain how they got that, and then we can check it out. That's all, man. We don't need fucking storytelling. It's not bedtime story time. God damn it.
I like you asked me for an explanation. I'm trying to give it to you, but you're unwilling.
No, we didn't. We asked you a question.
You're absolutely unwilling to give it, right?
I didn't ask you for an explanation initially,
dude. Ask a question, dude. You know what he asked for. Stop playing around, man. You know what he asked for. You can't produce it.
Yeah. This is exactly why I wanted to bring this back up, because the other day, it almost seemed like this entire thing that we're observing now was at least was avoided, whether it was intentional or not. But now it's coming to fruition, and I had to see it to the end. It's exactly what I expected.
Do you
Charlie,
disagree
you don't have
do you disagree that there are specific combinations of air temperature that can produce an industrial fraction of one?
I don't.
That's what I'm trying to demonstrate to you, but you keep lying out of it. Shut the fuck up for 5 minutes, and I will tell it to you.
Get the data table.
Yes.
That demonstrates that these were actually real world examples, and then we can talk.
No. That's not what that's not what you're asking for. You're asking for A when I'm trying to give you an A. You change it to fucking B.
No, dude, I asked for.
If you don't accept that there are combinations of air or specific atmospheric conditions for air that can cause that index of refraction, then why the fuck would I show you a table that demonstrates those values at all? Because you're not going to believe them.
You missed the second part of the question then, because you can create like a theoretical matrix of all sorts of different values that would.
It's not theoretical. It's empirical.
And then the second part of the question was, can these actually exist at the time where the black swan was taken? Kind of like what Indio said before, right? If you have two pockets of air that are like
what? That's an extra condition that you were adding now.
100 degrees or like 100 degrees in difference. That would create the effect, but that can't actually exist, right? So it's not enough just to have the theoretical.
So if I don't have the measurements on that day, right, you're just gonna say, oh well, you haven't explained anything.
No, man, if you know where to get them, then by all means, man, like go ahead and come back.
If I know where to get them, the measurements for that day on that spot. That's a fucking ridiculous request. That's crazy. All that I should have to demonstrate to you that it's possible is demonstrate to you that it's possible for air to be at a certain temperature at a certain height, and that's fucking it. That's fucking it.
Well, hang on. You haven't even shown that this constant curve thing is even possible in gases. You admitted to yourself that you don't know where to look, to produce, to find
because you statistically complain that you don't want steps of it explained to you. Yes.
I don't need the explanation. I don't want the explanation, dude.
Because you're not intellectually curious. Don't you think that you need the explanation to understand some of the fucking points that I'm making? You're using the absence of knowledge from your mind as an explanation as to why it must not be true. But you don't fucking listen.
He's not.
How do you know that you're wrong? You're listening to the thing that's
You're a liar, dude.
No, dude, you're strawmanning the entire fucking
Charlie,
dude.
I'm just doing it. Charlie, stop lying. He's using your absence of evidence as a reason not to believe it. He understands the explanation. He understands refraction. He understands it perfectly fine. Now, you don't have the black swan. Okay, fine. Do you have any data at all from anywhere that shows that this is possible? From anywhere?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, show it. Okay,
I have the data right here. That I have a table of index of refraction of air based on temperature, for example.
Measured.
What?
Measured the measured meteorological conditions of the day. Yeah.
I don't have the measured meteorological conditions of that day on that spot. Like that's an insane request.
From anywhere. From anywhere.
From anywhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
from
why does it need to be anywhere? Why not in a lab? They got air. They heat it up to a temperature that measures the index of refraction. What's so hard about that?
Okay, because we're testing the natural world. We need to know that the conditions can actually exist in the natural world.
Why would the world behave differently?
Why are you interrupting me?
If you're outside versus in a controlled condition.
Does it rain? Does it rain in a lab?
You can simulate rain.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, you can't. Water falling down doesn't
absolutely can.
Rain.
What do you think?
Water falling down is not simulating rain, dude.
Oh my God.
Rain is water nucleated out of fucking dust particles.
Sure.
Okay? That's not fucking water falling down. You don't know what you're talking about, again, as usual.
Buddy.
But listen, we want to know, in the natural world, this model, does it actually model reality? But we need to know what reality is, right? To see if the model checks out.
Sure.
Why do you have a problem with that?
Do you think that being in a lab suddenly means that the laws of physics don't apply?
No, but that doesn't mean the conditions outside the lab exist inside the lab, right?
Interesting.
So we don't, no one cares about your interesting. Look, you're the dumbest fuck in this chat, and I don't know why you're the condescending one. That's the crazy.
No, well, nobody told the people pay me the big bucks, dude.
Yeah, well, they must be fucking morons if anybody's paying you money to do anything.
I guess so. My bank account's pretty happy.
Yeah, triangulate a satellite. Try that again.
Trilaterate, you fucking moron.
That's not what you said. You said triangulate. Yeah, that's right, dude. You're a dumbass.
No, I said trilaterate. Earlier today, as an example of a simpler case to the young lady here, I said triangulate. But no, you've heard me many times have this discussion where I clearly explain the process of trilateration, right? Intersecting spheres.
Yeah, I've heard you say all sorts of shit. But basically, throw shit against the one.
I've heard you say way worse, and I think you know exactly what it is that I'm talking about.
Yeah, Charlie, you're on all the time. Okay, so...
I thought it was talking with Nick. I thought it was talking with Nick.
Like,
that's what I've been trying to do this entire time, to be honest.
Yeah, you're a snitch. So you're a snitch, bro, right?
What?
Yeah, that's right, bitch. You're a snitch.
How are you not apologetic about yelling the hard R at a black man that you had in here?
Yeah, I actually didn't yell the hard R. I got a Boston accent.
Oh, really? Should I pull up the clip?
Yeah, I actually just listened to it today. It comes out that way.
Well, I bet you hear it tons of time.
Fuck the kind of hobby guy, right?
Does it really matter if the guy heard it the way everybody else fucking heard it?
I don't care. Well, you know what happened to me? I get like 12-hour fucking demoted. So fucking what, snitch? That's right, snitch. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, of course you don't. You have no honor. You're a coward. Anyway, let's move on. You're the meteorological conditions that make ass war. You're the meteorological conditions.
Would I treat you with any sort of fucking honor?
No, you have no honor. You just don't have honor. You're a piece of shit. Anyway, we're moving on to you're the meteorological conditions.
Because yelling hard R some innocent black man is totally the honorable thing to do, right?
So what?
Dude, don't tell. Listen.
Hey, if that is the hard R, as you claim it is, you just broke TOS posting that shit, you dumbass.
Yeah, why are you obsessed with this? Talk about the information or don't talk.
I'm glad you asked. So.
No, that was a rhetorical question. That was a rhetorical question.
You step into that.
Dude,
look, I'm glad you asked. Nobody pull up my book.
This sounds fun. What's going on here?
You guys talking about butter?
Butter?
Guns and
I heard
butter,
you put enough butter along the world, you could slide straight off the edge and off into space.
Whoa. What?
Yup, if you just nay on that beat hard enough, you will fly off onto Neptune.
The comic relief has entered. The comic relief has entered.
I needed that.
Like Mick, it's up to you. I don't think we're ever going to get the empirical evidence out of Charlie to support.
No, it's done, man. It's done, right? This entire exercise, I thought, was or initially it was going to just be to investigate the article. Right? I was curious if whether or not it mentioned anything that contradicted the calculator or explained it away or whatnot. I kind of got that, right? Because even Charlie mentioned, like in the graphs produced, right in the article, you have indexes of refraction higher than 1. Okay, you can't really do that in the calculator, so it's kind of indicative of, like, the calculator is incomplete overall. But even with the
if you notice, well, I was just gonna say, like, they are two. Like, there's the ray tracer, and then there's the other calculator, right? The other calculator, if you look in the graphic, right, you'll see where it says effective radius. Yeah. So all it does is it takes the K coefficient, expands the ray to like whatever the effective radius would be, and then does a straight ray model. The ray tracer just it literally takes a pixel and runs it through, like it does like a vector transformation. So it runs it through and changes its direction as it goes through this distance, and like it has like steps, right? So like if you look at it, you'll see like how many steps you want to use, right? So it'll move a certain number of steps, and then it'll either move up or down on the screen. So So say the pixel started in the center, right? And then like the ray trace says, oh, you're supposed to move down after some distance, right? Move you 1 meter, move down, move you 1 meter, move down a little more, move you 1 meter. It just shifts the image. It doesn't simulate anything. It's just.
Did you see my screenshots of what this entire thing came about from?
Yeah, further up. There's all sorts of problems with this calculator. Yeah, sure. I didn't get a good look at them.
Right. Basically, in the left hand, that's the idealized what should actually happen on our globe of said dimensions and shit with no refraction. The black swan should be cut off basically halfway. In order to actually get to a view of what we actually see, that's the index of refraction that's required. That's why I was probing Charlie on that, because that's extremely high index. 1 basically means it's planar, right? It lifts the entire thing, so you have an infinite radius. And then when it's higher than that, according to what Charlie was talking about and what the article points out, anything higher than that creates actually like a concave, like an inverted radius, so to speak. So.
Well, I think it's a perfectly fair question to say, hey, do these conditions actually exist in nature? How is that a not fair question?
Yeah, I've been asking a lot of people that. I mean, most people just goes over their head there. But when you said there's an article,
I just asked them because you're saying everything is refracted up all the time. Like, how do you know that that's the general condition, right? That every time we go to the beach, everything's being picked up over the curve. Like, every time, how is that the general condition of the air, right? And then that would mean that like the rare condition would be ships over the curve, right? That would be the rare condition. because that's when it's not refracted, and that's when you see the geometric fucking horizon, right? So like,
yeah,
everything's like on its head.
Yeah, it can go either way. That's why this particular argument is kind of interesting, because right from the get-go, when they started observing stuff and say, oh, it must be a ball, how do we know that they were just not looking at it in a condition that, like what you're saying, that was like the rare condition, but then they formulated all their stuff based on that, and from there you get your radius and whatnot, supposedly. So yeah, it's I find it interesting. So I like to use it because, there's maths and numbers and shit.
Well, I just noticed that like they like this refraction thing's again tossed back and forth. So like we've always go, okay, what's your evidence that something we picked up around the curve? And then they'll show like there's the clay in the butane tank, and then there's like the dry ice, and then there's like they have to. What I noticed is they have to make an extreme condition with some substance that has a refractive index that's like 30% higher than air to even demonstrate it, that it's even possible, right?
Did you see the
refractive index of 1.4 and CO2? It has a refractive index of like 1.3, and when they're using it, it's super cool, right? So it's like this isn't a natural condition.
Another one that's really interesting. Another one that's really interesting that came about not long ago. I think it was Mez who posted it. You ever see that one where the guy takes out a laser, he points at a white wall, and he takes out a hot iron and approaches the laser's path and deflects? That's another one. But that's like what, a difference of 300, 400 degrees Celsius or something? Whatever.
Like 1 inch. In like 1 inch, man. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting because one could suppose that of differentials lower than that over longer periods, the minute shift could compound and then yield something. But then you're still faced with the empirical evidence, which they don't have. So there's a bit of an impasse in the entire thing still.
It's funny that Taco 2 left. He doesn't even want to listen to what he didn't understand.
Oh, Charlie left like 10 minutes ago. I know.
That's what I mean. Hilarious.
Oh, did he just leave voluntarily? Is that what happened?
Oh, Charlie, I heard you on Ladies Night with Charlie, and I heard you say that you've heard him before. Yeah, he's a disingenuous schmuck, dude. Totally.
Yeah, I mean, you totally exposed him. He really didn't want to talk to you, Indio. He was like, "Can I talk to Mick, please? I don't want to talk to this Indio guy."
Oh yeah, I've smacked around a few times, dude.
That was pretty comical.
You stole my smack.
Right, so big, right? And like he cited some guy, and then I went and found the guy, and I got a video of him saying that light's a particle, and he freaking spazzed out. It was pretty funny. So I used his own citation to prove him wrong, and obviously he's a condescending fuck when you do something like that. Like he freaking went nuclear.
That's
yeah,
why
he exposed himself. He exposed himself.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to investigate the article, because I was sure there was going to be something in there that was going to be juicy, and I think we found it. Seemingly contradictory stuff, or just more theoretics that have yet to be mapped onto reality and demonstrated to actually be valid. So I kept probing him for a model. He's like, "Oh, you're an idiot. I got the indexes. That's all we need." It's like, no. How do you plug those in? Like Snell's law. Yeah, you have your indexes, and then you plug them into some, multiplying by, sine theta and shit like that, and dividing by other stuff. Great. Now, what do you do with these ones that you provided? What happens? He couldn't do it. He couldn't answer. So that was fun.
Yeah, it always was on the same thing. Okay, is science empirical? Like that's what I was trying to get out of them, so that they'll say yes. Because if it's not empirical, then what are you talking? Then you're violating the entire philosophy of science, or the whole foundation of science is empiricism. So if you just go into explanations and models and theories, that's not science. That's just storytelling. And so you got to have the data to back it up. And like if you're gonna say, "Yeah, my model predicts this," okay. And he said, "Yeah, we can do this." And he kept, and this is what Charlie does, right? He always says, "Yes, I have the information. I just can't show you because you wouldn't believe it." All the time. And he's never shown anything.
He seemed to have almost tried to get away with another one of those when we were asking for him, like, "Do you have the data?" And he said yes. And he was about to produce a table of different indices of refraction for different, things. That's fine. And those presumably were determined empirically, like in a lab setting. Fine, but that's one little bit. We're asking for the full context, data on the full on the output of some sort of test, in the larger context, using these things that are supposedly empirical. Right?
I mean, knowing index of refraction is fine, right? You can test so what they tested was temperature, humidity, pressure, CO2 content, and maybe one other thing. And they tested at a bunch of wavelengths. So it's been tested up to like not all the way to infrared, like maybe 790 nanometers or something. But they tested at each of these, right? So there's 2 different formulas that they have. But that's fine. But that doesn't tell us how the light propagates through air. That always tells us what, the refractive index of air is a certain temperature, pressure, humidity, right? That's all that tells us. It doesn't tell us how the light's going to travel through air. It doesn't tell us how that air is distributed through the earth, right? It doesn't tell us any of that.
Exactly. Yeah. Like at one instance where you have air that's like super cool or standard, and then another little pocket right next to it of said temperature and whatnot. Yeah, you can expect that to behave in a way that you're maybe getting in this setting. But how does that extend to the larger context? Because they don't have the data on, what the conditions were. They can only guess that, oh, well, it must have been like what we see in the lab because of all these other things that they basically assume. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, their model assumes like a spherically symmetric atmosphere, right? That extends out radially, right from the center. That's their model. Spherically symmetric atmosphere that's radial. Like, there's no evidence that exists in nature at all. So what are they modeling exactly? They model something that don't exist. They model an ideal system that doesn't exist.
Wait, can you repeat that last one? What is it? What was it? A symmetric?
Spherically symmetric atmosphere. So there's a vertical gradient, right?
Oh,
right.
Of course,
okay. Radius, right? So the atmosphere is spherical. It's a spherical atmosphere. It's atmosphere, right? So it's a curved atmosphere, right? So let's say we had a Snell's law gradient, right? So let's say it's 1 degree Celsius for the first 1 foot and 2 degrees Celsius at 2 feet, so on and so forth. That layer is going to be curved itself.
Yeah.
So think about that.
Yeah, I got that. But in that sort of setup, these are discrete.
The light ray can't go straight. It can't. It's literally impossible. If your model is like that, even Andrew Thomas Young says this. The ray in a spherically symmetrical gradient atmosphere can't go straight, no matter what, because the atmosphere is curving.
Wait, even if the light is passing through at the same altitude, whereby it's kind of sandwiched in between 2 different layers.
Well, because if it goes straight, then it ends up then it'll be at a higher altitude.
Oh, eventually, yeah.
The atmosphere is turning down, right? So.
Right, it's true.
So the laser ends up going into space, right? So like.
Oh, right.
It has to curve.
So was it like light would bend towards
the lower density?
Towards the lower density, okay.
Yes.
But in what direction, up or down? Like if you have two parallel, let's say you have two walls of gas, sandwiched in between glass or something like that, and you pass light into it from one side, from the higher density to the lower density, it'll bend towards like what the normal, or does it go down or up?
It should bend. Well, what actually happens without getting super technical? So, I'm sure you've seen diagrams of waves where they extend out like circles, right? So what happens is when there's a gradient, that wavefront ends up twisting. So the direction of the light changes, right? So the phase front gets tilted. So let's say it's going horizontal for a section. The lower part of the wave will be in the denser part of the medium. And like say you had just for ha's, say the wavefront was a foot long, and the top part of the foot is in a lower density, and the bottom part is in a higher density. That end will end up twisting it, right? Because the bottom part will end up going slower than the upper parts. So that turns it. You understand what I'm saying? So it'll turn it down. The wavefront, yeah. So it'll twist it down. It's like trying to catch up to something. Like, say you had a ruler and you're making it go through water, and the water was thicker at the bottom than the top. But it always goes only one speed. So the top part of the ruler would go faster than the lower part because the liquid on top is less viscous. So it would end up turning the ruler. You get more drag on the bottom than the top.
So what would that create? Like instead of just a ruler that just inflects at the surface, creating like a bent ruler, it would create like a U shape.
It ends up rotating it. It ends up rotating it, right? It's because the bottom part can't keep up with the top part.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, so that's basically what's happening because the denser air at the bottom, right? So the bottom part of the wavefront goes slower than the top part of the wavefront. So that wavefront ends up turning. And because it's turning, and it always goes normal to the perpendicular to the wavefront, right? So as it turns, right now the direction the light ray's heading would be down, right? So over in a gradient medium, it'll turn, like it'll make a curved path. That's the idea, at least.
Okay.
But in a spherically symmetric atmosphere, then it'll always turn, right?
Hey, Charlie's back, by the way. I just noticed.
Yeah, I was kicked for pointing out somebody here likes the N-word.
I didn't kick it.
It's not the topic. Don't bring it up again, or you're also getting kicked forever.
Yeah, I know it's defamation.
We're moving on. Yeah, don't bring it up. Shut the fuck
Sure.
up.
Would you like to continue our conversation?
Yeah, the
I'm
actual
happy to.
conversation, which isn't about that. The one that's about the room topic.
Yeah, we were talking about refraction, right? Right. Mick was like,
I know.
demonstrate to me that that the proper conditions have been measured that can generate a refraction coefficient of close to 1. Right. That was the question.
Right. In the black swan scenario. Yeah.
No. He added that afterwards. Let's work towards it, right? Let's first accept that it's possible, and then we can see if it applies in the black swan scenario.
Yeah, accept the claim I'm trying to prove, and then we'll move on. Fuck you.
Yes, as I said, baby steps, right?
It was a two-part.
Accept the claim you need evidence for, and then we'll move on. I don't think so. Get the evidence.
What? Accept the claim you need evidence for?
Yeah, prove it's possible.
I'm working towards that.
Not
I don't know
in theory,
I don't know if you know
nature.
what a reconstruction is. Yes, sure, whatever.
In nature.
So, Mick.
In nature. Repeat back to me what I just said.
Do you accept this as the formula for?
Repeat back to me what I just said. Repeat back to me what I just said.
For a medium.
Or if you don't, I don't care about your.
Let's go into that.
Bro.
Wow, you really love inserting yourself.
Repeat to me what I just said.
Mick, are you there?
Is this equation in Charlie? Is this equation in nature?
Mick, are you there?
Yes or no? Is this equation in nature?
Nature's not math. Mick, are you there?
Okay, cool. So we want the in nature.
Do you accept that this equation accurately models?
No, I do not. We need the evidence.
Are you Mick? Are you Mick?
Doesn't matter.
I mean, if you don't accept it, we can go into it. If you do accept it, then I can move into my next point.
On the panel, then just don't talk.
Charlie, should he accept it without evidence to verify
everybody in the panel, but this guy just like fucking jumps at the chance to interrupt you.
Charlie, should he accept that if there's no evidence to support the equation is accurate?
Okay, if he doesn't think that the equation is accurate, then I'm
Why can you never answer the question?
Well, it's difficult for you to comprehend that the question is being answered if you interrupt me halfway through it.
It was a yes or no question.
Or actually, honestly, I don't even know that would make a difference for you, but
you didn't say yes or no.
I would have asked what.
Do you accept the equation, or do you not know the equation, or can we talk about it?
Why are you asking if he accepts it when you haven't presented the evidence, dude? Why are you doing that?
I think he's a big boy and he can answer for himself.
Yeah, you try.
I mean, I'm gonna ask something similar, dude. I don't know enough to accept this outright. I've never seen it before. Where did it come from?
Excellent. This comes from a 1936 paper on the study of refraction of air under different atmospheric conditions. And if you don't believe me, I can paste the paper and we can go through it.
That would be interesting.
Excellent. So here is the initial reference where I found it. Right. The P is pressure, the T is temperature, and the delta T over delta Z is just the change of temperature over per unit change of elevation.
Hold on. Here we go. Okay.
But let me go to the actual paper, 1936.
1936, bro. Not even close.
87, dude.
I read this paper like, I don't know, 6 years ago.
It's 1936.
Reciprocals even at angle papers, 1936. That's the link you posted. Monitoring the refraction coefficient in the lower atmosphere using a controlled setup of simultaneous vertical angle measurements.
Hold on.
Posted.
Yeah, dude, this was first published in 2010, bro.
No,
it's not. That's what it says at the top.
This paper cites the equation, right? The paper, excuse me, not 1936, 1939.
39.
Right, but since you don't believe the equation that they're citing, I guess we have to go back to that, right? See, this is what you're doing. You're like asking, like, you're introducing an infinite recursion of doubt. That's fine. Let's do that. Let's do that.
It's not infinite. It's not infinite, dude. Things have a start at some point.
So let's go to so there's a sequence from 1 to infinity, right? Brock's 1939.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in German. Let's see if we can get a nice translation.
Shit.
You know, every paper you look up, sorry, I've already read it. Even the German one.
That's great. You got a big brain, buddy.
He just
you're trying to play catch up, dude. You're just a pretender clown.
Yeah, he just figured out it's in German. Has to translate it. He didn't know that before.
Correct. No, you're correct. I tend to believe physics papers
Yeah,
that
so you're full.
have been published and
You're just
peer
reading them now.
for over almost 100 years.
Yeah, he's
Correct.
just
Yeah,
reading it
you
now.
haven't read it.
Yeah, so you take them on faith at face value initially.
No, it's not faith.
And
It's not
only-
faith.
Yeah, you just said it, dude. I tend to believe.
No, it's not faith.
You just said it. You just
Listen,
said it.
if you want it, I don't want to get into an epistemological, philosophical discussion right now, but I can. Do you want to have that conversation? Or would you like to have the conversation about the physics?
Hold on, Mick. Charlie, but Charlie, you didn't read these papers, so you're not basing it upon the peer-reviewed research. You didn't read these.
I have enough confidence that the paper is correct.
What did you read the abstract or the conclusion? Which did you read? Did you look at the data? What part of the?
What does it matter?
What did you read? Well, how do you know what it says? How do you know what to believe? Charlie, I'm asking, how do you know what to believe in if you don't know what it says?
Okay. So it sounds
So what
like
do you have,
you
like a
want to get.
preconceived notion that it must agree with my delusion.
It sounds
So
like
I'm
you do
gonna
want to
say-
have a conversation about the epistemology, which I guess
No,
we're going down
I'm
that
not.
route. Then
So your
why are you asking me
epistemology
that
or
fucking
paper
question, you
together, right?
fucking moron? All right.
You didn't
the
read the
reason I
paper.
believe
You didn't read
peer-reviewed
it.
papers. All right. The reason I believe peer-reviewed papers is because from when I was a little kid in science class, right, I would read claims in textbooks that my teachers would tell me, and I would go, "That can't be true. That's bullshit." So then I would look into it
That's
myself.
great.
I would do my own
What's that
research
got to do
on
with this?
that subject, and then I would find out, holy shit, they're actually correct. Then times later, a similar thing would happen. Teacher would say something, I'd be like, okay, that sounds about right. I would read something in the textbook, and I would be like, that sounds about right. That seems plausible. Then I would read something else that I would think, that cannot be true. That really can't be true. And then I would go and verify it, and then I would do my own research, and then I would see, holy shit, it works out. All right, so in order for me to not be
But you're
catatonic,
lying.
all right?
Okay, that's enough, Charlie. Enough. What I asked you was, you said, I tend to believe peer-reviewed papers. Well, you didn't read these peer-reviewed papers. So how are you tending to believe them when you don't know what they say? Every word could contradict what you believe is true.
Do you
now you're gonna trust what I'm saying?
Do you not accept that the very first paper that I pasted agrees with the interpretation of that equation and that paper is peer reviewed?
No, does not.
It does not. You think the paper disagrees with me?
Did you read the paper? Did you read the paper?
Yes. Yeah, the first one that I pasted, absolutely yes. You think that paper
You
disagrees?
didn't even
with
know what the title was. You thought it was from the 1930s.
No, you fucking moron. I'm talking about that is the paper
so-
the initial
okay,
paper that
I'm gonna
I
go, let's
pasted
go over the
states.
paper. I'm going to go from memory. I'll just go from memory, okay?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why
Yeah,
would you
you
ask me
get
about
it
the
right.
epistemology if you're not interested in it? That's so fucking
No,
dumb.
no, no.
Anyway,
you didn't read
if you
the
don't,
paper.
if you don't
No one
accept,
mentioned epistemology
anyway,
but you.
yes, you
I
did.
pointed
You
out you
asked
never
me
read the
what
paper.
it is that I believe the paper.
You never
all right?
read the
And
paper, you know it.
And I'm giving it.
You don't know
I'm
what's in
giving
it.
I'm giving you the conclusion. So, by the
I
transitive
don't
property.
know the conclusion.
I know the transitive property is difficult for you guys to understand, but by the transitive property, if peer-reviewed long-standing paper A asserts claim made by paper B, and if I believe paper A, then I must also believe paper B.
Believes it.
No, it says in paper B or
please.
A.
Yeah, I know
You
you
don't
guys
know what
also
it says
struggle
in
with
paper
language and
B, though.
definitions, right? So,
But you don't know
anyway,
what it says in paper A or B. What agrees with what?
So hold on. Do you
No,
at the
you're a
very
poser,
least
dude.
do you at the very least agree that the initial paper that I cited takes that equation to mean what I say it means? Meaning it is the equation that will tell you the refractive coefficient for an atmosphere at a particular pressure, temperature, and change in temperature over elevation.
No, what it tells you is if you have a spherically symmetric gradient, right? How the right way will deflect based upon pressure temperature. That's what it tells you. Doesn't say anything about the Earth and its meteorological conditions at all.
Correct. I never said anything about the Earth with respect to this.
And why are we care? Why
You
do we
just
care
agree
about?
with me. Okay, excellent. So you agree with me that this equation gives you the refractive coefficient for the atmosphere, giving a
How's it
pressure,
going,
a
everybody?
temperature,
I like
and
to leave
a
it
rate of change
out of
of temperature
banana.
with a z value. Right? I mean, that's what you just said. Nothing said about necessarily about the shape of the Earth. Yeah?
Look, it compares the radius of a ray to the radius claimed to be of Earth. That's the coefficient, right?
It can
The
be seen as that.
reciprocal of the
Yes.
radius of the ray.
Can you point to me
compared to
in
Earth.
the equation here where the r is?
God.
503 p over t squared, parentheses 0.0343 plus delta t over delta z, parentheses close. I don't see anything about an r. I'm aware that there is another equation that equates this to the radius of curvature of the ray and the radius of the Earth. I'm aware of that. But because what is at contention here is the shape of the Earth, let's dispose of that for a second. All right? Because that's unreasonable to you, Indio.
What's the So what's this a formula for? You said it was for the K value. What's it for?
Yes, it's for the K value. In the first paper, it's
Is
X
the
or
K
whatever.
value the reciprocal of the radius of the Earth? Yes or no?
It can also be equated to that. Yes.
Okay, that's what it's used for, right? When you get the value, that value will give you
Okay.
the radius of the ray.
What are bananas for, Indio?
Yeah, so you're contradicting yourself now.
What
So
are bananas for? It's not a contradiction at all. It's not a contradiction at all. I know
the
you
K
think it
value
is,
is
but
reciprocal of the radius of the Earth, right? Yes or no?
it can be equated to that. Yes.
Okay, what is it if you don't equate it to that?
It can be defined as, for example, 503 times the pressure over temperature squared, parentheses, 0.03
Yeah, what does that mean?
plus delta T.
Yeah, but what does that mean without a radius? But what does that mean without a radius? Yeah,
It is a measure of how much. It is a measure of how much a ray curves.
Oh, and curves. How do they? What is the value it's used to denote the curve?
You don't need to assume any particular value.
The radius of a ray.
For example, you can assume
the radius of a ray.
For
the radius of a ray, Charlie.
You can
the
assume
radius
a
of a
flat
ray,
Earth.
Charlie.
Oh God, Indio.
No, dude, you know I'm right. Dude, you're cooking yourself, dude.
Do you agree that that you can assume a flat Earth and still have a useful value for the for this K?
Yeah, but you're using the
A
radius
useful
of a ray.
interpretation of it?
Yeah, but it's still a radius of a ray, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the K comes out of when you compare the radius of that ray to the Earth ray. You take this.
No, in this example, no, it comes out of multiplying 503 times pressure and some specific units divided by temperature square in Kelvin times 0.0343 plus dt over dz.
Yeah, that's fine, but it
It
gives you
sounds
the
like you
radius
accept this equation, right? I don't know if Mick has.
Yeah, that's fine, but it gives you the radius of a ray, and it assumes a spherically symmetric path of light.
Mick, do you agree
which
with
don't
Indio?
exist? Yes, it assumes a spherically symmetrical path of light, which don't exist.
Mick, do you agree with Indio?
Dude, I'm going to have to be non-responsive. Are you going to keep being non-responsive?
Mick, do you agree with Indio?
Continue with Indio, dude. I'm reading. I don't know enough about this to actually agree or not. How are you asking me for? I've never seen this before.
Because you're the one who asked the original question, right? Of what are the necessary conditions for atmospheric conditions for you to observe an atmospheric refraction coefficient of near 1.
Great. So this supposedly would model that. And then the second question is, does it apply to what we were looking at?
Excellent. So the question has been reduced to, is there a value of P and a value of T and a value of delta T over Z, right? That would produce a refraction coefficient near 1. Are you happy with that reduction?
That's the question.
Oh, God.
It's not the
Jesus
question,
Christ.
though. It's not the question, though.
I know it's not the question. I'm working towards it. After that question is answered, right? Because if he answers yes, right? The question has been reduced to that. Then we can go and see, okay, where has there been in the atmosphere a temperature of T with a pressure of P with a change in temperature over altitude of a specific value, right? Right?
Yeah, cool. But this assumes a spherically
Okay, excellent. You
symmetric
do agree.
atmosphere.
Mick, do you agree?
It just assumes a spherically symmetric atmosphere.
Mick, do you agree?
This assumes a spherically symmetric atmosphere.
Excellent.
Yeah,
all right.
that's
So now we just need to look for the particular values of P.
Okay, I know you don't want to acknowledge it.
T over Z, right?
Okay, I'm muting you. Okay, that's it. Dude.
Charlie,
You're going to address this. You're going to address this, Charlie. There's no way out. Okay, you can jerk off about your equations and explanations. Okay, this equation assumes a spherically symmetric atmosphere. You don't have that. Nobody thinks they have that. Doesn't model anything. That's why we asked you, do the meteorological conditions exist where you could get the appropriate value? And you pointed to an equation that doesn't imitate nature and said, hey, I can manipulate the equation to give you some equivalent result. So if it predicts that, hey, something will be lifted up 10 feet, I can give you a spherically symmetric atmosphere model that'll say that it's picked up 10 feet. But so what? That doesn't model anything in nature. So address the fact that this equation models a spherically symmetric atmosphere. You understand? Oh, he deafened? No, Charlie's out of here. Bitch move.
Yeah, that guy's a piece of work.
Yeah, like, imagine struggling so hard not to present evidence. Dude, that was like an hour.
Yeah, it's crazy. Even if we had this model and we tried to plug in some values that applied to the black swan, we're still missing that. That's the second part of my question to him, which, you know, if we let this continue, he's probably going to skate around that, never producing any numbers that we can actually plug into these models. So, yeah, complete waste of time. Sorry.
Hey, I tend to believe the physics papers that I never read.
Yeah, last Sue has put in the chat there, Globe, because information I can't disclose. Yeah, I heard his whole routine. Like, I don't know what that was. Then he tried to come in here and do that with me. Like, I got top secret information that if I could show you would totally prove the Globe. Like, oh my gosh, guy.
Well, that's not as absurd as the guy that came out from Ladies' Night that said he can see that the stars are giant balls of fucking plasma millions of miles away.
Yeah. And you can see that they're helium. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny too.
Yeah, that's a Golden Globey for sure.
Now, India, I'm actually looking into this paper thing here, and I see, okay, what you were talking about, the ratio between the radii, that's in section 2.1, right? You got that. But then looking down...
That paper is, listen, you should read that paper because it goes over it in like the beginning of the paper, goes over the so-called terrestrial refraction, quote-unquote model, whatever you want to call it, in pretty good detail, like historical review, different experiments people did, different values they came up with, right? In the variation in values. So, like, you'll see some crazy variations in values of, like, different, like, they'll cite the paper, right? And they'll say, well, this guy measured over grassland and got these values. This guy measured over ice and got these values. But they're using this K coefficient value. But that's just matching, right? So, like, it's just matching it to the model, right? So you look through the theodolite, the theodolite, the little freaking crosshair you think you're supposed to be, you know, or the little marking you think you're supposed to be zoomed in on is moved down like, you know, 3 inches or something. So you punch it into the model, like, okay, what is, like, assuming this model is correct, what would the radius of the ray have to be to move that? You know, me citing that in 3 inches down. And they'll say, okay, well, the refractive index was a K equivalent to, you know, 20 or something, whatever it is. So it's not even testing the model, really. It's doing observations and retroactively fitting the model to the observation. That makes sense.
I was just trying to find where this K equals R, like capital R over R, ties into the point number 2, what Charlie was going into with the X equals 503, et cetera, et cetera.
Didn't you say he pulled that out of one of the citations?
Yeah, so he was trying to dig into the second one, the X equals 503, et cetera, et cetera. But right above it, that's where the ratio between the radii comes in. And I think he was trying to point out that these are two distinct things, right? Because, like, the K is not brought into that equation anywhere. Neither are either of the R's. So, like you were saying, this thing kind of goes into like a historical breakdown of different things. I think that's what I'm seeing here in 2.1. It's like they're saying, oh, at this point in time, you know, these guys did this and they came up with this model, and then later on, these other guys did this other thing. They came up with this other model as distinct from this first one. I could be wrong, but I'm just trying to reconcile that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it says this K equals R divided by R, right? This definition is based on a circular arc used to model the often irregularly curved path of light. They're even admitting that it's not. That's just a
exactly. And then below that, right, 2 paragraphs below, that's where the equation that Charlie was trying to expound upon comes in. That doesn't use the K equals R over R.
Yeah, the key that of a particular point in literature commonly referred to as local record, denoted with X, is connected to the vertical temperature. That just, from what this says, tells you the refraction coefficient at a particular point.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So in the vertical temperature gradient, so it'll tell you a point in the gradient from wherever the original coordinate, say ground level is where you start, right? So based upon this formula, if you plug this formula in, you want to know the temperature, say 5,000 meters. The X will be the refraction coefficient at like 5,000 meters, right? If you punch in. Yeah. Because the delta Z is the what do you call it? Is the altitude, I think, right? Yeah, K per meter. Yeah. So X is connected to the vertical temperature gradient. Delta T divided by delta Z. That's K per meter. So that's temperature per meter. That's in the parentheses, right? So that's going to tell you so this will calculate, if you want to know any point, you could figure out at any altitude what the refraction coefficient is if you have known pressure and temperature values.
Exactly. So that's what Charlie was trying to dig into, right? And saying there's no R in that. I mean, granted, Charlie did a poor job in presenting it. It was, confrontational shit. I mean, of course, it got heated and stuff. But I think later on towards the end, he was trying to emphasize that there is no R in this particular equation. That was the point. He kept asking for
friends.
like,
Can I hop in here for a quick? Hey, what's up, Mick? How you doing, buddy? What's up, Indy? How you doing, buddy? I just posted a video in the side chat. This video is of me on Lake Ontario, on the west side of Lake Ontario. Wicked conditions, wicked conditions, right? And I'm in Toronto, right? Obviously, I'm not in Mississauga. I'm literally in Toronto, and I'm panning the camera from my right to my left, right? And the reason why I'm doing it is I'm emphasizing that you're going to be seeing the lights, right close to me, and the distance is going to vary as I start panning the camera because it's literally the bend of the lake, right? So this is like a 30-mile bend, right?
That's 30 miles away.
Well, yeah, at some point it gets even further depending on which lights you're looking at, because that whole span of lights, they're all different, what do you call it, distances.
Yeah, so the part where you zoom in, there's a little
that's like that's the furthest, that's like right straight across. That's like from north to south.
Okay. Which lake is this again?
Lake Ontario, friends.
Lake Ontario, okay.
Yeah, if you Google it, you'll see the size of the lake, right? And then you'll see what I'm talking about.
And how high are you off the ground? 6 feet or something?
No, a little bit higher probably because I'm on some rocks or some shit, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can see how high I am off the ground, kind of, sort of, like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I try to...
Let's say less than 10 feet.
Because before I zoom in, like, I think I show you what I'm standing on, kind of, sort of.
Yeah. There's about, like, let's say 3-4 feet of rocks and then you standing. So let's say less than 10.
And here's another crazy part. There's, like, a wave breakers. Like, they built these wave breakers, or I don't know where they built these things, right? And see how they're, like, below the horizon?
So you're looking right above them there? Right over them?
Well, no, but yeah, it just emphasizes the perspective, right? How, like, it's how
like distance markers, let's say.
Right. Yeah, it's just a crazy nice observation, especially because it is the bend of the lake, right? So
that's pretty cool, man.
You're getting all of it.
Do you know how high the lights are on the other end? Like they're just homes or something, or?
Yeah. So they're not. They're like fucking. What do you call it? St. Catharines is the biggest city. It's like fucking townhouses.
Oh yeah.
Houses max. Yeah, the lights. You're just seeing street lamps. Those are street lamps, man.
Oh shit. Okay. So they should technically be a couple dozen.
Well, 600 feet of curvature missing at the across.
600 feet, eh? Okay. Wow.
Over 600 feet. Yeah. Well, it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Okay.
But the emphasis is if there was a curve at any point, right? If you were looking at these lights, at some point they'd start like dipping away from you downwards, right? But they don't. That's the whole point of this video. It's a flat horizon across, and it's a bend, right, where it should be fucking curving downwards, where the light should be disappearing at some point.
Yeah, I see that. Pretty good shot, man.
Awesome. It's the S22. Well, I have this in Ultra HD, but Discord lets me only do 100 megs, so I had to convert it down to just HD.
Oh, okay. That's good. It's pretty clear what's going on there.
Well, kind of like the reason why I bring this up is because you guys are talking about lights and distances, and bending over distances, and I'm here. I'm like, yo, look at this video. It gives you like from like 1 kilometer away to like fucking 50 kilometers away, and you literally get the whole span of it. And guess what? All the light is directly going into your motherfucking eye. There is no bending.
Well, that's what we were talking with Charlie before, who was arguing the black swan thing, right? He was saying that basically, because I posted up a couple snapshots of the black swan values, like the height and the distance and shit like that, into the Walter Bisland calculator there. And in order to actually get, I'll post it actually again if you didn't see it there. In order to actually get the view that we get, there would have to be a refraction index of almost 1, which they qualify as being extreme. So I was going in with Charlie as to like, well, under what conditions is this actually feasible? And then the argument started like, oh, well, it's technically possible. Look at my model. And then it just got hairy because like, well, where's the real world sample data fitted to this model, or under what conditions actually create this that we can actually find in any sort of given area, let alone the black swan. And it never really concluded, because Charlie, is a bit of a dick. So anyway, I just posted it at 37.
Hey Mick, since we
Well,
have a
that's
little
good.
quiet time, did you get to listen to my track? I think I sent it to you.
Not your
My
latest,
latest
one. Not your latest one.
No, man,
Not yet.
no, man.
I heard you. I heard you pump it the other day, though. Kind of
I
curious.
can pump it. Well, I mean, somebody.
You spoke to somebody about it. You're like, oh, yeah, I heard that. I'm like, oh, fine.
Yeah, it's better. I mean, if you like deep house, it's all right.
Okay.
It's in Yemsky.
I'll give it a listen.
I mean, the whole way through, please don't just fucking like, because I put a lot of work in the transitions and like, it's progressive. Like it builds up and it drops. Trust me, it's fucking. Right. At some point, it's gonna be so crazy that I had to listen to my track a million times. I actually listened to it so many times. I'm like, the more I listen to it, the better it gets. I'm like, holy fuck, this is so good. But anyways, yeah. But that's because that's the kind of music I'm okay with. I listen to EDM all my life, right? So I can listen to fucking electronic music any day. Yeah.
I get that. That's pretty cool. I'm working on a couple recordings myself there, classical piano, and you have to listen to the thing like 1,000 times because you're tweaking little knobs and shit like that, to get it perfect. It's hard.
Yeah, it ain't easy.
I'll check it out.
Oh yeah, thanks, guy. Hey, Flatter dude, what's up, guy? Holy shit, I didn't see you pop in.
I think he was here before you were.
No, I see him sneaking in.
You snuck in here, bro. So that's the one guy that I actually wanted to talk to because I know Flatter dude listened to my song, right? My bad. No,
you're getting good, man. Keep it up.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You didn't listen to it.
Shut the fuck up. Here, I'm gonna fucking play it for everyone right now.
No, don't play it here. No, that's not what I want. No fucking way. Bro, don't do that shit. That's crazy. You're crazy, bro.
Right. Let me go listen to it.
Oh, so you didn't. See, that's what I'm saying. Shut the fuck up. You didn't listen. See, everybody's like, fuck this guy. I'm tired of his shitty music. Fuck this guy. I'm like, okay, guys, fuck it. It's all good. It's all good.
It's all good. Hey, music's music. I'm a big critic, so I'll let you know what I think.
Oh yeah, please, man. Don't be like nice. I need you to be fucking like hardcore, brutal fucking critic.
All right.
No, you're not effeminate, bro. You're not effeminate. You're definitely not. When I think of feminine, I don't think of you. You're disagreeable. You mean no bitch.
That I am. I'll agree to that.
You make me look bad.
So where are we on wraparound?
Are we on wraparound? Dude, like wraparound? Pac-Man Earth? Hell no.
Yeah.
I
can't. It's either that or Globe Boys.
No, you wish. You fucking 4-dimensional, for all you know.
That's what wraparound is, basically. Appealing to, mathematics and dimensionality, and
maybe like here's my hypothesis that the way we think about the world from this external viewpoint of wraparound Earth, the only reason you think you need a wraparound Earth is because you're imagining the Earth from a third-person point of view. Maybe reality isn't a third-person point of view. Maybe everything is a first-person point of view. Reality can only be interacted with from a first-person perspective. Otherwise, it doesn't exist. Where our first-person perspectives meet, that's the orthographic view. This solves a bunch of problems, namely like the tree falls in the woods with no one there to hear it, doesn't make a noise. No, it don't, because it doesn't. That's a meaningless statement. Because without a human or without a sentient being, things can't exist. Existence entails there's a sentient human being. That's not to say there's not an objective reality. I'm not saying everything is subjective.
I disagree with you, man.
I don't know, man.
It definitely makes a sound if it falls in the forest.
I never see deer or animals under these trees, so they're making sounds anyway, man. So
the tree falls in the woods with no one near to hear it. Does the deer run away from the tree fall?
Had to have. Otherwise, it'll run from us. It's all due to gravity anyway.
Of course, everything is. Did you know that gravity makes the Earth look flat? Have you heard this, Brian?
Of course it does. You know, they say gravity is one of the 4 fundamental forces, but they don't even know what it is. And then they call it the weakest of the 4, the most easiest to overcome. And then they make it do all the heavy lifting.
The weakness is the argument that it exists. That's why it's the weakest force. It's the weakest argument. No, so I'm going to tell you why the gravity in the globe paradigm officially makes the Earth look flat. So you have gravity, right? Gravity formed the Earth into a ball. And then that gravity formed a density gradient of air. And when light passes through this density gradient of air, gravity that made the density gradient makes that ball look flat. Yeah, so gravity makes the Earth look flat, according to globetards.
Refravity.
Ain't that fucking crazy, dude? Gravity made a flat-looking ball. It's just nature, man. Can't argue with fucking Mother Nature.
Yeah, that's what they tell us. However, when it comes to refraction, refraction is not dominated by pressure differences, but by temperature differences.
That's right.
So they're screwed.
Yeah.
It also works in the opposite direction. So the pressure differences would cause light to bend down. They're correct in that statement. However, as light would travel on the globe, it would travel straight and then move into areas of less and less density, and that would cause it to equal out a little bit, but it would never reach back down towards the ground. They don't have the mechanism for that. That's just considering the pressure, which is what they do. They don't consider the temperature when they're doing this. They just consider the pressure and consider a uniform gradient. That's the problem. We actually live in an inhomogeneous anisotropic medium. And so there's differences in temperature, there's differences in pressure. And so temperatures dominate the refractive gradient. And so you have pressure working against the temperature. And so when the temperature isn't enough to overcome the pressure, you have equalized the refraction, and so it's no longer refracting. And then they call that ducting, and they believe that the light is going around the globe, just bending up and down and going around the globe. But that just doesn't work. Mechanically, that doesn't work. It's just an ad hoc excuse after the fact, when it's actually an equalization between the two, and you can show that using infrared and different wavelengths. If a wavelength refracts more, you should be able to see further if the globers are true, because the light is refracting more, and so you should be able to see further around the globe. If the wavelength refracts less, like infrared light, you should not see as far. It shouldn't bend around the globe. You should see the geometric horizon move closer in infrared. However, that's not what we see. We see the horizon appear to extend out in infrared, because we can see past the extinction, and there's less refraction, so there's less loss of the bottom rays coming off of objects, causing bottom-up disappearance. And so there's multiple factors, and when they try to affirm the globe, it's because they have a preconceived idea that the Earth is a globe. They were raised in that culture, the tradition that the Earth is a globe, and so they believe it's a globe. And so when they see something and that doesn't match their preconceived ideas, they're like, oh, well, it must be the air bending. And so they test the air, and then the air's not bending enough, and so like it doesn't work. And so there must be the plumb lines are bending, but they don't actually measure the plumb lines bending at all. It just must be because the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it's got to be a globe. That's why when the Earth looks flat, that's a globe proof. Everything you see is a globe proof, no matter what it is, even if it says it's not a globe.
Yeah. If the Earth is if the water looks flat over here and we see too far over there, it's the gravity. Like the gravity underneath it is making the water look flat on that spot. But then you move to a different spot. Oh, well, it just looked flat on that spot. They keep
Yes,
extending it,
the gravity is
with
curbing the water and curbing the air, but it's curbing the air in a way that makes the water look flat. The water that's under it, that's also curving. It's fucking so stupid.
Yeah, and it's only curving the air to make the water look flat. If you look at the density, alone, just the pressure, not the temperature. Like, and so that's and it's mainly because the preconceived idea that the Earth is a globe, and so when you shoot the laser out straight, the Earth is supposed to be falling away from it, and so that carries that curved imagined air around with it, and so the laser beam is always traveling up into those lesser densities as a consequence. That's why it's stacked on assumption on assumption on assumption on assumption, and that's why it has to be a globe.
Yo, so I was talking about the Earth being flat in that main politics channel, and they levied an accusation against you guys. They said you guys are too scared to go into the politics channel. They asked me, how come we never see the guys down here, like up
Will
there?
they talk about this
I'm like, I
topic
don't know,
in
they're
there?
their own people. Huh?
Will they talk about this topic in there?
Yeah,
we're gonna get
sometimes we
booted.
talk about flat Earth. I defend it from time to time, like maybe like once every, 2 visits or so.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. If they
I
want
would.
us
I
up
didn't know
there,
we were
we'll-
welcome.
Yeah,
They're
we're willing to
swatting
go
dog-
and talk
they're
to them
swatting
if they want us
dog.
up there.
He's saying that you guys are scared.
They're welcome to come down here and be like, bros, you want to come up and talk to us about flat Earth? We're willing to listen. We'd love the opportunity.
I'm not gonna go up there and get abused and just have them play the mute game. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
do
we're
that.
not gonna force our views upon them. If they want to hear our perspective, we're willing to share it, but we're not forcing it upon them.
Also, they're gonna take it away from empiricism, and it's gonna become, why would they lie? And we're gonna be talking about fucking what people think, how they feel, what they would do, what they wouldn't do, what governments do, how the Soviets was against the United States, and there was a Cold War. Like it's gonna devolve into just bullshit, just opinions about what people do or what they didn't do or what governments do or what governments didn't do and why they would do it and what their motivations are. It's just all speculation. Why would we do that?
Yeah, my experience, like
Do you know why people do that? Why do you think people do go to that argument?
Because they have no other evidence.
Bingo. And it's the only thing they know is midwits, and because they're midwits and all they know is fucking gossip. Look, Sally slept with fucking Billy. It's a bitch level, dude.
I don't believe it. He would never do that.
No, he definitely didn't do it. Why would he lie?
Yeah.
You don't know why he lied. He didn't do it.
Yeah, that's how they act.
Top level fucking retards, these guys. You have to give it to them. Like, it must take some frickin' hard work to be that dumb.
Well, the smart ones don't come in here, open their mouths without understanding what the room is about. The smart ones come in, listen, and are like, "Oh shit," or they're like listening on YouTube and they're like, "Oh shit."
Yeah,
And
exit
so-
stage right. The smart
Yeah.
ones leave.
Yeah, and so we end up like filtering out a bunch of the smarter ones who are like, I don't want to hassle with this. This seems like beyond my pay grade, and we end up left with all these dumbasses who don't know anything, and they're just like, I know everything because I don't know anything.
Man, that's what Prince Strauss says, man. Once you understand nothing, you understand everything.
Yeah, so like we get a lot of in here. I mean, the bold ones, right? They're the ones that like they'll come in and they say they're an aerospace engineer, and then 10 minutes later confess that they're taking aerospace engineering, but they're not actually taking any of the courses yet. But they're going to be as soon as they stop being a sophomore at university and take the upper level classes the next year. Like that's the crap we get. But they think we're so stupid that we can't tell the difference. It's so just the bigotry, the bias of how people think about flat earthers is it is a frick something to behold. It really is. I mean, there's prejudice, right? Thinking all black people are dumb, thinking all, pick a race, thinking they have some characteristic. Any group of people, oh, all the jocks are dumb. All the frickin' geek nerds are weak. You know what I mean? You could pick anything.
That's
Yeah.
stereotypes.
But you will get a variation in, bias. Where, some people won't be biased, but there will be the bias. The bias is pretty much ubiquitous. I'd say maybe 1 out of 1,000 people come in here with no bias. With no preconceived notions about flat Earth, with no preconceived notions about flat Earthers. Like, would that come here with a blank slate?
Yeah, it's very rare. Almost all of them come in with the pizza in space idea, and that
Ice
we
wall
hold this
dome.
belief. Yeah, we hold this belief either for some religious reason or just because we're crazy.
Or we want to feel special.
Yeah.
You guys just want to feel special. There's
Man,
lots of ways to feel special, dude.
You don't want to come from a gay monkey fish frog? Come on, man. That's awesome.
Cave monkey, fish, frog.
Man,
Talk
I didn't
about
even
my
know.
family.
Right. I didn't even know this thing was a topic like 3 years ago. What? What? It's Earth is flat. Space is what? Fake? No. What? What?
Oh, I get you so hard. It's been over 10 years for me, bro.
So I was that guy, man. I didn't get all. That's why I say, man, these fucking people get mad. What are you so mad about? Because I don't agree with the science that can't prove anything. It's a bold stance to take there. I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
we had someone quit the other server. I said, "You do know that science doesn't prove anything." He's just like, "What? Do you hear what you're saying? I can't take it. That's it." And then he left the server. The whole idea that science, he's obviously probably a high school or something by the way he was talking before that. I'm just saying is these guys are so brainwashed that when they think science is it's like the golden cow, right? You cannot say anything against the golden cow.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's why it's so much better to talk to a little bit educated people, because they at least understand, because they've been further in the education, that they don't teach it early. They teach it later that, like, oh, yeah, we don't understand this. This is our best guess. This is our best theory, but we can't actually test the cause. So, like, we have different theories, but this is the most popular one. Once you talk to people who have gone through education, you get a little bit of a different response, especially if it's in their field. If it's in their field, they're like, yeah, you're right. There's all these different theories, and we actually don't know these parts and those parts, and you get a really interesting conversation. But when you talk to someone outside that field, they're like, well, I believe this is all correct, and I believe all this stuff. They don't understand the nuances of the field. They never looked into it, and they don't have interest to look into it. They think like it's enough just to have faith in someone, and the consensus belief, the supposed majority belief that's publicized. This is the same way that Project Mockingbird controlled the population by controlling what you see, what's the thing that you're taught. And so, of course, the majority is going to believe X when they're taught X. That doesn't mean X is true. X needs to conform to actual reality.
I mean, what's shocking is like, if we weren't in this topic, right, and we just started talking to these guys in some other chat, right? Like, yeah, man, everything on TV is bullshit. They'd be like, yeah, man, TV's fake. Everything they just propaganda and bullshit. And then you go, well, you know, the Earth is flat. And you're like, what about pictures from space I saw on TV? Like 5 seconds later, they would contradict them their own position.
Yeah. You'd be like the government's always screwing us. They're like, yeah, I don't trust the government. Nothing the government says is true. And you're like, yeah, all the media is telling us lies. Yeah, the media is telling us lies. Yeah. But then you're like, the Earth is flat. They're like, no, the media, the government is telling me the truth. It's crazy.
That's the one time. It's just crazy to me. Like, I mean, you think that, like, we've talked to so many people. We ask them, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And like, you would think that after they're in here, right, for 5-10 minutes, and they're like, I don't know why they don't say to themselves, you know, this is really hard. I really can't think of any globe proof. The only thing I can think of is like the images they showed me on TV and just my teacher showing me a toy globe in the corner and just like space movies and like I got nothing. Right? You think that just that alone, the inability to prove it in like 2 minutes without pointing at the television set would make them go, man, there's something's wrong here.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hold up.
Yeah, exactly, man.
The problem is...
It ain't right here.
yeah, exactly. The problem is you got a bunch of these people who've gotten addicted to thinking they're intelligent through Google. And now it's morphing into thinking they're intelligent through parroting AI. And so you got all these midwit, half-wits, nitwits who want to be intelligent because that's a certain status in life. And so
it's a fad.
Yeah, so they start memorizing this garbage that they hear from other people. They don't understand how it works. They just know the words to repeat, and they think they win. Refraction, I win. Gravity, I win.
Yeah, I think of it like the Marlboro Man, right? People smoked Marlboros because they thought like it portrayed a certain image. I'm tough. I smoke Marlboros. I'm like cowboy. I'm like John Wayne. But it was just like an image fad. In the whole science suck up idea, right? I'm a nerd. That like they turned it into like this weird fad where you have people wanting to be seen as intellectuals, even though it ain't never gonna happen unless they get a brain transplant. You know, look, you know, I'm not gonna freaking, you know, I'm not built to play in the NFL. Okay, it's just not gonna happen. No matter how good I get at football, my body will not support an NFL career at any age I was. Not now, not in the past. No matter how big I got, it would not matter. I had to be like the craziest freak in nature. Okay, so I don't cry about it. But it's like me going, I want to identify as a football player and like pretend I'm a football player and like run around like this is what these guys are. They're like pretend scientists. It's kind of freaky when you think about it. But it's easier to bluff intellectualism than it is to bluff being a freaking buff ass football player.
Yeah. Because there's a physical reality behind the big ass football player. But whereas
yeah, and you can baffle them with bullshit, Joyce. You know that.
Yeah.
You would try to come in here and just baffle us with bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't work on me because my dad used to do that all the time to everybody else, and so I saw that real time.
I'm baffled by the fact they think they can baffle us with bullshit. Right? What'd you say, bud?
Saying like people here don't actually believe the Earth is flat, right?
No, we know it is. You do too.
Oh, so this is just like a troll channel?
No one's trolling. You're coping right now.
No, I just refuse to
No,
believe people
okay, how do
exist
you?
like that in
You refuse to?
2026.
No, we refuse to believe. You see, you're the one with beliefs. We aren't. You're confused.
Right. That's why you're in the
Okay, so when did you see the Earth as a
0.0001%
globe?
of the
When did you
minority.
see the Earth as a globe in real life? When did you see the Earth as a globe? Yeah, see, here's more cope. You left.
Yeah, just proving our point.
I've
They
never
don't.
been that direct, but I might do that more often.
That was good. They don't realize the optics of how they're acting. They don't realize that, like, if anybody listens to our live stream, listens to through these interactions, it's very easy to see. They come in with these preconceived ideas. They don't know what they're talking about, and they just they can't defend the globe, and it's so obvious to anyone with eyes or ears.
Man, the first time I heard about this, back in like April of 2023, man, somebody said Elon hit the firmament. And I immediately said, what? What are you talking about? I didn't get mad. I didn't call him stupid. I'm like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And he gave me some information. I came back for more. I don't get the anger with these people. I don't get it.
Yeah, but that's a testament to your character. That's a testament to your intelligence of being open to exploring potentials, not being afraid of your beliefs being incorrect. The bigger your ego, the harder it is for you to actually accept that you're wrong, that you were wrong, that you all the garbage that you told some guy was wrong. Like, I used to be so into space, I used to tell people all about space. And so it was very difficult for me. Like, I spent like 2 months reconciling with the Earth being flat and then trying to find evidence for the Earth being a globe, something to prove that the Earth was a globe. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized, oh shit, all of my beliefs are contingent on this faith in this other people who supposedly proved it in outer space, and I can't prove any of it. And so at that point, I realized it has to be a belief for me, and I didn't like that position. So I was like, I need to look into this deeper, and that's where kind of my journey began.
Man, mine kind of began. I was watching, scrolling through YouTube, and came across this one channel that said the mountains are trees. And I'm like, this guy sounds crazy. Let me check it out. And I was like, if these things turn out to be trees, that's gonna just piss me off. And I was like, he was showing stuff, and I was like, that's a rock, man. That's what are you looking at? That's a rock. Then he showed a close up of some tree rings, and I was like, see, there's a tree. Then he panned out, and it's the side of the mountain. I was like, whoa. All right. Well,
Yeah, that's one of the things that Flat Earth kind of gave the world. Besides just being like, it brings you back to logic, to empiricism, to actual basic natural science experiments. What can you actually prove? Not just infer and assume is true based on your preconceived ideas, because you can assume a different thing is true based on different preconceived ideas. And so that's kind of what Flat Earth did. It kind of stripped away all the assumptions, and people went like, well, when then what is true? And so we got a bunch of people who went looking at history, who went looking at old architecture, and we got the mud flood conspiracy that was born out of this. The mountains are trees thing. Some of those ideas seem pretty compelling in that, like, some of those structures of some of those mountains look very similar to the structures of petrified trees. That doesn't mean it is, but it's a very interesting hypothesis. And and flat Earth kind of opened up the world to exploring outside ideas that weren't as as cornered in or boxed in by the mainstream narrative. We don't endorse any specific other theory. We're just focused on the empirical and the things that we can verify and prove. It's interesting, though.
What's behind the ice wall?
What ice wall?
Another ice wall. It's infinite ice walls.
What's behind the
Ice walls
wall?
all the way down, all the way up.
What's behind
Bro,
the ice
we're not
wall?
claiming ice
Who
walls.
said
that is
anybody
someone else.
believes in an ice wall? Only globe earthers believe in ice walls.
Yeah, in fact, the terminology of ice wall came from globers, talking about the coastline of Antarctica.
We gotta find more ice walls.
It was called the Great Ice Barrier. That's what it used to be called. It was on all the old maps. Yeah, it doesn't come from us. It comes from you clowns. So if you want to know why, ask a glober why there's an ice wall.
I gotta get
See, the
behind
flat Earth you guys make up in your head, we don't believe in that flat Earth either. So you guys say, oh, flat Earth, it must mean this, it must mean that, it must mean the other thing. You make up a flat Earth in your head. You try to take a flat Earth and stick it in the heliocentric model and go, this don't fit. No shit, Sherlock. Square pegs don't fit in round holes. Thanks.
You should
So
look up
there is more
Admiral.
ice walls.
Look up Admiral Byrd.
Eric Dubé told me there's an ice wall.
Was he the top or the bottom?
What? I don't know.
Well,
You don't
maybe
know?
you should bring it up
You were a
with
little
him,
drunk.
maybe.
Listen, I have not listened to a word of what Eric none of us have. We don't listen to Eric Dubé. Why are you bringing him up?
He's your king. He's #1 on YouTube.
What? I thought that was PewDiePie or somebody.
I said he's your flat Earth daddy.
Nobody
sorry
even
to
knows who
break
he
your
is.
bubble.
You're just trying to guilt by association. It's weak.
Yeah, we are not a cult following like you. You come from a cult. We used to be in your cult, so we understand and sympathize with you. But we are not a cult, and we do not have a cult leader. Eric Dubé has nothing to do with us. This channel. He's never even been in this channel.
So here's the funny thing. You've revealed your own psychology, Mansky. The way you think about the world is what you think is knowledge comes from somebody else and it's given to you. And then you parrot it. You said, that person said such and such. I'll parrot that. That's not how we think. That's how you think. So we don't we don't take Eric Dubé and go, oh, I'll parrot what Eric Dubé says. Don't know what Eric Dubé says. Don't give a shit.
So just to restate what you just said, there is more ice walls.
I was kidding, dude.
I said margaritas.
I don't believe in an ice wall of any kind. Unless you think a fucking glacier is ice. Or a wall.
Yeah, how do you define a wall? It's a cliff, a wall.
There's definitely some sort of something made of ice.
Yeah, there's glaciers and cliffs at the coastline of Antarctica, and that was referred to as ice walls. That does not mean that we claim that. So attribute that to us is insane.
Well, all I know is there's one guy, Captain Cook, whose specific purpose of his voyage was to find a way through the fucking ice and find an inland route into what they said was a continent. He tried to sail around, looking and looking and looking for a way through the ice. And he sailed 60,000 fucking miles
Over 3 years.
Didn't find out. Yeah, over 3 years, and didn't find a way in. Okay. Now the circumference of Antarctica is only supposed to be 14,000 miles. Well, the Antarctic race, the actual fucking coast is actually shorter than that. 60,000 miles is 2+ times the size they say the circumference of the Earth is. So how the fuck did he travel that far? How
3
come the
years.
bendy Antarctic so they have 2 races. They have a race in Antarctica. The fastest boat in the world, sailboat, they sailed around Antarctica. It took 73 days. It took them the same boat with the same crew. It took them the same amount of time to quote unquote circumnavigate the globe. 73 days. It took the solo record for the Antarctica. Basically, if you do the calculation of them traveling the only 14,000 miles, they would have only been going 6 knots in a carbon fiber racing yacht, which is infeasible, right? You couldn't go that slow if you dragged anchor, okay?
Well,
Because
math is like
because down there it's called the screaming 60s, right? So there's a gale force wind, meaning the 60th parallel. There's a constant gale force wind of like 30 knots, constantly.
Well, math is a fake concept, but like the ice.
Math is a fake. What does that even mean? What's a fake concept?
So like
2 plus 2 equals 4 is a fake concept, guys.
There's no such thing as a fake concept. That's not even. That doesn't even make sense.
You got to give him some time to warm up his brain.
Okay, so if you say this is a concept, as soon as you say that word, it's no longer fake. So you can't even say fake concept for it to even mean anything.
No, will you say unicorn is fake? Well,
Tell us
unicorn
the
is just a
definition of
magical-
concept.
Well, what do you mean fake?
Yeah, well,
they don't
unicorn
exist.
is fake,
They're not fake or not real. They don't exist.
No, but like you can have a mental construct of a unicorn. You know, just like how you
it's a
can have
concept.
mental
It's not a
mental
fake
construct of
concept.
number.
It's a real concept.
Have you ever seen number 1 in the nature? No, you made that number up.
I didn't make the number up. It's a
Yeah,
representation
you
of.
did.
I
You
made
know,
it up personally. So the number 1 didn't exist before I
no,
was
someone
alive.
else made up the number 1, and you
No, they
inherit
made up
that
a
knowledge,
word.
right? Yeah, so it's a made up number. It's a
No.
concept. It's an abstract. It's unreal.
Yeah, I know it's a transcendental category. Yeah, I agree with it. It exists though. Just
Yeah,
not
it does
doesn't
exist.
exist in the physical world.
Well,
But
it's
do
an
you know what
abstract. It's a
does?
mental
The
construct.
ice wall.
It's not a mental construct because mathematics would exist and the rules that apply to mathematics exist independent of the human mind.
The ice wall exists independent of the human mind, bro.
Your trolling is going to exist somewhere else.
Oh! It's not trolling, bro.
Why are you fascinated with the ice wall, dude?
Wait, but if you think about it, it's a false concept.
True.
Yeah, you guys are fucking.
No, we're making
You
fun of
guys
you,
are
dude.
30 IQ points away from being a midwit in the negative direction.
Is that a physical or metaphysical concept?
Or metaphysical concept.
That's crazy. Chat, is this real?
Dude, this is the most low IQ sped.
Got this
bullshit
nonchalant
ever.
astrophysicist in here.
I'm in the
You're
flat earth.
just
I might
dumb,
expect
dude.
worse.
You guys can't have. It's beyond you to have any type of conversation that doesn't involve grunting and groaning. Why don't you say Google Gaga? Did you drag your knuckles over to the fucking computer screen? Like Jesus Christ, man. Have some
Sorry,
pride.
I got
Have some
homophobic
freaking
ears. Can you say that
self-respect.
again?
Just have some self-respect, man. Have some self-respect.
Have some self-respect.
You're a freaking human. You're an adult male. You're acting like a fucking child.
Fucking child. What are we talking about? Hey guys,
Dude,
can I
what?
talk to you about something? I'm sorry, go ahead.
You just did.
But I want to talk more though.
Okay, what would you like to say?
I just did this this ADHD test where they show
Yeah,
like
it's not topic. Not the topic. Get on topic, dude. Want to try again?
I do want to try again. Okay, so.
Hey, that's not the topic. You
I
and
didn't
your
start
butt
yet.
buddy-
No.
You and your butt buddy. You're not original. Not even mildly entertaining. You guys
Niggers.
are like amateur chills. Oh my god, he said the N word. Oh my
Said
god,
that?
I'm gonna faint.
Who said
So
that?
dumb. You know we record this and I'm gonna see that you said that, and then report you on the server, and then your account's gonna get fucking banned. Why would you do that?
Why would he do that?
Because he's dumb.
He's so dumb.
It says YouTube bot right there, 24/7 live. That means this is recorded. I'm gonna see his name pop up and say the N word, and then I'm gonna report him to the server mod team, and then he's gonna get his account kicked off this server, just so he can appear fucking. I'm an edgelord. I said the N word. It's so stupid. Like, dude, like seriously, grow up. Like, whatever happened to self-respecting, like being a man?
I mean, it's the best thing the Globers got. They don't actually have any arguments, and we've gone through that 1,000 times. It's
I don't even know
just
if these guys
logical
are at the level of a Glober.
fallacies. And so, if they're not intelligent enough to actually construct a logical fallacy, all they have is the N word.
I mean, I have a lot more than the N word. I mean, I have like the F word, the K word. I'm sure there's.
Yeah, I'm an N-word enjoyer myself, but I keep myself
Oh, you guys
you
just
know.
learned how to swear this week? Aw, that's cute. Fuck, dude.
I keep
He
it
called
PG
me-
for the flat earthers.
He called me cute. That's a great. I love that.
I am curious what the K word is.
I don't ask. DM me, okay? DM me.
This is bottom barrel trolling right here, man. This is just weak.
What
This
if I'm
isn't
just
even
having
trolling.
fun?
This is
Why
them.
can't we just
Like,
have
this
fun?
is actually. Look, bro. If they were in a DM in a private call, they'd be talking like this because this is actually isn't trolling. This is their level.
That is the most insightful thing I've ever heard your kind ever say.
Your kind? What does that mean? What's my kind?
My legal counsel has advised me to
Dude,
not answer that.
The way these people think is
What is
bad,
my
man.
kind? You think my PFP is me?
You flurfers, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, fluffer. Yeah, good save, buddy.
Well, it's better than being fluffers like you two.
Fluffers.
You know what a fluffer is?
I don't. Tell me.
Google it.
Don't tell him.
I don't
That's
tell
when
me.
you take the fluffer and you fluff the
Let's
penis.
see if he has
Get
the
it
ability
hard.
to think for himself and do some actual research.
Hey, Mr. Nate, I'm actually going to detain you if you don't change your name.
That's such a legendary name, dude. That's my username on Rainbow Six Siege.
So is this all of you?
Is
Or
anyone
there
else
another
here?
one? Because I wanted to get you all at once.
Is anyone else here familiar
any
with
more?
the big slam?
Yeah, I guess that's all you, all 6 of you, whatever it is.
You get 5 booms for that. Boom, 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 boom.
Where's the other one? Masky, is this your crew, dude? Because you've been in here before. You should know better.
I have a crew.
No, the topic is
So you're
flat
all
Earth,
alone.
not your fucking, pet projects or whatever it is you're doing for your homework this week. You can engage the topic, or you can keep acting like dunces. We don't need a case for flat Earth. That problem has already been solved. It's measured flat. We're just informing you. We're tipping you to what the situation is. This debate was won. You guys just haven't heard about it yet. This debate's already over. It's been over
Yeah,
for
you're
like
10
4 years.
You're like 10 years too late to this debate, and like 4 or 5 years too late to actually try.
Okay, really simple. So I debated a guy with a PhD in mathematical physics that debates flat earthers all over the internet. He's got millions of fucking subs and followers and all that shit. You know what his argument again eventually became because he couldn't prove the globe? That nobody can prove anything and I can't even prove that I don't have hands and I could be a brain in a jar. This is a professor at a university that teaches physics and mathematics, has a PhD in mathematical physics. When it came time for him to present globe proof, he said, I could be a brain in a jar. These are the people that you guys rely on that you think have the proof that the earth is a ball. These are the people. But when pressed and they actually have to present the evidence, they've got shit. We've got all the evidence. And we're just here to tell you that and maybe rub it in a little bit.
And the funny part is, like, most of the educated people or the semi-educated people end up in that place. They're a brain in a jar. Nothing can be proven because that's the only way to ignore our position, because our position is empirical.
It looks like one of my underlings wants to debate you, Martins.
Your underlings?
I doubt any of them could even still man their own position.
Oh my God. That's so messed up, but you're probably right. That's so funny. Yeah, we don't believe in that flat earth ham. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Remind Martins is not my underling. He's a flat earther.
Yeah, I doubt it. Why does he want to do? What's he going to debate then? I know what underling means. I probably knew what it meant before you were born. What is he going to debate then if he's a flat earther?
I don't know, man.
I'll debate.
I entertain this. You bored? Anybody bored?
He's gonna debate himself, bro.
He's gonna debate himself in the chat. Think he'll win? He'll still lose.
I know it's flat,
Yeah,
but what
he'll
if
still
it's
lose.
like Swiss cheese because we have lakes and stuff?
Okay, Martins, what do you want to debate? Get some tips from your friends in the DM.
Oh,
Your
hey,
mic
what's
is
up, dude?
open.
Oh,
How you
Rich
doing?
Evans, amazing. The lowest of the low. Oh, anyway, carry on. You said you want to debate. What do you want to debate if you're a flat earther? I don't think you're a flat earther, though.
Bored, so I was gonna make a flat Earth
I
debate
am.
within a flat Earth debate.
You are? Okay, give me what's the
Yeah.
best evidence for the Earth being flat?
No, we've already won that.
Well, you can see a curvature at 120,000 feet, or 60,000 feet. Weather balloons double that height at 120,000 feet. Still no
You can
curve.
see curvature, or you can't.
You can see curvature at 60,000. The weather balloons go twice that height. The horizon's still at
can't.
eye level and flat.
You're contradicting yourself, dude. You can or you can't. If you could see curvature at 60,000 feet, then it wouldn't it be a ball?
That's what I'm saying. That's what NASA says.
I don't think NASA takes a position on how high you can see curvature. In
They do.
fact,
They say you could measure curvature at
hold on,
60,000.
you can't measure curvature at 60,000, dude. Who told you that?
Yeah,
I don't think you understand my position. I'm
I don't
trying
think you
to
understand your own
steelman
position.
flat Earth.
You're fantastic, frickin' Brian. You called it.
Is this the part where
Please
you
cite
beat me?
where you're
There's, like, no
getting this
debate.
information from. If it's NASA supposedly, please cite that information.
Yeah,
so
we
can
want to
look
see
at
the
it.
source that says you can see curvature.
Trying to go against what NASA says.
No, we don't know that NASA says that. We want you to show us that NASA says that.
Here we go. Fucking tag it.
It better not be ChatGPT either.
It's always ChatGPT, Indio. You know that.
At least they could use Gemini. Sometimes it's Grok, which Grok is the goddamn worst.
Yeah, ChatGPT is a little bit better because I've been training it. I've never lost an argument with an AI, and
Why are you
ChatGPT
asking me
is
why
the
it
thing I
matters?
use
It's
the
his
most.
fucking argument. This isn't about whether NASA's truthful or not. It's about whether they said it. We're not testing the veracity of the
yeah,
claim.
here,
We're testing whether the claim exists at all, dude. You
so here's
people are fucking
NASA.gov.
stupid. Like I can't even believe how stupid some of you people are.
Okay. So, in this link that I sent you, you scroll down to a paragraph. It says, on November 11th, 1935, the pair took off from the Stratobowl, blah, 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 and ascend the world record altitude of 72,000 feet. The photograph showed the troposphere stratosphere boundary and the actual curvature of the Earth. So, like, let's round it off at around 60, right? Just to appeal to what they want, what they prefer is the truth. What I'm saying is
round it up to 60. Are we rounding up or rounding down? Where are we
sure,
rounding?
round down. Yeah, let's round it to 60, just to appeal to their, preference of truth.
So they didn't say that.
Yeah, it says 72,395 feet. So that's where you could see a curvature in this
So
specific
you're only off
photo,
by 20%.
right?
Fantastic.
And rounding down would be about 70.
Sure. But what I'm saying is,
Close
weather
enough.
balloons go to 120,000 feet.
But I don't see the
like-
curve of the Earth in this photo, though. It just says
Okay.
it's a photograph showing laterally the curvature of the Earth, but I don't see the curvature of the Earth in this photo.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense if you see curvature
He's trying to
from
make
the
the
height.
argument, though.
Just because you say, well, yeah, I guess his argument's they said it. They don't
He's
even
saying you
see
can
it.
go higher in a
That's
weather
not my
balloon, yet you
argument.
don't see. Yet you don't see curvature. Is that what you're trying to say, bro?
Yeah, I'm saying that weather balloons can go double that height.
And don't see
there's
curvature.
I
we know
have
that.
footage that it doesn't. Like, it's still at eye level and it's flat. Right, that's my point.
Yeah, even the
That's my point.
Chinese space station claims that the horizon is flat 280 miles up.
Yeah, so this is what this is the point of contention actually, is that that's actually a globe earther claim, even though it's on NASA's website. That's probably just made, that website is probably made by some stupid fucking intern that didn't know what they were posting. Because if you actually do the mathematics of what it should look like, you couldn't see any up and down curvature. Because the horizon is equidistant in all directions. It's not going to appear higher or lower. Anywhere. We see things in angles. Right? So, the dip angle between me and any point on the horizon is one value. 10 degrees if it's anywhere on the horizon. So if it's in the image, the second pixel from the right, or the third pixel from the right, or the 20th pixel from the left, it's only going to have one fucking angle. Say 6 degrees all the way across. That means it's just going to be a flat fucking strip all the way across the image. Now, all I'm saying is, what a globe earther would say is, no, NASA don't say that. You can't. So that is not evidence that the Earth is not a globe. If you see no curve from 120,000 feet, they'll say the globe predicts that.
What do you mean by what do you mean the globe?
They'll say that
predicts
is a prediction of the globe, that you can't see curvature until you're. If you actually do the math, it's something like 1,000 miles elevation,
Yeah,
altitude. So what they'll say
Yeah,
is
for sure.
like, yeah. So what they'll say is like the Chinese space station Trace just posted. They'll just say, oh, you weren't high enough. See the curve. You got to be higher. Now it just depends on how hardcore the glober is. But we've heard all sorts of shit. Like fucking, they said a fisheye lens fucking makes curved lines straight, dude. They'll say anything.
But the higher up thing doesn't make
And
any
just looking at
sense.
something is not really dispositive, right? Okay. So we can look at railroad tracks. Looks like they converge. We can't say, hey, they converge because they look like they converge. The visual information is just like it gives you like a gross generalization starting point. because the Earth looks flat. That doesn't mean it is. It's a good indicator, but that's not proof.
Wait, it's
that
not
it's
flat?
No, looking flat does not
You're saying it's
necessarily
not
mean
proof.
it
It's
is flat.
just optical. Yeah.
It's not proof, it's evidence. And it's a starting point, right? So the starting point is, what does the Earth look like at a naive first glance, right? Let's say we want to construct what the Earth is from the beginning, from first principles. Okay, go down to the ocean.
Yeah.
How does the Earth look? Looks flat. So that's a starting point. That's all the information we have. Looks flat. Can we gather more information to figure out if it actually is flat? Well, we can measure that, see if it actually is. Yeah, and when you measure that, it actually is. See, just looking, while informative, doesn't necessarily tell the whole story, because vision, there's a reason we make blueprints and diagrams and things like that when we build things, is because we can't tell absolute sizes and distances just from looking at things. Like you look at the sun, the only thing you can't see, it doesn't say on it 93 million miles. It says angular size 1.52 degrees. That's all you can say.
Yeah. I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah.
Do you think, without picking a side, could you visualize the heliocentric model and the geocentric model separately?
You can't visualize. Well, are you assuming all the same sizes and distances?
No, I'm saying personally, can you, like, whatever the globe heads
Yeah.
think?
Yeah. So, okay, to scale.
Well, like, it doesn't matter if it's
Visualize it
just
to
to
scale?
scale, like,
Because
no, like rationalize it, like understand it,
I
visualize it.
understand the globe better than any globe earther alive.
I don't really understand your question. Are you saying can we differentiate between the
He
two
thinks
models?
this is another thing. This is another thing. All you're revealing is that you think something about us. You think we don't believe in the globe Earth because we don't understand it. No, we do fucking understand it. That's why we don't believe it.
No, I think most people do, because that's what they've been told their whole life. If you grew up in
But they don't
America,
understand it. They have no idea. They have no fucking clue. They've never looked into any of the shit.
well, yeah, I do understand that. I know that talking to globe heads and you try to introduce them to the geocentric model, they can't really like visualize it properly. So like I kind of have to like explain to them how I see the world.
Wait, what do you mean, dude? It's literally kinematically equivalent.
There's no
Like yeah, it is equivalent. It just you know how like the seasons change apparently to the globe heads it's due to the tilt. Well, you can explain seasons change in the Earth model, just how the trajectory of the sun it moves in latitude as it circumnavigates the Earth.
But those are the same thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing. Seasons in and of themselves only denote because so what you're talking about. You have to differentiate these things because it's like a lot of this stuff has very sloppy terminology. So seasons, there's two types. There's astronomical, meaning the equinox, the solstices. Those are astronomical seasons. Okay.
Yeah.
But there's also the meteorological seasons, which are the changes in weather, temperature, wind, water temperature, all those things, which also happen. They correlate to the astronomical seasons, but they're not exactly following them. So it depends on where you live. It depends on the local geography. It depends on the local climate. There's a lot of other factors that determine the changes in meteorology locally. Now, they correlate with day length, right? So the longer the day is, the more the sun's up, temperature changes, yada, yada, yada. And there's some lag that happens with the local meteorological changes. But when they say tilt of the Earth, they're talking about the sun, right, reaching some maximum point in the sky, or in the celestial sphere. The ecliptic has like a maximum point, and then in the coordinate system, and then they're saying because it's not aligned with the celestial equator, the motion of the stars, the sun's motion is different than the motion of the stars. It's different by 27 degrees. Now but you're observing the sun different. You know, you're on Earth. You're looking up at the star. You're seeing the sun. If you track the sun across the celestial sphere, it will maximize off as 23.6 degrees. But you're not seeing any tilt of the Earth. You're not seeing any fucking orbit. You're not seeing any of those things.
No, exactly. It just moves an angle of 23.4. That's you can actually see that on the analemma. It's like the trajectory of the like the ecliptic over the each month, you know.
Well, the analemma's funny. I don't want to get way into that, but it's asymmetric. In case you haven't noticed, it's not.
Are you looking for like?
Yeah, it's
sorry.
asymmetric. Yeah, because well, it depends. Also, depends where
Asymmetric
you stand.
asymmetric in space and asymmetric in time.
Oh, so you
So
presume
if you
there's
look
a
at
distance?
the months, how they're in the figure 8 are asymmetric.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I can see how the months are also correlated to that as well. But you can see how, like, when the sun's closer to the horizon, you could tell, like, you know, that would be presumably December because technically it is a little bit further away. If you were standing in the northern latitude, for example, if it's close to the horizon at that same time of day and each month, then it would be December. But if it's like further, it was like ahead, further away from the horizon, that would be the solstice, for example, like the summer solstice. Whereas like the bottom of that number, that figure 8, it would be the winter solstice. Just because of how the sun's trajectory moves, apparently, right?
Yeah. I mean, so this is really the crux of all these issues when it comes to things like this. It's the coordinate system. Where's the origin of coordinates? And when we talk about the celestial sphere, the origin of coordinates is your eyeball. Yeah, your eyeball. It's not the center of the Earth. It's not. It's actually your eyeball. And where
Observer centric? No way.
Yeah, amazing. Imagine that, right? Imagine that reality is actually observer centric.
Holy crap! You don't say.
Well, that whole system, like the azimuth system, like using a distance and bearing, you could sort of translate that over to
That
a
system uses a
coordinate
flat.
system.
That system
Exactly. Yeah.
uses a hemisphere, right? So it uses you're on the ground plane. That's the horizon, and you got azimuth and solar elevation angle, right? But where to use this system though, you need to get the azimuth, you need the time, and then to get the solar elevation, you also need the time for that too. But to get your like latitude, you need how high is the celestial equator in the sky. If you know where that is, then you know your latitude. Right?
Yeah, you gotta use
They're the same
stars and
thing. It's
angles.
but people conflate the thing. They think that somehow having a latitude means you're at a place on Earth that is just like has like some relative proportion to all these other places on Earth. No one's ever actually demonstrated that. All you know is see the freaking I see the celestial equator at 45 degrees. I'm at 45 degrees latitude. Really don't matter where the fuck you're standing. It only matters where it is in the sky. And if you know you're there and you know the date, you know where the sun's going to be. Relative to that fucking point, relative to that fucking celestial equator. You could be on the back of a fucking turtle. You could be flying on the back of a bird. You could be standing on your head. Doesn't matter what you're on because the model is observer-centric. It starts at your eyeball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, Shane just did a presentation on that tonight, literally, on the terrestrial and celestial sphere model being conjoined into one, and that's what they call the WGS 84. Essentially,
So would you draw a correlation? That 23.4.6, right? like where the sun goes, does that also, do you think the zenith, like is the sun the zenith of that 23.7 latitude celestials from the celestial equator, you know?
Now, there's a see. This is where we get into like a problem with their model. Is there's like a discrepancy. I'm gonna brag. I discovered it. Well, I mean, kind of. If you look at the equinox, so on the equator, when you're on the equator, right? How do you even know when you're on the equator, right? So, if you're on the equator, on the equinox, right? Sun will rise due east and set due west, right? Correct?
Yeah, it rises in the east and sets in the west.
Yeah, takes a straight line across the sky. Okay. Well, if you're on the equator, that means that day, the time the sun's up to when it goes down, that should be the shortest day of the year, because the arc the sun takes there is no arc; it's a straight line, right? But it's like a week later, the sun is going to be, say, north a little bit, and that's going to have an arc to it, right? It's not going to be a straight line, so it's going to take a longer amount of time to cross that, so the day is going to be longer.
Yeah, that would be
understand all
until
that?
it reaches the solstice, then it comes back.
Exactly, and that would be the longest day of the year on the equator, and then it starts coming back, right? And how you can tell, right? So when you should be able to tell when the equinox exactly is by timing sunrise to sunset on the equinox, and just time it day after day after day. And when the days they get shorter and shorter and shorter, right? On the equinox, it'll be the shortest day, and then when the days get longer again, right? You know, it went to the other side, right? The southern hemisphere. It crossed over your head and went to the southern hemisphere, and days are getting longer again. Well, that fucking shit don't happen.
Well, that's if you're standing at the equator.
That shit
When
don't
you're at the
happen, dude.
equator.
In the real world, that don't happen.
No, it doesn't. But like
So
that's the thing.
if
Like
you
it's the shortest
if you
day.
go on time and date, the shortest day of the year on the equinox, same with SunCalc. The shortest day of the year is not on the equinox. It's in April.
No.
It's in April.
Yeah, because
check that out.
we're depends where you are, right?
No, I'm talking about on the equator.
On the equator, it's April. Well, yeah, wouldn't that be the equinox?
It should be, but it's not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It should be, but it's not. And then on the vernal equinox, which is the September one, should be the September one, the shortest day of the year is August. It's like August 21st.
So isn't that just precession?
Listen. Listen. This is why the analemma is asymmetric, because those 2 days, those shortest days a year, that is when the fucking sun is in where the analemma crosses over, where it's the center of the figure 8.
Yeah.
When it's that day, the sun is in that center of the figure 8, and that's the shortest day of the year on the equator. Though it's a month late or a month early, depending on how you look at it. Now, tell a globetard this, they'll sit there, the globe model works perfectly. Yeah, until you look closer. It's not perfect. It's far from perfect. It's good enough for practical purposes. That's it. If there even is such a
So
thing as a
where do
globe
you think
model.
on Earth? Like there's got to be a place on Earth
I don't believe
where
there's an
it's
equator.
actually the shortest day. Like
Yeah,
it changes, right?
Look, all I know is like, hey, I want to find the equator. Oh, let's go find the place with the shortest day that there is. I mean, it might take you a while if you did a brute force trial and error, but there is no such place, because the Earth's not a fucking ball.
Yeah. Well, I honestly I thought it was because of the precession of the equinox, which changes over time. So at first, when the calendar
Yeah, but
was
that's
set,
like a 26,000 year cycle, and whether that even happens is in dispute. I hate to tell you.
I mean, it's a noticeable change. Like for example,
Well, they
the
built a
Aries.
temple in the
notice
16.
it, bro?
They built a temple in the 1600s so that the sun shines through this hole in the equinox, and it's still shining through that hole.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a
Well,
ton
I
of
mean,
those, by the way.
the point
Equinox
of Aries,
precessed
right?
If the equinox precesses, why don't the planets precess?
I'm saying like there's like a little bit of change, which is measurable, which is like Aries.
You're just saying that, dude.
You know,
You
like
keep
Aries,
saying
like
it.
you know the star of
Gotta be
Aries, like
measurable.
the
They told me that.
constellation. You know the constellation Aries?
Yeah.
Like the
Okay.
cusp
So
of
the
Aries.
sun. So what the precession of the equinox is the sun. Where the sun rises, it's going to rise in a constellation, right? And those constellations slowly precess around the sunrise over a period of, I don't know, the great years, like 26,000 years or something. Maybe it's
Yeah.
12,000. It's one of the two. So the sun should be rising in a different place against the background stars. It should be rising in different background stars. But
Yeah.
they've built temples where the sun just rises relative to the temple in the exact same fucking place.
I would say
And
there's a slight change. There's a little bit. I mean, it's still there. It's still at the right place. Maybe just like inches or
for hundreds
a
of
whole
years,
foot off. Yeah, yeah, I'd say so. Like
you're
you
just
can even
guessing.
measure it.
You're guessing now. You
Well,
could
like you
measure it.
said,
Has anybody?
yes.
Because I have a published paper on it. On whether the precession. Because here's the other problem with the precession of the equinox: the planets should precess as well. If the Earth was wobbling, the planets would precess.
Well, you can have an explanation on the flat Earth model
Why
for
don't
the
the
precession
planets
as well.
precess against the background stars?
I would say it's because of the sun's movement, not the stars, because the stars have always been there.
Well, I'm talking about in the globe model. Why don't the planets, the solar
know.
system, precess?
I think they're trying to say that the stars precess just because that there is a Earth wobble, right? But for us,
Yeah.
it's relative to the sun because it lines up to where the sun rises, as you said, right? And if it's just a few degrees of an angle off over, it's supposed to be 26,000 years for it to just make a full wobble, right? Which means going all around, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah, it would take 26,000 years, but it's only been what, like 2,000, right? So just like a tenth of that, or a 12th, 13th of that. There should be like a 13th of 365 that it has like changed, right? Or 360 degrees, a 13th of 360 degrees where Aries has moved relative to where the sun would rise at that point. So Aries used to be in January, but now it's in March, like the cusp of Aries. Which I would say that it's because of the sun. So we're relatively comparing the star system to the sun. Therefore, the sun probably moves, which also explains the analemma as well, and the
You think the
days.
sun
Like
precesses?
sort of, yeah, I'd
I
say
mean,
so.
all this stuff's interesting, but quite honestly, it's academic. You're never gonna know. You can come up with dozens of models for how the planets behave and move. Because I just like come to my head like Tycho Brahe has a model which does all this stuff and predicts all this stuff, and he's got the sun and the moon are orbiting the Earth, and then all the planets, the sun and the planets orbit the sun, but the sun and the moon orbit the Earth. That's in that model, which also technically works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right, but we can sit here and come up with models all day. I mean, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, like we're just like I mean, I'll just the easiest.
Yeah, I like how it's like an ideal pool that continuously grows. It doesn't. It adapts, right? It's not like one thing that's stable. That's stagnant, right? It changes with the times.
Look, let me read what Copernicus wrote because people were smart back then. They didn't lie to themselves like we lie to ourselves now. He said, "For it's the duty of an astronomer to compose the history of the celestial motions through careful and expert study. Okay, then he must conceive and devise the causes of such motions or hypothesize about them. Since he cannot in any way attain to the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable him to enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present author has performed both these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true nor even probable. What they're saying is that they're going to make a model based upon some fucking made up idea in their head. Okay? And it doesn't matter about the made up idea. It only matters that if the geometry they use makes an accurate prediction. It's a purely pragmatic viewpoint with no philosophical underpinnings about whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
Meaning the concept. So I'll give you an example. James Clerk Maxwell came up with the current theory we use of electricity and magnetism. The entire mathematical formalism was based upon a mechanical model of the ether. Now, nobody believes the ether is real anymore. But his mechanical model is what's still in use. It's still, the mathematics are still in use today. And he thought there was like little balls rolling against each other or something, and it's fucking or some rarefied fucking ether gas or something. It's unclear exactly what he thought the substance was, but he modeled it. He made he modeled it as a physical mechanical model, just like the same way you would model like a grandfather clock or something. Okay. Now, it would be justified to take the same philosophical position as they currently take, well, people that come in here and argue with us, that because the model makes accurate predictions, it's physically real in the physical world. Such as, we use a globe to predict where the planets are, so the Earth must be a globe. But even in Copernicus' day, they said that doesn't matter. We're just using geometric concepts and adopting freaking hypothesis, and they need not be true or even probable because they don't care about that, because what they were trying to do was astrology.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So they didn't care the reason. They weren't trying to look for an ultimate truth. They were just trying to look, hey, fucking, I wonder where Mars is tomorrow. How do I do that? Oh, it's going up with these mathematics. Oh shit, that works. Then some retard come and said, that's real. And now they're in this chat talking shit, saying the globe is real. Show me a globe Earth tomorrow. Oh, Google Earth. Google Earth's a cylinder. So what? Still looks like a globe. We just hear dumb shit. So the only point is, it's nice. You can reify a geocentric model. You can reify a heliocentric model. You can reify Tycho's model or any other model. But like, whether that model is the physical reality of the situation, that's another question altogether. So the lemma is interesting, I think. I think there's some clue
Yeah,
there.
I didn't
I don't know
that,
what
honestly.
it is.
I didn't know that the equinox at the equator was not the longest day.
Yeah, look on time and date,
or
man.
the shortest day.
Look, go down the time and date and look for the day that it changes, right? So you'll be able to see day length, right? And the days will get shorter. Like in the fucking in the spreadsheet table. So you look at the table, it's shorter, and then it'll start getting longer. The day it starts getting longer when it does the transition, that's the shortest day of the year. Right? Obviously, it goes down
You
and
mean
back
like the
up. So that's the
duration?
low point, right? That's the local minimum.
Are you saying like the duration of sunlight at the equator throughout the year?
Day length, meaning sunrise, sunset. Sunrise to sunset. How long the sun's up? Because the day length is based upon how long the sun is in the sky, right? And how long the sun is in the sky is based upon the arc that it takes through the sky. And the arc that it takes through the sky is the shortest on the equinox because it's a fucking straight line.
Mhm.
Don't make sense. Not my problem. I don't get paid for shit that makes sense. I don't get paid for I don't get paid for anything in here, but I should be paid for pointing out things that don't make sense or inconsistent or freaking contradictory.
Yo, isn't it the solstice that's the shortest day? And like the equinox is half.
That's when if you're not on the
Where you're
equator.
standing. Yeah, it depends where you are. Okay.
It makes you wonder how they found the equator in the first place. How did they know they were at the equator?
I don't know.
That gets into the metaphysical / philosophical, though, India.
Well, I mean, that's actually not like it has to have certain properties, right? So they go to a place on Earth that matches the properties that the globe Earth equator would have. And like which ones, right? Is it the length of the day? Is it equal day and night? Like what did they do? Like what exactly did they do? They didn't do time-lapse photography. You know what I mean?
I think it's based off of the clock as well, and they basically use pi or like also the spherical model of the ball like a circle, and they modeled it with pi, and they figured out like minutes would be like if you turned it into from degrees to like on your calculator, if you use degrees to like angles or degrees to radians or anything like that, it would be like there's a conversion rate to that too. So whoever came up with that had probably a hand in how the latitude system was made. So like if you want to turn a number into minutes, like you'd probably have to multiply it by 15 or divide by 15. And if you want to have the seconds or the hours or whatever, like you multiply by 60. That's like the conversion rate on your calculator from like degrees to radians or hours and minutes, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think they did all this math thousands of years ago.
The easiest way to know where the equator is on the March and September equinoxes, the sun is directly overhead at noon along one continuous line on Earth. So that's the equator. That's why it's so hot. So the sun is pounding it. Round and round we go. There's no seasons at the equator. That's why it's always hot and tropical along that exact line. And then also you can tell because of the bulge, so it increases in curvature, and then as you leave the equator and start heading south, the curvature starts to dissipate slightly. So that's physical demarcation of the equator. So one single latitude is perfectly symmetrical. The equator is that is the equator.
I would have thought it was just where they saw that the stars went straight.
Yeah, that star's also on top of the sun. The stars are straight up and set straight down. There's no circular rotation. That's how we knew it was tilted, because all the other everywhere else on Earth, the stars trace a tilted arc. The angle of the celestial pole equals your latitude.
Yeah. I just found something here for if you look up on Wikipedia what a nautical mile is, it directly connects to the supposed Earth's polar circumference. So, and it has a lot to do with like the whole time thing. I think it has a lot to do with how the nautical mile was invented too. Like when you say knots or whatever, it's basically like 1 minute would be 1/60th of a degree. So that 360 degrees that would be like 60 minutes basically. So it's basically a circle, like a 360-degree circle, and for every minute of a degree, it would be 1/60th of a degree. For every minute, right? It would be 1/60th of a degree. So 60 minutes would be 1 degree on the latitude or longitude system, basically. That's what it says here. So the derived unit of speed is the knot, 1 nautical mile. So if I go into this, they'll tell you how they came up with the knot, the origin of the knot. They use a chip log. Basically, they tied a bunch of knots on a rope, and they went at a certain speed, and those knots are certain distances away. I don't know how they chose the distance between each knot, but the rate of how many knots go into the water would on a ship would assume how many knots in an hour it would be. Like here, this is the
Oh, that sounds like a fake story.
derivation. I'll just post it. I probably can't explain it that good.
No, I've heard it before.
but
Like the knots on the rope. It sounds like a gimmick.
that's how they did it. So I'll just post it if you want to read it. I'm not saying how, it's not. You could say like, oh, it's just, it's futile how they came up with that or whatnot, whatnot. But it's true. I don't think it's fake. This is how they really did
No,
it.
no, I'm saying like the system of having knots in a rope. It's probably something that they used in on individual ships, but I don't think it was some standardized thing between like I think each ship just tied a knot, tied a rope with a bunch of knots, and the first mate relayed it. That's just how it was.
Yeah, dude, the intricacies of navigation, for the sea and the air, bro. That's that goes into why it's important to trick the public into thinking, about your worldview. Like they gave us a worldview, said everything's already explored. This is how it was done, but the true history of it is wild, dude. Like,
yeah, dude. Here's the thing that I was talking about. How it's called a chip log. It's right here. Common log, ship log, or just log. Navigation tool
Exactly.
mariners use to estimate the speed of a vessel. So here's the history. The nautical mile instrument that measures the speed of a ship through the water are known as logs. The nomenclature dates back to the day of sails when sailors attached a piece of lumber to a rope knotted at regular intervals off the stern of a ship. Sailors counted the number of knots that passed through the hands in a given time to determine the ship's speed. Modern sailors and aircraft pilots still express speed in knots. So yeah, maybe this is how they came up with it. I don't know how accurate it is,
Yeah,
but that's the
that's
history.
you're exactly right. It was literally knots were a physical knot that you used to determine their speed, and it just stuck.
So at some stage they would
Yeah,
have
but
had
my
to
point is
standardize the
it's gonna be
distance
an
between the
individually
knots.
specific thing to each ship. It's not like they had radios or walkie-talkies or anything to share like the quantification of what a knot was, to standardize it. It was never standardized.
But that's the whole point of the knots. The knots was a standardized number that they used. So like each
Yeah. So
each
okay,
ship had like
for
a
example,
rough idea.
ship number 1 has his knot interval 2 foot apart. Ship number 2 has his knot interval 3 foot apart. Ship number 3 has his knot interval 8 foot apart. Them sailing and doing their drop test is going to give different readings. So at what point and how, where, and when was this standardized? Because at the moment it's a cool story.
Yeah, and it was effective for that individual ship. Like if the captain wants to know how fast they're traveling, the first mate would say like 3 knots.
Why would
it was never standardized?
They wouldn't have
So
used
this idea that 1 nautical mile, 1 knot equals blank, it's just something that was agreed upon
Yeah,
later.
it's relative to the ship, right? I see what you're saying. That's how it started out.
No,
But
it's
yeah,
not relative to the ship. It's relative to the guys doing it. Was there
so the
a
guys doing
port
it
somewhere
too.
with markers on the ground that says this is how far you must tie your knots?
The first widely adopted standard was 47 feet 3 inches apart, and the timing glass was 28 seconds. So everybody just used their own knot system. It didn't matter because because it didn't matter how long the distance was. So like if it was short, that means there would be more knots per mile. But if it, a long, so like you would want your knots. If your boat was slow, you would probably want knots closer together because boats only go 4 or 5 knots at a time, and so you're not it's like you wouldn't make a chip log with 8-foot space between the knots because you're only trying to count like 3 or 4 knots. It's not that complex. You guys are way overthinking it.
Yeah, but there was a certain time where it was standardized, like the nautical mile.
Right. Well, now it is.
Yeah, now it is. Now it is.
Right.
But that's like the history of how they came up with that.
That was just the history.
Yeah, we just gotta understand how this connects to the fucking the latitude system, how that works, because the nautical mile is directly connected to median arcs.
Yeah. You mean how like they fixed the distances between points on land and then compared it to the celestial sphere essentially, and then like kind of combined both of them? It's just a ratio, right?
Yeah.
Like they have like the 39-59, right? Radius of the Earth, but what they do is they use a fictitious observer at the center of Earth, right? They don't actually like the angle is not coming from just a direct angle of measurement on the surface. It does in reality, but I'm saying in their conceptual model, how they do it is
It's like based off the degrees off of this supposed globe, but we consider it the North Pole of our geos.
That was rap, by the way. Come on, dude. What are you doing? Sorry,
Yeah,
bro.
maybe
Continue.
the equator is probably not even the actual celestial equator, so they're just kind of assuming that is the true. So who knows? Who knows?
No, it's all an abstraction, bro. It's it. It's a conceptual model that's useful for things like celestial navigation, finding out, certain times when the tides are low or high, according to where the moon is, etc.
Yeah.
I want to taste your box and have you suck daddy.
You guys meet that guy, dude? His name's Rap. Don't you love when hyenas enter the chat to ruin a nice combo?
Guys, how far away is the sun?
93 bajillion trillion miles.
Almost as far away as the moon.
I need a specific number.
93 trillion bajillion miles.
Hey, Eden, why didn't you eat that too? Drop your camera, bro. That wasn't impressive.
I don't know what you just said.
You picking your nose. What are you trying to impersonate McToon and the other clown that likes having a good dig whilst on camera?
Can you say that one more time, please? Sorry, your mic's messed up, bro.
No, it's not.
There's nothing wrong with me, Mike. It's you that's messed up.
Maybe it's
Turn
just
your
accent.
camera
Sorry.
off.
Maybe it's just your accent.
Okay, turn your camera off.
I take
You
myself
little
out.
shrimp on the barbie.
All right, you're a clown.
Bye, Ian.
Matrix, are you gonna let him talk to you like that?
I think that was kind of rude to mute him. Maybe he just had an itch in his nose and he was just trying to relieve himself and he forgot that he was on camera.
That's not the point.
What's the point?
The point was he was told to take the camera off.
Are you trying to body shame him? Are you saying that he doesn't fit your conception of camera worthy?
Yeah, I'm fat shaming him and I'm gay shaming you. FOMO.
That's a shame. I think you should really.
It's too shame.
You should look inward and realize that the hurt you're trying to put on me is a hurt that's in you.
Gee, what are we doing? What are you guys talking about?
Talking about energies right now. And I just don't like the energy in this room right now. I think it's been
you can just
very
leave.
hostile for no reason.
Okay, why do you think you're on a spinning water ball?
I don't. We're all inhabiting an energy array. Everything is about energy transfer. Everything is about vibrations. And I think if we all understood that we could all vibrate together and harmonize our frequencies and achieve peace. But you guys want to draw lines, flat lines, and divide between those who believe the Earth is a globe and those who believe the Earth is flat. There are bigger problems at stake in the world. It's not about whether the Earth is curved or whether the Earth is horizontal. It's about whether we as human beings can come together and create a world that is peaceful. That should be the shape of the Earth. The shape of peace.
No, it is here in this channel. It's about the shape of the Earth. It's about the geometry. Screw your fucking peace, love, hippie bullshit.
So you don't love peace?
Don't give a shit, bro.
That's some
Don't give a
gay
shit.
shit.
Jesus said he didn't come to bring peace.
Lurfers must be punished.
That's right. Amen. He said, I came to bring a sword.
And what was that sword? Was it a sword made of steel? No, of course not. It was a sword of his words that he spoke to all of humanity. And the reason you said I did not bring peace is because the expectations of peace of the Jewish communities he was preaching to was that he was going to stage a military overthrow of the Roman government and establish a new kingdom in Jerusalem. That is the peace that the Jewish people were expecting. And that is why Jesus said, I did not come bring peace, but a sword. The real peace
Did I get
comes
moved
from
into
when
the
we
wrong
all
channel or something? What the hell is this shit?
sit down together as brothers and sisters.
Okay, brother. Earth's flat.
The shape of Earth
It's a
is
globe.
the shape of peace.
Don't need globe on TV, Mansky. Go watch more TV.
Why do you carry such hatred in your heart towards
Who do I
those?
hate?
Clearly, you hate Globers.
Clearly, you are a bad. You're very bad at determining people's internal emotional
Well,
state.
no, that's why you all gather together, because this
So
is a
yeah,
safe
you're gonna
space.
tell me I'm specifically saying that is not my emotional state, and you're just saying
This
no.
is a safe haven for you and your brothers who believe together in the shape
Who
of the
the
flat Earth.
fuck are you?
And
who died and made you talk?
What that tells me.
No, I
what
listen.
that tells
Fuck
me
you,
is
Goose. Look at Dick. Fucking go piety signal somewhere else in some other stupid channel. Probably fucking humping a wafu pillow right now.
Brother Indio, please see the way. Like, what the hell?
That
What
guy
are we?
sounded as
What are we
insensitive
doing?
as Eric Dubé.
Dude, you guys are very magnanimous.
Oh, I like
Yeah,
that word. I don't know how to use it in context, though, Indio. What is that?
It's not about the
What does that
shape of
mean?
the Earth, but about the shape of the heart.
Is your heart flat? Is your heart flat? Is your heart level? How can your heart beat in light of the Coriolis effect?
Yo, Indio, you see what I tagged you in?
No, I did not.
Oh, you might have to go back in the side chat a bit, but
Okay, I'll scroll up. Hold on.
you were talking about projections earlier, and I saw the I saw this guy who basically created this myriadrial projection.
What was that adjective? Myriadrial?
Pronounce it, but basically it's the Greek word myriad for like an innumerous amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, of projections.
That's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, you see that? I also put the paper with it too, and what he actually does.
Oh, there's a paper?
Yeah,
Where's
I
that? Is that
replied
above?
to it right no below.
Oh, I see it. Got it. Download this shit. Unfolding the Earth. Myriadhedral projections. 2008. Okay.
Yeah, some of these projections are wild, dude.
Oh, that was a bird. Huh? What was that? Dude, that was a cool ass projection. Dude, it was like all coastlines on the externally.
Yeah. And then if you go down in the paper a bit, it shows how he does it, like what he defines it. So it says gradicular projections derived from a 5-degree graticule, 2,592 polygons. And then you got cylindrical, conical, azimuthal, 2 hemispheres, azimuthal, polyconical. And then he does polyconical projections from a 1-degree graticule, and those look crazy, dude. The icosahedral projections as well, which is all like triangles essentially.
I like to see him do this with the celestial sphere.
Dude, I know. I was thinking the same thing.
That would be weird.
Dude, look at and then he does like another type of mesh using the
Give the
Joe
software?
Bard and Leafer. Yeah, it's software. Well, I don't know if you can get it. I tried to get it, but I think the link was dead.
Well, you could probably get freaking one of the stupid AIs to recreate it, right? Hey, make this fucking thing he used in Python.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Thank you. I was actually thinking about searching archive. You know, they have old software hidden. You might find it there. It pops up to you though. That I might have missed. That's interesting. Like, I want to know why he chose that number of polygons for those projections.
Good question.
Sorry, I'm boring the chat with like nerd shit. My bad.
They can suffer. Azimuthal projection random weights added. What the fuck is that thing?
You still keeping your website up to date?
Which one? The wiki?
The wiki, yeah.
Oh, that's freaking toast, man.
Why?
Yeah,
I was actually going to ask if I
you
can
can
use
get
it.
it. You can get it off of archive.org. It's still up on that. On the Wayback Machine. You can get it on the Wayback Machine, but like I thought I was backing up, but it wasn't backing up. It wasn't backing up like the database. It was backing up everything but the database. So the database is actually the structure of the website. So, you know, what says what on what pages or whatever. So I got all the assets, right? So I got all the links and the freaking images and all that stuff, but I'd have to completely recreate the website. I had to upgrade my web server that I was hosting it on. So to upgrade, I had to wipe out the OS. It was like I was using CentOS 7, which was like fucking almost 10 years old, and it had more security holes than what you could shake a stick at. So I had to wipe it out and upgrade to a new OS. So I'm like, okay, I'll just save this. And use the backup script, and that backup script didn't save the SQL database. So, not knowing this, because it saves as a zip file, as a tar file, so I just assumed it did what I thought it did. The size looked big enough, but it didn't do it. Yeah, that was a bad hit. I was actually talking with somebody. I think I'm gonna recreate it, but I'm not gonna recreate it as a wiki.
I was going to say, you could definitely recreate it. Maybe you should make an Obsidian. Or maybe even a web project.
Yeah, I don't know how, like, the format I want to recreate it in. I mean, I'll do it in Flash. No.
Dude, how cool is Flash? Dude, they had to get rid of it, man. Flash was so
there
cool.
was some really cool Flash websites.
Yeah, it's too powerful. Anyway, always good to talk to you, Indio. Yeah, let me know what you think of that paper. If you find anything useful, if you find the reason why he uses a certain amount of polygons, that would be awesome. Because like trying to figure out like why is that an arbitrary thing? Like, that seems like it would be important.
I don't think it's arbitrary. I think it correlates to the degree of the gratitude. So the smaller the degree, the more polygons.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
4,800.
What did he start with, though? What was his original, what was his reference image? Like Google Earth or something? Like, where was, because if these are projections of the globe, what globe did he start with? He obviously didn't start with a physical one. He didn't, like, scan a physical globe into the computer.
He says he projected the globe on a polyhedral mesh, label edges as cuts or folds, and unfold the mesh.
Yeah, which
We
globe?
assume that the faces of the mesh. Yeah, right. True.
That's what I'm saying. Which globe was it? The WGS 84? Was it one of these other datums? Like, which globe did he use?
The blue marble.
Looks like he used the fucking Mercator map. See if there's any reference. Hello. The globe is a useful model for the surface of the Earth. There you have it. The globe is a useful model for the surface of the Earth. And that's all it is, and that's all it ever will be.
Exactly. I like what he says here. He says where was it? The geography of the Earth, or whatever image on a spherical surface has to be displayed, is mapped as a texture on the triangles. So, like, he uses triangles just like you would do in a video game, same kind of thing, and then create a mesh. But let me see here. He says he used 100-fold super sampling per pixel with a jittered grid, following by with the Mitchell filter. Okay, so that's just fancy talk for how he related it to pixels. The simplest way to define a mesh is to use the graticule itself and to cut along parallels or meridians. The results can be used as an introduction to map projection, a weight for edges using the value of phi and I don't know what that value is of the midpoint of an edge can be defined as that. Okay, that formula. What the heck? Yeah, so I mean, the purpose of this is to basically find out which projection has the better representation of the four things that happen with maps. What is it? It is, he lists it, the distortions, either in area or the boundaries or the coastlines. Yeah, all the projections have distortions.
It was quite clever what he did.
I know. See, I can't remember. I had another paper that linked to this that actually showed the. There was like a graph that showed. Oh, dude, you know what? I'll find it. It's in EA somewhere. I know I posted it in there one time. But yeah, it shows a graph of like which projection covers which areas, but it shows the strengths and weaknesses of each one. We see.
Well, I think all of the globe projections are basically based on the sky essentially. So
Yeah, they
it
are.
does.
That's what we did. You hear us say asking like they're saying it would be cool if he made us celestial sphere version of all this, where he took a celestial sphere and then did these all variations of projections with stars. It'd be fucking pretty dope, I think.
Yeah, it would be really interesting.
I don't think this is new because like they say that the most accurate map or whatever is that Japanese one with all the tetrahedrons, all the like triangles, and this is basically like, you know, it's
Well, for a while it was
like,
the
went
double-sided
into
disc.
smaller little, you know, meshes or whatever.
Yeah, the double-sided disc is probably, well, I wouldn't say, I don't like using the word most accurate because I don't know what the accurate one is. So the one closest to being a globe.
Right.
Yeah, it matches the best to the globe projection.
Yeah, basically.
But we can't really go out and verify all of the small intricacies and the distances. We don't know if they're skewing something with the flight paths and the systems that the people are using these days. So a lot of the pilots these days are just like going through the motions, using the things that they think works, using the flight corridors and and stuff like that. So I don't I don't think like we have enough data to actually establish what the world looks like from a God's eye view. At least not the public.
I agree to that extent. Yeah, it's just best guesses. I posted the graph there. It kind of does a comparison. It's like, what are the properties of each one, the extent that you can use it, and then suitable orientation or latitude. Notice how all of them have their strengths and weaknesses, but they're not all encompassing. Hey, look at that. Is that orthographic?
Yeah, this is this is like the orthographic. Yeah.
Yeah, look at the orthographic and look what it covers. It doesn't cover everything. Oh no. Is the globe not the all-encompassing
But
globe?
it's basic.
No.
But it's basically what's being outlined in that PDF you posted.
But you can see it also with this. It's a really good example. Like they need a hodgepodge of different models to explain different things, and they call that hodgepodge the globe model. But some of these things are actually contradictory internally, and so you have to accept these internal contradictions to kind of accept the globe model as a whole. Like you can see that only north south is the only one with green in one of these. All of the other ones don't actually explain that, and that's what GPS is based on.
Yeah, and for those who are unfamiliar with the projection types, orthographic is the globe essentially. It also makes perfect sense why they use the orthographic in terms of the representation of the celestial sphere, because what does it keep in context? The equatorial, mid latitudes, and polar. What's it say? Polar / circular hemisphere and continent or ocean. And then what does it keep? It keeps the true direction from perspective, aka celestial navigation. That's why they use that. And they say, "Oh,
percentage would like it."
Yep.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
Look in the orthographic section.
Yeah, the orthographic. Yeah, because like the cool thing about that is you can slot in the like repeating parts, like so that it basically is like a multi-dimensional repeating plane. It's like looping.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, once you've used the essentially the sky as the map, you can reformat the ground in however ways you want to create all sorts of projections.
Right. But I'm just saying the orthographic in terms of like the celestial sphere, why they conflate the two. And they're like, "Oh, look, we navigate using, the celestial sphere." And that's, if you compare that to the orthographic projection of a globe, if we put it on a sphere on a sphere, look, it matches. But it's like, no. What about at the poles? Doesn't match it in all encompassing wise, which means you can't equivocate the celestial sphere and the globe in terms of the perfect conceptual sphere, because that's not what Earth is, or even in their paradigm.
It's also orthographic doesn't quite actually consider the perspective change. Like they say it perspective here, but orthographic is devoid of perspective. It's a side-on profile where you have the sizes of object be constant regardless of distance. So that's antithetical to perspective. You can draw out perspective on a plane in orthographic view and try to describe it that way. And that's why they use orthographic to try to conflate it with perspective. But then when you're doing that, you're using a flat plane. You're not using a curved surface. When you're dealing with such distances, when you're thinking like the building should be this much below the horizon, blah blah blah. What you're dealing with is actually a very very small very small angle, and so that light in that very small angle can deviate very slightly on its path to your eye, and that can appear like massive differences, like the bottom of the building is missing, therefore the earth is curved. No, well, it could just be slight variation in the path of the light as it reaches your eye, and that could cause things to appear to be obstructed bottom up, but they're not actually.
All these people in the chat is dead.
I don't know. It didn't sound dead to me. Discussing stuff.
Good job, guys. Staying silent until he left.
What's up, Matthew?
Hey, how's it going?
I know you're a math guy. Just kidding.
Somewhat.
Oh, there it is. Matatrix posted it. Yeah, I was trying to find mine. All those different projections. Look at the one I posted right here. This one that I posted, that's an area preserving projection, by the way. So when you preserve the areas of land, that's what it looks like.
Interesting.
Just so you know, the name's Matrix.
Oh yeah, I'm retarded. Sorry.
Don't worry, I'm not offended. I've heard worse.
Everyone can be a little retarded at times. It's the ability to understand that you're being retarded and correcting yourself. That's the important part.
Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, area
Yeah, so this one
preserving.
preserves the area, but hardly anything else, right?
Right. It's just interesting.
Right, yeah, it is. Yeah, I like the thing that Matrix posted at 57 past the hour, all the different projections. So many different ways.
Because it's all based off of the spherical coordinate system called the graticule.
Yeah, I guess I would assume. Yeah, I would assume so. Different projections.
Which one's the Earth? Matthew?
Well, I would say none of them are exact.
Including the orthographic projection, right?
Right.
Including the WGS 84, right?
Well, that's not a map. That's more of a model, right?
I mean, it's a celestial and terrestrial combination. The terrestrial sphere and the celestial sphere basically sharing a z-axis, and then So it combines it into that projection or whatever, but that's the globe.
WGS 84 was a three-dimensional model of the surface instead of a flat map. Like you wouldn't print out the WGS 84, right?
Yeah.
Right. Sorry, go ahead, Jason. Dre.
Yeah, no, it's a datum. It you don't print that out like a map. You can use it to construct a map. So Matthew, is your only proof still just I believe it's a globe?
Oh no, I don't have any proof. I just think that the evidence points towards the globe. I would say it's the best explanation, not a proof.
Okay, so just for the audience, that's a professor of math telling you he doesn't have any proof for the globe.
Right. I mean, I would also say I don't have any proof that water is H2O, but we have like evidence and you can do electrolysis and some chemistry stuff. But still, I wouldn't call that
Prove
proof.
it,
I would
bro.
say prove what?
Prove it.
He just admitted he can't prove it. He believes there's some evidence, and we've gone over that over
I'm
the
just
years.
kidding. I'm just kidding with Matt. I know he said it's
Yeah.
the best explanation is the scientific one. I know.
Yeah, it's the best explanation for the observations like sunsets and moon phases and seasons and eclipses and all that.
Well, that's your opinion. You believe it's the best explanation. However, in my opinion, if the Earth isn't curved, assuming the Earth is curved in the explanation is a faulty logical premise.
Well, yeah, we're not doing logical premises.
Yeah.
We're not doing deductive arguments here. We're looking at different
Yeah,
explanations.
we know. But in that case, it becomes the worst explanation. Right?
Oh, really? You have a better
Yeah,
explanation?
exactly. It becomes the worst explanation if, for instance, you go out and you assume the Earth is curved, and you go out and measure the surface, and the surface isn't curved. Then the explanation that relies on the surface being curved is naturally the worst explanation because reality itself objectifies.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know I can't prove the globe. I'm just here reporting a belief of mine. The globe has the best explanations.
Yeah, and a crack addict thinks crack is a great idea.
I would suspect most crack addicts know that it's not a good idea, but that's a separate topic.
It really doesn't have the best explanations. Like, not when it comes to the geometry of the surface. And like Dre said, what you're saying is subjective. It's subjective opinion about if it's better than something else that explains the sky.
Yeah, no, I admit that it's a
objective.
subjective thing. When you're looking at different explanations, those are subjective things based on criteria like does it work, is it simple, those kind of things.
So does it work if the claim is the Earth is curved, the surface is curved at this rate, but then when you measure it's not curved at that rate? To me, that feels like it doesn't work. So I don't get where you're thinking it comes from.
Well, yeah, I would agree with you if you could do a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, but I just don't think you can. We have these things like laser tests and stuff, but those aren't direct measurements, and so they're subject to
No, yeah,
other
I
errors.
understand. We understand that light is subject to refraction. However, the globe presumes that when you see too far, light is being bent down to allow you to see too far. We know that wavelengths refract at different rates, so wavelengths that don't refract as much as visible light should then not be able to see as far. Do you understand this premise? This logical premise?
Yeah, like visible light versus infrared might refract slightly differently. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so when we look in infrared light, do we see further or less far than visible light?
I guess it would depend on which way the light's refracting, right? Up or down.
Exactly. So when light is refracting up or not up or down, because if it refracts up, then there's a point where it doesn't refract up or down. Can you show me an instance of the geometric horizon where there's no refraction?
I don't have much actual data.
So you have no evidence to support your belief that there is even a geometric horizon.
Yeah, not the type of evidence about light in the horizon. My evidence is more like sky phenomena.
Yeah, your evidence is belief in how the sky phenomena works. We all understand this.
Right.
However,
Yeah, that's the main reason.
I look at how light works in reality, in the air. I look at infrared versus visible, and I see further in infrared than visible. So, why is that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, that's the opposite of what would be required if refraction were allowing me to see further around the globe. That's the opposite of what I would expect to see. However, if refraction is limiting how far you see, that is exactly what I would expect to see, because infrared refracts less, so it would cost less of the rays to hit the ground before they reach the optic, and so it would cause less bottom-up disappearance. And so the simple fact that all long-range world record photographs are in infrared simply proves that the Earth is not a globe.
So you're basing everything on just these errors in like how much you should see or shouldn't see?
No, I'm basing everything in how actual refraction works. So if you're claiming that I can see 10 times beyond the geometric limitations of your imagined globe, then the light refracting those 10 times to give you the angle, basically, like you would have to refract it a bunch of times, more than 10 times, because air is not very refractive to begin with. It's like at the fourth decimal point. And so it's not very refractive at all. and you would have to refract it many, 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 many times. And in so doing, different wavelengths refract at different rates, so that would separate all white light. And we would be able to detect that in all images that show beyond the geometric limitations of your imagined globe. None of the images show any evidence of refraction. It's all ad hoc assumptions because it has to be a globe. And so when we test it using different wavelengths, we find that when there's low refraction, we can see further invisible. When there's high refraction, we can't see as far.
Yay!
It's simple.
Flatter channels dark.
Yeah, refraction.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I will admit that my belief in the globe is so strong that it doesn't matter what you show me from the horizon, you know, like to the fourth decimal point, going this way or that way, you can't see the bottom of the this or that, or you can see too far or see too close. I just, based on the other evidence, I'm not going to change my belief based on squinting at the horizon, you know. So, yeah, I admit it's sort of ad hoc.
Bro, it's okay. I don't want to force you into believing anything. And I accept you
Oh,
as you
thank you.
are, a globe believer, and all this stuff. Like, I don't mind you just believing in the globe. I have no
Did you
problem.
guys go to Antarctica though?
It's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's
Antarctica,
irrelevant.
man,
Good
the
one, good
final
one.
solution. Remember that?
Relax.
I know, yeah, that turned you into such trolls. I knew you were all trolls.
The 20,
Okay.
I'm trying
the
to have a
24-hour
conversation with a
sun,
nice
honest.
Glober, Matthew, who's actually a math professor and is actually more reasonable than the majority of the Globers who come in here. He's actually like, I understand like the not willing to just abandon the thing you were raised in. Like, it feels comfortable. That's how you see the world, and I understand that. I don't fault you for not letting go of that because you work in the education industry. It's a thing that you kind of need to uphold. Otherwise, you will kind of get ostracized in your uh, academic circles. Like, the education system is not kind to people who go outside the mainstream. I applaud you for actually trying to listen to us and showing reasonableness
What is
and
the mainstream?
it's what most people believe. It's what you're taught basically in schools as the consensus.
So it's not the smart thing.
It's just what uh, works to a degree, and that most
Well,
people believe.
I don't know. You'd believe that common consensus was pretty smart, right?
So I think that
No.
some of the mainstream
Well,
scientific ideas are correct, but I also disagree with some of the mainstream scientific ideas. For example, I think the mainstream scientific description of the surface of Earth as roughly spherical is correct, but the mainstream scientific description of life coming from a single ancestor through unguided evolution is just plainly false. So, you know, I don't take everything that science says as truth.
You just don't understand evolution.
No, I understand evolution. The problem is that evolution has grown long in the tooth and has no description of where information comes from.
It comes from the letters. It comes from the
Sorry,
letters
go
of the
ahead.
genetic code.
Right, but genetic code encodes information. Where did the information come from? There's no
The molecules
reasonable explanation.
themselves.
No, you can't just have random processes create information out of
Yes,
nothing.
yes, you can.
No, it's never happened and it never will.
Well,
It has happened.
you
It
detect
happened
similarities,
once.
and that's how
Actually,
you
it
draw
happened many times, but the
conclusions.
best one survived, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, it's if you analyze that, you're not gonna fucking get a data sheet of everything that comprises it and where it came from. You compare that to other data you've collected, and that's how it
It's
gives you
called
your answer.
selection. It's very real.
There was
Yeah, it's been observed
solution
and
space.
studied.
the solution space for DNA encoding for proteins and enzymes that actually work is so minusculely small that there has not been enough time to even create a single protein. So how is it that new proteins come into existence through unguided evolution? The answer is it can't.
Well,
what you're
well,
quoting
with
there, but
information
why
encoded in
can't
it, never,
that's a
hold
wild
on,
claim.
hold on, guys.
No
Why
less.
Yeah, that's a wild claim. Can you back that up?
Right. It's based on the mathematics of protein structures.
Wait, he's got to
and
back up his claims. You don't?
enzyme.
That's a bit hypocritical.
encoding.
Sorry, Matthew.
Go ahead, Matt. You
Yeah,
said it's
sorry.
a
Yeah,
it's
go
a
ahead, Matthew.
mathematical model on what? Mutation rates or what?
On the structure of protein folding, like 1 and every 10 to the 17th will actually work. And so how are you going to get to that if you just every once in a while have a genetic mutation caused by random gamma rays
Because you have
hitting your
other
DNA?
enzymes.
There's not enough is the point. The mathematics don't work.
Well, a little bit of enzyme goes a long way.
Not enough.
No, I
Wait,
think
why don't we look at what is the best explanation?
Go ahead, T-Dub, you're up.
Yeah, Twonga. What's
No,
your best
I'm
explanation?
asking. I'm just. Yeah, what's the best explanation?
What do you? Well,
I'm being.
try to
I'm being
specify your question a little better.
Wait, T-Dub, who are you asking?
It's a dig at you, Matthew.
Oh, the best explanation is an intelligence injected information into the system at some point. Information comes from minds. Information comes from intelligence. It doesn't happen randomly.
But okay, real quick before anybody else says anything, why can't it just be natural pressure as opposed to intelligent interference, right? Like
because of the numbers are too astronomically difficult for random chances to make that kind. The amount of information you need in order to make a single.
No. I didn't say random chance. I said natural pressure because things evolve to their environment.
They do once there has been a random mutation in the DNA. I'm saying the random mutation in DNA has turned out to be insufficient to be anywhere near making working proteins.
It's not true.
It is. Just look at the book I referenced at 23 past the hour. There's the math in that book.
I'll take a look at it.
Look, if you want to presuppose that God does not exist and there is no intelligence out there, then you are correct that the only game in town is natural evolution caused by genetic mutations and guided by natural selection. That is the most reasonable answer if you presuppose that there is no external supernatural intelligence.
Wait,
I'm saying
hang on a sec.
there is.
That's after. That's after the fact.
Right.
That's only dealing with what happens after the fact.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Well, not really after the fact, because if you're talking about an external effect that through whatever caused that, you'd have to determine when it caused those changes and that whatever. Because what's the Darwinian excuse that we went from unicellular to multicellular, and then we can trace all of life on the planet back to unicellular life, right?
But they can't though.
And over time, and not through supernatural manipulation, things evolved to the point where we're talking on Discord right now about it. So,
Yeah, well, but how did the first cell develop?
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. So T-Dub is right that if you're going to have natural selection and
Well,
evolution,
no, I
you
think
have to
there's
have life already.
pretty plausible explanations for how the first unicellular life appeared on Earth. I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head, but I know I've read or listened.
It's just a story. It's just someone's story. It's just someone's imagination.
Well, but that's
There's
that's
no
what a lot of
evidence to
things are.
suggest that what
Bro,
how they
nobody was
propose it
alive.
happened.
Nobody was alive when all
You're
this
right.
shit happened, bro. So
Right, so it's just somebody's
that's what we have,
imagination.
man.
There's no supporting data that goes with their explanation. It's just pure
Well, there's a
fantasy.
lot of observable data that supports a lot of
Yeah,
explanations.
even worse than
Not
that,
not the creation of the first living cell. No, there isn't.
yeah, even worse than that,
I'll
scientists
get
have
back
been
to you.
trying to replicate this idea that you can create life from non-life for decades, and they're not getting anywhere closer because the complexity of a simple cell is too much.
Of course, we're getting closer, dude. Just read into it. Trust me. Don't even take. Actually,
Yeah,
no,
that's
no.
not what the
Don't take my
experts
word.
So, I mean, if
told you the
anybody's willing to
numbers.
listen to it, I'll just give, like, so the first single-celled organism on Earth is believed to be the last universal common ancestor, ULCA, a primitive anaerobic and thermophilic prokaryote that lived about 3.5 to 4.2 billion years ago. Luca likely existed in harsh geochemically active environments such as deep sea hydrothermal vents. It was a simple cell, possibly with RNA enclosed in a membrane, from which all modern life, bacteria, archaea, and eukaryotes descended. I mean, that seems like a pretty definitive answer. Like,
Yeah, no, that's
there's
Pretty
not much
definitive
open to
with the word
there's not
possible.
much
Fair up the
open to
guts of it.
interpretation when you read something like that.
Hey,
anyway.
Oakland, go and read it again. Pretty definitive with the word possible in the middle of it. So it might be not possible also.
Yeah, it's a story. It's kind of like if somebody told you that he comes from a Ooga Booga religion and
Why is Tony
Bobo
muted?
is the god that lives inside the the organisms and causes disease. This is a story. Provide actual evidence to support the story.
So look, I will admit that Twonger and Oakland are correct that this is the best explanation if you assume that there is nothing supernatural going on. If you make that presupposition that there cannot be any intelligence outside of the physical world, then lo and behold, here's life right here.
In
So
other words,
if you
yes,
Well,
Matthew.
I feel like they also took my possibly
When
out
you
of
go,
context.
when
too.
you go with just being a scientist, right? When you go with science,
No, it's
science
more than that.
explain.
You're making a philosophical choice to exclude the possibility that something beyond the material exists. That's a philosophical
I'm
choice,
not
not a scientific
well,
choice.
no,
Yeah,
it is. It is
even more than that.
It is a scientific choice because I can be Christian and I can have faith on and I can also be a scientist. Whether I
Right.
believe in God or not has nothing to do with me being a scientist. I can put the scientist hat on, and then I can go home and I can take the scientist hat off. Okay.
Yeah.
But
So
they overlap.
Yeah.
But dude, it doesn't matter in the real world
Yeah, it
when you
does.
put when you grow up. And
So
you
why
go
haven't
out,
you presented anything scientific,
and you
Twonga?
put your
Why are
when
you
put
just
your-
going with explanations?
Because no one does the same here. No one reciprocates.
You're a load of crap. You know that as well as I do.
All I've seen
You're
when
a
I've
coward.
asked
You've
for-
never presented any data.
all I've
All
seen
you
is,
do is come in
YouTube
here,
videos.
talk shit. Someone will call you out to present something. You'll reverse it round
I'm
and
not
go,
arguing
"Oh
with
yeah,
you,
I'm not going to
Matrix.
present anything." So what are you going to present? You've just told us you're going to put your scientific hat on, put it on, and present the data. Because that's what good science is all about.
I don't want to argue with you.
That's right. You don't want to argue. You want to come in here, be a bigot, and then run away like a little schoolgirl.
A bigot.
I was gonna
Fucking
say, are
bigot.
you incapable of arguing with him, or you don't want to argue with him?
I don't want to.
Okay.
These guys are my friends. Even though they call me coward and all that stuff, I'm still friendly with them.
You got some great friends, I guess.
Yeah, I try to be friendly with everyone, even though they abuse me. Like Jesus would, you know? I'm a good Christian.
All right. So, anybody else got something they want to talk about?
How far away is the sun?
Can't be that far.
Well, I think what's
One
the common thing?
AU.
If the sun gets extinguished, it would take 8 minutes for Earth to notice. So the sun is 8 light minutes away, or something like that, right?
Something like that.
That's
Yeah,
the
I'm not
common.
sure that
Or 1 AU.
Oh well, that's the average, I guess. So yeah, I
Wait,
guess you can use that.
doesn't AU stand for astronomical unit? But if you're a flatty,
It's
then you
the
don't believe in
average. It's the
astronomy.
average distance from the Earth to the Sun because it has different.
Flat earthers don't believe in astronomy, right?
What do you mean by
No.
believe?
No, dude, space
What do you
is
mean by
Astro-
exactly? Oh my god, he's got me so
Astronaming,
upset, dude.
star naming. Yeah, I believe in star naming.
What do you mean by believe?
Oh, did you guys see they found a piece of the firmament? Did anybody see that?
Did you dig it up in your backyard?
Wait, of the what?
It's like a bright blue thing. It's and it's like, yeah, apparently they can't when they try to like break it down, the blue color goes away.
Wait, how much
are
is it
you the
being
guy
sold
that-
for on eBay?
What?
Isn't it telling that the guy that couldn't produce evidence of what he was talking about before still can't do it? What are you talking about?
I was just making small talk about they found a piece of the
Oh.
firmament.
Have you ever heard of the term clickbait? Do you know what clickbait is?
No, tell me.
That thing you just described.
Tell me more.
That's clickbait.
What, the firmament is clickbait?
No, the idea of someone finding a piece of it, wherever the hell you said they found it.
In
That's
their backyard. or
All right,
something.
dude. Yeah, it's just small talk. Nobody's talking about anything.
And you thought that was the best way to fill the time.
Flat earthers think it's flat earthers usually think that there's a firmament, dude. You don't know anything about anything, Tony.
That's a
biblical. know
Well, okay,
how far
first of
away
all,
the sun is.
Oakland Tony, bitch. So
I don't know if I believe in Earth. I think it's like it's not real.
it's not Earth.
I was on a winning streak, and now I've lost like 2 or 3 games in a row, and I'm kind of ticked off. Should probably sleep soon.
It's just a skill issue.
Maybe it is. I mean, I've been to space in the sense that like Earth is flying throughout space, and I'm on Earth, so I guess.
How do you know that Earth is in this imagined outer space?
Dude, that's so fucking deep.
Exactly. You prove to me that the Earth is a natural dirt space ball.
Earth is
it's
not
a
made
spaceship.
of dirt.
A
I
natural
do not subscribe
spaceship.
to this. Earth
It's
does
just
not
it's
exist.
a ball, dude. It's not a spaceship.
It doesn't fucking exist. It's the Minecraft world. What the fuck you talking about, loser, idiot, dumbass, baka, baka?
Yeah, it's the only spaceship that
I'm
where
making him
you
laugh.
can have where you live on the outside of it. It's not contained. Every other spaceship, it's got to be encapsulated,
Right.
closed.
We can't make something the
filled
size
with
of
air.
a planet, brother.
So you tell me right now.
Excuses.
You tell me right now.
Maybe
What's
when we make
holding
our
the
own
air
planet
to
matrix,
the ground?
then you'll understand.
What's holding the air to the ground?
Gravity.
Oh, so if I take a vacuum chamber here at the ground level where gravity is the strongest, will gravity prevent the gas I release at the bottom of the vacuum chamber from expanding up and filling the chamber?
No.
Oh, so the second law of thermodynamics supersedes gravity at its strongest, and you just got debunked.
I just wanted to give you that, man. That was.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Guys, let's not be mean to our fellow brothers in Christ.
Yeah, me not caring has nothing in relevance to our brothers in Christ.
Oh, sorry, Trans, you missed out. There's a difference between his scientific hat and his religious hat. At the moment, he had the wrong hat on. So
I got
yeah.
many hats, bro. I make music and stuff. I can't keep track of all these hats.
Got a lot of hats. Got a lot of
Really,
hats.
it's the same hat, right? It just writes a different word on it.
Yeah. So, do you guys have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? We're willing to listen. You're free to present your evidence.
Who's the bird? Who has the burden here?
The globe, obviously, because
Why?
you experience, just like me, the Earth being flat and stationary. That is our objective experience. They tell you, beyond the locally flat tangent plane that you live on, that appears stationary because of uh, Einstein's special relativity, it only appears to be stationary, but you're actually rotating. It only appears to be flat, but it curves at the horizon. Oh, you see too far. Well, it just appears to be flat and measures to be flat because the light is refracting. We never actually tested that, and when you test that and you find out they're lying, well, then you must be a crazy liar.
I mean, I don't know if the Earth is always stationary and flat, because sometimes I get vertigo.
Yeah, that is something to do with your inner ear and your lack of balance. That has nothing to
Really?
do with the Earth moving. That is a you problem.
I did not know that. I'm gonna look into that. Okay, sounds interesting.
Keto posted something. Well, I think it's a box or something. Flat Earthers watching every conspiracy turn out to be true except Flat Earth. Bro, Flat Earth was proven 10 years ago. We were the people who pioneered most of those conspiracy theories that were turned out to be true, and all of those that turned out not to be true, we were the ones who rejected those.
Wait, he was speaking. Let Draco AI finish his sentence, or he's cooking.
Yeah.
Go ahead, buddy.
Sentinel schizo.
Like,
Don't be rude to him.
you guys are very interesting.
The floor is yours, my friend.
Yeah, no. Most of the current conspiracy theories that have been confirmed were conspiracy theories that flat earthers were already considering and researching, and many had come to that conclusion before. However, flat Earth creates something of a change. You no longer accept just a random conspiracy theory as a flat earther, you require more substantial evidence. The fact that all of our previous instincts were proven correct has no variance on the fact that we have evidence that the Earth is flat.
I don't know, man. I'm not super convinced.
Yeah, our goal is not to convince you. We have no desire to create other believers, just like the globe believers just have blind faith in the globe and just accept logical fallacies as truth because it's said from authoritative sources. We don't want you to just believe us. We say, check what you are supposed to believe in concerning the globe, and then go out into the world and test your beliefs. Then, once you test those beliefs, you can find out that, oh no, the beliefs don't actually match reality. And then you can come back here and be like, wait, this didn't match. Why is that? And we can talk about it. Or you can be like, well, this appeared to match, and we can talk about it. Either way, our only goal is to make you understand your own belief system and check it for yourself so you can have some foundation in reality and not just be a insane zealot.
I respect that. I think testing people's epistemology and making them like think about, well, why do I believe this, is actually more important than the conclusions that you come to, in my opinion.
Yeah, I get you, and I agree
Allegedly,
with you.
in my
Like,
opinion.
I don't
Allegedly, in my
care.
opinion.
Yes,
I don't.
you have to say that.
I agree with you. I don't care if it's flat or globe. I like in the beginning when I came to this, I wanted it to be a globe, bro. I didn't
Hate
want
to
it to
say
be
it, boys.
flat at all.
Flat Earth chat was right.
I didn't want it to be a globe. like I wanted it to be like oh sorry, I didn't want it to be flat. I wanted it to be a globe because that's what I was raised in. That's everything I knew, and I loved space and sci-fi and alien stuff, and I researched all of that stuff, and I was into all these conspiracies, just because I liked exploring the alternatives, not because I believed all of them, but like there were some interesting tidbits, like the Nazis developed flying saucer technology before they were taken over, supposedly, and there's documents that support that. I don't believe even in those documents anymore. I just say that there is these documents and people can believe or not in those documents. I understand today that it's very easy to just believe something because something appears one way or you only have a limited view of the situation. I'm a flat earther today because I try to debunk the flat earthers seriously. Went through all of the experimentation, all of the supposed proof for the globe, and I understood the 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 requirement the flat earthers had, or that it had to be verifiable, something empirically provable. Like you had to show measurements of the Earth curving, not just calculated based on assumptions about the Earth being curved. That's circular reasoning, and so
I get you. I get you. When it comes to the,
yeah,
I want to pivot. I want to pivot a little bit. When it comes to the flying saucer thing, I don't think those things are very aerodynamic. I don't think they can fly like that. I think you need like propulsion.
I agree with you. They're not aerodynamic. They're not using like if like our current understanding of aerodynamics and how things fly in the sky and like just think about Mach speed, or like when you're moving fast enough, faster than the speed of sound, you're hitting the air at such speeds that the air eventually explodes. So, uh, in order for these kinds of crafts to be working, you would need some kind of thing we don't understand currently with our current physics. Uh, the diagrams, I have some of the diagrams and stuff from the supposed Nazis because I like to collect random stuff. And the diagrams are not detailed enough to actually give us a working saucer. And so, like, if that's why I'm like, I don't believe. I'm like, this is interesting data points. We got data points here where we have all these technical diagrams of what are supposedly saucers, but the internal mechanisms are not displayed in these diagrams. So uh, I don't know that these things actually work as displayed, or if this is propaganda internally. There's 1,000 different options that you could consider if you're not just auto believing one thing. Like, it's very easy to jump to a conclusion. It's harder to actually evaluate what actually is happening. For that, you need kind of a multi-perspective. You need as much data points as possible.
Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. That's all true. Um, for me to believe that a flying saucer is possible, I would have to see something like it, like a way.
You never
Okay,
seen
okay.
it?
So you're presenting the idea of something that defies observed aerodynamics, right?
Well,
I'm
yeah,
okay.
I
Wait,
get
wait,
it,
hold on,
bro.
hold on, hold on. I'm so close. I'm so close. So it's like I'm willing to believe that. I'm willing to change the way I think about aerodynamics, but I got to see that, and then when I see that, then I'm willing to become more amenable to flying saucers. But if I'm
Well,
not going to jump in the
get you.
deep end, you know what I'm saying?
I get you. I get you. I'm not asking you to believe in saucers, although like Obama is. Like recently, Obama is telling you to believe in flying saucers. Okay.
He said
I'm
aliens.
he's saying flying saucers, unidentified aircraft, and not saying they're alien or not, at least according to the news reports.
Another spy off coming.
I'm not saying that they're aliens. I'm not saying they're humans. I'm not even saying they're like what they are. I just know that I have looked at the sky outside the light pollution, and the sky is glorious, my friend. I recommend you go outside the light pollution and look at the sky. It's totally lit up like a blanket of stars. Okay, and if you spend time looking at the sky outside the light pollution, you'll start to notice weird things. You start to notice weird motions of things moving in arcs, curving back, stopping, going in random directions at really high speeds. And because I used to do this as from like 18 to like 25, I used to bring all my friends out to do this. We would go out into the countryside. We would look at the stars, and it was amazing. And I did this because when I was a young child, I was I think I was 8 years old. Was skiing down a hill with my friends, and after a long night of skiing, we eventually laid on the hilltop and just stared at the sky. And I saw what appeared like a saucer appear above me and then zoom off. and it like stopped like momentarily and then zoomed off. And that's what made me like interested in sci-fi, interested in space, interested in NASA, interested in all that. I've been studying this since I was like a child. And so to me, flat Earth seemed ridiculous. I knew all this space lore. I knew all the space lore, but I didn't understand the basic physics. And because I was like, well, light is going to save me. Refraction is going to bend the light all around the world and make it appear flat. And gravity is going to bend everything so everything looks like conforms to the sphere, and the light is bending all the around the sphere. So even though the water is curved, it must be flat. I believed all that stuff. However, the more I researched refraction, the more I understood about the composition of the air, the more experiments and things I looked at, the more my belief started fraying. The more I was like, wait a minute, this is the opposite of what I'm supposed to believe if I believe in the globe. I couldn't just lie to myself at that point. I had to like just accept, okay, if reality is showing me X and not Y, then it is X. It's not Y.
What do your family and friends think about well, what do they feel when you changed your mind all of a sudden? You know, when you're like, hey mom,
Well,
hey dad, hey, I don't know your family, I don't know, it doesn't matter.
I get your
What,
point of view. Yeah, I didn't just like go like, hey, Earth is flat. You got to believe that. Uh, I spent like 2 months arguing with my astrophysicist friend and the robotic engineering friend because to me they were like, oh, these are experts in their fields. They know the experiments that justify everything. Uh, but the more I talked to them, the more uh, they started arguing with each other because one of them held a view that Einstein was correct and that was his belief, and the other one was like, well, I use Newton for everything and Newton is correct, so you're just
no, Newton's not. No scientist thinks that. Like,
Yo, well,
I,
he did. To
and he's a
him, he
fucking
uses
moron. Like,
Newtonian mechanics in his job, in his engineering job, all the time because that's just a simplification of how things work in reality. Uh, the astrophysicist is required to use Einstein to try to explain what you see in the sky, and so they had a fundamental difference there, which made me go like, wait a minute, I thought Einstein and Newton were unified whole, and that's how I was taught it in school, like everybody else. Like these are compatible things that just Einstein refined it a little bit better. That's why it's better. But when I actually started studying Newton and Einstein and their different theories, it turned out that their theories were completely incompatible. They were just describing the same effect. So the effect never changed, but how they got to the effect was completely different. They had completely different geometries, completely different inertial reference frames, and so those two things are completely incompatible. And then I could understand why they were having these differences. It's because one had more specialized education within general relativity and Einsteinian mechanics, and the other one didn't. And so that's where the conflict was. But what I got out of it most was they didn't actually have any solid experimentation or proof for the Earth curve. It was all like inferences, logical fallacies, circular reasoning. And so through simple Socratic questioning, I didn't even believe in the flat Earth. Like I was a glober. I just wanted to present to the flat earthers the globe arguments the best I could. So I talked to my experts and acted as a flat earther, or like used their arguments to see what the responses would be, and they just both broke down, bro. They were like crazy. Like one of them was like, "I'm never talking to you again," and I'm like, "Bro, I still believe the Earth is a globe." I'm just like, "Can we get some evidence?"
right. I don't know.
Yeah, in essence, I never believed any flat earther. I just employed some of their basic argumentation. I studied logic because flat earthers use logic, and I wanted to understand what the hell they were talking about. And you don't have to ever become a flat earther, but you can still use this topic as a way to sharpen yourself as an intellectual, as a debater, as as just a full human being, because this is a very controversial topic. This is not a topic like I think blue is better than red. This is a topic that strikes to people's cores because they have this self-image of them on the globe. they think they're on a globe and there's this outer space and balls out there that they might be able to go to if technology advances. And so you're just implying that the Earth isn't a globe. It feels like an attack on their ego, and so people react very negatively. There's a lot of things that you could draw from learning, both like physics, psychology, and other aspects, just by listening to the conversation. You don't even have to believe anything. Just like I spent most of my time looking at globe believer stuff, like scientific stuff on the highest echelons of science, but I enjoy doing that because to me it's just a different perspective. And once you start doing that, you start realizing, wait, this guy has a different perspective from this guy at the highest echelon of science. They're both respected in their fields, and like, who do I believe? And so at the highest end, it becomes kind of, and so people react very negatively. There's a lot of things that you could draw from learning, both like physics, psychology, and other aspects, just by listening to the conversation. You don't even have to believe anything. Just like I spent most of my time looking at globe believer stuff, like scientific stuff on the highest echelons of science, but I enjoy doing that because to me it's just a different perspective. And once you start doing that, you start realizing, wait, this guy has a different perspective from this guy at the highest echelon of science. They're both respected in their fields, and like, who do I believe? And so at the highest end, it becomes kind of a you choose who you believe system. And at the middle part and lower end, people are just like locked into I believe the consensus, the NPC view. I'm like everybody else. I do what everybody else says. And if they say tomorrow that the Earth is a square, I believe the Earth is a square.
Interesting perspective, of course. Many of our ancestors have navigated throughout the waters, especially throughout all of the Atlantic. But the thing is, it's a common concept in the early age of antiquity for human species, generally our cultures, many tribes around the world. In that time frame, that demographic of the area of the peoples living in that day. But the thing is, in modern times, in modern context, that's something very nuanced. Of course, in perspective, of course. Many of our ancestors have navigated throughout the waters, especially throughout all of the Atlantic. But the thing is, it's a common concept in the early age of antiquity for human species, generally our cultures, many tribes around the world. In that time frame, that demographic of the area of the peoples living in that day. But the thing is, in modern times, in modern context, that's something very nuanced, of course, with speculation and all that. And of course, the Earth is not flat, obviously, but we learn and we gather that from our ancestors and how they viewed it.
Not really. Like all of the
obviously,
ancient, all of the ancient worldviews were flat Earth worldviews until Pythagoras went to the flat Earth Egyptians, learned their math, then went supposedly to the Magi and the demon summoning Magi, and then went back to Greece, created a cult, taught his religious view that the Earth was a globe. And you had this special knowledge, made you special and different from everybody else who knows the Earth is flat because that's observable reality. And you have this special knowledge. And then they took over the government of their region until the public discovered them, put them to the sword, and the rest of them scattered throughout Greece, creating the Greek schools of thought, the different schools of thought, teaching the globe as an internal doctrine of a cult. It's a cult system that violates objective reality and is designed simply to keep you in control.
Yeah. Tell us how it, like, because you said the Earth is not flat, obviously, and then chuckled. I mean, how isn't it obvious? How is it obvious that it isn't flat? Because that's all you observe.
No, actually, it's a good point. Actually, he's basically saying that the Greeks talked about the peoples, the different peoples, not just indigenous peoples, but very practical peoples. Even in Tacitus, I'm not sure if you read Tacitus, but of different Germanic peoples, they saw not so much the understanding of the world, the circumference of the world. I think Germanic peoples, tribes, people who are based in that kind of diaphragm, were not so not
Yeah, the
seeking
Germanic tribes had a
different.
flat Earth worldview.
Yeah, of course, but not seeking much more outside their diaphragm, their understanding of their, I guess you can call it truth or understanding of certain paradigms, something that is outside their understanding of that type. It's
Yeah,
something very
every culture is limited by that.
yes. The Greek, like you said, he was a great teacher and configurer. Even a seeker, a person of thought and process of the circumference of the world. So with many of the Greek, persons who have actually thought and measured certain aspects of well,
The first time they supposedly measured, air quotes, the circumference of the Earth, it's when they're using shadows and sticks and the sun. And then they assume that the Earth is a sphere and that the sun is casting parallel rays onto that spherical Earth. That would cause shadows to look like X. Shadows look like X. Therefore, Earth is a sphere. You'll notice, if you understand logic, that if you start with the premise, if Earth is a sphere, shadows would look like this, shadows look like this, Earth is a sphere, you have what is called circular reasoning, or a backing the question fallacy. And the way I framed it, an actual affirming the consequent logical fallacy. So, with the backing the question fallacy, your conclusion is inside your premise. And so if you start with your conclusion, naturally, your conclusion is going to be baked into the premise. The same applies. The Ming Dynasty did the same thing as Aristophanes with sticks and shadows. However, because of their ancient worldview that the earth was flat, they actually started by assuming earth is flat. Because of their ancient worldview that the earth was flat, they actually started by assuming earth is flat. Shadows look like this. If the earth were flat and the sun were a small local sun casting diverging rays like we see with crepuscular rays, therefore, we see the shadows like this in reality, earth must be flat. This is circular reasoning affirming the consequent. It doesn't matter who's doing the logical fallacy or whose conclusion it appears to match. A logical fallacy is a logical fallacy. It doesn't bring you any closer to the truth. You need to actually verify the premises. Like if a part of your premise is the sun is this big, this far away, verify that. They never did that.
Yeah, that's why I don't believe in any of the 6 gorillion nonsense.
Interesting. Interesting.
It's just more
I'm
biased
not
to.
sure. I'm not sure if you study the Vedas or with other teachers or even
The Vedas?
astrology. Yeah.
The Vedas. I've studied a little bit of the Vedas. They speak about the Earth being flat and in different tiers. and then there's a gigantic mountain in
Oh,
the middle, and then it's
you blow.
encircled by
You blow from
an egg shape, and many Hindus like to use the
Hinduism.
egg shape
That's
circling the flat Earth in the descriptions as evidence of the globe in that, but if you read it, it's clearly not.
it's not the proper term to use Hindus. It's very nuanced, that term. But I digress. Of course, many different topics like Vedic teachings and scripture, Vedantic teachings, scriptures are very not so publicly available to human beings. Of course, humans can acquire certain topics on the Vedas, but under certain circumstances, it should be studied under a group, an actual realized group. But I digress. Your topic is very it's equally challenged for different topics and different spaces. So I'm not saying that it's not. I can critique it, of course, anyone can. But your premise of understanding of that topic in general, it's up to the critique. It
Oh
can be
yeah,
challenged.
I welcome the critique, and if you could cite a chapter in the Vedic
not just the Vedic, but
literature that
around the world.
presented as a
As a
sphere,
human,
I would gladly cover that and counter that with other passages that show that it isn't.
but why? You have nothing better to do.
But why? Because I care about truth. I don't like people lying or misrepresenting something. You can believe something. You can believe something like the Vedas claim that the Earth is a globe, and
Very
I'm
good.
fine with you believing that. But
Very good.
if you wanna claim it's in the literature, you have to cite it, and I will gladly go through that with you.
No, that's good actually. I do actually welcome that type of acknowledgement, that understanding of a human, a practitioner, any human who actually questions is very distinguishable, of course, of the highest levels. Someone who actually talks and questions life itself is very wonderful, to say the least. Nothing is. There's a word for it in English, of course. We are all finite in this world, but I think everything is up to debate. Everything is questionable, and that's the beauty of it.
I agree with you. It's really interesting to actually question everything and look at everything, because that's where you learn. If you just accept and repeat, accept and repeat, accept and repeat, it's very easy to accept something that's wrong and then just keep repeating what's wrong. It's in the testing, it's in the doubt that you find out if it's right or wrong. Like, someone can tell you that, like, heat doesn't boil water, and as retarded as that is in our modern society, and we understand how that works, someone can tell you that, but once you do it, you boil water using heat, you know better, and so no matter what he says, it doesn't matter to you.
Very good. Very good. How, if I may ask, Andres AI, how do you seek and understand humans on a general prognosis, especially with Abrahamic practitioners, peoples around the world, not just Abrahamic peoples, but from different aspects of life, indigenous peoples? How do you engage with? How do you understand their beliefs, and how do you
Well,
connect?
That's a very complex question. I appreciate it.
No, I do
tried
on a daily basis.
I try to be accommodating to other people's beliefs. So like I interact with Globers on a regular basis, although all of my family are flat earthers at this point. Uh, but outside of the family, I interact with Globers on a regular basis, and I don't try to push my beliefs or how I see the world onto them. I simply try to get people to think. And so, like, if they make a claim that is connected to the globe, I might ask a question or something that might get them to think a little bit about it, but I don't want to force them into it. Uh, Here, I kind of allow myself to actually tell people what I actually think, and with no filter, whereas I try to filter myself more in reality uh, versus online because I don't want to alienate or stop people from being able to understand my perspective because of some preconceived ideas about what a flat earther is. Uh, but once they show understanding of basic scientific principles, uh, the philosophy of science, and I can talk to them on a peer level, then I'll start like showing them a little bit that might break their preconceived ideas and cause a little bit of dissonance, and that dissonance is what we deal with a lot of times here is because when you hear something that doesn't conform to your beliefs, it it's
No.
easy to get upset, but and when you don't have rapport with that person, it's easy to lose them into a spiral and that ends up in trolling. But when
It's
in
actually
person,
very
if you build a little rapport, they understand you, you understand them, and then you show them systematically how the globe doesn't work. I've never met a person who doesn't become a flat earther.
wonderful. I think I might be a flat earther because I'm an animist at heart. So I am very in depth and very rooted in animistic beliefs, of course, with Mother Nature, of course. Not so much a flat earther, but just saying in general, I connect with the trees and the plants and the natures and in general of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
who we are as
Just strict empiricism is enough to make you a flat earther because they can't actually empirically prove any of the globe, and you experience the world as flat and stationary. So, as a strict empiricist, that's your observable reality, and until they present you actual evidence, you don't actually have to believe it. And that's a very neutral position. That's just what everybody experiences. Like you're not making a claim about the true shape of the entire world or how big it is or anything like that. You're just saying, hey, here's reality. It doesn't match your model. Like you have an excuse for why it doesn't match your model. We tested that excuse and it fails under tests. So why would we believe you?
wonderful. But to be fair, I think many of our ancestors, ancient ancestors, probably were very rooted in the earth, of course. Mother Earth. Of course, like you said, flat Earth, which is something very sacred and primordial to the human consciousness, the human psyche, which is very old in context of understanding predates human. Well, it's very Paleolithic, but I'm a linguist, so language is
It's very
something
primal.
I
Yeah, it's very primal. They actually did a Indio will talk about this sometimes and show the the research. They, they did a research on like toddlers who hadn't been introduced to the globe yet, and to see how's your perspective, how's your worldview uh, before you're indoctrinated into the globe. Like all of them were flat earthers because that's how they experienced the world, unless someone else had introduced the concept to them. It's just basic experience. That's how you live on the world. That's how you operate on the world. There's up and down. There's not in and out. You live on the world, not in a ball on a ball in outer space. If you were in outer space, which is supposedly a vacuum ever expanding, then the gas would expand to fill the available volume. That's the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, and that is not violated by gravity at ground level under any experiment. So why would I believe that gravity that cannot hold gas at ground level where gravity is the strongest is supposedly preventing the gas from following the natural law of thermodynamics and expanding to fill the volume?
Well, actually, I'm so much. I don't negate what you all believe. I'm very open to your discussions and to your understanding. It's very interesting to cover that. For humans in general, we are a species of much imaginations and different cognizance, and translating and transmuting our understanding throughout human species is a wonderful phenomenon, to say the least. Language and linguistics is something I garner, and studying humans is something I do on a daily basis. So your understanding is valid to me, of course. I listen to Catholic, Christian, Orthodox, pagan, occultists, different peoples of all walks of life. I have nothing against them. I am very open-minded, so when I listen to people and their, their beliefs, their constructs, it's something very innately, very embedded in my DNA. Of course, as a conscious person, I engage, I listen, and I engage,
I
I
get
learn.
you. That's admirable.
Yes.
It's very rare, actually, to find people who are just willing to engage, listen, ask reasonable questions, and just to see the other person's perspective. Uh, I admit I wasn't that reasonable before Flat Earth. I have become more reasonable in that sense after Flat Earth. Uh, I did look at things everybody said, but I would quickly dismiss it out of hand, wave it away because of my prior beliefs. That's what the general majority of Globers do. They don't really like to listen to the other side. They would rather claim like, well, the trees and the wind goes around the tree, therefore the earth is a sphere. I literally had someone tell me this, and I was like, what do you mean? How does the wind going around the tree prove the earth is a sphere? And he just spazzed out, called me names. Uh, it's very rare to actually be able to have a reasonable dialogue with someone, at least concerning this topic online, because there's such massive preconceived ideas about flat earthers are dumb, this or that.
Interesting. But I think it's always for some it's always available to find common ground and like understanding connections between that type of philosophy, that understanding human connection, whether you are a monist or a animistic type of person, you're embedded in the Mother Earth. Of course, you're naturally kind of in the ritual, of course, with the Norse, of course, they were animists. Many of the Greeks were animists. many pre-Abrahamic beliefs, even traditions, were animistic in their aspect. And this is something very rooted in the DNA of human consciousness, our people, our species. And I think we can find common ground once you understand those similarities in the human consciousness, the human psyche. It's very rooted. We are all rooted as humans.
Yeah,
I think
I agree.
we
I
do.
agree with you. However, modern mainstream, uh, like it's more materialistic, so they don't really account for the spirit or essence of things and things like
Yes,
that. So
modernity, of course, has played a bad
yeah,
role in our society. I understand that notion. It plagues us as humans, of course, with modern technology, of course, with TikTok and the phones and blue screen and all that. And we should limit our spaces. That's why sometimes I try to limit my phones and all that, my technology. I at least every day I try to do a
yeah, but
digital detox, of course. As a
I,
scholar, I read a lot of books.
I totally get you, but there's also like we're kind of like expanding into different directions, and there's certain part of humanity that is being like stifled by so-called mainstream thinking, like this materialistic worldview, this consumer
Distorted.
cycling. Yeah, like they're stuck on this treadmill or like going in this circle. Uh, we're kind of like we understand that that's happening, and many people just go through the motions and like we're kind of advocating for just like step off the treadmill, just look around, like you don't have to actually just keep going, you can actually just check out where you're at.
Oh, let you know, so check out, touch some grass at least a little, dip your toes in the middle, if you get my drift. I think humans are very comfortable nowadays, very comfortable in their homes, especially at work and daily life. They don't understand the extremities of life. Even our yeah, we are preceptors. We are not predating our ancestors, so who are actually lived a very horrible life, of course. They actually have to live. They kill us to kill and give us a better life. Modern humans are very fortunate to have a better life. We are too comfortable in our homes. So talking about things on the internet and all that, so comfortable, warm in our beds, not thinking that our ancestors came before us. They they paved the way for us. For well, us legal humans, unfortunate beings who don't care much for Mother Earth. We try to, but we are so engrossed with modern technology. We don't understand what is good, what is bad anymore. That's just a concept, a human construct. Things like I don't know, I don't know, things I've learned from reading pictures. They had taught me that humans are an interesting kind of species, to say the least. They don't understand themselves in their own spaces. That's why they create these constructs. This is a common phenomenon in the human psyche. even with psychoanalysis, is a frequent blustering.
Well, they're not happy with not understanding. Although I can't look at a deer and go, it's not contemplating its existence, or it is contemplating its existence. Like, I suspect it doesn't really like contemplate its existence that much apart from its need to survive. Humans are concerned about that, and they don't like not understanding.
Yes, I think in general, if humans were to talk with one another, of course, in different spaces, not just in this space, but with Christians or Abrahamic practitioners, speakers on the diaspora, understanding, which I do on a daily basis. Of course, I engage with Christians of the Orthodox, Catholic faith, Protestants, and other denominations, which is very unorthodox and weird for me. Like, many of my friends are very kind of constituted, especially many of my peers are always telling me, "Why do you engage with such persons?" It's a human daily practice, which I try to understand the human faculty, the human experience, and in which humans are engaged on a daily basis. I'm not just engaging with Christians, Abrahamic practitioners, many peoples, all peoples around the world. It's something that humans should do in general for, well, the evolution of our human species. I think it's something very, generally very
Well, I wouldn't call it evolution, but I would call it advancement. Like humanity as a whole can advance, and just like you as a person can advance, you can improve your life and the life of others, or you can make it worse.
Agreed. Indeed.
But I agree with you. Other people's perspective are truly fascinating, and studying the human psyche and understanding yourself and others is very important. And it's kind of underrepresented, kind of like education, I feel, is poorly structured because it puts more focus on you remembering dates, geography, the names of people who did things, instead of learning functional things like the old trivium or quadrivium, where you used to learn rhetoric, logic, and different aspects of how you communicate, so that you're better prepared for the world in communicating with other people. If you don't understand how you can be fooled by something that sounds true, sounds convincing, but it actually doesn't have any substance, then it's easy to convince you to do some foolish things because it sounds true, it feels true. But that's why logic is so important, and I keep advocating for that. And I do that so much because Flat Earth gave that to me. I would never have studied it to this depth without Flat Earth. Like, I went through my schooling, I learned supposedly what logic was, but most of that education was like, this guy said this, he believed this. This guy said that, he believed that. It wasn't a comprehensive education on rhetoric and logic, so that you had no exercise practice with actually using logic. And so once you get past that class, you kind of hop and skip, and you're learning a bunch of other stuff, and you just have to write the correct thing and get the grade and pass. However, because you didn't have that foundation in logic, you can't actually identify when there are logical errors within the things you are being indoctrinated with. And that's my issue with the current education system. If you just taught people how to think, not what to think, then
You
you would
actually
end up
you
with
do. Yes,
yeah,
you have a good very good basis on that actually. Of course, with many of the different early Greek philosophers, of course, even Chinese philosophers, the early preppers in general, and their understanding of the logic itself, distinguishing between what is very different in the human experience, and that it's very in this degree, of course, in the modern world, it's very hard to garner that understanding, which has been lost, and still is still a faculty that we humans still learn in universities, of course, and generally as a human being, we learn it not just from university, but as a human being, as
yeah.
you engage.
The thing is, it's employed within scientific uh, disciplines. If you go into philosophy itself, you can learn more deeply about it. Uh, and that's where you generally can like really get intimate with like what the fallacies are, how they function, versus if you're in a specific field, you're like taught methods and methodologies to help prevent you from making those errors. However, if you didn't actually understand how the errors actually function, how they're structured, you can still fall into that category. And that's why we find a bunch of fallacies and errors within scientific literature, even though like they're highly educated, they should know better. They're even like trained not to do these errors, but because the conclusions match what they're already been taught, it, it's so easy to accept it because it's the right answer. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course, it's a flaw. It's a fallacy in different spaces, of course, in philosophy, and it does contradict their own beliefs, of course, when they do find faults, and it's something uh, very natural in that context, of course. Humans are faults; they always have faults, and they find that conclusion that they are not always right in general.
Yeah.
So even with Abrahamic beliefs, you have faults in all different aspects of life. Humans in general. We
Yeah, it's impossible to get rid of the bias. Everybody has a bias. You were raised in a culture, you experienced certain things that shifted you in a certain direction.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah, but that's also why I love this place because I don't actually have to like I'm encouraged to fight my biases, to challenge my beliefs, to actually if I'm gonna state something, I better be ready to back that up with reasoning, with evidence, with citations. And so like everything I talk about, I've already looked up like 10 times online. Like I have screenshots and citations everywhere.
That's wonderful. Um, Very rare that you see that in different spaces, of course, with different Norse practitioners, of course. As a true way. People who believe in the Norse gods, and I see it, and yeah, they are very kind of ghost biased.
Yeah, I found that limitation when I came to Flat Earth because, like, before that, I loved watching and reading. I read scientific papers. I watched all sorts of scientific material. I loved watching everything. Uh, I'm kind of like I don't go out much. I spent the last 10 years just researching things and taking care of my family. Like I have so much enjoyment from just learning new things. So I just love studying things.
Hmm. Yeah,
The,
yeah, I love to learn.
yeah, learning and believing are two different things. You can learn things you don't believe. Uh, but learning those things you don't believe, even if you don't believe them in the moment, once you learn more things, you're like, oh, wait, the thing I didn't believe earlier now makes a whole lot of sense because I learned all these other things. And so limiting yourself to just like, I believe this, so I'm only going to look at this, I don't look at anything else. That's just making sure you stay ignorant. You stay locked into that belief system and never allowing yourself to explore what actually could be.
Wonderful. Yeah, I do kind of that same mainstream of operation, of course, in the daily life, especially with the academic studies, of course, and just understanding humans in general. I think it's something very, and it's very, it's something to garner for all humans. I think humans should study this type of discipline, of course. You know, open-mindedness. Not sure that's the proper English word, but open-mindedness, or to be more open to different beliefs, discussions, and philosophies, and people around the world. I talk to numerous people around the world. I engage my psyche, my mind, to the peoples around the world. That's something that's very, very special and very.
And that's very beautiful. Have you heard of like the phenomenon of wishful thinking or wishful seeing?
To some context, I think I have.
Yeah, wishful seeing is essentially what a hypnotist uses when he's making you see something that isn't there. It's he's manipulating your belief to such a degree that it overrides your visual input. Because what you see is generally, normally, up to 50% edited by your belief system. So it edits out what you think you should see and not see. And that's one of the reasons why you can have a gorilla walk straight through a group of people throwing a ball between themselves, but nobody notices the gorilla because they're also focused on the ball. And that focus kind of excludes other things. And so you can tell someone like, look for the black things, and they'll notice all the black things much more easily because they've been primed to look for them. Uh, but they'll not notice other things at the same time because they're looking for those things. The same applies with the globe, where they were programmed with the globe belief such a young age that they kind of want to bend everything into the globe belief when they look at something. So, like, I remember this as a child when I would look at the horizon, the flat horizon, I would imagine that I was on the top of a ball and that was the edge of the ball. And so, like, the globe lives in your mind because that's where you experience it. You experience it in movies, in textbooks, and you read about it, but you live in a flat plane.
Why do that? Uh,
Björn, if you want to talk to other people about the Earth being flat, I highly recommend it. I mostly make music. Uh, we have many people here who are even better than me at arguing all of these things. I simply have been an observer for like 10 years and an assistant. Like I collected evidence, looked into things, and confirmed everything people were saying because I didn't want to believe a single flat earther. Like I didn't want to just fall into some cultist religious belief system. So like when they said this, I was like, oh, let's look at that. Google, search for that. Okay, I see some things here. Okay, read through all that. Okay, I see they're claiming the Earth is a globe here, but what does the data say? Okay, the data says the Earth is planar, and then they bend the plumb lines. Why do they bend? Where did they measure the bent plumb lines? Oh, they didn't actually measure that. Oh, they bent the plumb lines after the fact to make it match the globe. Well, that's an ad hoc rescue. That's not actually evidence. So what's the measurement? Well, the planar. That's what they measured. Oh, damn it. Like, I didn't want to believe it was flat, bro. That's weird, Björn, because you don't look muted on our side, so you don't have a red mic. There's nothing I can do. Maybe your mic died, or maybe there's a connection issue. Maybe wiggle the wire or something.
Hello?
You lit up
Hello?
for a second. Yeah, it worked. It worked.
Oh, sorry. Not sure, but I know all different servers. People are. I'm notorious for being muted up or in different servers, most of the servers in Christian servers. So it is something of it really occurs for me. So on here, so I try to be list. Um, like you're saying, it's a very lovely thing that you're propagating and saying. And you said you're here for like 10 years, so 9 years. Wonderful. How did you find the community on here on politics? This particular server on Discord. I don't mean to
Well,
pry, but
no problem. Politics is an outpost that we created, or a member of our community created here. We have a home server. You can look at our bots at the top of the channel. We're broadcasting to YouTube, sometimes Rumble, and other platforms. And you can find in the description of those bots a link to our home server where we're originally from. We also go on English Hub and sometimes other servers, although we try to like remain on our servers mostly. Most of us, there are people who go around, you know. But originally, ODD TV created a Discord server that ended up getting taken over, and most of the people moved over and created their own server, which was based on meritocracy. And that's the beginning of the server we come from, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and 2.0. And they built that up for a couple of years. I was just on YouTube commenting. I joined a couple of YouTube live streams with Beyond the Imaginary Curve and Antonio Superrats and Nathan Oakley. I don't know why I blanked out on his name for some reason. But essentially, like, I was part of the community since the start, like commenting and in the live stream as we were going through the different evidences. Like, we were discovering things before the major censorship that hit Flat Earth, as Flat Earth became the most searched topic on the internet, which prompted the ad apocalypse and shadow banning and destruction of some of the biggest Flat Earth channels. Before that, it was just a wild, wild west of like random people doing random experiments and testing things and finding all sorts of old documents and things that corroborated these things. So it was a very interesting time to be on the internet. And then everything got kind of stifled, and I was watching on YouTube as the channel was growing, and the people on the channel were like, "Hey, come in, join us, come in, join the Discord." I'd never been on Discord, and so like I joined, and then I joined that community, and I was just typing in the background. Eventually, they turned me into like higher and higher rank and forced me to moderate other people and stuff like that. And then eventually, I was just like a part of the group. And then that's my journey.
Interesting, of course. You sound very like Swedish or Finnish.
Yeah, I'm Icelandic.
Interesting. Wonderful. I know a lot of people like say that Iceland is very homogeneous, of course. It's very, lucrative and not so many people live in there. I have a lot of friends that actually do live there, practitioners and yeah, short.
Sorry, it was homogeneous.
Well, with
the liberal agenda reaches even to my little island.
It's true. I have a lot of friends there, for practitioners, so that's in that kind of main friend. So I try to keep up, but it's hard, but it's a lovely space in general. You talk to people there.
It used to be a very lovely country, almost no crime. I used to know every single criminal in the country until they started mass immigration, and now like 20, close to 30% of the population is slated to be immigrants. And in about 3 generations, if trends continue, there will be no Icelandic people left.
Interesting.
It's a massive problem. Our Senate has like some people trying to fight for it. The majority is not doing squat.
Actually, it's interesting that you bring that up because I do propagate for Sami people, of course, for different peoples of Norway, Scandinavia, like Sami, but they are different, losing their lands and all that, their traditions, their people who are being discarded with modernization and all that. Humans are a lucrative species, to say the least, of course. They don't care regarding any love for indigenous peoples, of course, whether it be like or Norse or indigenous peoples of Norway or Scandinavia, upper north, of course. But
yeah,
I do have love for the old ways, traditions.
I think it's pretty crazy that they act like indigenous people of every other place matter, but as long as they're white and indigenous, it doesn't matter. Like wipe them out. Like I don't like what? I'm not for that. I would like everybody to be happy and homogenous, and then if we're doing great, we can help them do better. Don't import bad things to other places. Build every place up to be great on its own.
Yes, one of the things I love to do, of course, in venture, especially in Sami lands, in Norway, Scandinavia, not just there, but Mongolia, and the Tuvan lands, of course, in Rus, in Russia. I totally enjoy seeing different spaces there with indigenous peoples. It's a wonderful thing when you engage and talk to people from different aspects of life, tribes and cultures, and imagine your different. Just imagine yourself with him. It's a lovely experience in general, whether you're in that mainframe, that area of the world, or whether you travel to Mexico or South America or America in general.
Yeah, or Asia. Yeah, 100%,
Mm.
man. Like each people group's culture is distinct and interesting, and it's a wild experience to go through and understand how some people live that are not like you. It's so easy to understand uh, yourself and then assume that everybody else is like you. That's just not the case.
Yeah,
And it's
humans are.
so enriching. It's so enriching to learn like other people's cultures, other people's perspective, because when you learn that and you bring that back, you can actually look at things from a different perspective on your own stuff. Just like when you teach other people about your perspective, they look at their stuff from a different perspective, comparing it to your perspective. It's a learning experience. That's what life is.
It's very ironic, of course, that in different spaces, especially Norse, like pagan, Germanic, like discourse, they don't now take the time to understand different peoples. And I get ostracized. I get put on the platform saying that I am using. I'm being what's the word in English? Cultural appropriation. I'm not. I'm not saying I'm culturally appropriating a certain practice. I'm learning from a certain people. So I'm trying to understand their certain paradigms. I am culturally experiencing their narratives, their culture.
Yeah, I don't believe in cultural appropriation. I think cultural appropriation, so called, is actually, if it's most of the time cultural celebration. You can celebrate a culture, you can
Cultural exchange.
experience it. Yes, it's cultural exchange. Uh, the other thing is just a misuse of language to try to distort what is actually happening in most cases. Sure, you can take someone who's trying to stealing from a certain culture, and that can be that, but that would be a very specific case of a specific individual, not a generalized incident.
Yeah. The internet is a very lucrative space, to say the least, of course, with modern practitioners. Modern is that's something which is lucrative, of course, on this platform, and we have to be very careful with people's.
Yeah, imitation is a form of flattery. So if one culture imitates another, that's not cultural appropriation. That is appreciation of the other culture, so much so that it morphs the first culture. It's it's really hard to be like, oh, everything is a cultural appropriation. You're stealing my culture because you're doing the thing you're using braids. Well, Vikings used braids. So who did it first? What kind of stupid game is this where who did it first matters? What matters is that we both enjoy breaks. We should bond over that common ground instead of trying to create a divide through some crazy tribalism.
Interesting. Especially with the Semitic peoples, which I engage with. I have a lot of backlash in that space, of course. Darn peoples, people who speak Hindi, of course, Vedic, Sanskrit. It's not an easy place to talk to people. Not with English, of course. When you have to speak Hindi, Punjabi, or other types of languages, it's something very very hard for like a person who is coming from a different space and culture. It's and
Yeah, I'm here to talk to Indio. What's up, bro? Yo, I'm talking to you. I don't know if you hear me, but like, you can't fucking ignore the
Don't be
name.
rude. Hey, don't be rude. There was people talking already. Wait your turn.
Nah, you're right, man. You're right.
No, it's fine actually. You can engage in your conversation.
No, Bjorn. I want to hear what you had to say.
Probably not the right space to talk on these certain matters, but no, do please. I will add you, Andres AI. We will talk again soon.
Yeah, we can chat anytime you want. You can send me messages or whatever.
All right, so like I'm here to talk to Indio. I gotta talk to Indio. It's my turn. What's up, bruh? Like, are you here or not? Because if not, then there's really no point to me being here.
Flip it 180, yeah. So you could travel around that surface infinitely.
Yeah, think about it. The solar analemma
I
looks can like
do that.
too.
Hey, Sporadic, explain to me like everything. I just want to know everything.
Yeah, after you say his fucking name right.
Put your phone on. We're gonna spoon feed you. How about that?
Look, dude, I'm just here to learn, okay?
Well, let's radio everything. First, there was the dinosaurs, and then the Arabs came, and they then pumped oil and got rich.
No, dude. I mean the flat Earth. I wanna know about the flat Earth. Yeah, yeah. Tell me like everything.
I was doing like a scene from Airplane. You're probably too young to remember that movie. There's a scene where he goes, "Johnny, explain to me everything that happened before now." He's like, "First the dinosaurs came, and then a big meteor struck the Earth, and they turned into oil, and then the Arabs."
That's just funny as hell, bro.
This is ignorance. This is like being retarded. What the fuck are you saying? How old are you?
I'm quoting a movie, genius. You go watch it. It's a hilarious movie. It's called
How old are you?
Live a little. Anyway, Jeffrey, what do you want to know?
Everything.
Okay, what do you know now?
Right now, I just know that you guys think Earth is flat. Tell me why. Like, tell me everything. How the sun works, and yeah, like.
What's the sun got to do with here?
Yeah.
What's the sun got to do with here?
This is so ironic.
How come you said you guys think the Earth is flat, and then you said the sun?
I don't know. I see a sun in the sky. I mean, how
Yeah,
does
in
that
the
look?
sky.
Yeah.
Is the sky the ground?
No, but we can
Okay, then
observe
what's the sun got? Yeah, so what?
Just explain to me the sun. I'm not asking you a lot.
What do you mean explain it to you? What does that mean?
What the fuck is the sun for you?
What do you mean? I don't understand what that means. What's its composition? How old is it? How far away is it?
Tell me what the sun is. Is it like a planet? What the fuck is it?
Well, it's a big circle of light in the sky.
Why is it moving?
Why? I don't know. But you agree the sun moves, right?
Yeah, the sun moves.
Okay, cool. Welcome to Flat Earth.
If I'm in Norway and my friend is in South Africa, how can we like see the sun? Isn't it weird? Does it cover like a large area?
Why is that weird?
I don't know. Does it cover like a large area?
See the sun in Africa?
You covered it already. The sun moves, right? The sun moves from one place. It'll be noon in one place, and then if you wait a little while, it'll be noon in some other place. Because
Yeah,
the
but
sun moved from one spot to another.
if two places are like sunny, then is it like close enough to be sunny?
Well, obviously, what does that mean? Is it close enough? Like distance from the Earth?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, if it is. Let me ask you this. How much of the Earth do you think gets lit up by the sun at a time?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah, how much? Like that's a percentage.
I cannot say percentage. Maybe like what, 60, 50 maybe?
Of the Earth? The surface of the Earth?
Yeah, I don't know percentages.
Okay, in the globe model. So see,
Yeah,
51%.
the 50
51% of the Earth is supposed to see direct sunlight, and 67% of the Earth will have light, as in like direct sunlight plus like twilight, right? There's like nautical twilight, there's astronomical twilight, there's civil twilight, right? When the sun is set, but it's still light out, right? That's twilight. It's 67% of the Earth's surface. Okay, the point is the sun moves, dude. The sun moves and illuminates a local area.
Oh
And then it
no,
moves
I'm
away.
thinking of the twilight thing. Wait, you said it's 60% twilight and 50% sun?
67.
67 and 51 sun? How does that work? Isn't it like
Direct sunlight. You tell me how it works, because it shouldn't work like that. Not on a globe. So on a globe, at maximum, only half the Earth should be lit up. Half of a sphere, right? You got a
well,
ball?
yeah, of course. But ugh, fuck.
But it's more than that. It's a lot
yeah.
more than that. In reality.
Really?
Yeah, really. In reality.
How do we know that?
Oh well, I mean.
How can I observe it? It's me.
Yeah, okay. So we have a thing called the equation of time. It's pretty accurate. Within 10 or 12 minutes, it tells you when the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, all those times. It's not based upon a globe. It's based upon a flat surface under a celestial sphere. So when you look up on Google or wherever, say, hey, what time's the sunrise in, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia on June 22nd? The calculation they do to tell you that is not a globe. They don't use a globe to figure that out, is what I'm telling you. Like if you look at the equations in the mathematics, there's no globe in the mathematics.
Okay.
Okay. So there's the celestial sphere, right? So if you look up at the sky, the stars, that's called the celestial sphere. It's assumed to be a sphere of infinite radius. Okay. And based upon the angle, like certain things are, like the celestial equator, you can predict the path of the sun if you know the time of year. Right? Okay. So you can predict how long it's going to be daylight, how long it's going to be twilight, and that works out that if the Earth was a ball of 3,959-mile radius, 67% of the Earth would have daylight at a time, which don't really make geometric sense, but that's the way it is.
I see. I see.
Okay, but we don't rely on the sun to determine the shape of the Earth. There's nothing you can do observing the sun that would tell you anything about the Earth. All right, can't we just measure the Earth and figure out what it is? Jeffrey? Shouldn't we just be able to measure the surface of the Earth and see if it's the curve that they say exists, which must
One
exist?
more question. Yeah. One more question. Why is the not weather, but like weather? How can I say it? Why is the sky weird in North and South Pole? Like like those areas, it's really weird. Like I've been there, it's really weird. Like in the North one specifically.
What do you mean weird?
Like, what are the Arctic lights?
Oh, you mean the aurora borealis?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you mean? What are they?
Like, why is the phenomenon like?
The fuck? Okay, let's just think about this scientifically. If I wanted to know what caused the aurora borealis, could I do a scientific experiment to figure that out?
No clue. I'm not a scientist. Are you?
Well, you can't think of an experiment though.
Me? No, I cannot think of an experiment. I'm an average person.
Okay. Okay. So, okay, I'll walk you through the scientific method real quick. It's super simple. So, first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon. So, we're going to observe a natural phenomenon. We're going to look into nature and observe some phenomenon. Boom. We observe, hey, look, dude, there's these greenish freaking orangish lights in the freaking sky. I wonder what causes them. Okay, let's do an experiment. Okay, what's my dependent variable? Oh, that aurora borealis. Now, how do I find out the cause, which would be my independent variable? You can't. It's not possible because you can't manipulate the aurora borealis experimentally. So you can never figure out what causes it. You could figure out what correlates with their appearance, right? This event happens and then this other event happens and they're correlated to each other. But you can never figure out their exact, this X causes Y. You could say, hey, when we see a solar flare, that correlates with when we see an aurora borealis, but you can't say that that's the cause. The correlation isn't causation. So I'll give you an example. Everyone in 1897 that ate pickles died.
Yeah, I got that. Okay, you don't have to do the example.
Yeah, okay. They just didn't die from eating pickles. But it is a correlation. Nobody knows what causes the aurora borealis. Sorry. Now, there's someone who told a cool story.
And final question: how can I go from Papua New Guinea to America?
What do you mean? By train or automobile?
Yeah, it takes doesn't really take a long time. I mean, it takes a long time, but like, how can I do like the circle?
Can you draw a circle on a table?
No, how can I go from Papua New Guinea?
Can you say you're on a football pitch? Can you go in a circle on the football pitch?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Yeah. You just go in a circle, brother. Circle navigation just means going in a circle. Circle navigation.
But if I did like, if it was like that, then it would take me like 4 times the amount of time to go to America.
Says who?
What do you mean? Like, can I stream here? Oh fuck, I'm in Linux.
Okay.
If you have like a flat map, let's see. Wait, give me.
You see, first of all, you're talking about the AE. Hold on. You're talking about the AE projection, and you're getting distances wrong. Okay, so AE projection is a globe distance. It's a globe coordinate projection, right? It's a double polar projection into a polar projection. You don't measure distance. Hold on. You don't measure distances point to point. You're going to take one of these AE maps and you're going to draw a line from Papua New Guinea to North America. The distance you come up with is not going to be correct because that's not how distances are measured. So the way you measure distances on an AE map is you go from the center of the map to Papua New Guinea, you measure that line. Then you go from the center of the map to North America and you measure that line. And then you apply a calculation and that will give you the distance between those 2 points.
Look, I have no idea what you said, but I mean,
I know you don't.
Yes, I can understand the last thing you said, but can you give me like?
Okay, you're measuring distances wrong. You're assuming that the distance on an AE map, if you draw a line between Papua New Guinea and North America, that distance is the distance of the map. It's not.
Like, because I'm a shitty listener, give me like your map, like a flat Earth map or something.
Yeah. Really? Is that really what you want? You don't understand how maps work, but you want a map.
I'm better when I say visual.
Oh, so you want a cartoon?
Yeah, I want a cartoon.
Do you think the Earth looks like the map?
No. Can you represent like?
Okay, then why do you need our visual?
What do you mean? I mean, you.
To look at what? To look at something, some representation that doesn't look like the thing it's supposed to represent?
No, there's
why
no
do you
such
need to look at it?
So there's no such thing as like a map?
No, there is a map, but I'm too lazy to post it. Because it's just gonna lead to a rabbit hole because you don't understand maps.
Listen,
I'm gonna teach you about how maps work, and I don't feel like doing it.
Oh.
You know how coordinate systems work. You know how scales work. You know how any of this shit works.
I know coordinates and scale.
Okay. So, you know what like a universal transverse Mercator map is? No, you don't.
Maybe.
You know that latitude and
longitude? No, I'm from America, so I don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, they use it all over the world, but that's not the point.
Different terms, no.
So let me ask you, do you think latitude and longitude are points on the ground?
Well, you can represent them as like points in a map. But in the ground, yeah, kinda. Yeah, actually, yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So, So, if I asked you, hey, if latitude and longitude are points on the ground, you should be able to use the ground to find your latitude and longitude. Could you actually do that? If I stuck you somewhere, could you find what latitude and longitude you're on without looking at the sky?
Without looking at the sky, what will that like benefit me? How will the sky
Because
benefit?
so the point I'm trying to make is that coordinate system is not based upon the ground; it's based upon the sky. Because the coordinates are actually in the sky.
The coordinates are.
So this is where we get into. This is why I don't want reluctant because you don't know how maps work, right? So the coordinate system of latitude and longitude is not based upon any ground reference, based upon the sky reference. This is how people navigate. So you say things like, "Hey, I want to travel between point A and point B. It should be this distance. Well, that distance is based that map that you're referencing is taken. There's the celestial sphere coordinate system. It was projected onto a flat plane. The little fucking continents they drew, they put a corresponding latitude and longitude coordinate system, but it's on a square, it's on a rectangular map. So there's a geometric transformation that has to be applied, and you can't just draw a line on the map and say, "Hey, this is how far two things are apart," because it's a transformation of coordinates. In like,
yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
So like, I don't know if you know what I mean. Then you're trying to oversimplify things.
Yeah.
The map is not the territory.
And the same goes with the flat Earth map.
Okay. Well, it depends on what your spatial reference is. The map I'm talking about, it was derived by a guy named Antonio Subaretz who passed away. He wrote a book. It's called The Book of the Sun. He made a map, and he created it by looking at ship's logs, right? How long it takes to get from like point A to point B, shipping cargo, and countries that list their official areas, right? How big is so like Poland, for example. Poland has on their government websites how big the country is, right? You know, whatever, a million square miles, let's say, as an example. And he created an entire map by going to each country, getting their official freaking size that they say the country is, and basically jigsaw puzzling a whole fucking map together. And that's what his map is based on. But if he so when he on his map, because he also has a solar one overlaid over that, the longitude lines are like curved lines, and it's all messed up. That's why he wrote something called the Book of the Sun, because the sun has issues. Now, mind you, Antonio did a bunch of solar experiments, right? They did a 24-hour equinox freaking shadow angle experiment and the direction, and they did a bunch of stuff. So things aren't as straightforward as you probably think they are. Like when your friend, you brought up this example, like you're looking at the sun and your friend is somewhere else looking at the sun. In your mind, you probably think that you guys, if we could take the line of sight from your eye and the line of sight from his eye, that eventually those lines of sight will intersect at some object out there in 3D space. But guess what? They won't. You're looking at an apparent sun. He's looking at an apparent sun. You're not looking at the true sun. And even in the globe model, this is true. Even they say you don't see the real sun. And I'm not talking about the delay from the speed of light. I'm just talking about the sun itself. They say when you see a sunset, right? When you see a sun on the horizon, it has already physically set and is over the horizon, and that the air is bending the fucking light up over the horizon, and that you're seeing the projected image of
How
the
the fuck does that happen? How does it get behind the Earth without you seeing it get there? That fucking still boggles my mind.
Yeah. Well, the only point is there's an apparent sun. You don't see the true position of the sun.
D. Marble did 3-person observation, didn't he? It was like America, Germany, and Australia. All sort of, yeah.
Yeah, with Washington State, Australia, and the UK.
Oh, it was UK, was it? UK, okay, yeah.
Yeah, all at the same time.
I think the only reason why they say that is because it takes longer to set than what they anticipate, towards the models actually said.
Yeah, pretty much the reason they say, oh, it must be an apparent sun because like you said, right? Because the sun, the equinox is too long.
Mission failed.
The equinox, the day length is off by like 10 minutes. So since it's off by 10 minutes, they have to say, well, the sun isn't doing the 15 degrees per hour, you're losing like 10 minutes on sunrise and sunset or something. Or you're getting an extra 10 minutes.
You really believe the Earth is flat, mate?
No. Where's
Yeah,
the
they
no,
do.
brother?
They believe it's flat. They're degenerates.
The
It's
words,
fucking
the
embarrassing.
words no.
It's
I
been
know the Earth
failed.
is flat.
You negator.
You have belief because you think this is all based on a TV show.
Shut up, Indio. You're retarded.
Yeah, that's a great argument.
Yeah, it is.
Boy, you're not supposed to say the all
Look,
word.
dude, I could
You
be
know how they
completely
feel about
retarded,
that,
and
mate.
I could be completely retarded, and I'd still be right.
Put on your tinfoil hat and shut the fuck up, dude. It's embarrassing.
What?
Is that all you got, dude, for intellectual discussion, Mighty? Is that all you got? You're dropping
Shut the
this
fuck up,
stupid
you.
ass.
You shut the fuck up, too.
Hey,
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. You shut the fuck up.
I don't have to lose
Shut
the
the fuck
debate
up.
if I get banned.
Is that it, Mighty? Some bullshit.
It's sad he can't just have a normal conversation with
I
us.
said tinfoil hat is supposed to be because aliens, so that's mostly a Glover shit.
Damn, did I miss the upset Globers?
You just missed it.
Drip.
It's spiraling already. Instantly.
They've been trending
He's
like
very,
this all day.
very upset. He's very upset
got
we
one
don't
guy
like
in
the
here.
TV show.
One guy in here's been pretty chill.
No, Jeffrey's good. He just don't like talking about the Earth. He wants to talk about, the sun and whatever.
Well, they are
And
sun
maps,
worshippers.
driving around, and
They're heliocentrists. What do you expect?
Yeah, Jeffrey left India.
Yeah, that was one of those run interference things. Hurry up, save me. I don't got nothing left. My gotchas all failed. Come in, just troll, and then I'll dip while they're not paying attention.
Yeah.
Boy, lay down the smokes.
But India, you think about
They
it,
went
man.
down the smoke screen. It's a stun grenade.
Hey, India, right? So I'm gonna give you a flashlight, right? And you're going to shine it at me, and you're gonna walk behind a wall, right? But what you have to do is not allow me to see the light go behind the wall and remain in my view.
Who are you, Jaren?
But that's what they're claiming with the sun, right? At sunset. How does that
There
make
should
any
be a
fucking
point.
sense?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
afternoon.
so the sun is going beyond. So the sun is going beyond an obstruction of Earth curvature, but yeah, you can still see it.
Let me just preface this conversation real quick because we got the guy who's from the Air Force coming back in a third time from an interaction he had with AI last night and one with us this morning. So that's who's just stepped in and said hello.
I was just dropping by, brother. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just
Bored.
prefacing it because a lot of
No
people don't
dropping
know
by
that
panel.
the Air Force. So his argument was Coriolis, number one with AI, and then number two today was GPS. So I don't know where else he's going to go with that, but.
Oh no, I'm not here to debate. There's nothing for me to fucking. I'm just waiting for my boys to get on. That's all. I was just gonna listen to the debate. Is all.
This is a no listening panel.
Say again.
This is a no dropping by, no listening panel.
Oh, you gotta speak up when you're talking to me, man. I can't hear shit. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
my headphones are probably trash.
No,
Yeah,
it's
he's
not
trying
good.
he's trying
got
to
like
say he's trying to say it's mandatory participation time.
Yeah, this is a mandatory hour.
I'm tired. I've been up for fucking like 18 or 19 hours now. I'm fucking tired.
Holy mackerel! What the heck are you doing on
ratio
Discord?
is gonna go down, bro.
My schedule's changing for work, so I have to fucking do day shift right now. So it fucking sucks.
Are you some sort of MP or something? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm security forces. Yep.
Oh shit! You're catching all the drunkards and AWOLers.
Oh yeah.
Get your ass back in there. Anyway.
What combo? Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't want to do that shit right now. If it was Air Force, I'd be like, yeah, sure. Fucking try to get me a recruit, get me some rank. You know what I mean?
No stamina. Yeah, no stamina for conversation again.
So are you enlisted or are you not? You're enlisted, right?
Yeah, I wish I was a fucking officer. Fuck, dude.
They sure
You
make a
wouldn't.
lot of. They sure make a lot of money. I know. I was.
You would have. You would have enough time to be on here. That's for damn sure.
So right now I'm on leave. I don't have anything going on, but my cycle's changing when I go back. So like I'm trying to get my days and nights together. You know what I mean? Do that whole spiel before I go, so I'm not falling asleep and then getting NJP'd to fucking oblivion. NJP's like paperwork. You lose like rank and shit if you fall asleep. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm good to go, so to speak.
You better get your 40 winks in, man. Fucking don't fuck around.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I don't know.
Those watches can be brutal. I know. I remember.
Oh yeah. What'd you do?
I was a machinery repairman in the Navy. I worked on a submarine tender.
Yeah, my dad was Navy and Air Force. My dad was on the USS Constellation CV-64 Westpac fleet as a rescue swimmer. So
interesting.
Yep.
Are you the squid just like you, Sonny?
Yeah, he's a squid. Hey, you're fleet meat. You know what I mean?
Your dad was mixed.
They might have shared a bunk.
Yeah, he was air crew. He was an air crew rescue swimmer.
Right on. Well, I was going to be a Navy diver. I took the swimming test. I passed the diving swimming test, the initial test. But I decided I spent enough time as a civilian underwater cleaning bottoms. I'm like, I had enough of that. So I decided not to go in. I probably could have been a SEAL or something if I wanted to, but I decided not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 6 months training. That's pretty hard. Yeah, I'm not doubting you, but fucking shit's hard.
Some kind of effort for the globe.
I was 26 when I joined, and I was doing the Navy divers swimming test, and I was swimming with 17, 18, 20-year-olders, and I was keeping up with them at 26, so I was pretty good shape back then. But that was 40 years ago.
So yeah, basically, before my dad went to the Navy, my dad was up. You know, he did pararescue in '94, I believe. He didn't make it. That was Air Force, obviously. Obviously, I think the majority of people think that their dads are their role model and shit. This dude would do 118 push-ups. Back then it was 2 minutes, right? So your 2-minute PT test. I'm sure the Navy does 2 minutes still, but Air Force does 1 minute. He would do 118 push-ups in 2 minutes, like 90-something sit-ups, and then however the fuck many pull-ups, probably like close to 20s or in the 20s. And then he would run like a 8:30-something mile and a half. That's Air Force, like special warfare selection.
That's pretty wild. When I was in the Navy, I would do 200 push-ups a day every day for 4 years. I did that. Now, that was throughout the whole day. So I would do like a couple of sets of 50 and do that a couple times a day. But 118 push-ups in 2 minutes, like that's pretty fast.
Hey, if you don't mind for the guy who was in here, you know how we gave you the link to our server? Did you check out anything that's over there?
Yeah, I skimmed through it a little bit. I looked. It was kind of hard to find this shit, but yeah, I looked into it a little bit. But I had a bunch of shit to do earlier today. Like I just got back on my feet.
Is there any questions you have of any material that you've seen though so far? Sorry, guys, I'm redirecting it back to.
There's like really nothing I want to talk about.
All right.
I think
Well,
Alpha, I think he got tired of getting his ass whooped.
No, it's just I didn't really read into it thoroughly, and I don't want to debate something that I don't know anything about.
Smart guy.
Yeah, come back and ask us, because a lot of us here have our own YouTube channels with a lot of information and videos that have been taken down from elsewhere. And a lot of these YouTube videos that we have personally, you're not going to find them. Even if you type in the name, they won't come up. So yeah, we have a lot of information here. I mean, Indio's got a channel. I have a channel.
But yeah, it doesn't all have to be a debate, right? We don't have to do a debate. We can just have a discussion about the Earth.
All discussions turn into debates.
Nah.
You know what I mean? So
what points have you heard us make that you remember?
Like over, I mean,
like what Any good arguments or things you found interesting since you started?
Well, I mean, I think every side has good arguments. I'll say that, right? You know, you guys are entitled to believe what you are.
But what are some of the flat Earth ones that you've heard? You heard any
I
flat
mean,
Earth arguments?
I've heard some crazy stuff. It's kind of hard to wrap my fucking mind around, right? Like, and it's not
No
necessarily an
pressure.
argument. It's not really an argument, right? It's just I've heard a few people say it, like with asteroids and meteorites, people like denying that they exist. I mean, that's probably
I don't know if they're denying. Well, it depends what you mean. I mean, the light phenomena that you see in the sky, I don't think people are denying that that exists, but maybe denying that it's a rock from outer space flying and smashing into the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that was probably the thing that stuck for like, you know,
Is that wild though? I mean, have you ever seen a rock fly from outer space and hit the ground?
We actually discussed this earlier. I have, yeah. When I was about 6 or 7 years old, yeah. We had
You saw it hit the ground?
Well, no, it's on CCTV. Our school showed it, right? So there was a meteor shower, whatever it's called, and it actually hit someone's car and fucked it up really bad. And it was on camera for the longest time, you know. And I'm in my 20s now, so yeah, I have seen it.
Must have totally obliterated the car if it was a meteorite.
Yeah, that's
surely.
the mass. It depends on the mass of the actual object. You know what I mean? It's all relative.
How do you know? How do you know it came from outer space?
That's what I'm saying. Like, and that's what somebody asked. Like, how do you know someone didn't just like fucking drop it from a plane or some shit, or it didn't fall off of a plane?
I'm not even saying that. I'm not saying it came from an airplane. I'm just saying, how do you know the rock? Well, I mean, there's this thing called rains of animals, right? Where animals just fall out of the sky. Now, I could just say, well, they came from outer space. And you're like, how do you know they came from outer space? Like, where else would they come from? Like, that's not an actual affirmative argument for them coming.
I'm not arguing. I was just stating. Like I said, I'm not going to argue. I'm just here chilling out for like.
No, I'm just saying, like, you don't actually know where they came from, like where these things originate. We don't know. And people that claim they know, it's not like they track them from outer space to the Earth.
Right. Yeah.
Just so you know, Indio, 10 hours ago, this young chap was given the tag "Cool Story, Bro" for that exact same story.
Well, I mean, I'll give him credit because he's already doing better than 90% of Clovers because he said, "Hey, I'm not going to talk about something I don't know." At least he doesn't have like instant expert syndrome. Like, I got Google, so I'm an expert on the topic because I think I can Google fast enough to debate you, which is silly. At least you're not doing that. So,
yeah, it's nice. You can tell he's not one of the usual insecure Globers that's already spiraling, trying to insult, passive aggressive.
Oh, that was yesterday. Sorry, you might have missed it.
Yeah, I was fucking with. I'm not gonna lie, I was fucking with the VC really hard yesterday. I'm not gonna bullshit. I thought it was funny as fuck. Much of my boys came in here. And, yeah,
so
I've done it before. It's funny.
I just want to break something down. Kind of like we get it, all of us, right? Everyone in this chat grew up hearing the same stuff. Meteors come from space, comets are ice balls, yada yada yada, right? The thing is, we're at the stage where like, well, how do I know any of that is actually true? Right? How do I know it isn't just like the same mythology they used to tell 2,000 years ago about what the stars are and what the lights in the sky are? How do I know it isn't on the same level as that?
I mean, that's just something that you got to figure out yourself, man. Like, I can't tell you how to live your life or what to
why
believe.
we're here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no. Like, why do I have to believe anything? That's the thing. Like, why do I have to believe rocks from space story? Why can't I say, hey, dude, I don't know what they are, and neither do you.
I'm all right, sporadic.
Well, not you. I'm not talking. I mean, the royal you, not you specifically.
No, I wasn't. I was referring to the comment in the chat. So yeah, you don't have to believe anything, man. You're your own free person. You can believe what you want, whether you don't even need to have a reason to believe it. You know, a lot of people here are religious, right? And they choose to
what I want to.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. You know, we're in a free country. You can do whatever you want.
Choose to reject claims that don't have evidence.
If you want to start protesting out in the middle of the street, fucking saying that the Earth is flat, all power to you. That's your right, man.
You're kind of on our side. You're on our side then, because that's what we're saying. But we take a problem with the mainstream education and media system where they're not giving kids a choice. They're not saying, hey, kids, we know you experience a flat, motionless Earth, and there's no evidence to the contrary, but what we give you on a screen.
Yeah.
So they're not giving them that option.
I'll say this. I think that the media, generally speaking, personal opinion, does have its, obviously every media outlet has an extreme bias nowadays. I wish it wasn't like that. I wish it was back to the time of when I was a young kid and like C-SPAN was really popular and like people could just talk like rational adults. I miss the fuck out of that. So I don't watch the news either. You know what I mean? Like I just.
Well, yeah. So you should be concerned that they are censoring flat Earth. Why can't people research it, talk about it?
Well, I see it on both sides. You know what I mean? I see it no matter what it's about, whether it's Republican, Democrat, whether it's people talking about different countries.
Yeah, but it would be the equivalent. It's not quite Republican Democrats because it would be like Republican Democrats, but one party isn't allowed on TV and isn't allowed to speak and gets shut down whenever they try and speak. That's what's happening.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
There's a massive movement of suppression of people because, to tell you the truth, I think the majority of people, like I think I was telling Sporadic this, if I'm not mistaken, like people are just like not in their comfort zone, right? And they don't want to debate this shit. They want to debate shit that they can just like echo chamber over and over and over again. And don't get me wrong. What?
Crazy.
Yeah, we have a guy in our. I was just saying we have a guy in our chat who's actually, the example of that. His name's Mighty. He came in here just saying nonsense and just saying obscene words just because he doesn't want to have the conversation. So it's embedded in people's psyche, man, that they can't have this type of conversation or the level of it, where we're critically thinking about the topics that are being brought up here. So it angers people because they want to cling to their bias. So
right, well, both sides do it. I mean, like with all due respect to all you gents, like I see y'all doing it too. I'm not naming names, but I do see y'all do it a lot too. With all due respect.
No. We don't have control over the mainstream establishment and what's promoted. They're promoting the
I'm talking about here,
and silencing us.
Here, like locally, it happens.
Well, yeah, but you have to moderate, right? You have to silence people who are dropping N-bombs and going crazy.
Right.
Which is basically what we do.
So to the point, no one is censoring the globe Earth rhetoric. So you can't say that that's happening on both sides. No one is out there saying, okay, this globe Earth stuff, there's no measured curvature on Earth. No one's saying that. No one's like when they come out with the rhetoric for the globe, that's basically fairy tales for adults. Nobody's stopping them from their rhetoric, but comes to Flat Earth, they have to post all these things on all of our channels, shadow ban us, put us in dark corners where no one can get to our websites or YouTube channels. Like no one's doing that on the globe side. Quite the opposite.
So I want to bring up something you might not know. So a few years back now, I think it was 2018 or 2019, one of the executives, Susan something, for YouTube, testified before Congress. It was a committee against misinformation or something. Of the things they brought up to censor, Flat Earth was the only one specifically mentioned.
Well, yeah, but I mean, also, like, if you look at okay, I'm going to say this because,
they think it's ridiculous.
I don't want to talk in official capacity.
Well, hold on. Comparatively, just think about comparatively. They think Flat Earth is so ridiculous, and anyone that thinks about it is stupid. Well, why aren't they censoring aliens and Bigfoot and frickin' fairies and leprechauns and Tartaria and all these other things? Why aren't they testifying before Congress how these things need to be censored?
Right, and there's just no rational answer. I don't think Flat Earth has enough, publicity to actually do that. And also, like, it's not necessarily just like Flat Earth. I see a lot of it. Like even in 2020, I'm not going to give an opinion on it, but abortion, gun rights, other legislation, people, gay rights, stuff like that. I'm not going to say it, but that is, illness that was happening from 2019. A lot of stuff about that, it was deemed misinformation, right? Or misogyny, or just being plain old fucking ignorant, and then they just wouldn't screen it. And to be fair, they do have the right to do that. It is a privately owned company, but it's wrong, It's wrong. Like, I think that's wrong. Like, I wish that we could just have an outlet that was independent and didn't have to claim an affiliation.
I mean, that's like but my argument is that Flat Earth is censored differently. Right? You hear Barack Obama say, "We don't have time for a meeting of a Flat Earth Society." What does that mean? He's saying, people don't believe in my government policies, they're dumb flat earthers. Like, hey, what is the dumb flat earther thing? Nobody knows because we tried to look them up, but it's completely censored off of YouTube, right? So like, you can't even tell what a flat earther is. It's like some nebulous idea out there.
Right. And you know,
have you ever talked to a flat earther before coming in here?
I have, yeah. So there's a lot of hippies that live near me, with all due respect, and some of them are like kind of pseudo-religious. And I'm not saying that all flat earthers are hippies. I'm just saying that this person happened to be a hippie, and they were like, I don't want to say pseudo-religious, but like very religious, and they, were quoting scripture and everything to me and whatnot. And they're like, yeah, the talking about the firmament, stuff like that. That's where I heard it the first time. So
that might have been Sonny.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. Sonny wouldn't be like that. He'd be like, he's spitting the facts at you.
But
it should just be a red flag to see how the topic is treated in the mainstream. I mean, it's certainly not equivalent. Like, one side is promoted to the hilt, and the other side is completely censored. And we're asking to have the honest discussion in the debate, which is what you would expect of any honest side. And the other side saying, no, we're just going to shut you down. You're not allowed to talk. We don't want to hear what you have to say. We're just going to ridicule you. That alone should be raising a red flag. Like, why are they treating this so disingenuously? Why don't they just debate it and expose to the world how fallacious they claim it is?
Right. Hold on, give me 1 second.
It's supposed to be a scientific question, right? Because it's supposed to be a scientific question. What do they teach in school? There is no dumb question. There is no question off limits to science. Apparently, flat Earth is one of them.
Yeah. Well, see, like, the people just don't have, like, I said it earlier, respect isn't given, it's earned, and I'm a strong believer in that. Like, if I went around just being like super respectful to everybody, right, like in my civilian life, I mean, you wouldn't fucking get anywhere because you would be waiting for everybody to talk and you would never get your point out, right? And that's what you see the media doing. They're very disrespectful when they talk to people that disagree with them. Like, even Bill Nye, everybody here grew up watching Bill Nye. Everybody is probably past their 20s, correct?
So, yeah, we know Bill Nye.
So, I mean, like, even him, right? He used to not be so fucking political, and now he's political. He's pro-abortion, right? And he just fucking shits on everybody all the time. He's, he's a politician now, so
he's just another mouthpiece. Yeah, it's always been.
Well, you hit the nail on the head. The people that try to suppress flat Earth, we call them anti-flat earthers. So they're basically like flat Earth groupies that run around, make YouTube videos, debate flat earthers. And if you look at them one by one, they're all fucking moral degenerates, crazy fucking libtard, with all the alphabet shit, right? Rainbow nonsense. There's a definite Professor Dave. There's a correlation between people that defend the mainstream narrative and their political affiliation.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not trying to, it's funny that you're bringing that up, but I'm seeing those characteristics in this very Discord, right? I'm seeing channels for that. I've joined those channels. That's the only reason I really hang out here, is because, personal opinion, those people fucking annoy me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like talking to those people that are just like one way leaning, and they just don't fucking, they won't hear anybody's opinion. Like, I grew up as a Republican, right? I was a liberal before a Republican. And I'm more conservative and Republican than anything right now, right? But I still have the common courtesy to hear somebody's, discussion.
Well, we're
You know, when I'm
always
being
here
serious,
asking the
right?
Globe side to present their piece. Like, we're not silencing the Globers. We're quite the opposite. We're telling them, hey, come in, present your evidence, and let's discuss it. So,
Well, I mean, so yeah, I mean, you could say that, right? But some people might feel differently. Like, I mean, I have seen heated arguments in here. I've been parts of heated arguments, especially a year or so back, right before I even left for the to do my advanced training in the military. And
yeah, heated arguments happen, and then people
yeah,
get moderated. But the only
and then
reason
people
it
mute.
became a
Yeah, like
argument is
I don't
because
agree
they
with
were
muting.
presenting. Well, sometimes, well, we have a show on YouTube, right? It's streamed 24/7, and if you don't have listenable content, then what's the point? So yeah, we need to keep it one-on-one and legible and audible. So we can't have folks spazzing out. So people have to get muted.
Right. I know, but
It's
like,
not like a political
I'm
thing.
not gonna sit here and tell you how to run your, your channel, but like for me, I would probably just like hop on that account, right, and then just like manually mute them, like let them talk. If they want to be dumb and just keep repeating a bunch of wrong bullshit, respectfully to
Well,
whoever it is.
we do, but we have to keep it within reason. I mean, we do let them expose themselves and flip out and go mad because it's a good demonstration of what's the majority of people end up doing when they try and argue for the Globe. But it comes a certain point where we
Dude,
want to have an intelligent conversation.
we want them to talk. We want them to talk. Look, you can't have a globe earther trying to defend a globe, and within 10 sentences maximum, they'll contradict their own claim. They'll throw their own claim under the bus.
Yeah.
All the time. We want them to talk. Why would we censor them? They're the best. Like,
let me say this.
One more thing. Well, just one more thing. We don't convince people the Earth is flat. Globe earthers do.
Right. Okay. So let me just say one thing. All right. I am really, really against, like even from my time in training, I'm against intentionally making people look stupid. Right. And I understand people are going to say, well, they're saying it, right? Like if you have